Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 730 to Chapter 812. Just as Ling Xiao was about to engage in a battle with the corporal actually moved first. In the blink of an eye, the corporal was already in front of Ling Xiao. The weapon in his hand was a strange-looking steel blade that shone with a blue light. On the steel blade, there was a huge wave of power that slashed down at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. This was really beyond his expectations. However, his reaction was fast. He waved his overflow rain sword and blocked the attack. Boom, kabang, after the blade and sword collided, the ground Ling Xiao was standing on actually left, revealing the soft ground below. Raging Wind Shuttle. Ling Xiao blocked the attack with his overflow rain sword in his right hand, while the Raging Wind sword appeared in his left hand. He used his special skill to attack. This skill was important in terms of speed. It was fast enough and swift enough. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't injure the opponent, he could at least push the opponent back and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, what Ling Xiao didn't expect was that the corporal was actually slower than him. The sharp dagger in his left hand blocked his sword move. Ka, Ling Xiao felt his legs sink about a foot into the ground. The corporal was also sent flying into the roof. Interesting. These things that appear here seem to be able to learn some of the opponent's abilities. Although it's not complete, once a warrior panics, then he's doomed. Ling Xiao smiled and kept his swords. He used the Hell Dragon sword and a black gold chi sword pierced towards the corporal who was still stuck in the roof. He wanted to see just how strong this guy was. Who would have thought that although this guy was stuck, he still kept his weapon and punched out with his fists. A white shark condensed from chi energy collided with Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon sword. Boom, the Hell Dragon sword was actually smashed into pieces, but the white shark continued to pounce. Interesting. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and formed the Hell Dragon sword again. But this time it contained a powerful will of destruction. The corporal seemed to feel the horror of this attack. He took out his saber again, condensed his true essence, and slashed out. The saber energy was incomparably sharp. Ling Xiao absolutely believed that this saber strike could easily kill a half-step Empyrean with 70% strength. Even cultivators of the same strength would not dare to forcefully resist this attack. Otherwise, they would definitely be severely injured. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. His will of destruction instantly rose to the 4th level as he attacked with all his might. The black flames on the Hell Dragon sword grew even more ferocious. Even the sword itself grew larger than before. Boom, 4 levels of destructive will combined with the Hell Dragon sword at full power finally shattered the blade chi. The soldier was also pierced through, turning into a black mist and entering Ling Xiao's body. Moments later, the sword chi broke the opponent's sword, and the white shadow turned into white light. What pure true essence! It can completely merge with my true essence without any transformation. This is simply a holy land for cultivators. Ling Xiao could not help but be excited. Of course, this was not the most amazing thing. He found that his martial veins were beginning to change because of this true essence. The martial veins next to each other showed signs of merging. After the merging, the energy did not decrease, but the space of the martial veins increased by a lot. At present, 4 martial veins have completely merged. Maybe after this trip to the true Devil Forbidden Land, my cultivation may directly advance to the celestial realm. That would be fun. Ling Xiao did not think that advancing to the celestial realm was bullying. Because he did not believe that the 6th young master of the sacred dynasty would wait for others to catch up. Although he hated the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun's talent was unquestionable. Only by continuing to improve his cultivation would he be more confident in the battle with the Holy Sun. Whoosh, a sword energy shot out and pierced through the nearby wall. His cultivation broke through again. Half-step Empyrean with 70% strength, it was not the end yet, but it was already like this. If Tang Jiu was still alive, Ling Xiao believed that he had a 100% chance of defeating him. Furthermore, he wouldn't need more than 50 moves to defeat him. He had defeated the corporal, but most people stopped in front of the 5th level soldier. In front of the terrifying strength of the 5th level soldier, people continued to be eliminated. Finally, there were only more than 150 people left. The first 150 people were qualified to participate in the finals. Because of this, everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. However, when they encountered a corporal, in just an instant, over 100 people were directly eliminated. There were less than 50 people left. On the side of Yuehua School, Dai Yuling and Ling Hao were eliminated helplessly. Sorry, Sect Master, we were also eliminated. Although Ling Hao said so, he could not hide the excitement on his face. His current cultivation was already at the half-step Empyrean with 50% strength. Dai Yuling's situation was similar. Their cultivation improved too quickly. It was a pity that they did not continue to persevere. Otherwise, they would have gained more benefits. Don't think too much. You have already gained a lot. What's more, being able to come back alive is in itself an improvement. This was not a consolation, but a fact. After all, these two people were not strong when they participated in the preliminaries. Wu Xiang did not expect them to be able to make it this far. He was already overjoyed. Our Yuehua School only has Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer left. How are they doing? Wu Xiang was looking forward to Ling Xiao the most. This junior brother of his was always able to create amazing miracles. He didn't know what amazing thing he would be able to do this time. Sect Master, don't worry. Senior Sister Lan has probably gained a lot. Her cultivation is very strong, and she also has the lunar scripture. I'm afraid she will surprise you all when she comes out this time. Dai Yuling smiled. As for Ling Xiao, you don't have to worry about him. I'm afraid he will become the biggest dark horse in this preliminaries. No one will expect his terrifying growth. Leng Hao, who was next to him, could not help but send a voice transmission to Wu Xiang. Sect Master, let me tell you something. Senior Brother Ling killed Wan Shi of the Aquamarine Divine Palace, Luo Tianyu of the Heavenly King Sect, and Tang Jiu of the Tang Sect. Oh right, Ao Chu of the Sword King Sect was also killed. Well done. Wu Xiang could not help but be surprised. He knew the situation of these people. They were not ordinary people. Moreover, they were cruel and vicious. Wu Xiang could even imagine why Ling Xiao killed them. Don't tell anyone about this first to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although Wu Xiang was happy, he also knew the seriousness of the situation. The Heavenly King Sect, the Tang Sect, and the Aquamarine Divine Palace were not to be trifled with. Fortunately, except for Tang Jiu's death, which was more eye-catching, no one knew about the deaths of the other people. Perhaps not many people knew about it. Even if someone said it, there was no real evidence. What others said without any evidence could be regarded as slandering others. However, Yuehua School couldn't publicize it. Otherwise, it would be a public provocation. Even if it wasn't true, the other sects wouldn't let it go for the sake of their reputation. Don't worry, Sect Master. I understand. Leng Hao still knew what was important. The reason why he used the secret sound transmission to tell Wu Xiang was precisely because of this. Alright, everyone has worked hard. Have a good rest. Wu Xiang waved his hand and let Dai Yuling and Ling Hao rest. Over there, the elders of the sect and the previously eliminated disciples prepared food and drinks for them to enjoy. Although the Yuehua sect was still waiting anxiously, there was a hint of joy and harmony in the midst of the nervousness. On the other hand, some other sects were completely gloomy. On the Sword King sect's side, Chen Nanqing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Ao Chu was dead, Chen Meng was eliminated, and more than half of the remaining disciples of the Sword King sect were either dead or injured. The only one left was Jian Feng, whom he didn't even put in his eyes. Chen Meng had already told Chen Nanqing about Ling Xiao killing Luo Tianyu, but Chen Nanqing didn't say anything. No one knew if he was waiting for an opportunity or if he had other plans. It was absolutely impossible to say that he was planning to hide it from Ling Xiao. Our Sword King sect was originally full of talents and great ambitions, but we didn't expect Ling Xiao to appear and cause the collapse of the entire Sword King sect. Chen Nanqing's eyes revealed a terrifying murderous light. Ling Xiao must die no matter what. Master, there's no need to worry. No matter how many trash die, isn't there still Senior Jian Wuji? Chen Meng said. That's right, there's still Wuji. As long as he's still here, Ling Xiao won't be able to overturn the heavens. Hearing Jian Wuji's name, Chen Nanqing's eyes suddenly lit up and a gratified smile appeared on his face. To be honest, if it weren't for Jian Wuji, he might really collapse. Bastard, what did you say? Tang Jiu was killed by that Ling Xiao? All of a sudden, it was as if a volcano had erupted on the Tang sect's side, and the Tang sect master, who was leading the group, was on the verge of erupting with flames. The remaining disciples of the Tang sect around him were all sent flying by him. The disciple who reported was also lifted up by the neck and struggled in the air. Sect master, please calm down. He was really scared out of his wits. Tang Jiu's death had infuriated the sect master. If he didn't hold back, he might lose his life. Humph. The Tang sect master tossed the man to the ground and asked, who else saw Ling Xiao kill Tang Jiu? I want to hear the truth. We all saw it. Many people from the Tang sect were present at the scene, so they could see everything very clearly. As for the disciples of the other sects, they remained silent. They had already seen how strong Ling Xiao was. They didn't want to offend Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao was a good person. They had benefited a lot from his undead soul. Betraying Ling Xiao at this time was obviously not wise. The Tang sect master was angry because he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill Tang Jiu. Who was Ling Xiao? What ability did he have? Bastards from the Yuehua school, you have to give me an explanation today. Since he couldn't get any information from the other sects, the Tang sect master vented his anger on the Yuehua school. When he saw Dai Yuling and Ling Hao, he was sure that the two of them knew something. So, he rushed over in a flash. Humph, the people from the Yuehua school aren't people you can touch just because you want to. A figure blocked the Tang sect master's path. The two of them exchanged blows midway, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. You. The Tang sect master couldn't help but be stunned. He had heard that the Yuehua school had a new sect master, but he didn't know that the new sect master was so strong. His body was trembling slightly. In this confrontation, he had clearly suffered a hidden disadvantage. What about me? As the Tang sect master, don't you know the rules? If you're afraid of death, don't participate in the True Devil Forbidden Grounds. If you die there, that's your fate. Don't blame others. Wu Xiang said coldly. Although he was young, he still knew the rules of the preliminaries. Life and death were up to fate. Victory and defeat were up to the heavens. He couldn't vent his anger on the other sections. If you're afraid, don't participate. Perhaps it was because of this that Li Yudao and Tang Jiu were ruthless enough to hunt down the disciples of the other sects without fear of revenge. Besides, Tang Jiu killed 3 of our inner sect disciples. I haven't settled the score with the Tang sect yet. How dare you complain first? Wu Xiang continued to press on. Nonsense, those 3 disciples of yours were trash. They deserved to die. How can they be compared to Tang Jiu? He's a genius who's going to enter the top 10 in this martial arts festival. The Tang sect master shouted. Hee, our disciples are trash. However, that Tang Jiu isn't much either. He's a *T genius. I'm also trash. How could he kill me? Wu Xiang was so angry that he laughed. He really despised the double standards of these people. Alright, you're sharp-tongued. I won't argue with you. However, that Ling Xiao from your sect is dead meat. The Tang sect master returned to his tent like a stray dog. He threw out this sentence before he left. Wu Xiang looked at the Tang sect master coldly. He already had the intention to kill him. At this moment, the remaining 50 disciples in the True Devil Forbidden Grounds were still working hard, hoping to advance further. Some of them had already broken through to the half-step Heavenly Venerable level with 90% of their strength. In terms of cultivation, they were already on par with the 6 princes of the Sacred Dynasty. However, they would only know who was more powerful after they fought. At a certain moment, in a sealed space, Longchen used the last of his strength to completely defeat his opponent. However, he was also seriously injured and had no choice but to withdraw. His choice was very wise. Otherwise, he would only be on the road to death if he continued. However, despite being seriously injured, he had a victorious smile on his face. The powerful potential of the Dragon Clan was completely stimulated in this life and death battle. His cultivation broke through faster than Dai Yuling and Ling Hao. Half-step heavenly venerable level was 70% of his strength. His cultivation was almost on par with Ling Xiao. The potential of the dragon clan was obvious. The only pity was that he was eliminated. However, Ling Xiao was still continuing. In the next moment, in another room, Ying Wuya's body was shining with golden light. He had already entered the half-step heavenly venerable level with 90% of his strength. His cultivation was originally stronger than Ling Zhao's. In addition, he had walked the chaotic beast path. Although he had lost some things, he had also gained great strength. Now, he believed that he would be the final winner of this preliminary round. Humph, Ling Xiao, you embarrassed me during the 3-sect tournament. I hope you won't disappoint me in this preliminary round. Don't die too early and don't get eliminated. Ying Wuya snorted coldly and continued to walk forward. Before him, Decepticons, Shimei, and the others had all been eliminated. Only he, Ling Xiao, and Lan Yu'er were left in the 3 sects of the East. Lan Yu'er was now facing a major crisis. Her breakthrough was not as crazy as Ying Wuya's, but she managed to comprehend the defensive martial art of the lunar scripture, the lunar feather raiment. The lunar feather raiment was draped over her body. No matter how crazily the half-step heavenly venerable sergeant attacked, there was no problem at all. However, the lunar feather raiment consumed a terrifying amount of true yuan. After defeating the sergeant, Lan Yu'er advanced again. The true Demon Empire staff sergeant in front of her used only one move to crack her lunar feather raiment. It was not that the lunar feather raiment was too weak, but that her true yuan could not keep up. Although she was unwilling, in order to avoid dying here, Lan Yu'er chose to give up. She took out a secret scroll and left. After Lan Yu'er was eliminated, only Ling Xiao and Ying Wuya were left in the 3 eastern sects. Li Yudao was the only one left in the 3 southern sects. The 3 eastern sects and the 3 southern sects had always been at odds. They were always weaker than each other, but this time, they had the upper hand. This made the Beast King Palace and the Yuehua School's higher-ups very satisfied. However, the Sword King sect master, Chen Nanqing, did not look very happy. Zhao Ji and Zhao Xi were not dead. Leng Hao and Dai Yuling were not dead either. Now, even Lan Yu'er had come out, and it was obvious that her cultivation had improved greatly. This made him very uncomfortable. He originally wanted to use this preliminaries to kill all the participating disciples of the Yuehua school, but now, it was all in vain. If not for the fact that he wanted to watch a good show, he would have turned around and left already. At the same time, in a sealed space in the true demon forbidden area, Li Yudao's face revealed a sinister expression. A black mist drilled into his body. The half-step heavenly venerable sergeant with 90% of his strength had been killed. Ha 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 ha. This is great. I might not have been as good as Tangzhou before, but now, I'm stronger than him. A half-step heavenly venerable with 90% of his strength, this feeling is too good. What is this? Heavenly essence energy? Li Yudao had heard that once a martial artist entered the heaven realm, his true yuan would be upgraded to the powerful heavenly essence energy. It was just that without reaching 90% of his strength and becoming a half-step Empyrean, he would not be able to understand how powerful heavenly essence energy was. Generally speaking, when a half-step Empyrean reached 90% of their strength, their 9 martial veins would have completely transformed into a single embryonic heavenly vein. The shape of the veins of the heavens was different for every martial artist. It changed according to their martial soul or bloodline. For example, Ling Zhao's main martial spirit was the mountain and river martial spirit. His sky veins were the mountain and river world, vast and boundless. Dai Yuling's martial soul was the primordial calabash vine, so her heaven vein was very likely a calabash vine sapling. As her heaven vein grew stronger, it would eventually become a complete calabash vine. At that time, the connection between the martial soul and the martial artist would be even closer. Their souls were connected, and their flesh and blood were connected. Complete as one. In theory, once the embryonic form of the heavenly vein was formed, it would produce heavenly yuan force. When the true yuan force in the body was completely converted into heavenly yuan force, the breakthrough would not be far away. At this time, what was needed was an opportunity, which was the so-called epiphany. Only then could it be possible to enter the celestial realm. Otherwise, even if one possessed the embryonic form of the heavenly vein, they could only be called a heavenly vein martial artist. This was a group of special existences. Although they had not advanced to the celestial realm, they were stronger than half-step heavenly venerables. The 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty were all heavenly vein martial artists. Heavenly vein martial artists were divided into embryonic form, growth, maturity, completion, and breakthrough stages. The final breakthrough stage was the final step away from the celestial realm. It could be broken through at any time. Only martial artists who had entered the half-step heavenly venerables with 90% of their strength would understand how powerful a heavenly vein martial artist was compared to a half-step heavenly venerables. In terms of strength, heavenly Yuan force could completely crush true Yuan force. Li Yudao was now a heavenly vein martial artist, but he had just entered the embryonic form. However, he was much stronger than the average half-step heavenly venerables with 90% of their strength. Ling Xiao, you killed my good brother, Tang Jiu, and ruined the plans of the 3 sects of the south. Wash your neck and wait. I will definitely let you taste all kinds of poison and torture, and you will die a horrible death. Li Yudao knew how powerful he was now. If he met his old self now, he could crush his old self with one hand. And Ling Zhao's strength was not as strong as his old self. Thinking of Ling Zhao's miserable death, Li Yudao's laughter was mixed with intense madness, like a demon from hell that had escaped the shackles of a cage. In another space, a pair of blood-red wings grew out of Xianxia's back. On his forehead, there was a very eye-catching blood-red eye. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. His powerful aura was not any weaker than Li Yudao's. In fact, it was even more terrifying. He had actually obtained a heavenly eye similar to Mo Wushang of the sacred dynasty's 6 young masters. However, this was not a heavenly eye, but a ghost eye. Within the ghost eye, everything would collapse and become chaotic. In Xianxia's eyes, this was even more terrifying than Mo Wushang's heavenly eye. As a top inner disciple of the heavenly king gate, Xianxia had always been suppressed by Mo Wushang. He had been cultivating with all his might just to surpass Mo Wushang. And now, he had almost the same strength as Mo Wushang. He was determined to defeat Mo Wushang in the finals of the martial arts festival. Of course, before that, he must kill Ling Xiao, the one who dared to not give him face, the one who offended the Holy Sun. In the other spaces, there were also changes. Even those who performed well in last year's martial arts festival might not be able to achieve good results in this year's preliminaries. Like the Yangtze River, each new generation would surpass the previous one. Their era had already passed. Those who could really stay behind were really those few people that Wu Xiang had pointed out. As a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, Wu Xiang's vision was not bad. Yan Liehua, Xianxia, Fatty Blue, Li Yudao, Army Breaker, Feng Yarao, Ying Wuya, and Ling Xiao. At present, only these 8 people could continue to advance. Sky Dragon Institute, 2 people. Heavenly King Gate, 1 person. Jade Water Shrine, 1 person. Abstruse Fire Sect, 1 person. Gu King Sect, 1 person. Beast King Palace, 1 person. Yuehua School, 1 person. The other sects were easy to deal with. Sky Dragon Institute was a rising star and was mysterious, but they were also of high status and were highly valued. Only Yuehua School was like a beggar who had squeezed into a noble family. No matter how one looked at it, he was neither fish nor fowl. Many people were discussing how long Yuehua School could last. How long could Ling Xiao last? Ling Xiao did not know what others were thinking, nor did he bother to guess. He was in trouble now. After painstakingly killing a 90% strength half-step celestial venerable, his cultivation base also rose, breaking through to 80% strength half-step celestial venerable. He continued to move forward, although he did not know what dangers lay ahead. However, with the increase in his cultivation and strength, his self-confidence was obviously more than before. What made Ling Xiao feel strange was that the next person he met was still a corporal. The only difference was that this guy's clothes were more extravagant. At first, he thought nothing of it. Since he had already killed one, he could kill another one. But when the real battle started, he realized that something was wrong. Could this be the legendary Heaven Vein martial artist? Ling Xiao had heard Wu Xiong mention the existence of Heaven Vein martial artists before. This was a special existence in a special period. The corporal in front of him was undoubtedly a fledgling stage Heaven Vein martial artist. Ling Xiao fought bitterly and had one of his arms cut off by his opponent's sudden burst of Heaven Essence energy. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, his whole body would have been split into two. Die. Ling Xiao's right arm was cut off. He waved overflow rain with his left arm and cut off his opponent's head. For a moment, he really felt dizzy and his vision blurred. His physical strength was severely depleted. But at this moment, he was also surprised. He was surprised to find that his cultivation had increased again. He had entered the half-step heavenly venerable level with 90% of his strength. Not only that, his 9 martial veins had completely fused. He had actually stepped into the ranks of Heaven Vein martial artists. The original martial veins had completely turned into grass and trees in the mountain river world. The flow of power in the mountain river world formed a perfect cycle with the flow of power in his body. Was this the fledgling stage of Heaven Vein? It was really too powerful. Ling Xiao was very excited. He had just entered the fledgling stage of Heaven Vein martial artists, and a trace of shockingly powerful energy had been born in his body. Without a doubt, that was Heaven Essence energy. It was the source of the martial arts of Heaven Realm martial artists. It was the source of all power. He did not have time to feel the power of Heaven Essence energy. He started to use the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body to repair his right arm. He could not be like Ying Wuya, who had become stronger but was crippled. That would not be very handsome. At this moment, another corporal appeared. This corporal was dressed more extravagantly than the previous one. His cultivation was a Heaven Vein martial artist in the growth stage. Ling Xiao was still repairing his right arm, and this guy attacked. Naturally, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for his death. He pointed with his left hand, and a chi sword shot through the air. He had actually accidentally used that sliver of heavenly essence energy. At this time, the chi sword was too terrifying. The power was so pure that it seemed like it could explode at any time. It was as if the chi sword from before had been compressed even more fiercely. It was even vibrating in the air. 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Heavenly Origin Vibrating Sword. Ling Xiao had never understood how to cultivate this technique, but now he finally understood. Only with heavenly elemental energy could the third move of the 9 Meridians Chi Sword be fully executed. Whoosh, boom, the chi sword stabbed into the body of the corporal, but it didn't immediately pierce through. Instead, it vibrated violently within the wound, to the extent that the corporal's body was actually shattered. His internal organs transformed into mottled black spots that surged into Ling Xiao's body. This shocking lethality made Ling Xiao involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. He had yet to fully grasp the essence of this move, but he believed that once this move was unleashed, even an ordinary Heaven Pulse martial artist in the growth stage would be instantly killed. Too terrifying. It was a pity that using this move required heavenly elemental energy. Ling Xiao currently only had a sliver of heavenly elemental energy. Once it was used up, he would have to wait for it to slowly recover. A Heaven Pulse martial artist's heavenly elemental energy could not be obtained through self-cultivation. It could only be slowly recovered by relying on medicine or self-cultivation, unless one ascended to the Heaven Realm. This was very troublesome. But there were still countless people who wanted to obtain this heavenly elemental energy. There was no other reason. The power of heavenly elemental energy was just too terrifying. Just a sliver of its power far exceeded the full power attack of a half-step heavenly venerable at 90% power. Of course, the power of any move and energy was relative. Heavenly elemental energy did not suppress Ling Xiao's true elemental energy that much. After all, Ling Xiao's true elemental energy had gathered the will of mountains and rivers, the will of slaughter and the will of destruction. It would not lose to heavenly elemental energy so easily. Letting out a long breath, Ling Xiao could not help but think to himself, with my current strength, if I meet any martial artist below half-step heavenly venerable, I can completely crush them. Even if I meet a Heaven Pulse martial artist in the growth stage, with heavenly elemental energy, I can still kill him in one move. Without heavenly elemental energy, winning is not a problem. The only ones who can truly pose a threat to me are probably Heaven Pulse martial artists in the growth stage and above. If I'm not wrong, the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty have probably reached such a level. I wonder what will happen if we fight. It could be said that the heavenly elemental energy of a Heaven Pulse martial artist gave them a chance to fight against a Heaven Realm martial artist. Of course, it was only a chance to fight. It was almost impossible to win. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between the two realms. After a while, Ling Xiao's right arm had completely recovered. Although he had used a lot of immortal herbs as materials to recover his right arm, it was definitely worth it. He was probably the only person in the entire mysterious world who had such ability in the transcendent realm. Standing up, Ling Xiao continued to walk forward. This time, he walked a long distance. After a full 100 meters, he finally met with an obstruction. This seemed to be the end of the sealed space. The one who appeared there was actually the Moon Maiden. Of course, this Moon Maiden was not real. It could be judged from her cultivation. The Moon Maiden's cultivation was in the Yin-Yang realm, while the fake in front of him was only in the Heaven realm. In the mysterious world, it was not uncommon to use a martial artist's favorite object to test them, so Ling Xiao was not surprised to see this fake. He was surprised that a Heaven Realm martial artist had appeared out of nowhere. How could he win? Although he had recovered a bit of heavenly elemental energy in the process of recovering his arm, it was impossible for him to win against such a powerful Heaven Realm opponent. However, whether he could win or not, Ling Xiao planned to try. Because he had the treasure given to him by the Moon Maiden, it could save his life 3 times. So far, he had not wasted a single time. So, he was qualified to take the risk, unlike others who might turn around and run in the face of this thing. Chi. A crescent-shaped chi blade suddenly flew out from the Moon Maiden's hand. Before the chi blade reached Ling Xiao, the space under Ling Xiao's feet and behind him began to collapse. Such terrifying power, as expected of a Heaven Realm powerhouse. This is really troublesome. Ling Xiao did not dare to be negligent. He immediately took out the purple lightning sword and used the purple lightning shocks the world secret technique scroll. This was a relatively low-grade scroll that could upgrade the purple lightning sword, which was currently a rare grade artifact, to an immortal grade artifact. Now that he was a Heaven Vein Realm martial artist, he could use an immortal grade artifact to fight. Although the enhancement was not as good as a Heaven Realm martial artist, it was more convenient than a half-step Heavenly Venerable. In addition, an immortal grade artifact was sharp and hard, so it was not easy to damage. Using the purple lightning sword to fight was perfect. Dang, with a deafening explosion, the purple lightning sword collided with the crescent-shaped chi blade. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a terrifying pressure that he had never felt before. The terrifying chi blade rushed into his body through the purple lightning sword, causing him to feel a tearing pain in his body. Break for me! Ling Xiao roared and instantly entered the 10th layer of the human dragon form. The Hell Dragon's soul appeared behind him, and his destructive will and true chi poured into the purple lightning sword. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, the crescent-shaped chi blade finally shattered. Many small bloody holes appeared on Ling Xiao's body, and golden blood sprayed out from them. Just a simple move and I'm in such a sorry state. A Heaven Realm cultivator is really amazing. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Even if he was invincible in the Transcendent Realm, facing a Heaven Realm cultivator was still difficult. But I can't retreat. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. If he didn't die in one move, then that was a victory. Thinking back to when the flame deity attacked him, he couldn't fight back at all. He couldn't even move. Now, he could block a single move from a Heaven Realm cultivator and not die. This was a huge improvement. Not only did he have to block the attack, but he also had to counterattack. Holding the purple lightning sword in his hand, Ling Xiao suddenly poured a trace of Heaven's origin chi into it and displayed the shadow transformation sword art. Descent of the Sword Demon. The sharp and fierce humanoid sword energy tore through the air and pounced toward the Moon Lady with an unstoppable momentum. As for why Ling Xiao was able to attack the Moon Maiden Ling Xiao, nonsense, he wasn't an idiot. How could he fall in love with a fake? Moreover, even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to hurt her, so what was there to be afraid of? 13 humanoid sword chi pounced on the opponent one after another. Asterisk ding 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 ding, asterisk the Moon Maiden kept retreating. Obvious wounds began to appear on her body. The descent of the sword demon that had been mixed with heaven's Xianxia was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Not only could it repel a one-line sky martial artist, it could even injure them. Unfortunately, these wounds were only superficial and couldn't cause any actual harm to the Moon Maiden. Instead, every humanoid sword chi was shattered by the Moon Maiden in a very ingenious way. Is this the end? Ling Xiao could not help but reveal a wry smile. His body began to change continuously, and golden scales appeared on his body. He had to enter his primordial golden dragon form. Suddenly, the Moon Lady no longer resisted the human-shaped sword beam. Instead, despite the danger of being injured, she passed through the layers of obstacles and instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It seemed that the Moon Lady had also sensed the great threat from the primordial golden dragon form, which was why she suddenly launched such an attack. However, it was already too late. At this moment, Ling Xiao had completely entered his primordial golden dragon form. Among the layers of dragon scales, there was one that was particularly eye-catching. This dragon scale had a complete primordial god on it, which corresponded to the scales of the primordial golden dragon in the mountain river realm. It was only one scale, but the increase in strength it brought was extremely astonishing. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. A massive dragon claw tapped the air, and a thick finger energy tore through the air. The Moon Maiden revealed a look of surprise, but she did not stop her attack. Kaboom! Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and flames roiled. The finger energy collided with the Moon Maiden's hands. The Moon Maiden did not have a weapon in her hands, only her hands that seemed like fine jade. But at this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger had pierced a small hole in them, and black mist began to seep out. The gigantic primordial golden dragon coiled around the sealed space and stared at the Moon Lady opposite it. His opponent had not been defeated. Nor had she died. But unlike a true Heaven Realm martial artist, this sort of energy body could not be healed after being injured. The small hole in her hands was constantly releasing black mist, which was absorbed by Ling Xiao. Both parties engaged in a life-and-death battle in the narrow space. But in the process of this battle, Ling Xiao's strength was constantly increasing, while the Moon Maiden's strength was constantly decreasing. Finally, after tens of thousands of moves, a second dragon scale lit up on Ling Xiao's body. The Moon Maiden on the other side had also completely disappeared. Whoosh! After defeating the Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao directly lay on the ground, his body weak and powerless. Now, even an ordinary child could easily capture him. Of course, it was impossible to kill him. Even if he stood there and led a half-step heavenly venerable attack continuously, his defense could not be broken, let alone an ordinary person. A Heaven Realm martial artist with an obvious weakness is already so terrifying. If she had no weakness, I would be dead for sure. Ling Xiao was still self-aware. He would not be so excited just because he won this battle that he forgot everything. He knew very well that he still had a long way to go. The strength of a Heaven Pulse martial artist in the embryonic stage had already accumulated to the peak. Although there was no breakthrough, it was still not bad. As for the rest of the road, he felt that there was no chance. Now that he met a one-line sky martial artist, what was next, he could not help but smile bitterly. But in the next moment, the danger he imagined did not come. At the end of the secret passage, two paths appeared. One was 9 deaths, 1 life, the other was 10 deaths, 1 life. According to Ling Xiao's understanding, this was the gate of life and the gate of death. He had heard that in the past few hundred years, countless martial artists had come to the true Devil Forbidden area, but the only one who had truly opened the gate of life and death was the Holy Sun. How many people would there be this time? Ling Xiao activated his mountain river martial spirit and looked into the distance. He found that there were only 5 people left standing in front of the gate of life and death. Profound Fire Sex Xianxia. Gu King Sex Li Yudao. Beast King Palaces Ing Wuya. Heavenly King Sex Xianxia. Sky Dragon Academy's Feng Yarao. After a round of elimination, Army Breaker and Fatty Blue, who were still there just now, were also kicked out of the true Devil Forbidden area. But even so, including Ling Xiao, there were 6 people who saw the gate of life and death at the same time. This could be considered a rare occurrence. And the 6 people left were all lunatics. facing the 9 deaths gate of life and 10 deaths, 1 life gate of death. They all chose the latter. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. Sure enough, although lunatics died quickly, once they succeeded, their cultivation improved the fastest. No one knew what the former Holy Sun chose, because she never told anyone. She only said that behind the gate of life, there might be something you dreamed of. Martial arts, magic treasure, or something else. To a martial artist, this was probably what they could only dream of. However, treasures had always been obtained by those with strength, and good treasures were even more so. Even if you found it, it depended on whether you had the ability to take it out of the true devil forbidden area. Although there were only 6 martial artists left, they were all people who had their own fortuitous encounters. None of them were ordinary people. It would be very difficult to take all the treasures. Even if you wanted to get 1 or 2, it depended on whether you had the strength. It would be best if I could find materials to refine treasure-grade artifact into immortal-grade artifact. Ling Xiao secretly thought. The reason why he hasn't upgraded his swords to immortal-grade artifact was not because he was unwilling, but because he didn't have enough materials. Just immortal-grade artifact wasn't enough, he also needed a very special material, fusion stone. Fusing stones were very precious. Even the lowest grade of fusing stone was priceless. Therefore, it was almost impossible to buy one. But True Devil Forbidden Zone was the ruins of the former True Devil Empire, so the chances of having a fusion stone were very high. A low-grade fusion stone, together with an immortal-grade artifact, could upgrade Ling Xiao's sword from treasure-grade artifact to immortal-grade artifact. This was definitely what he needed the most right now. On the other hand, he didn't need martial arts manuals, elixirs, and the like so urgently. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao, like the other 5, stepped into the death door that was sure to lead to certain death. In fact, the so-called death gate was only relative, because a person's fate was the most illusory thing, even the heavens couldn't grasp it, let alone a mere True Devil Forbidden Zone. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the gate of death, the rest of them followed suit. Li Yudao looked at the space behind the death gate and sneered, for 1,000 years, only the Holy Sun had entered here. I, Li Yudao, am the second person after the Holy Sun, hee, all the treasures are mine. At the same time, Yan Liehua also arrived behind the death gate. In the end, when facing the Heaven Realm opponent, his whole body was almost smashed, and he only survived by relying on the true fire given to him by the sect. Of course, he wouldn't give up on the final path that he worked so hard to obtain. Whoever dared to block his path, he would kill them, no matter who it was. Of course, there were 3 other people who survived by using artifact or secret technique, Ying Wuya, Feng Yarao, and Yiqian Shui. Their strength had a very terrifying increase, and all of them wanted to obtain the final treasure. At this point, the position of one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty was already within reach. How could they give it up so easily? The 6 of them had entered this place from different doors, so they didn't have the chance to meet at first. However, if it was for treasures, it was only a matter of time before they met. Originally, the reason why the True Devil Imperial set up such a place was to select the most outstanding warriors. Now, it was the same. Perhaps there was only one person who could persevere until the end. It was still uncertain who this person was. At the same time, outside the True Devil Forbidden Land, the Heavenly King's Gate, Profound Fire Sect, Gu King Sect, Beast King Palace, Yuehua School, and Sky Dragon Institute's people were extremely nervous. Because the preliminaries of the True Devil Forbidden Area had not ended, it meant that at least one of the remaining 6 people was still alive. Or maybe all 6 of them were still alive. There was no doubt that whoever could walk out in the end would become the number 1 person under the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Boom, suddenly, a rainbow-colored light shot out from the True Devil Forbidden Area. This was the light of a treasure. The treasure has appeared. Who will obtain it? Everyone's heart became even more nervous. After Ling Xiao stepped into the gate of death, he walked for a while, but he didn't encounter any danger. Just as he was wondering why the gate of death was so safe. Suddenly, a wave of energy fluctuation came from the front. He hurriedly used his movement technique to rush over. The 6 of them had all entered this final place, but the first to discover the treasure was Ling Xiao. This was normal. Because Ling Xiao had an ability that others didn't have. He accelerated to the place where the fluctuation came from. This fluctuation wasn't very obvious inside, so only the warriors within 100 meters could sense it. When Ling Xiao arrived, there was no one else. He noticed that it was a box floating in the air, shining with a golden light. From the outside, he couldn't see what was inside. Even with the Mountain River Martial Spirit's analysis ability, he couldn't see it. This wasn't because the Mountain River Martial Spirit was weak, but because Ling Xiao's cultivation was too low. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to see it. No matter what it is, since it appeared here, it must be a treasure. I can't miss it. Ling Xiao smiled in his heart. In this world, there were no useless treasures. As long as he obtained it, even if he used it to exchange with others, it would still be very valuable. He leaped up, but the moment he was in the air, he suddenly flew back to his original position. Almost in an instant, a fine mesh of interweaving light appeared in front of him. A corner of his clothes was touched by this mesh and was directly cut into pieces. It's really not that easy to get it. Ling Xiao now understood why this place was called the Gate of Death. Because when people's eyes were focused on the treasure, they would easily forget about the dangers around them. At this time, no matter how strong you were, you could fail miserably. However, to me, this is still a piece of cake. Ling Xiao was now very glad that he had spent a lot of time studying arrays and formations. Otherwise, when he encountered such a situation today, he could only use a stupid method to keep trying. Not only would the success rate be very low, but the danger would also be very high. Just as he was about to break the array, another figure appeared at the other entrance. It was Ying Wuya. When Ying Wuya saw Ling Xiao, he was a little surprised at first. Then, he became excited and laughed wildly. He was surprised that Ling Xiao could also reach this step. However, this was also what he wanted to see. He had always wanted to defeat Ling Xiao. Although this kind of defeat wasn't killing, and it wasn't like the hatred with Chen Meng, it was like an inner demon that tormented him all day long, making him feel very uncomfortable. Today's encounter here was an opportunity for him. I can give you the box, but you have to fight with me, Ying Wuya said coldly. Ling Xiao sighed and said, looks like you've already broken through to the half-step heavenly venerate level with 90% of your strength. However, with your cultivation, it's impossible for you to break through the final checkpoint guarded by the celestial realm martial artist. Then, there is only one possibility. You have perfectly mastered the golden-winged rock martial soul and even learned the transformation fighting method from your senior brother Decepticons. As expected of Ling Xiao, nothing can be hidden from you. Ying Wuya was a little shocked. In front of Ling Xiao, he was like a naked man, as if all his secrets could not be concealed. However, after a while, he returned to his cold demeanor and his body began to change. 10th form? Ling Xiao couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Good. Your senior brother Decepticons worked hard to cultivate this transformation form, and now he is only in the 4th form. However, you have actually advanced to the 10th form in such a short time. Amazing. Since you know how powerful this transformation form is, then fight with me. I can give up the box, but I must defeat you, Ying Wuya said through gritted teeth. You can't win against me. Ling Xiao shook his head. Who knows if we haven't fought? Ying Wuya snorted coldly and said, Ling Xiao, you wouldn't be scared, right? Since that's the case, I'll let you experience my current strength. Ling Xiao was somewhat annoyed by this annoying Ying Wuya. He needed to spend some time to break the array, so he could not be disturbed by this person. So he might as well get rid of this guy. Come. Ying Wuya's aura suddenly increased as he entered the golden-winged rock form, looking extremely powerful. Ling Xiao sighed. He did not use the trace of Heaven Yuan Qi that he had recovered, but entered the first human dragon form. Then, he pointed out a finger. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. The moment Ying Wuya saw Ling Xiao transform, he was already indescribably shocked. When this finger attack came, he was even more terrified. Without any ability to resist, his protective Jin Yuan was pierced through like paper, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. Plop, Ying Wuya knelt on the ground. His face was filled with tears. In order to defeat Ling Xiao, he had charged into the chaotic beast path, causing him to lose an eye and lose an arm. But now, facing Ling Xiao, He was even worse than when he was in the three-sex martial competition. He was filled with grief, despair, and could not see any hope of survival. Ling Xiao looked at Ying Wuya and said softly, "Those who have been surpassed by me will never be able to surpass me again. The gap between you and me will only get bigger and bigger. If you can't even accept this, then you should really choose to kill yourself. Perhaps that would be better." After saying this, he no longer cared about Ying Wuya, but turned around to break the array. Although the array here was exquisite, it was not worth mentioning to him. After a moment, the array was broken. He opened the golden box, but was slightly disappointed. It was a martial arts manual. And it was a martial arts manual that was extremely suitable for Ying Wuya. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. "Ying Wuya, your luck is really not bad. This is a precious jade grade martial art golden rock claw. To be honest, even I want to take it for myself. However, I have no use for it. I can give it to you, but you have to exchange it with something of equal value. Otherwise, I can only exchange it with someone else." This guy was really cunning. Actually, he had already copied the golden rock claw technique. Even if he gave it to Ying Wuya, he still had another one. Besides, this thing was really useless to him. If he could exchange it for something useful to him, then it would be worth it. At this moment, Ying Wuya had already awakened from his slumber. He had experienced a lot in order to get to where he was today. It was impossible for him to choose suicide because of such a blow. "I'll do it." Without any hesitation, he threw a storage ring to Ling Xiao. He said, "There aren't many things inside, but there are over 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 jade-grade martial arts manuals, 10 gold-grade martial arts manuals, and many herbs. Each herb is worth around 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is this enough?" Ling Xiao took the storage ring and scanned it with his soul power. He couldn't help but smile. Getting so many things for free, it was not a loss. This Ying Wuya was really a decisive person. He knew when to give up. "Here you go." Ling Xiao threw the martial arts manual to Ying Wuya. After Ying Wuya received it, he glanced at it, and said excitedly, "Many thanks, Brother Ling." "What did you call me? Brother Ling, you don't hate me anymore?" Ling Xiao was a little surprised. "I just thought it through. There is no deep hatred between us. I just don't want to accept you. Next, I will use you as my goal and chase after you. Even if I can't catch up, even if you widen the gap, I will try my best not to make this gap too big." Ying Wuya's thoughts were finally clear. Without the interference of his inner demons, his thoughts became extremely clear. "Congratulations, you are a sensible person. One less enemy was better than one more." Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who planned to be enemies with the world. Since Ying Wuya had thought it through, it was easy to handle. "Brother Ling, be careful. I'm already very satisfied to be able to obtain this precious jade-grade martial art." As he spoke, Ying Wuya took out a secret scroll. It was the thing to lead the true devil forbidden land. He knew that 6 people entered the gate of death, so there should be 6 treasures. He already got one, so there was no need to be greedy. From the battle with Ling Xiao, he knew that his strength was still far from enough. If he continued, he might die. So he naturally chose to leave. Ling Xiao watched as Ying Wuya crushed the scroll and his body turned into a streak of light before disappearing. Ling Xiao did not stop him. With Ying Wuya gone, there was one less person in the way. It was not a bad thing for him. Outside the true devil forbidden land. "Look, senior brother Ying is back." Shi Jiao was the first to notice Ying Wuya and shouted excitedly. Although Ying Wuya was very tired, his face was filled with a slight smile. The people of the Beast King Palace quickly brought Ying Wuya to the camp to rest. Shi Jiao asked excitedly, "Senior brother Ying, you killed that Ling Xiao, right?" Because she was excited, she did not care about the Yuehua school's camp. Her voice was so loud that everyone present could hear it clearly. "Killed him?" Ying Wuya shook his head. "Brother Ling and I have no enmity between us. Why would I kill him? I was able to come out alive this time because he did not kill me." Shi Jiao was stunned. "Shi Jiao, I'm afraid I can't help you take revenge for Ling Xiao. He did not kill me and also helped me. From now on, there is no enmity between me and Ling Xiao. Ying Wuya glanced at Shi Jiao and sighed. He knew that Shi Jiao hated Ling Xiao very much, but he would not help her. On the other side, the people of the Yuehua school all sighed in relief when they heard this. Although they did not know what had happened inside, they were sure that Ling Xiao was not dead. Ling Xiao was indeed not dead. After leaving the first treasure location, he continued to move forward. Just as Ying Wuya had guessed, there were a total of 6 treasures behind the Gate of Death. Ling Xiao had already found all of them using the mountain river map. Now, he was moving toward the second treasure that was closest to him. If not for the fact that he was worried about encountering traps or formations on the way, he would have moved even faster. After all, Ling Xiao could not obtain all 6 treasures at the same time by himself. So, just as he was approaching the second treasure, he found another treasure in another place. This was a cold pond. In the cold pond, there was a sharp spear. The spear did not seem to be frozen at all. Instead, it was filled with a fiery light. Needless to say, this spear was at least an immortal-grade treasure. At this time, there were 2 people who had arrived. Profound Fire Sect Xianxia and Heavenly King Sect Xianxia. Xianxia, my abstruse fire sect focuses on fire attribute cultivation methods, and I also cultivate this cultivation method. This blazing spear is obviously the most suitable weapon for me. Why don't you give it to me? Yan Liehua looked at Xianxia and said. He was a little excited and could feel his breathing speed up. Impossible. Xianxia simply said. Xianxia, I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you had, but if you want to fight with me for this treasure, you'll lose your life. Yan Liehua's True Yuan suddenly erupted and the crimson True Yuan melted the ice crystals in the cold pond. This terrifying power was simply too frightening. Under such pressure, Xianxia smiled indifferently and said, That's right, I don't use the spear, but I want all the treasures. Yan Liehua said coldly, Looks like you really want to die. Don't think that just because you're from the Heavenly King sect, I won't dare to touch you. Cut the crap, if you want to fight, I'll give you a big surprise. Xianxia smiled coldly, his smile was evil and sinister. Their ranking and cultivation were originally on par. Now that Xianxia had obtained the ghost eye, he was confident that he could beat Yan Liehua. Thus, he refused to back down and insisted on competing with Yan Liehua. Moreover, the treasure was either an immortal or divine artifact. Even if he didn't use it, he could still use it to refine other treasures. The temptation of this treasure was still shocking to him. Courting death. Although Yan Liehua wasn't as bloodthirsty as Tang Jiao and Li Yudao, as a martial artist of the abstruse fire sect, he would never be soft-hearted. He was originally afraid of Xianxia being from the Heavenly King sect, so he didn't want to fight. But now, he couldn't just hand over the treasure he had just obtained. On his hands, raging flames surged, he had already developed a strong killing intent. As long as he killed Xianxia, no one would know what happened here, so he didn't have to worry. In an instant, a crimson-red palm print blasted out, like a huge millstone in the air. Ghost Eye, destroy. Naturally, Xianxia also felt Yan Liehua's killing intent. The moment Yan Liehua attacked, he also moved. The ghost eye on his forehead suddenly opened, and a red ray of light shot out, instantly blocking the crimson palm print. Bang bang bang, the 2 sides began to fight near the cold pond. Terrifying chi collided with each other, and then sputtered in all directions. Within the cold pond, ice pieces danced in the air, and it was abnormally cold. Humph, I was wondering what it was. So, you've also obtained a heaven's eye similar to Mo Wushang's. Looks like I can't keep you around. The ice shattered, and Yan Liehua seemed to have turned into a fire god. His entire body emitted scarlet flames. Then, both of his palms struck out continuously. Flaming storm palm. The palm wind shattered the air, creating a terrifying roar of wind and thunder. As far as the eye could see, the area around the cold pond was ablaze with flames and a crimson storm was wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Terrifying palm imprints were constantly blasting out from the storm, enveloping Xianxia from all directions, trying to kill him. This scene was like an inescapable net, leaving Xianxia with no way to escape. Xianxia sneered, Yan Liehua, although your moves are powerful, you haven't improved at all. If this is the limit of your skills, then you'll die here today. After saying that, the ghost eye on his forehead emitted an even more glaring red light. Ghost eye, 5 ghosts move mountain. Suddenly, 5 ugly giant humanoid monsters appeared. Although their appearances were ugly, they seemed to be real. They didn't seem to be illusory creatures formed by true essence or soul power. These 5 monsters lifted a huge mountain and smashed it directly at Yan Liehua. It's probably because I, Yan Liehua, have been keeping a low profile recently that no one has taken me seriously. Today, I'll make you understand the consequences of underestimating me, Yan Liehua. Yan Liehua was naturally fearless in the face of such a powerful attack. His true essence gushed out, and his palms struck out continuously, clashing with Xianxia. Of these two, one was a disciple of the abstruse fire sect. He had always been hot-tempered and would kill at the slightest provocation. Therefore, few in the Sky Dragon continent dared to provoke him. The other was a disciple of the Heavenly King sect. He had always been domineering and would destroy anyone he disliked. He was even more arrogant than the abstruse fire sect. No one dared to offend him. Now that the two outstanding inner disciples of these two sects were fighting each other, it was a battle that caused the sky to darken. The ghost eyes and the crimson flames turned the cold pond into a scorching hell. If these two continued to fight, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to determine the winner. However, at this moment, there was a change in the battlefield. The red spear in the cold pond seemed to have sensed the familiar feeling from Yan Liehua and flew towards him. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, you're dead. Meet. With the spear in hand, Yan Liehua was like a god. He shook the spear and stabbed at Xianxia again. This time, the power was several times stronger than before. Flaming Storm Spear. It was the same move, but the power was 2 to 3 times stronger. The reason why Yan Liehua risked his life to get this spear was because his precious jade grade martial art was actually a spear art. Because he didn't have a suitable weapon, he could only barely use it in the form of a palm art. Unfortunately, the power was greatly reduced. Beheading blood. Within the flaming storm, the spear shadows gathered and turned into a storm of spears. Kacha, Xianxia's protective Jin Yuan was pierced through by the spear. The 5 ghosts move mountain was also destroyed. His third eye was bleeding. Damn it, Yan Liehua, just you wait. Don't let me see you again. Xianxia had just obtained the ghost eye and hadn't fully familiarized himself with it. He could have fought to a draw with Yan Liehua, or even won. However, Yan Liehua had obtained the red flame spear at this crucial moment, causing him to be at a disadvantage. He was a smart person and naturally didn't want to continue fighting with Yan Liehua. He turned and fled. Do you think you can run? Yan Liehua didn't want Xianxia to lose and chased after him. Yan Liehua, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ghost Eye, Ghost King Peerless, more blood flowed out of the eye on his forehead, but the blood-red light was equally shocking. A terrifying soul power formed a huge ghost shadow in front of Xianxia. A huge hand slapped down, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Boom, boom. Boom, Yan Liehua, who was in the midst of his pursuit, was sent flying by this huge palm, leaving behind a trail of blood in the air. Xianxia, just you wait. Once I master this red flame spear, it will be your death. Yan Liehua finally understood how terrifying Xianxia's ghost eye was. He turned and leaped a few times, disappearing into the distance. Xianxia didn't dare to chase because he was also on the verge of collapse. Yan Liehua, once we get out, I'll kill you to vent my anger. But first, I have to get the treasure. Xianxia found a place to heal himself. Yan Liehua, on the other hand, crushed the secret scroll and left the true devil forbidden zone. He was heavily injured by Xianxia and won't be able to recover immediately like before. If this continues, he'll be in trouble. Although he doesn't know how many cultivators are in the Death Gate, it's definitely more than one. If he meets someone else in this state, he'll be in trouble. Because those who can enter the Death Gate are definitely not ordinary people. 6 treasures, 1 was sold to Ing Wuyao by Ling Xiao and 1 was obtained by Yan Liehua. Only 4 treasures are left. Ling Xiao, Feng Yaorao, Xianxia, and Liu Dao are still in the Death Gate. About 2 hours have passed. This damn place seems close, but it's actually like a maze. Even if Ling Xiao has the mountain river map and carefully follows the map, he still needs to spend a lot of time. Finally, he arrived at the location of another treasure. This is a volcano, and it's a volcano that's erupting. Needless to say, this is a scene created by an array. It's no different from a real volcano, and its power is just as terrifying. Above the volcano, there's a huge fireball floating. Inside the fireball, there's an intense energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation is exactly the same as the one from the secret scroll. I hope it's a fusion stone. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He doesn't need anything else but a fusion stone. He can't see what's inside the fireball, so he can only look forward to it. Moreover, he had a feeling that the 6 treasures here should correspond to the 6 people who had entered this place. When True Devil Empire trained their generals, they must choose treasures that are more suitable for them. Otherwise, if the treasures aren't suitable, then there's no point. It's the same situation now. Ying Wuya's Golden Rock Claw and Yan Liehua's Crimson Flame Spear are suitable for them. Therefore, Ling Xiao feels that one of the 6 treasures is suitable for him. Even if it's not a fusion stone, it's definitely something he can use. No matter what it is, let's get it first. Ling Xiao looked at the fireball and casually picked up a rock and threw it over. Puff, when the stone flew halfway, it suddenly exploded and turned into fragments. Moreover, there were some sparks on it. As expected, there is indeed a mechanism here. Ling Xiao smiled and began to crack the mechanism. The mechanism was only the embryonic form of an array formation. It was much simpler than deciphering the array formation. In less than 3 minutes, Ling Xiao had already solved the problem. Then, he soared into the air and pounced towards the fireball. Naturally, such a small temperature would not cause any harm to him. Bang, just as he rose into the air, a golden ray of light shot towards him. It was a small golden bug that looked extremely ugly. But it was very dangerous. Before he even got close, Ling Xiao's entire body felt a huge threat. His muscles contracted as he prepared to face this terrifying sneak attack. Facing the sudden attack, Ling Xiao didn't even look at it. He just shot out a chi sword as if it was a conditioned reflex. Then, his body continued to fly forward and shattered the fireball. Inside the fireball, there was not a fusion stone, but a Heaven Pulse elixir. This elixir could only be used by Heaven Pulse martial artists. It could accelerate the formation of Heaven Pulse and then completely transform True Core Force into Heaven Essence Force. One must know that Ling Xiao only used a trace of Heaven Essence Force and could instantly kill a Heaven Pulse martial artist in the growth stage. If all of his True Core Force was transformed into Heaven Essence Force, he was confident that he could defeat a one-line sky martial artist. Grabbing the Heaven Pulse elixir in his hand and throwing it into the storage ring, Ling Xiao turned to look at the person who attacked him. Li Yudao, you're courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold and there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. When he was fighting with Tang Jiu, Li Yudao said that he would kill him. But after all, it was just a sentence, so he didn't take it seriously. But this time, Li Yudao actually used the golden silkworm goo to deal with him. This was clearly to kill him. If his soul power was not strong enough to detect the presence of the golden silkworm goo in advance, this attack would definitely be able to severely injure him, even if it could not kill him. At that time, he would be directly thrown into the boiling magma, and there would be nothing left of him. He, you're still so arrogant when you're about to die. Don't think that you're invincible just because you killed Tangjio with a sneak attack. Hand over the Heaven Pulse elixir, and I'll leave your corpse intact. I can even make you into my goo puppet and make you work for me. Li Yudao revealed a sinister expression. Although Ling Xiao had broken his sneak attack with a single strike, he was actually not surprised. In order to not be discovered by Ling Xiao, he did not use much True Core Force in the attack just now. It was only 20 to 30%. The purpose was to knock Ling Xiao into the volcano, so he did not have to do it himself. Now that Ling Xiao was not dead, he was still confident that he could kill Ling Xiao. You're quite arrogant. You want me to give you what I got? Why? Ling Xiao was amused by Li Yudao's words. Because I'm stronger than you. Li Yudao was full of confidence. Before entering the True Devil Forbidden Area, he really did not put Ling Xiao in his eyes. Now that this guy's cultivation had increased slightly, he was so arrogant. It seemed that if he did not teach this kid a lesson, he would have lived in vain. Give me what I want, and you'll die, but I'll leave your corpse intact. If you don't give me what I want, you'll still die, but you'll be bitten to death by my insects, or you'll become my human-shaped puppet. Choose for yourself. Li Yudao secretly began to gather his strength. He said this deliberately to make Ling Xiao careless. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would agree to such harsh conditions. Aren't you worried that I'll escape with a secret technique scroll? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. If you dare to escape, I'll specifically find people from your Yuehua school and kill them. I'll kill them until there's no one left in your sect. Li Yudao sinisterly threatened. Fine. Since you've said this much, then don't even think about leaving here alive. Ling Xiao did not like others using his sect's people to threaten him. Li Yudao not only wanted to kill him, but also wanted to kill his sect's people. This made him very unhappy. The consequences of being unhappy were very serious. Since you're not willing to cooperate, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Yudao had already gathered enough strength to attack. He had been eyeing Ling Xiao covetously for a long time. Right now, he was only releasing the moves that he had prepared. I killed Tangjiu before. Perhaps you're not convinced. Then I'll kill you as well and completely sever the three southern sects' delusions of our Yuehua school. Previously, when Ling Xiao had gone to the capital of Northern Han, he had learned that the three southern sects had colluded with the crown prince of Northern Han, Zhao Yu, in an attempt to destroy the Yuehua school and Beast King Palace. Although he had overheard that the three southern sects were colluding with the Sword King sect to destroy the Yuehua school and the Beast King Palace, it was most likely true since Zhao Yu was involved, and there was also that grief. He was already very unhappy with Li Yudao, and thinking about what had happened before, he was afraid that if he did not kill this person, there would be endless trouble in the future. Perhaps Ling Xiao did not have more than a 60% chance of winning against Li Yudao before. However, now that his cultivation had improved greatly, he could firmly suppress Li Yudao. He did not even need to enter his human dragon form to deal with him easily. It was a pity that Li Yudao did not know that his cultivation had improved greatly in a short time. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly come to find trouble with him alone. At the very least, he would have found a helper to deal with him. It seems that you really want to die. Goo poison divine palm. Li Yudao's eyes flashed with a gloomy black light as he suddenly blasted out a palm. The air was filled with a pungent smell. A purple-black true essence hand broke through the air and directly covered Ling Xiao. The poison contained in it was so strong that ordinary half-step heavenly venerables would be powerless after smelling it. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary half-step heavenly venerate. He was a heavenly vein martial artist. Insignificant skill. Ling Xiao pointed out with a calm expression. A chi sword broke through the air and hit the weakest point of the goo poison divine palm. Smack, although it wasn't strong, it easily shattered the strange hand formed from true essence. This kid is really difficult to deal with. Only then did Li Yudao realize that Ling Xiao was not easy to deal with. In front of this kid, he really could not expose even the slightest flaw. Even if it was a flaw in his martial arts, he had to completely hide it. Otherwise, his opponent would definitely seize the opportunity to attack him in one fell swoop. Humph, no wonder you are so arrogant. Let's see how you break my golden silkworm divine goo. Li Yudao sneered. Golden light shone brightly behind him. A huge golden silkworm goo opened its mouth and spat out countless smaller golden silkworm goo. Each of them was extremely fast. It would have been fine if they were just fast, but the most surprising thing was that each of these golden lights was approaching Ling Xiao in a strange way, as if they were progressively approaching him, instead of attacking in a straight line. Not only were their trajectories illusory, but they were also very strange. It's still a small trick. What can you do to me? I'll break it for you. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His two hands danced, but he did not draw his sword. Of the 9 meridians chi sword, the one with the widest killing range, the rising sun sword radiance, was instantly displayed. A golden sun rose above Ling Xiao's head, and then 10,000 golden rays shot towards the countless golden silkworm goo. Not only did the golden light contain the terrifying will of slaughter, but it also contained the powerful will of mountains and rivers. Golden silkworm goo was also a living being, but it was a special living being. Facing the pressure of the will of the mountains and rivers, he actually paused for a moment. It was this moment of pause that the sword radiance took advantage of. One by one, their bodies were pierced through, turning into golden specks of light and disappearing. Not only that, the sword radiance that spread out was still unstoppable, enveloping Li Yudao. The fierce battle here did not stop. Outside the True Devil Forbidden area, the atmosphere was also very tense. As Xianxia and Yan Liehua were eliminated one after another, the restless sects erupted like a volcano that had just been awakened by a heavy thunderfire bomb. Discussions and quarrels rose one after another. Everyone was discussing what exactly had happened inside. On the side of the three southern sects, the faces of the three sect leaders were not looking good. In the capital of Northern Han, Ling Xiao killed the chief core disciple of the Poison King sect. In the True Devil Forbidden area, Ling Xiao killed the chief core disciple of the Tang sect, Tang Jiu. And now, Li Yudao still had not come out. Whether he was dead or alive, this made people extremely worried. Li Yudao can't be dead, right? His strength shouldn't be as strong as Yan Liehua. Yan Liehua was eliminated, can he still persist? It's hard to say. Among those who have not come out, there are only 4 people left. I think that Xianxia and Feng Yarao could have killed Li Yudao. Ling Xiao also hasn't come out. But he doesn't have the strength. It won't be easy to sneak attack him. After all, he killed Tang Jiu. Li Yudao will definitely be on guard. If it's really Ling Xiao, our 3 southern sects will completely flatten that Yuehua school even if we have to risk our lives. The Gu King sect leader coldly snorted. His voice was very loud, deliberately for others to hear. If the chief core disciples of the 3 southern sects were to die in the hands of Ling Xiao, it would be hard to quell their anger if this Ling Xiao didn't die. Therefore, no matter who came to stop them, it would be impossible to quell their anger. The 3 southern sects are really going to be angered to death. I think Li Yudao really died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Why? That Ling Xiao is very cunning. Although he's not as strong as Li Yudao, it's because of this that he's not easy to notice. It's easy to sneak attack him. Don't be funny. Maybe Li Yudao is chasing after Ling Xiao. That's also possible. I'm really looking forward to the final result. When will it end? At the Yuehua school's side. Lan Yu'er couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, listening to Ing Wuya, junior brother Ling is definitely fine. Moreover, his strength has greatly increased. The chances of him killing Li Yudao are very high. We have to be prepared to fight with the 3 southern sections. Yes, Li Yudao is also a bloodthirsty person. It's impossible for him to not attack Ling Xiao. In this way, the 2 of them will inevitably fight. At that time, we'll see if both of them die or escape with a secret scroll. Golden Ray Tianzuan also sighed with emotion. Before coming here, he really didn't expect that the disciples of the Yuehua school could hold on until now. This had already broken the previous record. If this continues, they might really compete for the position of one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Once the battle begins, it won't stop until one of us dies. Escaping is impossible. Wu Xiang sighed and said, there are certain conditions for using secret technique scrolls. In a combat state, it's impossible to use the escape scroll, and there's not enough time. This is also why some disciples have secret technique scrolls but still died inside. How can this be? Isn't senior brother Ling in danger? Dai Yuling said worriedly. No, I'm afraid that Li Yudao is the one in danger. If he really provokes Ling Xiao, he'll definitely die. You all should be prepared. Perhaps after the preliminaries, there will be a bloody battle. Wu Xiang reminded. Everyone nodded. Now that things have come to this, they can only unite and resist the foreign enemy. In any case, this battle will happen sooner or later. It's better to come early than late. As long as the 3 southern sects are defeated, the Yuehua school will dominate the entire eastern and southern regions. Even northern Han will be completely controlled by the Yuehua school. This is extremely beneficial to the development of the Yuehua school in the future. The higher-ups of the Sword King sect had also been paying attention to the movements of the Yuehua school. They didn't leave because they were waiting for Ling Xiao to come out. Master, could it be that Ling Xiao was killed by Li Yudao inside? That would be retribution. Chen Meng said. Chen Nanqing shook his head and said, when Jian Feng was eliminated, he said that he felt Ling Zhao's aura. That kid shouldn't be dead. What's more, Ying Wuya from the Beast King Palace also said that he saw Ling Xiao. This shouldn't be false. That kid is probably searching for treasures now. Treasures? Chen Meng and Jian Feng were a little confused. They didn't make it to the final checkpoint. Jian Feng was defeated by a Heaven Realm cultivator. He was slightly better than Chen Meng, but he still stopped there. Yes. It's rumored that if you defeat the last Heaven Realm cultivator, you can open the Gate of Life and Death. If you choose to enter the Gate of Life and Death, you can get a precious treasure. Chen Nanqing pondered and said, among the treasures inside, the worst martial arts manuals are at least precious jade-grade martial arts, which are considered the most precious treasures of the 12 sections. The worst weapons are at least immortal-grade artifacts, and if you are lucky, you might even get a divine-grade artifact. How can this be? Each person gets one treasure. 6 people get 6 treasures? I just saw Yan Liehua come out with a long spear. He should have gotten a treasure. The remaining 5 treasures won't be taken away by the others inside, right? Chen Meng said nervously. Chen Nanqing frowned and said, it doesn't matter if others get it. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao will get it. He's only a transcendent realm cultivator, but he made our Sword King sect suffer. If we let him grow, I'm afraid our Sword King sect will be completely finished. Then what should we do? Chen Meng was anxious. The strength of the Sword King sect is not as simple as it looks. Our Hall of Assassins is not to be trifled with. The few elders of the Hall of Assassins all cultivate sword techniques that can kill people. If this brat comes out alive this time, we must send all of them to kill him. When mentioning the Sword King sect's Hall of Assassins, many martial artists were terrified. It was said that there were a total of 5 elders in the Sword King sect's Hall of Assassins and all of them cultivated slaughter sword techniques. Their sword moves were all extremely vicious, and all of them were Celestial Realm experts. One of them was enough to make Ling Xiao die without a burial ground. This time, Chen Nanqing planned to send out 5 people. He really thought that Ling Xiao was a difficult opponent to deal with. The Hall of Assassins was also the Sword King sect's final trump card. Once these 5 people died, the Sword King sect would not be far from destruction. The reason why the people of Jianhu feared the Sword King sect was not because of Chen Nanqing, but because of these 5 people. These 5 people were not as strong as Chen Nanqing, but they were elusive and hard to track. If you offended them, you might not be able to sleep or eat in peace. Inside the True Devil Forbidden area, Ling Xiao did not know about the plans of the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect. He was currently dealing with Li Yudao with all his might. Li Yudao's growth surprised him a little. This guy seemed to have had some kind of fortuitous encounter on his previous journey. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grow to his current level. The one who was even more surprised than him was actually Li Yudao. Li Yudao never thought that after his strength had increased greatly and he had become a heaven-vein martial artist, he would still be unable to defeat Ling Xiao. Instead, he was being suppressed everywhere. How was this possible? He found it hard to believe. Seeing Ling Xiao's terrifying golden sword light coming straight at him, each of the golden light having the power to pierce through metal and shatter rocks, he couldn't help but feel the killing intent in his heart grow even stronger. Ling Xiao's growth made him jealous and made him feel an unprecedented fear. He had to kill Ling Xiao here, or else he would not have the chance in the future. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Ling Xiao was indeed more terrifying than he had imagined. Golden Silkworm Transformation. Break for me. Suddenly, Li Yudao's aura changed. His entire body was wrapped in golden light, and the golden silkworm goo's shadow behind him disappeared. Replacing it was a change in his body. His body actually had 70% of the golden silkworm's appearance, and his strength had also increased by 70%. With just a wave of his palm, the majestic palm force blocked all the sword light. The sword light shattered like glass hitting a rock. Oh? I didn't expect you to have learned the martial spirit transformation technique. Is this the golden silkworm body? And it's the 7th form, it's quite powerful. Ling Xiao's mouth was full of praise, but his heart was filled with disdain. After Li Yudao transformed into the golden silkworm body, his strength increased greatly. But Ling Xiao had seen this transformation more than once. The Decepticons and Ying Wuya had used it before. This seemed to be a special battle method of the animal martial spirit. Ling Xiao's human dragon form was similar to this, but in terms of power, it was obviously stronger. Moreover, he could use the Dragon Clan's martial arts. The rising sun sword light was shattered by Li Yudao's palm force. Li Yudao was unforgiving. With a leap, a pair of thin golden cicada wings flapped rapidly on his back. Terrifying palm force blasted towards Ling Xiao one after another. Those purplish-black palms contained special poisonous insects. If one was imprinted with a palm, it would be very troublesome. However, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly and didn't take it seriously. Human Dragon, First Form. Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger. Dragon Roar. Ling Xiao also entered the human dragon form, but it was only the first form. He felt that it was enough to defeat Li Yudao. After entering the human dragon form, he could use the Heavenly Dragon Divine Finger and Dragon Roar. Similarly, entering the martial spirit transformation, Ling Xiao was obviously more powerful. Facing Li Yudao's palm shadows, not only did he not retreat, but he also took out the Overflow Rain Sword to attack. The Overflow Rain Sword in his hand was breathtaking. In just an instant, the palm shadows that filled the sky were all shattered. Li Yudao only comprehended the martial spirit transformation recently. His mastery of the martial spirit transformation wasn't that outstanding. Facing Ling Xiao's human dragon form, how could he resist? Seeing that his palm shadows were broken, he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, a golden silkworm goo appeared in front of him and used all his strength to defend. Puff, even though he defended with all his might, Li Yudao still spat out a mouthful of black blood. He had clearly suffered serious internal injuries. Just as Ling Xiao was about to give chase and kill Li Yudao, a blood-red light suddenly shot over. Ling Xiao dodged. Although he wasn't injured, he had missed the best opportunity to pursue. Hee, Li Yudao, looks like you're not that capable. You don't even have the qualifications to perish together with this kid. Do you want me to help you? A figure walked out from the darkness. It was the fully recovered Xianxia. He had actually arrived long ago. He originally wanted to wait for Ling Xiao and Li Yudao to both be injured so that he could reap the benefits. However, Ling Xiao's fighting strength was far beyond his expectations. Li Yudao was beaten to the point of spitting out blood in just a few moves. He had no choice but to launch a sneak attack. Unfortunately, the sneak attack didn't succeed. Son of a bitch, Xianxia, you're finally willing to come out? Li Yudao cursed. You really disappoint me, losing so easily. If I didn't intervene, you'd be dead for sure. Xianxia said in disdain. Don't talk like it's easy. Now that this brat has matured, not to mention me, even you can't deal with him. We're about the same. Li Yudao urged the golden silkworm goo to continue defending in front of him, guarding against Ling Xiao's sneak attack, and then looked at Xianxia. Xianxia did not refute Li Yudao's words. He had carefully observed the battle just now. Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying, and it seemed like he had not used up all of his strength yet. If he fought alone, he had no confidence in winning. This was also the reason why he wanted to save Li Yudao, because he wanted to join forces with Li Yudao to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the two people in front of him indifferently. He had already noticed Xianxia's appearance, but he did not want to provoke two people at the same time, so he ignored it and planned to kill Li Yudao first. But Xianxia's sneak attack had completely ignited his killing intent. If such a person could sneak attack him now, there would be many more in the future. He had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. In the mystic world, there was no room for mercy, or the one who would die in the future would be you. He wanted to kill Xianxia. How could Xianxia not want to kill him? In Xianxia's view, this Ling Xiao was too strange. His strength had risen so quickly that even the Holy Sun could not compare to him. No wonder the Holy Sun wanted this brat's life. Now it seemed that this brat could not be left alive, or else he would become a troublemaker in the future. How about joining forces? Xianxia looked at Li Yudao and asked. That's what I was thinking. Li Yudao nodded. Both of them wanted Ling Xiao dead, so they naturally hit it off on this matter. How do we divide the Heaven Pulse elixir? Li Yudao asked again. There was only one heaven pulse elixir, so it was not easy to divide it. Xianxia snorted with disdain, although the heaven pulse pellet is precious, my cultivation method has no use for it. You can have it. Even if I don't want the heaven pulse pellet, I want this Ling Xiao dead. It was not that he didn't need the heaven pulse elixir, but he could give up the heaven pulse elixir to kill Ling Xiao. In any case, excluding this treasure, there were still 3 treasures here. If he gave this to Li Yudao, he could go and snatch the other treasures. Good, that's great. Li Yudao shouted as he took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. His injuries were temporarily suppressed and golden light once again enveloped his body. Xianxia didn't stay idle either. Not only did he recover from his injuries, but his ghost eye's power had also increased. If he encountered Ling Xiao again, he would be able to defeat him. Therefore, he was confident that he could kill Ling Xiao together with Li Yudao. In his ghost eye, a red light flashed as a ferocious ghost king condensed and pounced on Ling Xiao. At the same time, Li Yudao had also pounced on him. A huge True Yuan handprint was filled with an evil purplish-black color. Since you've decided to fight, then there's no going back. Both of you will die here today. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he entered the 10th form of the humanoid dragon. Against these two, it was impossible for him to win in the first form. Swoosh, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky. It was so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut through everything. It was as if a peerless sword had suddenly been unsheathed. Showing off his ability. Lightning phenomenon, advent of the sword demon. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the human-shaped sword chi wrapped in the terrifying power of lightning pounced on the 2 in front of him. 13 human-shaped sword chis targeted at the opponent's weak points to attack, using the least amount of energy to achieve the greatest effect. Boom, the terrifying sword was like a divine sword descending from the heavens. It cut through Li Yudao and Xianxia's attacks and broke their joint attack in one move. Li Yudao's palm shadow dissipated. Xianxia's ghost king collapsed. Their expressions changed. Ling Xiao's sudden increase in strength was completely out of their expectations. Although they felt that Ling Xiao was still holding back, they did not expect him to have such terrifying strength. With just one move, he easily destroyed their joint attack. What kind of freak is this guy? Xianxia, don't hold back. Otherwise, both of us will die here. If we don't get rid of this kid, we'll never have a day of peace. As Li Yudao's voice fell, the golden silkworm body changed again. It entered the 10th form and turned into a human-shaped golden silkworm goo. The 10th form of the martial spirit transformation doubled one's strength. His entire body was emitting a terrifying aura, as if he was an extremely evil demon that stepped out of the abyss. Xianxia did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and the ghost eye on his forehead bled again. But this time it was not the ghost king that appeared. Instead, it was his own body that had undergone a transformation. He had turned into the king of evil ghosts. Ghost eye, ghost transformation. Xianxia was prepared to go all out. He felt that Li Yudao was right. If they could not kill Ling Xiao here, the 2 of them would definitely be the ones to die. Rumble, Li Yudao and Xianxia did not hold back in their joint attack. They used all their trump cards. It could be said that this was the strongest attack they had ever made. The terrifying ghost claw tore through the scorching hot air and slammed towards Ling Xiao with an ancient and sinister aura. At the same time, a huge golden silkworm goo opened its mouth and tore at Ling Xiao. The 2 forces were extremely sinister and resonated in the air. It was even more powerful than their joint attack. Facing such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. The overflow rain sword in his right hand formed the sword demon's descent and attacked with 13 human-shaped sword chi. Bam 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 bam, the huge ghost claw was blocked by the human-shaped sword chi, and it actually stopped in mid-air, unable to advance even half an inch. At this moment, Ling Xiao raised the raging wind sword in his left hand. Shadow sword technique, raging waves of 1,000 layers. The other move also broke through the air. Together with the wind celestial phenomenon, the waves formed by the sword chi were stronger and thicker than ever before. Damn it! Li Yudao did not dare to block the sword. He had used all his true yuan on the attack. This was definitely the time when his defense was at its weakest. Not to mention such a powerful sword move, even an ordinary sword move would be able to kill him. Li Yudao did not have time to think. He actually stopped midway and changed from offense to defense. He wanted to save his life and escape. At this moment, he no longer thought about defeating or killing Ling Xiao. As long as he could save his life, he would turn and run. Pung 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 pung, the terrifying thousand layers wave continued to chase after Li Yudao. Li Yudao's defense crumbled layer by layer and his protective True Yuan was completely shattered. The golden silkworm goo also fell apart. The terrifying sword chi wave swallowed Li Yudao and shredded him into pieces. When Li Yudao retreated, Ye Qianshui was in trouble because he had withdrawn his power. With Li Yudao's power, Ye Qianshui could have fought Ling Zhao's human-shaped sword chi to a standstill. But now that Li Yudao was dead, Ye Qianshui could feel that his power was running out. The human-shaped sword chi easily shattered his ghostly claw. He was so frightened that he quickly ran away. Along the way, he formed a ghost king to block Ling Zhao's pursuit. "Do you think you can escape?" Ling Zhao's voice was like an evil spirit. The human-shaped sword chi easily tore apart the ghost king and pierced through Ye Qianshui's body. "No." Ye Qianshui screamed in fear, "I can't die. I can't die. I just got the ghost eye." "Don't worry, I'll take care of your ghost eye. You don't have to worry about it." Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh and tossed the ghost eye into his mountain river martial spirit. He was going to merge the ghost eye with the Lantern Fish clan's ghost lantern. This way, he would be able to generate more power and perhaps even forge a new martial soul. After all, he needed a martial soul that specialized in soul attacks. Then, he took Li Yudao and Ye Qianshui's storage rings. There were at least 3 million low-grade spiritual stones and 200,000 mid-grade spiritual stones in their storage rings. These were all obtained after entering the True Devil Forbidden Area. He put away the 2 storage rings and heaved a sigh of relief. Even if others suspected that he was the one who killed these 2 people, they would not act rashly without solid evidence. After all, although Ye Qianshui was outstanding, he was only an inner disciple of the Heavenly King sect. He was not even a core disciple. The Heavenly King sect would not go against the Moon Lady for him. As for the Gu King sect, since they were already like fire and water, it did not matter. Once he got out of here, the first thing he had to do was to destroy the prestige of the 3 southern sects and let them fall completely. Outside the True Devil Forbidden Area, 2 rays of light shot out from the huge black tornado, revealing the names and images of 2 people. Li Yudao. Ye Qianshui. They are dead? Only martial artists who were confirmed dead would have such a display. This was also the reason why those who had no news before were confirmed dead. Who is it? Who killed Yudao? Who is it? The Gu King sect master's eyes were almost spitting fire as he roared furiously at the sky. Unfortunately, no one could answer his question. On the other hand, the Heavenly King sect was not as excited. Ye Qianshui's death did come as a surprise to them, but since he couldn't pass the preliminaries, he was just a piece of trash. There was nothing to be surprised about. Of course, if they found out who killed Ye Qianshui, they wouldn't just stand by and watch. They would just kill the culprit. A figure instantly appeared in Ying Wuya's mind. Ling Zhao's strength had long been ingrained in his heart, so he was certain that these 2 people were killed by Ling Xiao. But he wouldn't say it out loud. Firstly, there was no evidence. Secondly, he didn't want to offend Ling Xiao anymore. On the other hand, Yan Liehua was incomparably glad. He chose the Crimson Flame Spear and retreated. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape death. After all, this person was able to kill Ye Qianshui and Li Yudao. Could it be Feng Yaorao? Just as he was guessing, a figure shot out from the crack. Feng Yaorao? It's the Sky Dragon Institute's Feng Yaorao. She should be the last person to come out. Could it be that Ye Qianshui and Li Yudao were killed by her? You can't say that. The True Devil Forbidden Land is filled with danger. Not all deaths are caused by martial artists killing each other, but by the monsters inside. That's true. Feng Yaorao frowned, a helpless expression on her face. She had obtained a treasure. It was a cultivation technique that was suitable for her. She originally planned to continue searching and obtain more treasures, but after seeing Ling Xiao killing Ye Qianshui and Li Yudao, she fell into despair. She immediately used a secret technique scroll and left 6 treasures, 1 for Ing Wuya, 1 for Yan Liehua, 1 for Feng Yaorao. The remaining 3 fell into Ling Xiao's hands. There was no doubt about it. Because Ling Xiao was the only one left in the true Devil Forbidden Land. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Dragon Institute would emerge victorious in this preliminary round. Yeah, Feng Yaorao must have obtained a lot of treasures. I'm afraid she'll be one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty this time. Seeing Feng Yaorao come out, everyone started discussing, feeling that the preliminary round was finally over. Although it was a little unexpected, it wasn't completely out of everyone's expectations. But right at this time, a discordant voice sounded. Something's not right. The time isn't up yet. Also, did you forget someone? No, everyone was confused. Those who could compete with Yan Liehua, Xianxia, and Feng Yaorao were all either dead or eliminated. Who else could it be? That disciple from the Yuehua school. Ling Xiao. Yeah, how could we forget about that kid? His presence is too weak. But that kid, how can he last until the end? I think he's definitely trapped inside. It's not like this hasn't happened before. Yeah, how can a mere Yuehua school have a disciple more outstanding than the Holy Sun? Ridiculous. Ha ha ha, yeah. I might believe it if it's someone else, but forget about the Yuehua school. Almost no one believed that Ling Xiao was still alive. There were only a handful of people who believed that Ling Xiao had killed Li Yudao and Xianxia. Feng Yaorao shook her head inwardly. Bunch of idiots. You guys haven't seen how vicious and terrifying that kid is. If you do, you'll understand that you can't be his enemy. He's too scary. Time passed slowly, and the time of the true Devil Forbidden Land's closure was approaching. Once the Black Dragon Scroll closes, it's impossible to teleport out even if you have a secret scroll. At that time, you'll definitely be trapped inside. If you're lucky, you might have a chance to come out the next time the true Devil Forbidden Land opens. Look. I told you, Ling Xiao must be trapped inside. He's just not dead yet, that's why there's no notification. Yeah, looks like he's really trapped. How could a mere Yuehua school have such a heaven-defying disciple? Yuehua school's side was also worried. Will something really happen to Ling Xiao? Let's wait a little longer. There's still some time before the Black Dragon Scroll closes. Yeah, with senior brother Ling's strength, he won't just sit there and wait for death. Time continued to pass. Finally, the Black Dragon Scroll was almost completely closed. There was only a small gap that was invisible to the naked eye. In the eyes of most people, it was no different from a complete closure. Ha 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 ha, retribution. Ling Xiao killed Tang Jiao. He deserves to be trapped in there. The Tang sect master laughed heartily, and he was extremely elated. This kid finally died in there. This will save us a lot of time. On the Sword King sect's side, Chen Nanqing let out a long breath. Killing Ling Xiao was truly an extremely difficult task. Even if all the people of the Sword King sect's Hall of Assassins were sent out, they could do nothing as long as Ling Xiao hid in the Yuehua school. Now that Ling Xiao was dead, it was actually a very lucky thing for him. No, Ling Xiao won't die. Dai Yuling sobbed. The rest of the people didn't look too good either. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to make any amazing achievements. They just hoped that Ling Xiao would be fine. However, the reality was so cruel. Whoosh, at this moment, the originally closed Black Dragon Scroll suddenly trembled violently, and then a golden light rushed out from the small gap in the scroll. Everyone was stunned. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Astonishment, unbelievable, there were all kinds of expressions. Why are you all looking at me like that? Ling Xiao said slowly with a smile. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to get all the remaining treasures, he wouldn't have taken so long to come out. Among the 3 treasures, one was the Heaven Pulse Elixir. He hadn't taken it yet, but it could help him advance to the mature Heaven Pulse Martial Artist or even the complete Heaven Pulse Martial Artist. The second was a set of martial arts manuals that were very suitable for Heaven Pulse Martial Artists. It was called the Mysterious Art of Tianyuan. It was a set of auxiliary skills. Instead of saying that it was suitable for Heaven Pulse martial artists, it was more accurate to say that it could only be practiced by Heaven Pulse martial artists. This set of martial arts manuals was to transform true core force into Heaven Essence force. It was very useful for Ling Xiao. The third item was the fusion stone that Ling Xiao needed the most. Not only one, but 10 of them. His current weapons were the Thunder Shadow Sword, the Raging Wind Sword, the Overflowing Rain Sword, and the Purple Lightning Sword. As for the Bewildering Mist Sword and Snow Feather Sword, there was no need for them to level up because they were already immortal-grade artifacts. The Ice Dragon Sword Ling Xiao planned to give it to his younger brother Ling Luo. This sword had accompanied him for a very long time. Now, it was basically useless. Keeping it would only serve as a remembrance. It would be better to give it to his younger brother, Ling Luo. At least it would be useful. Of these 3 items, only the fusion stone was created specifically for him. The other 2 items were very useful to everyone. Of course, Ling Xiao kept the 3 treasures in his storage ring and did not take them out. Otherwise, there would be countless pairs of greedy eyes staring at him. Even so, he still became the center of attention. Impossible, this brat actually came out alive. Since he's already out, what else is impossible? Maybe he was the one who killed Xianxia and Li Yudao. Bah. Don't talk nonsense. How could this nobody kill those 2? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Such thoughts were actually the true thoughts of most of the cultivators present. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao had the ability to kill Xianxia and Li Yudao. They would rather believe that those 2 were killed by the traps or monsters in the true devil forbidden grounds. Ling Xiao, you're finally out. Dai Yuling didn't care about her shyness and directly jumped into Ling Xiao's embrace. To be honest, when she saw the black dragon scroll completely closed, she felt as if the entire world had turned dark. It's fine now. Ling Xiao lightly patted Dai Yuling's back. To this emotional idiot, Dai Yuling's feelings were impossible for him to understand. In his eyes, this was the pure love between a younger brother and an older sister. The 2 of them walked to the front of the Yuehua school's camp. Wu Xiang laughed and said, "Kid, you almost scared me to death. If something really happened to you, the Moon Maiden would definitely tear me apart. Senior brother Wu, you're worrying too much. I was able to break through the Moonlight Pagoda, so this true devil forbidden grounds is nothing. I was only delayed for a while because I wanted to get something." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Good, not only did you return safely, but you also broke the Holy Sun's record. Let's see who dares to look down on our Yuehua school in the future." Wu Xiang said excitedly. At this time, Heavenly I walked over and asked in a low voice, "Ling Xiao, did you kill Xianxia and Li Yudao?" Although he knew that now wasn't the time to ask about this, it was better to clarify some things. If it was really Ling Xiao who killed them, they could deal with the other party with all their might. However, if that wasn't the case and the other party came to fight with them again, there was no need for them to meet force with force. Of course, Heavenly I used telepathy. There were too many experts here. If he spoke directly, no matter how soft his voice was, it would be easily heard by others. That's right. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He also felt that even if he wanted to hide this matter from others, he couldn't hide it from his sect. Although Heavenly I had treated him unfairly in the past, he was still someone who cared about the Yuehua school wholeheartedly, unlike Chang Yueli and Chang Yueying. Heavens! You really did it. Heavenly I couldn't help but gasp. He didn't believe it at first. After all, Xianxia and Li Yudao weren't ordinary people. How could Ling Xiao kill them? But now that Ling Xiao admitted it, there was nothing for him not to believe. Heavenly I was shocked. If Ling Xiao could defeat Xianxia and Li Yudao, then he would at least be able to enter the top 100 in this Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. In this way, Yuehua School's position in the 12 sects would naturally rise. If he was lucky, he might even be able to enter the top 50 or 20. He didn't dare to think about the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, but entering the top 20 would be good enough. He thought that Ling Xiao had killed Xianxia and Li Yudao in a one-on-one situation, so he didn't dare to think about the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. But if he knew that Ling Xiao had actually won in a one-on-two situation, he probably wouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao so much. Yuehua School kid, Do you admit that you killed Tang Jiu of the Tang sect? Just as Yuehua school was enjoying themselves, an angry voice came from the Tang sect. It was the Tang sect master. Tang Jiu's death had already infuriated him, and now that Ling Xiao had escaped alive, he was even more furious. If Tang Jiu had survived, he might have had a chance to compete for the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. But now, it was all over. As he spoke, the Tang sect master approached Ling Xiao and released a terrifying aura to intimidate Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to lie. But Ling Xiao didn't care about his aura at all. When Ling Xiao's cultivation was not as high as it was now, he was not afraid of the Yuehua sect's law enforcement hall's first seat. Now that he had become a Heaven Meridian martial artist, why would he be afraid of a mere Tang sect master? The Tang sect master was only in the celestial realm, far from Wu Xiang's level. He couldn't even compare to the Moon Maiden. Perhaps it was because he had been with these big shots for a long time, but Ling Xiao had the demeanor of an expert. He didn't change his expression even in the face of great storms. He glanced at the Tang sect master and said, "It's true that I killed him, but it's not a sneak attack because he's not worthy. Bastard, how dare you humiliate the Tang sect's top core disciple?" The core disciples of the Tang sect were furious. What? You don't agree? It's normal to kill in the true devil forbidden area. If you're afraid of death, don't go in. Now you're so noisy. Is that all the Tang sect has? If you don't agree, you can come and try. Ling Xiao stared coldly at the Tang sect disciple, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. That person swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to speak. If you don't dare to come, then don't fart. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Brother Tang, there's no need to waste your breath on him. He killed Sad Heartbreak and Tang Jiu. With the 3 clans working together, do you think we can't defeat the Yuehua sect? Let's capture him first and interrogate him. The Poison King sect master's cultivation wasn't as high as the Tang sect master's, but he was still considered one of the top celestial realm cultivators. He wasn't inferior to Chang Yueying, but he hadn't reached the Grotto Heaven realm yet. He wasn't thinking about revenge. Most importantly, he was greedy for the treasures Ling Xiao brought out. The death of Sad Heartbreak or Tang Jiu might cause great damage to the 2 sects, but if they could obtain the treasures in the true devil forbidden area, they would be able to create a second Tang Jiu and Sad Heartbreak in a short time. That's right, I have the same idea. I'm afraid Yudeo's death is related to this kid. The Poison King sect master said coldly. These 3 people's cultivations were similar, but the 3 of them added together were still not a match for Wu Xiang. So even though they were hooting loudly, in the end, no one dared to make a move. Humph, the disciples of my Yuehua school are not for the 3 southern sects to teach them a lesson. An even more terrifying aura suddenly rose up. It turned out that Wu Xiang had blocked in front of Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with determination. He was determined to protect Ling Xiao today. Whoever wanted Ling Xiao's life would be his enemy. The leader of the Gu King sect sneered when he saw Wu Xiang. Your Yuehua school is ranked last among the 12 sects. What right do you have to talk to the 3 sects of the south? You're not weak, but the 3 sects of the south are not to be trifled with either. I advise you to hand over Ling Xiao, and our 3 southern sects will not make things difficult for the rest of you. Otherwise, you won't be able to return to your sects today. If that's the case, why aren't you making a move? Wu Xiang looked at the 3 people in front of him mockingly. If Chang Yueying was still the sect master, Ling Xiao would probably be handed over directly today. However, the current sect master of the Yuehua school was him, Wu Xiang. There was no reason for him to let Ling Xiao bear the responsibility alone. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye, and the others also stood together with Wu Xiang. If they let someone else take Ling Xiao away in front of them, the Yuehua school would really become a laughingstock. Ling Xiao killed Ao Chu, a disciple of the Sword King sect. Let me help you. The Sword King sect's sect master, Chen Nanqing, knew that the 3 southern sects' sect masters combined were no match for Wu Xiang, so he wanted to help. Since the 3 southern sects had fallen out with the Yuehua school, he could totally lead the people of the Sword King sect to attack together. Thank you. The 3 southern sects also had Grotto Heaven realm experts, but they were not the sect masters, but the great elders of the 3 sects. This time, the great elders of the three sects did not come, so they could only rely on Chen Nanqing. In any case, they had secretly colluded with the Sword King sect, so it was not a big deal. Kill. Chen Nanqing glanced at Ling Xiao and snorted coldly. A terrifying aura rushed towards Ling Xiao. In the sky, a huge sword descended and directly pierced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt as if his body was unable to move, as if he was bound by the terrifying sword intent. Break! The purple flash sword appeared in his hand, and a sword light pierced through the sky, condensing a powerful will of destruction, vowing to break through the heavy bindings. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. Although the sword did not break Chen Nanqing's attack, it just happened to cut through the binding of the sword intent. Although it was only for a moment, it still allowed Ling Xiao to find the time to escape from the attack range. Good boy, Chen Nanqing could not help but be surprised. Ling Xiao seemed to be even stronger than the last time he saw him. Frowning slightly, his killing intent grew stronger, and the heaven's origin energy was even more terrifying. The huge sword in the sky shattered, turning into countless small swords that continued to chase after Ling Xiao. Do you really think that my Yuehua school has no one? Get out of my way. Wu Xiang had been paying attention to Ling Xiao's situation. Sensing that Ling Xiao would not be able to dodge the next attack, he finally made his move. It was also a sword, but it drilled out from the ground, pitch black and full of demonic nature. This demonic sword easily suppressed Chen Nanqing's heaven's sword. Good boy, this Yuehua school is really bold. He actually fought against the Sword King sect, the Gu King sect, the Poison King sect, and the Tang sect by himself. This can't be helped. It's normal to fight in the true devil forbidden area, but the three sects in the south are really shameless. They actually used this matter to cause trouble, and even forced others to hand over Ling Xiao in front of so many people. How could they do that? That's right. Even a clay figurine has a temper. Moreover, Yuehua school is clearly showing signs of rising under the leadership of the new sect leader. Sigh, don't say any more. Even if Yuehua school rises, it's impossible for them to survive against the 4 sects of the 12 sects. I can only say that they're unlucky. I don't think the 4 sects really want to avenge their disciples. I'm afraid they're still eyeing the treasures in Ling Zhao's hands. Moreover, Yuehua school suddenly has such a genius. They definitely won't be willing to let him go. No matter what, they have to strangle this genius in the cradle. You've hit the nail on the head. Back then, the Holy Sun was also envied by many people. However, the Holy Sun was backed by the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty, so no one dared to provoke him. Now, Yuehua school doesn't have such a strong backing. To be honest, even I'm a little jealous. However, I still can't bring myself to snatch it directly. Although the other sects said all kinds of things, most of them were just watching the show. Some people actually wanted to secretly make a move against Ling Xiao, but they didn't do it as openly as the 3 sects in the south and the Sword King sect. As the saying goes, those who aren't envied are mediocre people. Ling Xiao was too eye-catching, and he became the target of the other sections. No sect wanted such a genius to suddenly appear in another sect. If they could kill him, they would definitely do it. The people of Yuehua school naturally knew this. Therefore, they definitely couldn't back down in today's battle. Otherwise, more people would think that they were easy to bully and cause trouble for them. People of the 3 southern sects, listen up. Kill every single person from Yuehua school. This was an order from the Gu King sect, the Poison King sect, and the Tang sect. They were determined to completely destroy the Yuehua sect's hope here. Attack. Kill. Kill every single person from Yuehua school. Shouts and screams filled the air. There were many people from the 3 southern sects who came this time. There were more than 10 inner sect elders. Including the Sword King sect, there were close to 20 of them. On the other hand, there were only 4 or 5 inner sect elders from Yuehua school. Even with Wu Xiang's help, it was obvious that they were no match for the other party. At this moment, the people from the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect rushed out with a roar. It was obvious that they were determined to kill every single person from Yuehua school. After all, the most elite disciples of Yuehua school, as well as the most outstanding sect leaders and inner sect elders, were gathered here. If they were all killed, the Yuehua school would not be far from collapsing. People of Yuehua school, listen up. You can kill us, but you can't humiliate us. In today's battle, we will die whether we retreat or advance. Let's die standing. Wu Xiang roared. He released all the true essence in his body and blocked Chen Nanqing and the 3 sect leaders from the 3 southern sections. He was not at a disadvantage even though he was fighting against 4 people. His bravery gave the rest of the Yuehua school enough courage. I'm going all out. I'm going to kill them all today. Heavenly Master Golden Light roared. His body shone with a dazzling golden light that forced the people from the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect to stop moving for a moment. The blood-red gravel on the ground also turned golden. Heavenly Master Golden Light, take this. Ling Xiao looked around. He knew very well that if the Moon Lady did not make a move in time, Yuehua school would definitely be at a disadvantage in today's battle. This was the case in terms of numbers and overall strength. Therefore, he had to increase the strength of everyone in Yuehua school, especially the inner sect elders. And the best way to increase the strength of these people in a short period of time was to use weapons. Celestial realm martial artists could already fully unleash the power of immortal-grade artifacts, and Ling Xiao still had many immortal-grade artifacts that he had yet to use. There was no problem in lending those things to the inner sect elders for the time being. Golden light flashed, and a saber appeared in Heavenly Lord Golden Light's hand. Wow, it's actually an immortal-grade artifact. At first, Heavenly Master Golden Light was a little puzzled. What kind of good weapon could Ling Xiao give him? However, when he held the knife in his hand, he was overjoyed. With an immortal-grade artifact, a heaven-tier martial artist of the same realm could fight 2, or even 3, without a problem. One had to know that the Sky Dragon continent was very big, and the total number of immortal-grade treasures was not small. However, there were even more martial artists. As a result, the number of celestial-grade artifacts distributed to each cultivator was very small. Most of the celestial realm martial artists only used precious-grade artifacts. Moreover, they were precious-grade artifacts that had not been strengthened by alchemy stones and various gems. Having an immortal-grade artifact was simply a luxury. It was because of this that Heavenly Master Golden Light was unwilling to use a weapon. It was better not to use a weapon that was not suitable for him. However, it was different now. An immortal-grade artifact could fully unleash the strength of a heaven-tier martial artist. Boom, the long saber shone brightly, and with a slash, it felt as if it was tearing the world apart. The terrifying saber light killed an inner sect elder of the 3 southern sects who had rushed over on the spot. This person deserved to be unlucky. He did not realize the power of the long saber and thought it was just an ordinary weapon. That was why he died so easily. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he was not a match, he would not have died so miserably. Ha ha ha, who else dares to come? With an immortal-grade artifact in hand, Heavenly Master Golden Light was simply showing off his power. Ling Xiao nodded slightly, then shot out a few more rays of light to lend to Heavenly Master Heavenly Eye, Wanghan Tianzuan, and a few other inner sect elders. They were all immortal-grade artifacts. Moreover, the weapons that he lent out were suitable for these elders to use. Once they got their hands on them, they could increase their combat strength. Is this kid the reincarnation of the 100 Treasure Immortal? How can he have so many immortal-grade artifacts? He must have brought them out from the True Devil Forbidden Area. This kid really took advantage of it. It really makes people jealous. It is very difficult for us heaven-tier martial artists to get an immortal-grade artifact. How can this kid be so lucky? It really makes people jealous. Kill him and these weapons will be ours. Seeing the weapons that Ling Xiao took out, the people of the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect were not afraid. Instead, they became crazier. It was true that wealth moved people's hearts. A mere immortal-grade artifact could make them so crazy. If it was a divine-grade artifact, wouldn't they go crazy? Although the people of the other sects were also jealous, they were also jealous. However, they still restrained themselves and did not make a move. After all, not everyone was so shameless. Of course, there was also another reason, which was that they wanted to see the result of this battle clearer. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight was easier than anything else. If they got involved now, they might be targeted by both sides. If they made a move later, the situation might not be the same. And you guys? Ling Xiao did not care about the jealous gazes of these people. He took out the precious grade artifacts as if they were free and distributed them to all the disciples of the Yuehua school. As long as you can survive, these things will be yours. Ling Xiao did not care about the precious grade artifacts, so it did not matter if he gave them away. Moreover, this was the best way to motivate the disciples of the Yuehua school to fight. Among these precious grade artifacts, there were not only weapons but also defensive treasures, which played a vital role in the survival of the disciples of the Yuehua school. If they could survive this battle, they would become the backbone and core of the Yuehua school in the future. In the battle of the four sects, the three southern sects and the Sword King sect had an absolute advantage. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao had equipped all the disciples of the Yuehua school with precious grade artifacts, which instantly closed the gap. Previously, they had been completely suppressed. Now, they only had a slight advantage. If they wanted to win, they might not be able to finish the battle even after 3 days and 3 nights. Little b** starred, killing you is the key. At some point, an inner sect elder of the Tang sect had arrived beside Ling Xiao. He finally realized that although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not very high, his role was very important. If he could capture and kill Ling Xiao, it would be a huge blow to the morale of the Yuehua school. A cold light flew out of his hand and went straight for Ling Xiao's throat. However, to his surprise, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging at all. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Ling Xiao would not hold back in a life-and-death battle. He would use all the means he could. The Tang sect elder felt that something was wrong. He was about to retreat when he suddenly realized that his hidden weapon had pierced through Ling Xiao's body. However, it did not have the desired effect. The hidden weapon pierced the ground, causing a burst of red sand and dust. Insignificant skill. The Tang sect elder thought that Ling Xiao only had this trick up his sleeve. He was about to continue chasing when he suddenly found that he had lost control of his body. A huge nine-tailed fox appeared behind him, opened its mouth, and swallowed him in one gulp. What the hell? Everyone was shocked. The nine-tailed fox that suddenly appeared turned out to be a celestial realm evil beast. If it was a simple fight, even if it could defeat the Tang sect inner sect elder, it would not have been so easy. The key was that it was too sudden, so the person had no chance to dodge at all. He was bitten and died on the spot. Ling Xiao sneered. He had kept the nine-tailed fox as a trump card, waiting for a time like this. This guy actually bumped into the muzzle of the gun. He really deserved it. The nine-tailed fox seems to listen to the boy's command. How is that possible? Although sects like the Beast King Palace have the ability to control beasts, I have never heard of anyone who can control a beast stronger than himself. Could it be that the boy has also advanced to the celestial realm? That's not possible. Celestial realm warriors use celestial realm energy. His source energy is still true inner realm. This boy is really strange. How did he do it? Although everyone present was an expert, no one knew how Ling Xiao did it. The existence of the sealed land was only known by a few people. And these few people were basically dead or had left the sealed world, so it was a secret. In fact, the people who were most shocked were the people from the Yuehua school. The nine-tailed fox was clearly the one that Ming Tian had transformed into that day. Whether it was the strength or the battle market, it was exactly the same. Ling Xiao was actually able to control this terrifying fox. This was simply the means of an immortal. Many disciples were more and more afraid of Ling Xiao and admired him. Ling Xiao's position as the chief core disciple was finally completely stabilized today. Among the disciples, no one dared to go against him. Other than the flame deity, no one in the entire Yuehua school dared to treat him unfairly. Even the flame deity was only scheming behind the scenes. He wouldn't dare to deal with Ling Xiao directly. Such a genius, even if I die for him today, it will be worth it. Heavenly Empyrean Heavenly I sighed. That's right. This person is definitely the key to the rise of Yuehua school and even the entire human race. Protecting him is the same as protecting the hope of the Yuehua school and the entire human race. Wang Han Tianzuan also nodded. We must protect Ling Xiao with our lives. We must not let the enemy succeed. Kill. Empyrean Golden Light was even more straightforward. Kill. 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 The Yuehua school's disciples were all shocked by this aura and started shouting one after another. They knew very well what it was like for a sect to have such an amazing genius. If Ling Xiao rose in the future, it would be like a man ascending to heaven. The entire Yuehua school would rise to a higher level along with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had only made one move, but he had increased the fighting spirit of the entire Yuehua school. Perhaps he was the only one who could do such a thing. Damn it, this is just the beginning, and we've already lost 2 Celestial Realm warriors. And in the end, it's all because of Ling Xiao. The people of the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect were all shocked. Their fighting spirit and morale had obviously dropped a lot, and they were a little confused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Yuehua school stepped up their attack and killed several of their opponents' disciples. Even 3 inner elders of the 3 southern sects and the Sword King sect were killed in the chaos. The gap between the 2 sides was not big to begin with. Now that a few more people had died, the gap between the 2 sides narrowed even further. This made the onlookers feel a little strange. And the focus of all this was Ling Xiao. Without his celestial-grade precious artifacts and his sneak attack to kill an inner elder of the Tang sect, the situation would not have turned out this way. Hurry up and kill Ling Xiao. If we don't get rid of him, we'll be in even bigger trouble. But the elders can't do anything. Those guys from the Yuehua school have celestial-grade precious artifacts. They're too difficult to deal with. Even a little distraction can cause trouble. Send an inner elder to deal with the 9-tailed demon fox. Although Ling Xiao is powerful, there's no need to send an elder to deal with him. Core disciples of the 4 sects, listen up. Send half of them to deal with Ling Xiao. We must kill him. That's right. If we don't get rid of this kid, he'll definitely become our biggest enemy in the future. He may be even more difficult to deal with than Wu Xiang. Oh no. Just as they were talking, a huge ghost eye appeared behind Ling Xiao. This ghost eye had fused with the ghost lantern and became a new ghost eye martial soul. Not only did it have all the abilities of the ghost eye, but it also had the special spiritual attack of the ghost lantern. Perhaps Ling Xiao alone wouldn't be able to do much damage to the elders of the 4 sections. But he didn't need to do that. The ghost eye opened, and a blood-red light shot out in all directions. The elders and disciples of the 4 sects were momentarily lost in the battle. The elders were naturally stronger, so this period of time only lasted for a moment. In fact, it was just the blink of an eye. But in a battle between experts, the blink of an eye was enough to change many things. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eyes, Wang Han Tianzuan, and the other inner elders of the Yuehua school seized this opportunity to attack. At this moment, they hated their parents for not giving birth to them with 2 more arms. It really wasn't enough to kill. One of them killed an inner elder of the 4 sections 5 people. That was 5 people. Wu Xiang took the opportunity to kill the sect master of the Poison King sect. In addition, the 9-tailed fox ambushed and killed an inner elder of the Sword King sect. As a result, the 4 sects' advantage could be said to be non-existent. Including those who had been killed earlier, the number of people left was no longer enough to pose a real threat to the Yuehua school. The disciples of the 4 sects were even more miserable. When Ling Xiao's ghost eye shone on them, some of them screamed and died on the spot, while others went completely crazy and attacked their own people. More than half of them were killed or injured. Although the remaining disciples still had the advantage in numbers, they had completely lost their drive. Facing the high morale of the Yuehua school's disciples, they had no will to fight at all. This guy is going to become famous today. Feng Yarao looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. She was glad that she didn't stay to fight against Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she would have died in a worse way. Senior Ying, I finally understand why you didn't let me take revenge. On the Beast King Palace's side, Shi Jiao was completely paralyzed on the ground. How could she fight against such a terrifying Ling Xiao? Ying Wuya didn't let her take revenge, but in reality, he was protecting her life. Ying Wuya also smiled bitterly. Until now, he was still a little doubtful that he was actually still alive after the battle with Ling Xiao. This was simply a miracle. The way he saw it, the present Ling Xiao was already a martial artist who was not on the same level as him. After this battle, the news that Ling Xiao had killed several elders of the Sword King sect, Gu King sect, Poison King sect, and Tang sect, and even the sect master of the Poison King sect, would spread throughout the Heavenly Dragon continent. Even the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty could not do this, but Ling Xiao had done it. 1. Had to know that before this, Ling Xiao was only slightly famous in the eastern and southern regions. And their surprise was far from over. Ling Xiao's abilities were not limited to this. Facing the many disciples and elders of the 4 sects, he suddenly grinned and took out all the array refining stones he had accumulated since he started learning the art of array refining from his storage ring. These array refining stones were integrated with terrifying arrays. Fire Snake Array, Plague Bone Dissolving Array, Thousand Beasts Blood Refining Array. After these array refining stones landed on the ground, they scattered and attacked the people of the 4 sects according to Ling Xiao's will. The current Fire Snake Array could pose a great threat to cultivators below the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. Even a half-step Heavenly Venerable would have a headache. The red fire snakes that covered the mountains were impossible to defend against. You could ignore its damage, but even if you were a Celestial Realm martial artist, if you did not care, you would still be injured. The last 2 were even more powerful than the Fire Snake Array. They were terrifying arrays that could pose a threat to Heaven Realm cultivators. The Plague Bone Dissolving Array released a terrible plague that spread among the crowd. The strange thing was that the plague seemed to have a soul. It specifically targeted the people of the 4 sects, but it did not cause any harm to the people of the Yuehua school. Moreover, this array was more troublesome. It could use the plague to constantly deplete the opponent's source energy. Whether one had true core energy or heaven core energy, they could not escape. The Thousand Beasts Blood Refining Array was even more ferocious. It could absorb a cultivator's blood chi and release terrifying beast souls to attack the enemy. The entire battlefield was a complete mess. The 4 sects went from a huge advantage to a huge disadvantage in an instant. You want to destroy my Yuehua school, right? Today, I will destroy your 4 sects. Although Ling Xiao was not a match for any of the Celestial Realm martial artists in a one-on-one fight, he was not a match for them. However, in a group battle, an existence like him was the most troublesome and the most terrifying. As long as he didn't die, then the 4 sects would definitely lose this battle. Miserable cries rang out one after another as the disciples and elders of the 4 sects died one after another. As time passed, the effects of the formation would become stronger and more terrifying. They could not see any hope. His only thought now was regret. He regretted offending a demon like Ling Xiao. This was simply a terrifying monster. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were dumbfounded. They didn't know how to express their feelings at this time. A sect leader sighed, "This kid is really scary. If it was only his strength and cultivation that surpassed others, it would be fine. But he actually has so many combat skills that you can't even imagine. The art of refining formations is the most difficult thing to learn. How can it be so easy in his hands?" Another person said, "Yes, if he really rises, I'm afraid that the position of the Holy Sun may be occupied by him." "Humph, that depends on whether he can live until then. He killed the disciples of the 4 sects today. I'm afraid that he will become a target of public criticism in the future." "Nonsense, do you think that if he doesn't kill, others will let him go? As long as he destroys the 4 sects, he will kill all those who are not convinced." Among the crowd, there were many people with ruthless characters. Because they were all martial artists who licked blood on the blade, they knew very well what terrible consequences a woman's kindness would bring. "What do you think the kid's strength has reached?" "It's hard to say. He hasn't really fought yet. He just used some unorthodox methods to fight, and he has already put the 4 sects in a desperate situation." "What unorthodox methods?" "A method that can kill and deal with the enemy is a good method. His choice now is the smartest. Even Wu Xiang can barely deal with 3 or 4 people, but he can't change the situation. But this kid can. If he advances to the Celestial Realm, I'm afraid that he will be even more unstoppable. I heard that the top 3 of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty can compete with Celestial Realm martial artists. I wonder if it's true." "It's true. We have seen the others, but I have seen by Xianxia, who is ranked third. That woman killed a celestial realm martial artist in a one-on-one situation. Although she was only a celestial realm martial artist, she was still a celestial realm martial artist. Terrifying. It seems that Ling Xiao's cultivation is still not enough. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't hear these people's words, because at this time, he was wholeheartedly immersed in the battle. Although his array and soul attack couldn't directly kill the inner elders of the four sects, it could create an excellent opportunity for the people on his side to attack. The Tang sect master is also dead. Wu Xiang is too scary. Wu Xiang is scary, or rather, Ling Xiao is too sneaky. He suddenly attacked the Tang sect master with his soul power and created an excellent opportunity for Wu Xiang. Yes, this is a big game. The four sects joined forces and thought that they could destroy the Yuehua school, but in the end, they were beaten into such a sorry state. Senior brother Ling, watch out. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded. It turned out that the Gu King sect master suddenly attacked Ling Xiao at the risk of being hit by Wu Xiang's sword, vowing to kill Ling Xiao on the battlefield. This attack was simply too terrifying, and too swift and violent. Ling Xiao couldn't avoid it at all. At the critical moment, he channeled the last trace of heavenly origin energy in his body and instantly entered his 10th dragon form. A huge ghost eye appeared behind him, and at the same time, a huge black dragon appeared. First, it was the soul deterrence, which made the Gu King sect master stagnate for a moment and his strength decrease. After which, not only did he not retreat, he even fused this sliver of heavenly yuan energy into his strongest attack, 1,000 stormy waves of the raging sea. At the same time, he turned into 15 figures. 13 of them were sword soul doppelgangers. One was martial soul doppelganger. The last one was his real body. The 15 figures made the same attack, but only one of them was real. He believed that even the Gu King sect master couldn't tell in a short time. Damn it! A look of despair flashed in the Gu King sect master's eyes, and he suddenly unleashed all of his heavenly origin energy. Since he couldn't tell which one was real, he would destroy them all. The terrifying black hand directly penetrated the sky and slammed on the ground. The sword chi of the raging waves of 1,000 layers was instantly disintegrated. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The Gu King sect master was a celestial realm expert of the 10 directions heaven realm, who was close to the grotto heaven realm. He was much stronger than a celestial realm expert of the one-line sky realm. He couldn't resist at all. It was useless even if he entered the Archean golden dragon form. So he didn't do that. Ling Xiao's 15 figures were completely destroyed by the giant hand in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Dead, Ling Xiao is finally dead. The Gu King sect master looked up to the sky and laughed. In his opinion, as long as he could kill Ling Xiao in today's battle, it would be the greatest victory. Just now, he desperately attacked Ling Xiao, but his body was pierced by Wu Xiang's sword. Now, he was basically a lamp without oil and was not far from death. But he felt that it was worth it to be able to see Ling Xiao die before he died. Is it really worth it to exchange the life of a Heaven Pulse realm martial artist for a 10 directions Heaven realm martial artist? Someone asked. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. Ling Xiao's potential is too great. If he is allowed to live, I'm afraid that in the future, he will not only be a celestial realm martial artist, but may even become the second Wu Xiang. Maybe he will be stronger than Wu Xiang. That's true. Eh? Something's wrong? What's wrong? Logically speaking, those formation refining stones are controlled by Ling Xiao. If he dies, the effect of the formation refining stones will inevitably disappear. But look, those formations are still working. Yes. Is he not dead? Impossible. A 10 directions heaven realm martial artist risked his life to launch an attack. If he couldn't even kill Ling Xiao, wouldn't that be too depressing? Look. As soon as this person finished speaking, the head of the Gu King sect master was cut off by a sword. The person holding the sword stood there with his long hair fluttering in the wind. He was mighty and terrifying like a demon from heaven. It's Ling Xiao. Is he really not dead? How is it possible? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. the extremely depressed Goop King sect master let out a final roar. This guy was worthy of being a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist. His head was cut off, but he could still make a sound. However, that was all there was to it. Although he desperately wanted to attack Ling Xiao, he was powerless. Believe it or not, you're dead. Ling Xiao thrust out his sword again, and the last consciousness of the Goop King sect master dissipated. Unfortunately, although the Goop King sect master was killed by Ling Xiao in the end, most of the damage came from Wu Xiang. Therefore, he tried to seal the Goop King sect master with a sealing card but failed. Otherwise, if he had such a guy as his sealed monster, it would be too powerful. After all, Ling Xiao had wasted a chance to be reborn in order to kill him. In the past, the Moon Lady had given him a crescent-shaped pendant. This item could protect him from 3 fatal attacks from martial artists below the Yin-Yang realm. Now, there were only 2 chances left. If it wasn't for this thing, he would really have fallen into the hands of this old man today. Therefore, he hated this old man to the bone. Even if he killed them, it wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. He directly used the Hellfire Crucible to refine the martial soul of the Goop King sect master, which further improved the level of his Mountain River martial soul. As the Mountain River martial soul improved, the Hell Dragon martial soul, the Demon Sword Master martial soul, and the Ghost Eye martial soul also improved at the same time. Although there were no visible changes on the surface, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his combat strength had improved again. Of course, he would definitely not give up on the Goop King sect master's storage ring. It was just that he was still in the middle of the battle, so he didn't have time to look at it. He just casually placed it in the Mountain River world, waiting for a chance to look at it in the future. There must be a lot of good things in the storage ring of a sect master. This kid is too terrifying. Even the Goop King sect master can't kill him? In this way, won't we never be able to defeat him? On the Sky Dragon Institute's side, Army Breaker couldn't help muttering. This time, he didn't get a treasure, which made him very unhappy. However, Feng Yarao got a treasure, so it wasn't bad. But Ling Xiao's rise once again made him unhappy in his heart. Yarao, say something. If we don't get rid of this kid, our Sky Dragon Institute's limelight will be stolen by him. There's nothing I can do. Feng Yarao smiled bitterly. Thinking of the scene she saw in the True Devil Forbidden Land, she still had lingering fears. At that time, if she couldn't hold back and made a move, she would have been accompanied by Xianxia and Liu Dao. It can't be, right? You're scared? Army Breaker asked in astonishment. Feng Yarao sighed, I'll say something you don't want to hear. In front of this Ling Xiao, we're not even farts. Did you know that Xianxia and Liu Dao joined hands and were still killed by him? Originally, she didn't want to speak of this matter because she was afraid of Ling Xiao's revenge. However, Army Breaker wasn't an outsider, so she didn't care. Not to mention, the Sky Dragon Institute was recruiting talents from all over the world. She really wanted the Holy Sun to recruit Ling Xiao as well. This way, the Sky Dragon Institute's prestige and strength would be strengthened. What? Army Breaker shouted in shock hearing Feng Yarao's words. Fortunately, the battle was still going on, so the scene was very chaotic. Otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of many people. How can this brat be so powerful? Doesn't that mean that even if we join hands, we won't be able to kill him? Then what about the mission given by the Holy Sun? Army Breaker frowned. Actually, you don't need to worry. There are many people who want to kill him. As long as there are people from the 4 sects alive, Ling Xiao will never have a day of peace unless he's so powerful that no one dares to provoke him. Feng Yarao sighed. That's true. Although he still felt uncomfortable in his heart, with Army Breaker's character, killing Ling Xiao with his own hands would show his ability. But now, he actually had to borrow someone else's hand, it was really unpleasant. But what can he do? He wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent, and neither was Feng Yarao. Even if the 2 of them joined hands, they still wouldn't be able to kill him. He could only rely on others. It doesn't matter who kills him. As long as you're dead, I don't need to take the risk. With a cold snort, Army Breaker tried his best to find an excuse to ease the unhappiness in his heart. Because of the death of the Goop King sect, the situation of the battle changed dramatically. The three southern sects could be said to be a group of dragons without a leader and had completely lost the will to fight. Xianxia of the Sword King sect was also suppressed by Wuxiang. At this rate, the Yuehua sect would definitely emerge victorious in the end. However, at this moment, a deputy sect master of the Heavenly King sect stood up. A powerful aura rushed over. This guy was only a deputy sect master, but his strength was actually comparable to Wuxiang. Everyone, the battle ends here. There's no need to continue. Hearing this, the hot-tempered Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light was furious. Old bastard of the Heavenly King sect, when we were at a disadvantage, I didn't see you intervene. Now that we're about to win, you want to be the peacemaker? Who do you think you are? He was not as strong as the other party, but he was really unhappy. This Heavenly King sect was clearly taking sides. If no one intervened, it would only be a matter of time before the Yuehua school wiped out the four sections. Not to mention Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light was unhappy. No one in the Yuehua school felt happy. Hee, I heard that the three southern sects, the Sword King sect and the Sky King sect, are secretly very close. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. That's right. It must be true. Otherwise, the Heavenly King sect wouldn't have stood out at this time. Originally, the situation was already clear. Now that the Heavenly King sect has made their move, the Yuehua school can only stop fighting. Otherwise, they have no chance of winning against the Heavenly King sect. That's right. The Heavenly King sect sent 3 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists this time. If we include Xianxia, it will be 4. Yuehua school can only listen to them. Although everyone knew that this was taking sides, they didn't intend to help. After all, not many people dared to interfere with the matters of the Heavenly King sect. Bastard, how dare you speak to our vice sect leader like that? The Heavenly King Gate's disciples had always had their eyes at the top of their heads. Seeing that Empyrean Golden Light actually did not give face to their deputy gate master at this time, they started cursing loudly. You're the bastard. How dare you speak to us inner sect elders like that? There were also people from Yuehua school who were not afraid of death. They went all out against the other party. Shut up. 2 voices sounded almost at the same time. One was the vice sect master of the Heavenly King sect, and the other was Wuxiang. The battle had already come to a halt. In any case, the people from the 4 sects definitely didn't want to continue fighting. On the other hand, Yuehua school's side was stopped by the Heavenly King sect's people, so they couldn't continue attacking. Wuxiang looked at the vice sect leader of the Heavenly King sect and said, "Are you sure you want to interfere in today's matter?" That's right. The vice sect master of the Heavenly King sect said expressionlessly. Even if it means offending Yuehua school? Wuxiang asked again. That's right. The vice sect leader of the Heavenly King sect nodded expressionlessly. Good. Since you want to get involved in this matter, we'll give you face. We can ignore the others, but Xianxia must die. Xianxia had tried to kill Ling Xiao time and time again. This time, he had even joined forces with the 3 sects in the south to kill everyone from the Yuehua school. As Wuxiang, how could he let him off so easily? Impossible. The vice sect master of the Heavenly King sect shook his head and said, Xianxia is the sect master of the Sword King sect and has always been on good terms with our Heavenly King sect. If we hand him over, how will our Heavenly King sect survive in the Sky Dragon continent in the future? Then what do you want? We've already given in. Don't go too far. Heavenly Exalted Golden Light roared. If it were up to him, he would not let a single enemy escape today. This was a battle of life and death. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao today, it was likely that everyone present would have died. To be merciful to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. He would not do such a stupid thing. So what if we bully you? The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction sneered, your Yuehua school has been in the limelight enough. It's time to restrain yourself. Bastards. Sect leader, let's fight them. Heavenly Master Golden Light roared. Wuxiang's face was gloomy. However, he still maintained a trace of rationality. If the Moon Maiden had not participated in the battle, they would not have had any chance of winning against the Heavenly King sect today. As the sect master, he had to consider the safety of the entire sect. This was completely different from when they faced the four-sect alliance previously. The Heavenly King faction alone was 10 times stronger than the four-sect alliance. Deputy Sect Leader, don't talk nonsense with them. Just kill this bunch of trash from the Yuehua school. They don't want to give face to us. An inner elder of the Heavenly King faction shouted. The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction only nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Ah! With a scream, a disciple of the Heavenly King faction was killed on the spot. Although Wu Xiang and the rest wanted to protect everyone, they could not do so. Tsk. How pitiful. The Heavenly King faction is obviously going to stand up for Chen Nanqing. Stand up for him? I think they just want to reap the benefits. A bunch of shameless dogs. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let them hear you. The onlookers knew in their hearts that the Heavenly King faction was completely in the wrong in this matter. However, they had no choice. Who asked them to be so powerful? Even if they were in the wrong, they would still kill them. You're not convinced? Continue killing. I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, all of you from the Yuehua school can forget about leaving today. The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction had heard about the Holy Sun's encounter in the Yuehua school. It was precisely because he had heard about it that he was upset. The Yuehua school did not give the Heavenly King faction any face. In addition, the death of Xianxia today had put him in a bad mood. Naturally, the Yuehua school became the target of his venting. I'd like to see how you're going to kill all of the people from the Yuehua school here. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A ball of moonlight fell from the sky. The Moon Lady finally made her move. She was originally only here to protect Ling Xiao. However, since the people from the Yuehua school were willing to fight to the death for Ling Xiao, she had a reason to protect them. You are? The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction's face turned ugly. Chen Nanqing's face was also extremely pale. He knew how terrifying the Moon Lady was. He believed that other than the leader of the Heavenly King faction and the Holy Emperor of the Holy Dynasty, no one else was a match for this woman. Why would this woman come to the True Devil Forbidden Area? Unlucky. Who was the one who attacked the disciples of the Yuehua school? The Moon Lady ignored them and asked coldly. It was me. So what? An inner sect elder of the Heavenly King faction stood out. He was an elite who had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm. A life for a life. Die. Hold on. Even though the deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction tried his best to stop her, the Moon Lady was too powerful. With a light flick of her finger, a crescent-shaped arrow blade flew out and killed the elder of the Grotto Heaven realm. That was a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Among the 12 sects, other than the Heavenly King faction, the Aquamarine Divine Palace, and the Abstruse Fire sect, the rest of the sects only had 1 or 2 Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. He died just like that. You! How dare you kill him? The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction shouted in horror. He killed a disciple of the Yuehua school, so he deserved to die. You can get lost now, but Chen Nanqing must be left alive. The Moon Lady said calmly. The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction and the other elders looked at each other and finally said, Senior, you have to think carefully. Offending the Heavenly King faction won't end well. Why aren't you getting lost? The Moon Lady's eyes flashed coldly, and a terrifying aura spread out. Retreat. The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction looked terrible, but he could only run away with his tail between his legs. He knew that the sect leader wouldn't start a war with the Moon Lady over Chen Nanqing. Brother Sikong. You can't abandon me like this. Chen Nanqing panicked. Sai, please forgive me for being useless. The deputy leader of the Heavenly King faction was named Sikong Xian. He was considered one of the best in the Grotto Heaven realm, but he couldn't resist the Moon Lady at all. He could only choose to leave. Otherwise, with the temperament of the Moon Lady, all the people of the Heavenly King faction would probably die. That wouldn't be worth it. Of course, when he left, Sikong Xian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The people of the Heavenly King faction wouldn't be defeated so easily. TSK, no wonder the Yuehua school dares to go against the Heavenly King sect. They actually have such a powerful expert. Hee hee, it feels so good to see the Heavenly King sect suffer. That's right. Didn't you see how overbearing Xianxia was? He even said that the people from the Yuehua school shouldn't leave if they don't want to. In the end, they're the ones who ran away with their tails between their legs. It seems like the 12 sects are going to have a huge change in the future. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. Yeah, be careful not to get yourself involved. People from the Aquamarine Palace, prepare to head to the Holy City. People from the Abstruse Fire sect, let's go. People from the Beast King Palace, let's head to Genesis and prepare for the Martial Arts Festival. Seeing that the people from the Heavenly King sect had left, the other sects also chose to leave. The Black Tornado had closed, and the preliminaries were over. Next was the finals of the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. Over there, one would be able to see even more geniuses than here. Only the people from the 3 southern sects, the Sword King sect, and the Yuehua school were left. What should we do with these people? The Moon Maiden glanced at Ling Xiao and asked. Kill all the Celestial Realm cultivators and let the rest go. When fishing, they would also release the small fish. Moreover, many of the disciples from the 4 sects were held hostage by the higher-ups. Killing them was meaningless. If they weren't killed, they wouldn't be able to overturn the situation. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. Do it. With the intervention of the Moon Maiden, Wu Xiang, and the others, all the Celestial Realm cultivators from the 4 sects were killed in an instant. The spoils of war naturally went to the Yuehua school. Get lost. I'll spare your lives today. If you dare to cause trouble for the Yuehua school in the future, I'll kill you. Wu Xiang waved his hand coldly, and the disciples from the 4 sects fled in panic. They wouldn't dare to cause trouble for the Yuehua school again even if they were given 100 guts. Some people even planned to leave their sections. After all, so many people had died. Even if they returned, they probably wouldn't be accepted by their sections. Of course, this was not something that Yuehua school's people were willing to care about. As long as these people did not target Yuehua school, they could do whatever they wanted. Next, we should head to the sacred city. Ling Xiao, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and Ling Hao are all qualified to participate in the finals. After solving the problem of the 4 sects, Wu Xiang ordered the bodies of the Yuehua school disciples who had died in the battle to be collected and buried properly after returning to the sect. Next, they would head to the Holy City to participate in the finals of the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival. On the way, Ling Xiao sorted out what he had obtained from the True Devil Forbidden Area. The Heaven Pulse Elixir, the mysterious art of Tian Yuan, and the Fusion Stone were his biggest gains. As for the rest of the items, he handed them over to the Yuehua school. Of course, he also made a copy of the secret manuals and prepared to hand them over to the Divine Sword sect. He would be rewarded with corresponding spirit stones for everything he handed over. Coupled with the spirit stones he obtained from the True Devil Forbidden Area, he could now be considered a super rich person. He now had 20 million low-rank spirit stones. He also had 3 million mid-rank spirit stones. He even had 10,000 high-rank spirit stones. One had to know that 10 million low-rank spirit stones was the annual income of the Yuehua school. A country like Northern Han would not even have this much spirit stones in a year. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Ling Zhao's wealth was comparable to that of a country. With so many low-rank and mid-rank spirit stones, Ling Xiao had no shortage of spirit stones, whether it was to buy things or cultivate. After all, from the Transcendent Realm onwards, cultivation consumed spirit stones. For cultivators below the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm, they would consume 1 low-rank spirit stone every 7 days. This was only for ordinary cultivators, but for Ling Xiao, his consumption of spirit stones was 10 times that of ordinary cultivators, which meant he would consume 10 low-rank spirit stones every 7 days. Once one reached the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm, the effect of low-rank spirit stones would almost disappear and one would begin to consume mid-rank spirit stones. From the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm to the half-step Heavenly Venerable Realm, an ordinary cultivator would consume 1 mid-rank spirit stone every 7 days, but Ling Zhao's consumption was still 10 times that of others. It couldn't be helped. His cultivation broke through quickly and his true qi was abundant, so the amount of spirit stones he needed was naturally more. After reaching the Heaven Vein realm, an ordinary person would consume 1 mid-rank spirit stone every 3 days, but Ling Xiao's consumption was still 10 times that of others. In other words, he would need 10 mid-rank spirit stones every 3 days. On average, he would need more than 3 mid-rank spirit stones every day, which was close to 100 mid-rank spirit stones a month. In addition, refining spirit arrays and pills also required spirit stones, so the actual consumption was close to 200 mid-rank spirit stones a month. According to his previous spirit stone reserves, his mid-rank spirit stones would only be enough for him to cultivate for 1 or 2 years. But now, things were different. With 3 million mid-rank spirit stones, even if he cultivated like crazy, he would not be afraid. As for purchasing things, all the shops and auctions now could not use gold or silver, and had to be purchased with spirit stones. Although 20 million low-rank spirit stones was not too much, if he encountered something he liked and wanted to buy, he would not be able to do so without this money. During the journey, Ling Xiao directly took a Heaven Vein pill. It was naturally better to use this thing early. The enemies he would encounter in the future would only become stronger and stronger, and the Moon Maiden and Wu Xiang would not be able to accompany him all the time. He could only rely on his own strength. From the True Demon Forbidden Area to the Holy City, it was about a day's journey. With the Moon Maiden in charge, nothing should happen on the way. Ling Xiao could relax and cultivate on the Moonlight Treasure Ship. Inside the room, Ling Xiao not only swallowed the Heaven Vein pill, but also began to cultivate the mysterious art of heaven origin because the two complemented each other. He sat cross-legged on a praying mat with his hands on his knees and his eyes closed, surrounded by a dark golden flame. The strong wind outside the window whistled past, but it did not affect him at all. The mysterious art of heaven origin was a special cultivation method. It did not have a grade, and its only function was to condense heaven origin energy and promote martial artists to become stronger in the realm of Heaven Vein martial artist. However, it was still very difficult to cultivate, and the difficulty was even more difficult than Jade grade martial arts. The circulation of true essence was very complicated, and if one was not careful, one could walk into a dead end or even a fork in the road. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the Mountain River martial spirit, so after careful analysis and calculation, he finally completed the first perfect cycle. It was obvious that the Heaven Vein pill's medicinal power had been stimulated, and the embryonic form of the Heaven Vein began to slowly grow. It seemed that with every cycle, the trace of heaven origin energy would increase a little. However, this amount was too little, so little that it could be completely ignored. However, Ling Xiao was not discouraged. He was used to pursuing the improvement of his cultivation through hard work. This little thing was really nothing to him. On his forehead, the sweat had already begun to evaporate, and his hair was wet. His back and chest were full of sweat stains. However, Ling Xiao was unaware. He still closed his eyes and carefully urged the trace of heaven origin energy to circulate in his body. Huff, after an unknown amount of time, he let out a long breath. And slowly opened his eyes, obviously with a trace of fatigue. The Moonlight Treasure Ship seemed to have slowed down, and soft sunlight shone in from outside the window. As expected of a treasure from the True Devil Forbidden Grounds. It's so difficult to cultivate, but the effect is so amazing. I've only cultivated to the first level, and my veins of heaven have evolved to the growth stage. Interesting. Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was still very amazing. Ordinary people might not even be able to find the way to cultivate the mysterious art of Heaven Yuan in a day, but he had already cultivated to the first level, which was very rare. Have we reached the Holy City? Ling Xiao pushed open the door and asked. Not yet, but from here forward, there will be a large number of terrifying flying beasts. You need to slow down. Continue your cultivation. Golden Light Heavenly Master sat outside Ling Xiao's door. He was guarding Ling Xiao. This scene made Ling Xiao feel a little touched. It seemed that he had really become the expectation of everyone in the Yuehua school. He must not let them down. No matter what, he had to get first place in this martial arts festival final. He returned to his room and couldn't help but smile. He thought that he had cultivated for a day, but he didn't expect it to only be half a day. It seemed that he still had time. He closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate according to the previous method. Everything was difficult at the beginning. As long as he found the right way, his cultivation would be successful. At the same time, because the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival final was getting closer and closer, the entire Tianlong continent seemed to be surging with wind and clouds. In addition to the 12 sects and many small sects, even countless lone warriors were heading to the holy city. These lone warriors' cultivation was generally more powerful, and the weakest was a veins of heaven. There was no other way. Without the veins of heaven, there were many places on the Tianlong continent where there was no way to survive. Although the holy city was very big, the space was limited. In order to better spectate the battle, the limit for foreign warriors was to be a veins of heaven. Not only that, but you also have to rush here early. If you're late, you won't be able to enter. Unless you're a relative of the holy dynasty, you won't be able to enter if you exceed the capacity of the holy city. Of course, sect disciples were an exception. This was especially true for the disciples of the 12 sects. According to the rules, a sect was allowed to bring a maximum of 100 spectators, and the participating disciples were not included. The Sacred Dynasty's martial arts festival was held once every few years. It was a grand occasion for the entire Sky Dragon continent. Anyone with the ability would not want to miss this opportunity. Moreover, the news of the preliminaries had already spread throughout the entire Sky Dragon continent. Almost every warrior knew that the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival was the strongest martial arts festival that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. If he missed it, he might not be able to see it again in his lifetime. After all, there were really not many martial artists who could live to 10,000 years old. When the entire Sky Dragon continent was excited about the martial arts festival, all the sects were preparing for the finals. This year's Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival had countless geniuses. Although many people were eliminated in the preliminaries, it was still the most prosperous event in 10,000 years. It was rumored that the person who ranked first in the martial arts festival would become the chosen one and receive the full support of the entire Sky Dragon continent. The next 6 would become the new 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty and would be bestowed with the honor of being the chosen one's bodyguard. They would accompany the chosen one to embark on the journey of the chosen one's voyage. Naturally, there were also many benefits. Of course, the rewards were not just that. It was rumored that when the human king chose the Sacred Dynasty as the capital of the Sacred Dynasty, he cast the 9 cauldrons to stabilize the destiny. Luck was not something that was deliberately mystifying, but something that truly existed. Destiny could affect a person's future, it could affect a sect's future. Although the Sacred Dynasty was now in decline, it was still able to stand tall because of the 9 cauldrons to stabilize the destiny. Now that the destiny was constantly leaking, whoever could obtain a higher ranking in the martial arts festival would be able to obtain more of the leaked destiny. This luck sounded mysterious, but it was better than any spirit pill or elixir. With destiny, you would have good luck. Whether it was fighting, adventuring, alchemy, cultivation, etc., it would all go very smoothly. The more destiny one had, the more obvious it would be. It was because of this that the various sects, as well as these young geniuses, were crazily fighting for a good ranking. It was said that the one with the strongest destiny was the 9 cauldrons. This was something that only the human king of the past had achieved. In the later generations of martial artists, the one with the strongest destiny was Holy Emperor Jiwu, who did not lose to the true Devil Emperor. His destiny was only the 8 cauldrons. To put it more simply, with the 9 cauldrons destiny, the success rate of doing anything was more than 90%, although it was possible to fail, the probability of failure would be greatly reduced. The less destiny, the lower the success rate. Some people did not have any destiny at all and were even plagued by bad luck. Not only would they not succeed, but they would also be unlucky everywhere. Most people had destiny, but most people had less than 1 cauldron. Ling Zhao's destiny was higher than most people, around 2 cauldrons. However, this destiny began after he obtained the Mountain River martial spirit. In the past, he only had bad luck. If he wanted to achieve greater success, he had to obtain a better ranking in the martial arts festival. He was not the only one who thought so, others also thought so. Blue Water Divine Palace. In the depths of a jade-like lake, there was a palace hidden among the corals. Under the heavy water pressure, the palace still stood tall and looked very sturdy. Near the palace, in the pitch-black lake, there was a ferocious giant whale. Once someone came close, they would be mercilessly swallowed by it. Inside the palace master of the Blue Water Divine Palace sat on a throne and looked at the two people below the stage. She was a noble woman, as if she was looking down on the entire world. By Xianxia. Hong Li. Although many disciples of the Blue Water Divine Palace are participating in the martial arts festival, the only ones who can compete for the title of Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters are you two. By Xianxia. You're the chief core disciple of the Jadewater Divinity Palace and ranked 3rd in the last competition. You've seized quite a bit of karmic luck for our Jadewater Divinity Palace, but 3rd place isn't enough. This time, I want you to defeat the chosen. Below the stage stood a girl in white and a girl in red. Both of them were elegant and refined. One could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary people. Bai Qianjiao was naturally the girl in white. She bowed slightly and said with a smile, Palace Master, don't worry. I'll definitely defeat the Holy Sun in the Martial Dao Festival and take 1st place. I'll increase the karmic luck of the Cloudwater Divine Palace, the Storm Legion, and the entire Oceanic clan. Well said. Tens of thousands of years ago, the true Devil Emperor rashly attacked the Saint Dynasty. It was because the Saint Dynasty's fate chi was not yet exhausted that caused all his previous efforts to go to waste. This time, we cannot repeat the same mistake, so we must try our best to seize the fate chi. The noble woman nodded slowly. The noble woman nodded slightly, then looked at the girl in red and said, Hong Li, your true strength is not weaker than your senior sister's. Last time, you were wronged and lost to your senior sister. This time, you can use your strength to your heart's content. If your senior sister is unable to defeat the Holy Sun, this matter will be left to you. Disciple obeys. The girl in red revealed a determined smile. Last time, she was still young, but already possessed strength comparable to Bai Qianjiao. Now that several years had passed and she was already 18 years old, her strength was even stronger than before. This time, in the martial arts festival final, she was really aiming for 1st place. Good, as long as you are confident. You two must take 2 places among the 6 young masters. In this way, the fate of the Heavenly King sect will be taken by our Aquamarine Palace. Abstruse Fire Sect. All the buildings stood in a place where flames were raging. All the plants here were extremely tenacious and could survive in the raging fire. All the animals here were also of the fire attribute. In the main hall, there were also 3 people. One of them was in his 50s, wearing a fiery red python robe, looking extremely domineering. Of the 2 people standing below, one was a feminine man called Lu Taiyin, ranked 4th among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. The other was a child who looked to be in his teens. He was very cute and had an invisible domineering aura. His name was Red Samadhi, ranked 5th among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Taiyin, Samadhi, I won't say anything unnecessary. The last time you participated in the martial arts festival, you were still very young. Now, you are still young. My requirements are not high. As long as you can maintain your current ranking, it will be considered a victory. The domineering middle-aged man's voice was very gentle. Master, don't worry. This time, not only will we maintain our ranking, but we will also go further. At the level of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, no one was willing to stay in the same place. These 2 were no exception. If they could get 1st place, no one would be willing to be 4th or 5th. In the Sacred City. Senior brother Wuji, please don't fight with that Ling Xiao. You can't beat him. That Ling Xiao has already become so powerful that even Master was killed by him. Chen Meng still could not forget the scene of Chen Nanqing being killed. She was lucky enough to survive, but she did not dare to think about revenge because she felt that she was no match for Ling Xiao. He didn't want Jian Wuji to throw his life away. Jian Wuji looked at Chen Meng indifferently, shook his head and said, Chen Nanqing, that trash, it's fine if he dies. I won't avenge him. However, Ling Xiao must die. Junior sister, you've really disappointed me. You actually thought that Ling Xiao was stronger than your senior brother. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say between us. Senior brother. Looking at that cold and emotionless face, Chen Meng's heart thumped. She felt both pain and coldness. Jian Wuji closed his eyes and ignored Chen Meng. He was absolutely unwilling to be ranked sixth among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. This time, he wanted to at least advance by 1 rank. West of Skydragon Continent. Snow Mountain Sect. This was a world under white snow. This was the territory of the Snow Mountain Sect, one of the 12 sects. The disciples of the Snow Mountain Sect were best at ice attribute Jin Yuan. Although they had not been very famous, a very outstanding disciple from the last martial arts festival had made it into the top 10. Although he did not become one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, his strength was still recognized by many people. This year, he was 19 years old and was eligible to participate in the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival again. Xie Feng, you're the most outstanding disciple of our Snow Mountain sect in the past 1,000 years. You're also an absolute leader among the 3 sects in the West. This martial arts festival, don't let your master down. You have to increase the luck of our Snow Mountain sect. The Sword King sect, Tang sect, Gu King sect, and Poison King sect are weak. It's time for us to rise. A handsome man in white with fluttering white hair stood on top of an ice mountain and said to the boy beside him. Li Xiefeng nodded and said, Master, I'll do my best. I won't let you down. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I don't expect you to get a high ranking. This time, if you can get 6th place, it'll be enough for you to be one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. The handsome man smiled and said. This disciple understands. The boy was looking forward to a higher result. Also in the west of the continent. The Blood Blade sect was also one of the 12 sections. Although the name of the sect was tacky, this sect was not to be underestimated. The Blood Blade sect's saber techniques walked a strange path. Their moves were strange and ruthless. Anyone who exchanged moves with them would have a headache. At this moment, the sect master and the upper echelons of the Blood Blade sect were all smiling. Success. Bai Shui's Blood Blade scripture has been cultivated to the 6th level. He's the strongest among the older generation. That's right. Jian Wuji's Sword King scripture was only cultivated to the 4th level last time, but he was already one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Bai Shui will definitely get into the top 6 this time. Humph, you're all looking down on me, Qin Bishue. Top 6? Even if he's the holy son of the Sky King sect, I'll pull him down. The boy's face was filled with evil charm. His whole body was like an unparalleled blade of blood, giving people a chilling feeling. Ha ha ha, well said. The Holy Son is strong because he has one of the 9 dragon souls, the natural dragon soul. However, in front of a powerful blade technique, he'll still lose. Qin Bishue smiled and said, Sect Master, I hope you all can keep this a secret. I'll definitely stun everyone in the martial arts festival and defeat the Holy Son. I'll take 1st place. Good ambition. That's how it should be. The sect will keep your secret for you. Let's go now. I can't wait to see the Sky King sect cry, ha ha ha. The sect master of the Blood Blade sect had never been so excited. As for the preliminaries, he didn't care at all. Those who participated in the preliminaries were not qualified to be seeded contestants. What was there to care about? Qin Bishue didn't care about those people either. He only cared about the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Spiritual Medicine Villa, one of the 12 sects, was also located in the west. The fragrance of herbs and fruits was everywhere, making it a paradise. In the deep valley, there was a villa that occupied a large area. At this time, in the main hall of the villa, a mother was gently stroking the head of her beloved daughter. She smiled and said, Yao Ling, it's my fault that your sister left in a fit of anger. This time, in the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival, not only must you get into the top 6, but also help me find your sister with this luck. The young girl under his knees was dressed in a dark green outfit, as if she was a piece of exquisitely carved jade. Mother, don't worry. After I go out this time, I'll bring my sister back no matter what. Of course, I'll also try to become one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. She smiled softly, and the look in her eyes was unusually determined. If one were to talk about the most eye-catching sect, it would naturally be the Heavenly King sect. It was the most powerful sect in the 12 sects and had the most outstanding disciples in the world. They had always had a close relationship with the royal family of the sacred dynasty. There were 5 people in the main hall of the Heavenly King sect. One of them was the sect master of the Heavenly King sect, a peak grotto heaven realm expert who was half a step into the Yin Yang realm. The other was the Holy Emperor of the sacred dynasty, also a peak grotto heaven realm expert. The other 3 were the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Feng Yarao of the Sky Dragon Institute. Wushang, you will become the Holy Sun's most capable assistant. You're demonic. I can see through everything and make your enemies tremble in fear. The 2 of us have always thought highly of you. At the very least, you can reach the Yin Yang realm. Therefore, this time, you must maintain your 2nd place. 2nd place, you must strive to increase the luck of the Heavenly King sect. The one who spoke was the sect master of the Heavenly King sect. Yes, sect master. Emma Wushang's face was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Perhaps this proud young man did not think that he was weaker than the Holy Sun. In his heart, he might even want to compete with the Holy Sun. But he did not dare to say it out loud. In the Heavenly King sect, the Holy Sun's status was equivalent to the sect master. Yarao, you did not use your full strength in the preliminaries. Otherwise, you would not have only obtained 1 treasure. You must enter the top 3 in the finals. At that time, the Sky Dragon Institute will be officially established. You will be the 3 core disciples. The sect master of the Heavenly King sect looked at Feng Yarao and said with a frown. Sect master, I did not use my full strength. However, that Ling Xiao did not use his full strength either. We must be careful. Feng Yarao said respectfully. Don't mention that Ling Xiao again. Who does he think he is? If it was not for the Moon Lady, I would have killed him last time. The Holy Sun hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. He immediately lost his cool when he heard the name. Holy Sun, you have the immemorial nature dragon martial spirit, which is the most powerful martial spirit besides the mountain and river martial spirit. You don't have to be so calculated with a nobody. You must be calm, okay? The Holy Emperor looked at the Holy Sun and said indifferently, as the descendant of the Emperor, you will not only inherit the title of Heaven's chosen child, but also the entire Sky Dragon continent. This martial arts festival is no small matter. It will be different from the past. You must obtain 1st place. The Holy Sun took a deep breath and calmed himself down. His eyes were like those of a god. He said indifferently, the glory of the Sky Dragon continent is long gone. To me, this martial arts festival is just a convenient way to obtain the title of Heaven's chosen child. There won't be any accidents. After obtaining the title of Heaven's chosen child, I will set sail on the Heaven's chosen waterway. Xing Di laughed and said, that's right. That's the true demeanor of a king. If you have such confidence, there won't be any problems. I just hope that someone will be able to give you some pressure in the Martial Path Festival. That way, you'll be able to become stronger. Feng Yarao secretly shook her head. There was always a shadow in her heart that could not be shaken off, and that was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was not inferior to the Holy Sun. She always had this intuition. The east gate of the Holy City was a vast plain. It was reasonable to say that such a terrain was not suitable for defense. However, even the true Demon's Empire did not have the opportunity to attack the Holy City. There was no other reason than the 9 cauldrons to protect the Holy City. Moreover, the human king had set up a very terrifying 9 cauldrons great sky array underground. This array could greatly increase one's strength. As for the enemy, it had a very terrifying weakening effect. It was rumored that when the true Demon's Empire attacked the Holy City, they suddenly suffered a crushing defeat. That defeat was also the prelude to the true Demon's Empire's defeat. Although the true Devil Supreme Lord and the other 9 Demon Kings had all escaped, a large number of demon generals and demon soldiers had died in battle here, becoming eternal souls. Therefore, if someone wanted to cause trouble in the Holy City, they were really tired of living. On this vast plain, the warriors who had temporarily set up camp were waiting for the gate to open. No one dared to rashly enter. Some people were chatting around the bonfire and roasting meat. Some people were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Some people were exchanging pointers on the side. There were also groups of 3 to 5 people laughing and cursing. The outside of the holy city had never been so lively. This made the ordinary people in the holy city quite happy. Martial artists were all generous people, so they could earn a lot of money from this. Yuehua school had already arrived here. Ling Xiao was still cultivating in the moonlight treasure ship, while Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and the others were eating and chatting. Leng Hao looked into the distance excitedly and said, "Senior sisters, there are really a lot of people this time. It seems that the weakest cultivator is a half-step heavenly venerable. Even the ordinary people in the holy city are transcendent realm warriors. This is simply a miracle that has never been seen before. It's indeed unheard of. As expected of the capital of the holy dynasty. There are so many warriors that even the mountains can't help but shake. It's really terrifying. Even if a swarm of locusts covered the sky and the sun, it would be very terrifying, let alone a dense crowd of warriors." Lan Yuer also sighed with emotion. But even with so many warriors, they can face a Yinyang realm powerhouse in one move. When one reaches the Yinyang realm, numbers are meaningless. The Moon Maiden said indifferently. Lan Yuer stuck out her tongue. What this Moon Lady Master said was right, but how many people could cultivate to the Yinyang realm? Wasn't it too difficult for them? Wu Xiong smiled and said, "The three of you should try your best to get a good ranking. This time, it's not just about the ranking. Although the top 10 will have generous rewards, the most important thing is luck. Ling Xiao doesn't have to worry, but the three of you still need to work hard." "Yes, Sect Master." The three of them nodded. They were very clear about their positions. Leng Hao and Dai Yuling intended to break into the top 50. Lan Yuer was striving to break into the top 10. In any case, the higher the ranking, the better. While they were waiting, more and more people arrived one after another. "Look, Yan Liehua is here. This guy got an immortal grade artifact, the Crimson Flame Spear, in the preliminaries. His strength is obviously stronger now. Last time, he was 51st. This time, he should be able to get a higher ranking, right? He's nothing. The one over there is third young Master Bai, who ranked 30th in the last martial arts festival. He's a disciple of the Heavenly King sect. Another one is Long Xiaoxiao, who ranked 29th in the last martial arts festival. He's a disciple of the Blue Water Sacred Palace. It's said that he broke into the top 30 last time with only 60% of his half-step Holy Master cultivation. Now, it seems that he's already a Heaven Pulse warrior. His strength is very terrifying." Leng Hao and Dai Yuling couldn't help but feel nervous when they saw the arrival of young talents. They couldn't help it. These people seemed to be stronger than them. Although Leng Hao and Dai Yuling were quite strong, they were a little dispirited. When they heard the rankings, it would be good enough if he could get into the top 100. As for Lan Yuer, she had a serious look on her face. Most importantly, she could feel a strong killing intent from Long Xiaoxiao and the third young Master Bai's aura. She was really a little nervous now. Those two fellows will suffer when they meet senior brother Ling. Leng Hao seemed to have found his confidence. Although he wasn't a match for these two people, he was still young, younger than them. In the same age group, his senior brother Ling Xiao was the one who was truly heaven-defying and valiant. Hearing Ling Hao's words, Lan Yuer and Dai Yuling felt the same. Ling Xiao would definitely stir up a storm in this sacred dynasty martial arts festival. He would definitely be a dark horse to the end. "They're here." At this moment, Wu Xiong looked into the distance with a slight smile on his face. "Who?" Leng Hao asked, puzzled. "Heavenly King Sect, Aquamarine Shrine, Abstruse Fire Sect, Bloodblade Sect, Snow Mountain Sect, and Spiritual Medicine Villa." Wu Xiong replied. Everyone looked up and saw 6 huge exotic beasts landing in the open space outside the east gate. The nearby martial artists made way for them. They had no choice. The 12 sects were the strongest sects in the Skydragon continent. Once they appeared, they had to make way for them. When Yuehua School and Beast King Palace arrived, the situation was the same. The upper echelons of the sects greeted each other with cupped fists, while the young disciples stood at the front of the group in high spirits. Bloodblade Sect's core disciple, Qin Bishue, glanced at the people around him coldly and snorted. In this sacred dynasty martial arts festival, he would definitely open a path to first place with his blood blade. No one could stop him. Snow Mountain sect's core disciple, Li Xiefeng, looked indifferent, but his heart was like a ball of fire. He looked at the holy city and clenched his fists. Dai Yaoling of the spiritual medicine villa was chatting and laughing with the woman beside her. She didn't seem to care about the martial arts festival this time. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would notice that her gaze was drifting to and fro from time to time. Lu Taiyin and Hong Sanmei of the abstruse fire sect could not help but frown. In just a few years, their original competitors had actually improved tremendously. They had originally hoped to fight for the top 3, but now it seemed that as long as they could maintain their current ranking, it would be very difficult. Lu Taiyin smiled and said, "Junior sister, you've made more progress than me in the past few years, but that guy Qin Bishue seems to be even more terrifying. He has a terrible blade intent on his body that makes people shudder." "Yes, at least 10 times stronger than before." Hong Sanmei nodded, his expression becoming more and more solemn. The disciple of the Jade Water Divine Palace, Hong Li, glanced at Qin Bishue of the Blood Blade sect and sneered. No matter who it was, they would all be her stepping stone. Bai Qianjiao beside her looked at her junior sister and could not help but sigh. She knew how terrifying Hong Li was, but this time, she would not give up the 3rd place so easily. "Emma Wushang is here." At this moment, a handsome young man floated over. His demonic eyes were only slightly opened, but it made people feel an uncontrollable fear. Originally, no one was willing to submit to anyone. However, Emma Wushang's arrival seemed to have broken all of this. "This guy is still so terrifying. Even if I were to meet the Holy Sun, I wouldn't want to meet him. Yes, he's too terrifying. His demonic eyes make people feel uncomfortable." "Humph, what are you afraid of?" "He's just strong soul power. Let's see how Qin Bishue, will break his power." "Yes, he's strong, but not invincible." Suddenly, another person walked out from behind Mo Wushang with a smile on his face. Just by walking, this person seemed to condense all the luck in the world. The aura of a king rushed over, making people feel like they had to submit. "Welcome, Holy Sun." Some people involuntarily knelt on the ground, trembling as they shouted. The Holy Sun was known to almost everyone in the Heavenly Dragon continent. Her name was as resounding as the Holy Emperor. The descendant of the Holy Dynasty's royal family, the appointed Holy Sun, the future Holy Emperor, and the genius youth, female, who ranked first in the previous martial arts festival. Her current cultivation was unfathomable. Even the people around her did not know what level she had reached. In any case, it was said that she had once exhausted a celestial realm warrior to death in a one-on-one situation. Some people even said that her talent was not inferior to the former Holy Emperor, Ji Wu. Ji Wu was the most outstanding Holy Emperor after the Human King. In the entire Heavenly Dragon continent, she was one of the top existences with a terrifying king's bloodline. She was bound to become a top genius in the future. As soon as the Holy Sun appeared, her terrifying king's aura completely suppressed the rest of the younger generation. Her strength was without a doubt the strongest among the younger generation under the age of 20. Coupled with her innate royal bloodline and the pressure of the natural dragon soul, her aura was even more dazzling than the elders who were stronger than her. How can these people be so strong? Leng Hao could not help but smile bitterly. "Junior brother Leng, there's no need to think too much. These are all quasi-young master level and young master level existences. Our opponents are people like Long Xiaoxiao and the 3rd young master Bai. Perhaps they can even fight with Yan Liehua. As for these people, let senior sister Lan and junior brother Ling deal with them." Dai Yuling said with a smile. She was very open-minded. After all, her talent was not strong. It was a miracle that she could reach this stage. Therefore, she did not expect much. If she could make it into the top 100, or even the top 50, it would be considered a victory. "Mother, back then, you thought that I was trash, so you chased me out of the spiritual medicine villa. Today, I will make you understand that your way of doing things is completely wrong." Dai Yuling of course saw the spiritual medicine villa. She also saw that ****** and Dai Yaoling, her sister. She might not be a match for Dai Yaoling, but the other disciples of the spiritual medicine villa were no match for her. Even if she could not win against Dai Yaoling, she would not let Dai Yaoling have an easy time. So what if they were geniuses? As long as they worked hard, even if their talent was mediocre, they could still be blessed by the heavens, just like junior brother Ling. And her. Originally, their talents were not top-notch. However, one of them obtained the ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul, while the other obtained the ancient Gourd Vine Martial Soul. Since then, their cultivation was no worse than those geniuses. If they had given up, they would not have achieved what they had today. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, am coming. Suddenly, a golden light flickered in the sky. It turned out to be Long Chen. Long Chen separated from the Yuehua school after the preliminaries. This was because he had obtained a lot of benefits in the True Devil Forbidden area, which had completely stimulated the potential of the Golden Dragon in his body. Perhaps it was because the potential of the Golden Dragon in his body had been fully unleashed. Long Chen's current strength was no less than the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. He had also become a Heavenly Pulse warrior. With the terrifying defense of the Dragon Clan, it would not be difficult for him to get the same ranking as the 6 young masters. Of course, compared to Ling Xiao, there was still a big gap. Although he wanted to compete with his respected brother Ling, he did not have much confidence in his heart. After Long Chen landed, he walked straight towards the Yuehua school. He was the only disciple of the Divine Sword sect who had entered the martial arts festival's finals. Naturally, he would gradually become the sect leader. As for the other higher-ups of the Divine Sword sect, they did not come. After all, their strength was not as good as Ling Zhao's. As long as Ling Xiao was here, Long Chen would most likely be fine. There's such a powerful disciple outside the 12 sects? Long Chen's arrival attracted the attention of many people. Especially those who were narrow-minded. When they saw that there was such a person in the small Divine Sword sect, they wanted to find trouble for him. If they could cripple Long Chen on the spot, it would be even better for them. Therefore, a group of people gathered their aura and blasted it towards Long Chen. They did not care about Long Chen's life at all. Anyway, in the eyes of these famous disciples, it was no big deal if someone from the Divine Sword sect died. They did not care at all. There were no less than 100 people. Although they were ranked in the bottom 20, the aura of so many people gathered together was extremely terrifying. It was like a huge wave crashing towards Long Chen. It was extremely terrifying. Humph. Long Chen could not help but snort. The pride of the Dragon Clan allowed him to keep a low profile and be respectful in front of Ling Xiao. He would not cower in front of anyone else. Even if he died, he would not lower his head. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura exploded from his body. It was like an ancient ferocious beast. The aura was abnormally ferocious. It was as if the king of the world had personally arrived. It was domineering and ferocious. It did not lose to the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Puff, suddenly, a disciple who was targeting Long Chen vomited blood and fell to the ground. Following that was the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Those who were not strong enough, facing this terrifying dragon might, who could resist? In the end, out of the 100 or so people, more than 50 of them vomited blood and were seriously injured. They were simply asking for humiliation. A bunch of trash. Long Chen sneered and continued to walk forward. When he arrived at the Yuehua school's campsite, he cupped his hands and greeted everyone. The surrounding people were in disbelief. This kid is definitely another dark horse. Yeah, he has the potential to be a young tycoon. His aura doesn't lose to the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. How did he cultivate? Judging from the majesty and aura of a dragon on his body, his martial spirit should be a dragon martial spirit. How could a small sect like the Divine Sword sect nurture such a terrifying person? To be honest, even Lan Yuer was shocked by Long Chen's performance. She knew that Long Chen and Ling Xiao were friends. Previously, when she saw Long Chen in the True Devil Forbidden area, he was not this powerful. At that time, Long Chen was only slightly stronger than Ling Hao and Dai Yuling. But now, Long Chen's strength was far above the two of them. You three don't have to be discouraged. He's a special case. The Moon Lady said indifferently. As for the specific situation, she naturally couldn't say it. If the dragon race was known to have reappeared, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The top 10 young tycoons couldn't help but take another look at Long Chen. Emma Wuxiang's eyes flickered and he said expressionlessly, "This kid's aura is only second to the Holy Sun. However, he lacks experience. He will definitely become one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. But it's hard to say which rank he will be." Feng Yaorao also nodded and said, "That's right. This time, the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty are destined to be replaced. I'm afraid that other than the Holy Sun and you, the rest will have to give up their positions." Emma Wuxiang glanced at the Holy Sun and took a deep breath. He thought inwardly, other than the Holy Sun, I don't care about anyone else. This kid is no exception. Although he's strong, he's definitely not my opponent. In fact, the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty had similar thoughts. Each of them was overflowing with self-confidence and absolutely didn't believe that they would lose to others. But now, they all had the same thought, that is, Long Chen was indeed very terrifying. "Look, the city gate is opening." At this moment, someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the direction of the holy city. Wu Xiang glanced at the slowly opening city gate. The city gate was towering into the clouds, several hundred meters high. No one knew how it was built, but when the city gate opened, it produced a raging wind that made it impossible for ordinary people to get close. "I just received a notice that the martial arts festival's final competition will start in 3 days. Let's go into the city and find a place to stay. As long as there are disciples participating in the competition, there will be a special place to stay," Wu Xiang said. Lan Yu'er was puzzled and asked, "Sect Master, why 3 days later? Shouldn't everyone be here by now? Shouldn't the competition start immediately?" Wu Xiang smiled and said, "Of course, there are considerations. After a long journey, there will inevitably be wear and tear, which will reduce the quality and excitement of the final competition. So, it's best to take a break. Moreover, the martial arts festival is a big event in the holy city, so it's necessary to let the martial artists spend some time. This way, the income of the holy city's people will also increase. In addition, the preparatory work will take some time, and the holy city will need to communicate with the people in charge of the various sects." After explaining, Wu Xiang looked in the direction of the moonlight treasured ship. Ling Xiao still hadn't moved. The rest of the sects had begun to enter the city. But they weren't worried about the problem of accommodation since the holy city would definitely arrange it in advance. In the quiet wooden house, milky white energy constantly poured into Ling Xiao's body. This energy was influenced by the Heaven Pulse elixir and combined with the mysterious art of Heaven Yuan, slowly turning into heavenly essence energy. As the heavenly essence energy increased, Ling Xiao's cultivation also steadily increased. Heavenly Master Golden Light, who had been guarding outside the door, suddenly felt the violent energy in the house. He couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise and looked around even more vigilantly. At this time, Ling Xiao absolutely couldn't be disturbed. Once disturbed, not only would there be the danger of qi deviation, but even if it was a little lighter, it would also cause his cultivation to decrease and be unable to break through. Inside the house, Ling Xiao's face revealed a relaxed smile. Although the breakthrough this time couldn't be said to be easy, it could be said to be a matter of course. There was no resistance at all. As the heavenly essence energy continued to condense, the light around Ling Xiao's body became brighter. He looked like a statue made of gold. The spiritual energy and heavenly essence energy fluctuations lasted for a full 2 hours. Most of the sects outside had already entered the city, and Ling Xiao's cultivation finally ended. In the wooden house, the golden light disappeared and the energy was restrained, as if nothing had happened. However, Ling Xiao understood that his cultivation had broken through again. A mature Heaven Pulse Realm cultivator, his heavenly Yuan Qi had already taken up 10% of his energy. Ling Xiao's current strength was much stronger than before. Previously, he only had a sliver of heavenly Yuan Qi, which was only 1% of his current strength, but it was still very effective. Now that his heavenly Yuan Qi had increased by 100 times, it was naturally easier for him to fight. Unfortunately, the Heaven Pulse pill's efficacy had been completely exhausted. However, this was not a big deal because Ling Xiao had already analyzed the refining method of the Heaven Pulse pill. He believed that the holy city would have enough herbs to refine the Heaven Pulse pill. He could just refine it himself. Anyway, he still had a lot of spirit stones and a lot of transcendent pills that he had refined before. Now that he had no use for them, he could sell them at the holy city's auction house. These transcendent pills, which were useless to him, were not worth much. In fact, they were very expensive for other transcendent realm cultivators. Even if you had the money, you might not be able to buy them. Many people had to use their sex honor points to exchange for these pills. These useless transcendent pills would probably cause a sensation. After stretching his limbs and exchanging a few moves with his martial soul avatar, Ling Xiao felt that he was much stronger than before. Then, he opened the door and walked out. Outside, although it was still early, only the people from the Yuehua school and Long Chen from the Divine Sword sect were waiting for him. He couldn't help but cup his hands and say apologetically, "I've kept you waiting. After we enter the city, I'll treat you to a meal." In the past, he couldn't feel any love from the Yuehua school. However, the current Yuehua school had quietly changed. The relationship between the disciples had become closer, and the atmosphere had changed a lot. Of course, the chronic illness couldn't be completely eliminated so quickly. However, he was confident that it wouldn't take long for the Yuehua school to completely change. Ha ha ha, then we'll have to rip you off. Everyone, listen up. We'll choose the most expensive food. Wu Xiang laughed and led everyone into the city to the Yuehua school's residence. In order to thank everyone from Yuehua school and Longchen for waiting for them, Ling Xiao spent over 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones to treat everyone to a delicious meal. Of course, this amount of spirit stones was nothing to him. But to most of the ordinary disciples, it was already an astronomical figure. After dinner, Ling Xiao went to see the Moon Lady. The Moon Maiden had to be thanked in person. When he was in the True Devil Forbidden area, if it wasn't for the Moon Maiden, the people of the Heavenly King sect wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. At that time, even if he was still alive, he was afraid that the Yuehua school would be in trouble. "Big Sister Moon Maiden, I won't say anything unnecessary. Anyway, thank you. Didn't you want to marry me? How can you marry me if you're dead? It's only right." The Moon Maiden smiled mischievously. Perhaps it was only in front of Ling Xiao that this cold-looking woman would become so cute and playful. Hee, that's right. Right now, the wife is protecting the husband. In the future, the husband will have to protect the wife well. Ling Xiao chuckled. I believe that. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you surpass me. What do you plan to do next? The Moon Maiden smiled and asked. She didn't know why, but she had an inexplicable favorable impression of Ling Xiao. She felt that Ling Xiao was very similar to the human king in many aspects. Perhaps the difference was that the human king was more like a saint. He had no desires, and even no emotions. Ling Xiao was different. He was very emotional, and he dared to love and hate. This made the Moon Maiden like him even more. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "With my current strength, I can easily defeat most of the young giants. However, the Holy Sun is an exception. Although I don't want to admit it, that woman is very strong. I have to do something in the remaining time." You're quite rational. After all, the Holy Sun is the disciple of the Heavenly King sect master and the daughter of the Holy Emperor. Her talent isn't any weaker than yours. Furthermore, she has two martial souls. One of them is the natural dragon soul, and the other is unknown. The Moon Maiden analyzed. Furthermore, the alchemists of the sacred dynasty are not weak, especially Heavenly Venerate Miraculous Hands. He is known as the strongest alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent. He will definitely help the Holy Sun with all his might. If you break through, the Holy Sun won't be slow either. Upon hearing the Moon Maiden's words, Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Heavenly Venerate Miraculous Hands is nothing compared to my master. He's just a top yellow-grade alchemist. When it comes to alchemy, he's a far cry from me, let alone my master. Are you that confident? The Moon Maiden asked with a smile. Of course. It's still early today. I'll go to the market to buy materials and refine the Heaven Pulse elixir. Before the martial arts festival starts, I have to at least cultivate the mysterious sky origin technique to the great success realm so that the heavenly origin energy in my body can exceed 50%. When alchemy was mentioned, Ling Xiao instantly became very confident. His eyes flickered with a confident and proud expression. As long as he had enough spirit stones, he could refine outstanding elixirs with his own ability and his hellfire crucible. Elixirs, which were treasures to others, were nothing to him. Although it wasn't as easy as eating or drinking, it definitely wouldn't be too difficult. As long as he had enough materials, he could refine a dozen or even dozens of Heaven Pulse elixirs to ensure that he could reach the level of a Heaven Pulse martial artist. Of course, all of this was inseparable from money, in other words, spirit stones. For example, the Heaven Pulse elixir required 3 500-year-old purple leaf snow lotuses, 4 1,000-year-old Heaven Pulse grass, or 4 1,000-year-old Heaven Pulse spiritual fruits. In addition, it also required an 800-year-old energy-gathering fruit and an inner elixir of a fierce beast at the same level as a Heaven Pulse martial artist. It didn't matter what kind of inner elixir it was. The key was that it was hard to find an inner elixir of such a level. One had to know that a 500-year-old purple leaf snow lotus was worth 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 3 of them would be 90,000 low-grade spiritual stones. A 1,000-year-old Heaven Pulse grass or Heaven Pulse spiritual fruit cost at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 4 of them would cost 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, they couldn't be sold in ordinary pharmacies, unless one went to an auction house or other high-end pharmacies. An 800-year-old energy-gathering fruit was even more precious. One of them cost at least 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was even rarer than the Heaven Pulse grass and Heaven Pulse spiritual fruit. The inner elixir of a fierce beast was equivalent to a Heaven Pulse martial artist's inner elixir. Its price usually ranged from 100,000 to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Let's take the cheapest price, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The cost of the herbs for the Heaven Pulse elixir was about 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. A little more expensive would be 1 million. In this case, the 20 million low-grade spirit stones Ling Xiao had didn't seem to be a lot. It might not even be enough for the materials for 20 Heaven Pulse elixirs. That was why he wanted to auction off all the extraordinary elixirs. After all, he didn't have enough money. As a currency, low-grade spiritual stones would not be a burden. There would always be a time when they would come in handy. This was because he knew how to refine the Heaven Pulse elixir. If he did not know how to refine it, the price of 1 Heaven Pulse elixir would be doubled. 2 million low-grade spiritual stones for 1 Heaven Pulse elixir, and one would have to go to an acquaintance to buy it. Sister Moon Maiden, I'm going to raise some money and buy the herbs to refine the Heaven Pulse elixir. Thinking of the magical effect of the Heaven Pulse elixir, Ling Xiao could not help but be impulsive. The Holy Sun's strength was far more frightening than it appeared to be on the surface. Although he was confident, he only had a 30% to 40% chance of winning. He had to increase the probability. Otherwise, once he failed, he would not only lose a battle, but also his entire life. Be careful on the way. Although no one dares to mess around in the holy city, you have to watch out for those crazy people. The Moon Maiden reminded him. After arriving at the holy city, even she had become cautious because she could no longer be considered invincible here. Don't worry, Sister Moon Maiden. I'll disguise myself. Ling Xiao chuckled and directly used the Mountain River Martial Spirit's model ability to slightly change his appearance. Then, with his clothes and decorations, if one was not very familiar with him, they would definitely not be able to recognize him. He could not completely change his appearance, but it would not be a problem for him to make some minor adjustments. Holy City, Imperial Auction House. The Imperial Auction House was second only to the Imperial Palace. It was the largest auction house on the Sky Dragon continent, and also the largest one. In the appraisal hall, Xianxia, the person in charge and chief appraiser of the Imperial Auction House, was flushed and her beautiful eyes were full of lust. She was trembling all over and breathing rapidly. Staring at the 20 perfect extraordinary elixirs on the table in front of her, she was like a little she-wolf in heat. Her eyes were shining with lust. Ahem. Sitting next to Xianxia was a mature-looking young man with many special decorations on his face. At this time, he coughed twice, which woke Xianxia up from her loss of self-control. This young man was naturally Ling Xiao in disguise. Along the way, no one was able to recognize him. Xianxia smiled awkwardly. Only then did she carefully pick up an extraordinary pill from the tray and carefully appraise it. The price of a perfect transcendent pill was very expensive. The market price for one was around 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. More importantly, there was a price but no supply. If such an item was put up for auction, the price would be even higher. It was not impossible for one to be sold for 1 million low-grade spirit stones. After a careful appraisal, Xianxia carefully pushed the tray to another appraiser of the royal auction house. This was a white-bearded old man. Despite his age, he was not only a Grotto Heaven realm expert, but also an extremely outstanding alchemist and appraiser in the field of alchemy. That's right. This is indeed an extraordinary pill, and its quality is extremely high. Even if a half-step Empyrean martial artist were to use it, it would definitely be of great benefit. Perfect. The old man nodded slowly with a surprised expression on his face. Hearing the old man's words, Xianxia smiled and then looked at the young man beside her. A charming smile appeared on her charming face. Since young hero trusts our royal auction house, we will definitely do our best to auction these perfect transcendent pills at a price that you are most satisfied with. Xianxia was very satisfied with the other party's professional attitude. She did not ask where the item came from or who he was. This was the rule of the auction house. Therefore, he smiled and said, "Since I came to you, it means that I trust you. When can the auction be held?" Xianxia smiled sweetly and said, "Young hero, you don't have to be anxious. There are still 3 days before the Martial Arts Festival finals. Today, we can advertise the perfect transcendent pills and officially hold the auction tomorrow. It will definitely cause a sensation." She was right. One had to know that for a sect, although experts were important, geniuses with potential were even more so the future of the sect. Not to mention the 12 sects, as long as it was a sect with disciples or a lone martial artist, the need for transcendent pills was very urgent. As long as they properly advertised, these transcendent pills would definitely be sold at a shockingly high price. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, but the auction will be held tomorrow morning at the latest. I am still in a hurry to get this money." Xianxia smiled and said, "That's not a problem. It's still early before nightfall, so it's enough time to advertise. Although the holy city is very big, our royal auction house's staff is also very sufficient." As she said this, she was very shocked in her heart. One had to know that a perfect transcendent pill was a low-level yellow-grade medicinal pill. In other words, even if the person opposite her was not a low-level yellow-grade alchemist, he must have some kind of relationship with a low-level yellow-grade alchemist. Although the Heavenly Dragon continent was big, there were only a few high-level alchemists. If they could win over this low-level yellow-grade alchemist, it would be very important to strengthen the royal auction house's strength. Their royal auction house did not only want to stay in the Heavenly Dragon continent. They also wanted to rush out of the Heavenly Dragon continent and open their business to the Divine Phoenix continent, or even further. That's good. Xianxia nodded slightly and said, "The first thing I came here for today is to auction these perfect transcendent pills. There's another thing that I might need the royal auction house's help with." "Young hero, there's no harm in saying it." Xianxia was worried that she could not find a chance to flatter him. She did not expect the other party to take the initiative to ask for her help. Naturally, she was willing. "It's not a big deal. Recently, I want to refine some medicinal pills, but I need some materials. Your royal auction house is the largest auction house in the entire Heavenly Dragon continent, so you must have a lot of medicinal ingredients, right?" Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded and revealed a thoughtful look. She was probably wondering how much of Xiao's words were true and how much of it was false. Although this young man looked mature, could there be someone else behind him? "Young hero, what medicinal ingredients do you need? Tell us first. If there are any, we will definitely make it convenient for you," Xianxia said. Xiao did not hide anything. He directly told her the ingredients needed for the Heaven Pulse pill. It was not a secret recipe. The medicinal ingredients for the Heaven Pulse pill were written in a book, but the specific refining method was a secret. Therefore, it was useless even if you knew the ingredients. If you did not know how to refine it, it was no different from not knowing anything. When the white-bearded old man next to them heard Xiao mention a few medicinal ingredients, he could not help but show a surprised expression on his face. Since he was an alchemist, it was impossible for him not to know the ingredients needed for the Heaven Pulse pill. Therefore, when he heard Ling Xiao's words, he knew that Ling Xiao must be planning to refine the Heaven Pulse pill, and the Heaven Pulse pill's grade was much higher than the Transcendent pill. Inferring from this, the person behind this young man might be more powerful than they thought. Although Xianxia was not as good as the old man in alchemy, she also understood the hidden meaning in Ling Xiao's words. She couldn't help but say in surprise, "Young hero, we don't have these herbs at the moment. But this time many warriors are gathering in the sacred city, and many of them are experts in alchemy. Once we buy these herbs, we'll send them to you." Her words were very tactful. She didn't directly ask about Ling Xiao's residence, but asked indirectly in the name of sending the herbs. But how could Ling Xiao not understand her thoughts? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Then there's no need to trouble you. I'll be there at the auction tomorrow. Of course, I'll also prepare the required spirit stones. We can just do the transaction here." After that, he stood up, cupped his hands, and left. "Guards!" Xianxia shouted softly. A figure flashed out of the dark corner, who didn't reveal his aura at all. "Your Highness." "Follow him. Don't alert him, and don't offend him," Xianxia said lightly. "Yes, Your Highness." The black figure quickly disappeared in the corner. After the man left, Xianxia frowned slightly. She looked at the old man beside her and said, "Uncle, you're an alchemist not inferior to Celestial Master Miraculous Hands. Are those herbs related to the Heaven Pulse elixir?" "Haha, little Xianxia, you're really smart. Those herbs are related to the Heaven Pulse elixir, but the Heaven Pulse elixir needs at least a yellow-grade advanced alchemist to ensure a 70% or 80% success rate." The old man with white beard smiled, and then frowned and said, "If I'm not wrong, the young man is not a yellow-grade low alchemist, but a yellow-grade advanced alchemist. There are no more than 30 alchemists of this level in the whole Sky Dragon continent. He's definitely a rare treasure. Could it be someone Imperial Uncle knows?" Xianxia asked. "I'm not sure, but this young man is very strange. His aura is also very mixed. I can't tell which sect he is from," the old man said again. "No way." Xianxia showed a surprised expression and said, "You are a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Why can't you see his cultivation and sect? Nothing is impossible. Anyway, you have already sent someone to follow him. You will soon know his identity. Don't offend this person. If there is a chance, you must rope him in." The white-bearded old man gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness." At this moment, the man in black who had followed them out returned. "Have you found out?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. The man in black had only gone out for a moment. This was too fast. Did that person live nearby? "Reporting to Your Highness, this person's movement technique is extremely strange. After leaving the Imperial Auction House, he disappeared without a trace, not even leaving behind a trace of his aura. This subordinate is useless." The man in black lowered his head and reported. "How is this possible? You're a Heaven Realm cultivator, no matter how you look at him, he's just a Transcendent Realm cultivator, yet you were actually left behind by him?" Xianxia couldn't believe it. "All right, you can leave." The white-bearded old man waved his hand at the man in black, then looked at Xianxia and said, "Little Xianxia, I'm afraid this person is an expert. Don't follow him casually in the future. If you annoy him, forget about winning him over, you might even become his enemy." Xianxia couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. She wasn't afraid of offending a master, but if she offended a yellow-grade high alchemist or above, the Imperial Auction House might go bankrupt. "I know." Xianxia nodded and said, "It seems that we have done our best to promote this auction. We must change his impression of our auction house." With Xianxia personally coordinating, the Imperial Auction House did its best to promote this Transcendence Pill auction. In just half a day, almost all the cultivators in the Holy City knew about this news. For a time, all the cultivators focused their attention on the Imperial Auction House. Anyway, the martial arts festival hadn't started yet. Before that, it would be good to participate in the auction and get some Transcendence Pills. Although Transcendence Pills weren't cheap, ordinary Transcendents could still afford one or two as long as they were willing to work hard. Not to mention, The wealthy sects often used such pills as rewards for their disciples. They would definitely be willing to pay a high price for them. Most importantly, these things were really practical. After all, most of the sects on the Sky Dragon continent were below the half-step heavenly venerate level. This auction storm also swept through the Yuehua school's residents. After hearing about this, the higher-ups of the Yuehua school, including Wu Xiang, were very excited and expressed that they had to spend money to obtain a few pills. Ling Xiao was a little surprised to see that these higher-ups were so excited that they didn't lose out to the excitement of preparing for the martial arts festival. To him, these were just 20 transcendence pills that he didn't need. This made him understand that his master Yuan Venerate was right. The value of elixirs on the Sky Dragon continent was too high. He had really made the right choice when he chose to become an alchemist. Ling Xiao originally wanted to tell Wu Xiang and the others not to join in the fun, but after thinking about it, he realized that it wouldn't be good. If the people from the Yuehua school didn't go, it would be easy to suspect that he was from the Yuehua school. Therefore, he didn't say anything and just followed Wu Xiang and the others to the royal auction house. Perhaps because everyone was interested in the transcendence pills, Ling Xiao actually met people from the Heavenly King sect on the way. The Holy Sun and Mo Wushang didn't appear. The Heavenly King sect was still led by the deputy sect master, Xianxia. The disciple in the lead was the third-ranked core disciple, Dao Wuming. This person was the third-ranked core disciple of the Heavenly King sect and ranked in the top 10 of the previous martial arts festival. He wasn't far from the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, he planned to show off in this year's martial arts festival. Dao Wuming's behavior was too similar to Xianxia's. They were both arrogant, rude, and conceited. When Xianxia told Dao Wuming that the person who didn't give face to the Holy Sun was Ling Xiao, Dao Wuming couldn't help but mock him. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. I actually underestimated the Holy Sun. Now that I've seen him today, he's just a piece of trash. Brother Ling, what's that idiot mumbling about? Longchen asked deliberately. Who knows? There are too many idiots these days. I don't have the time to investigate them one by one. Ling Xiao sighed. Bastard. As the third-ranked core disciple of the Heavenly King sect, Dao Wuming's strength was second only to the Holy Sun and Mo Wushang. Moreover, his father was the imperial guardian of the sacred dynasty. In the entire Sky Dragon continent, everyone was respectful to him. How dare a mere Yuehua school disciple not give him face? And he even insulted him? Dao Wuming's face was so red that it looked like blood was going to drip out. He couldn't wait to attack. However, after a while, he took a deep breath and relaxed. In the end, he didn't dare to attack in the Holy City. The Holy City was not like the outside world. Even the Holy Sun and Mo Wushang would not dare to make a move, let alone Dao Wuming. Novel, law, kid, just you wait. Don't let me meet you in the finals of the martial arts festival. Otherwise, you'll know the price of insulting me. That's right. Senior Brother Wuming is now a complete heavenly pulse martial artist, and his heavenly origin energy is more than 50%. He's not someone that can be defeated by just anyone. Kid from the Yuehua school, kneel down and apologize to Senior Brother Wuming. When we meet, I'll make sure you lose. There's no need for Senior Brother Wuming to do anything. I can easily take care of him. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The disciples of the Heavenly King sect were also very proud. After all, the Heavenly King sect was the #1 sect on the Heavenly Dragon continent. It was reasonable for them to be so proud. Ling Xiao looked at Dao Wuming with disdain and said with a mocking smile, I'm sorry. I didn't know that a Heavenly Pulse martial artist is stronger than a Celestial Realm martial artist. 2 days ago, I accidentally killed a one-line sky martial artist in the True Devil Forbidden area. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, everyone, including the onlookers and the warriors of the Heavenly King sect, was dumbfounded. Their originally wild laughter suddenly froze, as if they had contracted polio. He accidentally killed a Celestial Realm martial artist, that was too much of a blow. Pfft. Look at that guy from the Heavenly King sect. He was so smug in front of others. Now he's embarrassed. That young man from the Yuehua school really killed a Celestial Realm martial artist? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, although he used a special power. Doesn't that mean he's on par with the Holy Sun? That's right. A group of onlookers who liked to watch the show started to talk. Their voices were especially loud, making Dao Wuming's face, which was already so red that it was about to drip blood, turn pale again. The corners of his mouth kept twitching, and his throat kept moving. It was obvious that he was trying to suppress his anger. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Brat, come out and let's fight for 300 rounds. Dao Wuming did not believe that Ling Xiao had killed a Heaven Realm warrior. Even if he had, it would have been with the help of others. Therefore, he was not afraid of Dao Wuming. Idiot, we still have to attend the auction. We don't have time to fool around with you. Besides, this is the holy city. You may want to die, but I plan to live for a while longer. Senior brother Wu, let's go. Ling Xiao glanced at Dao Wuming in disdain before leaving with Wu Xiang and the others. Pooh. Daoist Wuming was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. John Doe, don't be so angry. Just kill him at the martial arts festival. Xikong Xian also disliked Ling Xiao, so he did not stop Dao Wuming when he mocked Ling Xiao. Originally, they thought that they could embarrass Ling Xiao, but who knew that in the end, they would be the ones to lose face. This was really trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. However, after calming down, he was a little surprised. How did this little bastard cultivate? It's only been a day, and I feel that his cultivation is much stronger than before. At this rate, who can stop him? It was precisely because they were unhappy with Ling Xiao that the people of the Heavenly King sect paid special attention to him. Especially Xikong Xian, who had lost face in the true devil forbidden zone last time. Seeing Ling Xiao advancing so quickly, he was shocked and worried. Vice sect leader, let's hurry to the auction house. If we're late, I'm afraid that the transcendental pills will be sold out. Alright, let's go. The royal auction house had always been very lively, but today was definitely the most lively one this year. There were only two reasons. One was that there were simply too many warriors in the holy city. The other was that the perfect grade transcendental pills were simply too popular. Entering the auction house, the scene was simply like a festival. All kinds of discussions and laughter intertwined, forming a sea of people. As one of the 12 sects, the Yuehua school's reputation could be said to have soared recently. Therefore, as soon as they entered the royal auction house, someone led them to the VIP room to wait. Naturally, the VIP room was relatively more spacious. After waiting for the higher-ups to sit down, Ling Xiao also casually found a seat and sat down. Anyway, he was not interested in bidding for the transcendental pills that he put up for sale. Later, he would use the P-escape method to leave and find Xianxia. Now, he was most concerned about whether he had gathered the materials for the Heaven Pulse pill. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the next room. Junior sister, it said that after the martial arts festival, the Sky Dragon Academy will officially announce the recruitment. Do you plan to join? The voice was actually Jian Wuji's. As for his junior sister, it was obvious that she was Chen Meng. Senior brother, is the Sky Dragon Academy really as good as you said? Another voice sounded. It was indeed Chen Meng's. These two chatted as if they didn't care if others heard them. It was likely that the Sky Dragon Academy was about to launch a wave of publicity. These two chatting in public was also a kind of publicity for the Sky Dragon Academy. Of course. Jian Wuji's voice suddenly became excited. The Sky Dragon Academy's strength is definitely not something you can imagine. You should know that the Sky Dragon Academy was jointly built by the Holy Emperor and the Heavenly King sect master, using the strength of the entire Holy Dynasty. There are already the Heavenly King sect, Blue Water Divine Palace, Profound Fire sect, Gu King sect, Poison King sect, Tang sect, and Sword King sect, 7 big sects, as well as hundreds of small sects that are willing to join. However, the conditions for accepting disciples were extremely strict. If one wanted to join the Sky Dragon Academy, their cultivation had to reach the Transcendent Realm before the age of 50, otherwise they would not be qualified. Moreover, Transcendent Realm cultivators were only outer sect disciples in the Sky Dragon Academy. Not only that, according to the insiders, if one wanted to become an instructor of the Sky Dragon Academy, they had to be at least a Heaven Realm cultivator. Think about it, with such strength and financial resources, once they announce their recruitment, how many people would go crazy? But senior brother, why are those sects willing to send their top disciples to the Sky Dragon Academy? Chen Meng asked, puzzled. Do they dare to refuse? Jian Wuji sneered, I can't go into the details, but whoever dares to go against the Sky Dragon Academy is going against the entire Holy Dynasty. This time's martial arts festival is to select disciples for the Sky Dragon Academy. We must get a good result. After that, perhaps because some confidential information was involved, the two people next door used sound transmission to talk, so Ling Xiao couldn't hear them anymore. However, he could roughly guess what was going on. He and Wu Xiang looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. There was a saying in the profound world, those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. What they were most worried about was that if the Yuehua school refused to join the Sky Dragon Academy, they would be eliminated immediately. They had to be prepared in advance. Senior brother Wu, why don't you return to the sect first? The sect's experts are all in the Holy City. If the Sky Dragon Academy makes a move, we won't be able to do anything. Ling Xiao transmitted. Your worries are reasonable. The flame deity is still in the Yuehua school. I'm also worried. With the Moon Maiden here, I'll be fine even if I go back. Wu Xiang nodded and said. After saying that, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the higher-ups present. After giving them some instructions, he quietly left. When Wu Xiang left, he handed the position of leader to Heavenly Venerable Golden Light and Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye. Of course, when it came to important decisions, the Moon Maiden's orders had to be taken. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light and Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye also sat in the front row for this auction. Not long after Wu Xiang left the auction house, the auction began. Under countless gazes, Xianxia, who was wearing a sexy palace dress, walked up to the auction stage in the center like a fairy descending from the sky. Her clothes were not revealing, but they could still make people have endless fantasies. Many male warriors could not help but swallow their saliva and gulp a few times. Their gazes were like blazing flames. That could burn Xianxia's clothes. Although Xianxia was the eldest princess of the sacred dynasty and the elder sister of the current holy emperor, she did not have an unattainable nobility. Instead, she gave people a charming and graceful feeling. With just a smile and a single action, he was able to make countless people scream. This woman is simply a seductress. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light could not help but smile bitterly. Yes, master. Even I can't control my warrior's heart. Leng Hao shook his head repeatedly. You guys still can't control yourselves. Look at senior brother Ling, Dai Yuling said in annoyance. Don't look at me. I'm guarding a beauty like the Moon Maiden. Why would I be interested in others? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. In fact, it was impossible to say that he did not feel anything at all. At the age of 15, he was already at the age of love. It was very normal to have feelings for a charming and coquettish woman like Xianxia. However, with the Moon Maiden beside him, he did not have the guts to do so even if he wanted to. Xianxia was not as simple as just having a seductive appearance. This woman's ability to incite people was really terrifying. Regardless of whether they were men or women, 80% of the people here were stirred up by her words. Ling Xiao even suspected that even if the real trash was placed on the auction stage, it could still be sold for an astonishingly high price. It couldn't be helped. This kind of woman was naturally charming, but she also had the domineering aura and bloodline of a king. Compared to a little girl like the Holy Sun, she was more suitable to inherit the throne. Looking at the cultivators who were howling like wolves, Xianxia only had a faint smile on her face. However, in her heart, she was extremely pleased. With her natural charm, outstanding appearance, and the aura of her martial soul, she could easily conquer most women. All these years, the number of male martial artists who were willing to die for her had never stopped. Fortunately, she wasn't a vicious woman. Otherwise, she would have toyed with these men to death. She lightly swept her gaze across the entire auction house's grandstand and suddenly saw a young man sitting cross-legged in one of the VIP rooms. Beside him was a woman whose appearance was so beautiful that it could make people go crazy with jealousy. That young man didn't seem to have any interest in her. He was just chatting and laughing with the beautiful girl beside him. It was as if they were a match made in heaven. After being in a daze for a moment, Xianxia quickly regained her composure. In this world, there were still people who wouldn't be tempted by beauty. She had seen many of them before, so it wasn't strange. It was just that the beauty of that woman really made her jealous. Although she was wearing a veil, it still couldn't hide her elegance that was different from that of ordinary women. Cough, cough. Your Highness, isn't it time to start the auction? Someone coughed dryly and reminded Xianxia. Xianxia instantly regained her composure. She ordered someone to take out the 20 perfect extraordinary pills directly. Every perfect transcendent pill was placed in an exquisite box and was preserved very well. When the box was gently opened, the medicinal fragrance immediately filled the entire auction house. Xianxia's squinted eyes became passionate and greedy again. For cultivators, the temptation of beauty was obviously not as good as elixirs. These 20 extraordinary pills have been personally appraised by the royal uncle and are confirmed to be perfect. So, everyone can bid with confidence. Xianxia said with a smile. Everyone knows that His Highness the Holy Sun's cultivation speed is amazingly fast. The extraordinary pills that he used were refined by celestial master miracle hands, so they can't be perfect to such a high degree. I believe that I don't need to say more. Everyone should be very clear about the effects of these perfect extraordinary pills, right? Princess Xianxia was probably the only one who dared to use the Holy Sun as an advertisement. Moreover, she was really smart. Not only did she use the Holy Sun as an advertisement, but she also used Celestial Master Miracle Hands as an advertisement. Humph, this is a bit of a bluff. Just after Xianxia finished speaking, a person in the stand stood up. Celestial Master Miracle Hands. This person was Celestial Master Miracle Hands herself. Xianxia could not help but secretly admire Xianxia. She knew that Celestial Master Miracle Hands was here, but she still deliberately said that. She probably wanted Celestial Master Miracle Hands to refute her. Then, the two extraordinary pills would be compared, and it would be clear at a glance who was better. If Celestial Master Miracle Hands doesn't believe me, these extraordinary pills are here. You can come and compare them yourself. Xianxia said with a smile. Celestial Master Miracle Hands was the royal alchemist and the royal physician of the Holy Emperor. When he heard this, he immediately came out of the stands and carefully observed. After a long while, his face became a little pale. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he began to laugh maniacally. What's wrong with you, Celestial Master? I thought that the pills I refined were unrivaled in the Sky Dragon continent. Today, after seeing these extraordinary pills, I know that I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Celestial Master Miracle Hands sighed. He turned to Xianxia and asked, Your Highness, I sincerely beg you to tell me the identity of the person who refined these pills so that I can visit and ask for advice. I'm really sorry, but the other party did not reveal his identity. Moreover, to be honest, I sent people to follow that person, but they were easily shaken off. My royal uncle can testify that he did not deliberately hide this matter. Xianxia did not want to offend Celestial Master Miracle Hands. She had done that before because she understood Celestial Master Miracle Hands' character, so she was not worried about offending him. The white-bearded elder nodded and also showed a helpless expression. It seems that he is an otherworldly expert. Celestial Master Miracle Hands sighed. He then cupped his hands and said, If Senior is in the crowd, you can come directly to Celestial Master Miracle Hands' residence. I will definitely treat you well. After saying that, he returned to his seat, but in his heart, he vowed to get his hands on the 20 perfect grade extraordinary pills. Of course, he did not do it for his own use. He planned to use it for research. Alright, this is the first perfect grade extraordinary pill. The starting bid is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Xianxia had already made sufficient preparations. With Heavenly Venerate Miracle Hands' words, she immediately raised the price of the 20 extraordinary pills. The market price of the perfect grade extraordinary pill was only 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, but Xianxia had directly doubled the price. Hee, this woman really knows how to make money. I like it. Xianxia smiled in the VIP room. He was very satisfied with his choice of letting Xianxia help him auction the items. 1 million low-grade spirit stones for a perfect grade extraordinary pill was definitely not something an ordinary person could afford. Therefore, when Yunya's voice fell, the entire auction house quickly fell into silence. Only the sound of people gasping could be heard. However, a good item was still a good item. There were still people willing to bid. At this time, Yunya revealed a bewitching smile and said, "There are only 20 perfect grade extraordinary pills here. There won't be any left after that. Everyone, please think carefully. I want this item." Heavenly Venerate Miracle Hand was the first to bid. Of course, he would not be bewitched by Yunya. However, he was determined to get this item. Moreover, he did not lack money. 1 million. Low-grade spirit stones was really nothing to him. As the most outstanding alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent, although he was not the strongest, no one was willing to compete with him. Alright, congratulations to Heavenly Venerate Miracle Hand. You have obtained a perfect grade extraordinary pill. Yunya also knew this. Therefore, she did not waste any time and gave the first perfect grade extraordinary pill to Heavenly Venerate Miracle Hand. Next, the starting bid for the second pill is still 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Now, there are only 19 pills left. The charming and enchanting woman winked at a gorgeously dressed young man below the stage. The young man immediately lost his mind and stood up on the spot. He shouted, "I want it. 1 million low-grade spirit stones." Others could give face to Heavenly Venerate Miracle Hand, but they could not give face to this young man who was infatuated with Yunya. "You want it? You are too shameless. I bid 1,010,000, 1,020,000. After a short period of silence, the atmosphere in the auction house quickly entered a heated state. Bids rang out one after another, and the original starting price of 1 million transcendental pills had already risen to 1,100,000. This price was considered to have broken the record again. Listening to the rising and falling bids, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Because he had learned alchemy, he didn't feel much about the preciousness of this transcendent pill. However, seeing such a fierce bidding war at this moment, he completely understood why alchemists were respected in the entire Heavenly Dragon continent and even the profound world. Moreover, as an alchemist, as long as your pills weren't too bad, you would definitely be considered a pretty rich person. The 12 sects were all here today. In the face of this constantly rising bidding war, they didn't want to fall behind. After all, this kind of spirit pill that could allow a transcendent realm cultivator to rapidly improve their strength, eventually allowing them to enter the Heaven Vein realm, or even break through to the Heaven realm, was extremely precious. Especially since this was the perfect grade, the effect would be multiplied. Even the most outstanding alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent, Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands, could not refine it. It was enough to show how precious this thing was. In the end, 15 minutes later, the extraordinary elixir was sold to the Abstruse Fire sect for the high price of 1.2 million low-grade spiritual stones. The few sects that planned to establish the Sky Dragon Academy seemed to be secretly colluding and giving in to each other. It was likely that the next elixir would be sold to the Clear Water Divine Palace. However, looking at the excited faces of the people from the Abstruse Fire sect, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In the past, eating this kind of perfect grade extraordinary elixir was like eating beans. How much money must it have cost? Fortunately, he met his master Yuan Venerable and Yang Danlin. Otherwise, he would have to swallow his saliva in front of this perfect grade extraordinary elixir without being able to obtain it. Yunya had a smile on her face, but she was pleasantly surprised in her heart. The perfect grade extraordinary elixir could be sold at such a high price. The alchemist behind the mysterious young man would probably be satisfied. In this way, even if she couldn't win him over, they could still continue to cooperate. She was already satisfied with this. There are still 18 elixirs left. Continue the auction. The starting price is still 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Yunya was excited and continued the auction. In the end, the next 6 perfect grade extraordinary elixirs went to the Clear Water Divine Palace, the Sword King sect, the Poison King sect, the Gu King sect, the Tang sect, and the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty, just as Ling Xiao had expected. The price of each elixir was about 1.2 million low-grade spiritual stones. There were still 12 elixirs left. According to this order, the Sky King sect should be the next to get the extraordinary elixir. Unfortunately, an accident happened. A mysterious man bought 3 transcendent pills at the high price of 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones each. This mysterious person left quietly after buying the extraordinary elixirs. Ling Xiao faintly felt that this person's aura was somewhat similar to the sea tribes, but he couldn't be completely sure. Even if he was sure, he wouldn't say it out loud. It was only 3 extraordinary elixirs. They weren't any valuable treasures. It didn't matter if the sea tribe got them. Looking at this situation, Yunya's beautiful eyes sparkled. Suddenly, she thought of a better idea. She smiled and said, "I'm guessing that some sects want to get more extraordinary elixirs. Let's auction these 9 extraordinary elixirs in 3 batches. Each batch will have 3 elixirs, and the starting price will be 3 million low-grade spiritual stones." She believed that the Sky King sect wouldn't be satisfied with just 1 extraordinary elixir. The remaining sects wouldn't be satisfied either. If the extraordinary elixirs were auctioned one by one, they might give way to each other. This would prevent the price from increasing. However, if they were auctioned together, it would be different. With only 3 batches, there would definitely be people who wouldn't get anything. The competition would be even more intense. The more intense the competition was, the higher the price would be. Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly give Yunya a thumbs up. This woman was able to adapt according to the situation and strive for the highest profit. She was really a business genius. Add 10,000. As expected, the Sky King sect made a bid this time. Previously, they had given way to the other sects of the Sky Dragon Academy. Now, they had to make a bid. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get the elixirs. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, your Sky King sect is the leader of the 12 sects. Aren't you a little too stingy? Add 10,000? How dare you shout that? The Yuehua school wasn't the only one who was dissatisfied with the Sky King sect. Among the 3 sects in the western region, the Snow Mountain sect had always been very aloof and never flattered the Sky King sect. This time was no exception. The spiritual medicine villa wouldn't give face to anyone. As for the Bloodblade sect, they were a bunch of lunatics. They wouldn't give face to the Sky King sect. The one who spoke was the Bloodblade sect's sect master. I'll add 100,000. After mocking the Sky King sect, the Bloodblade sect's sect master directly added 100,000. According to the price of a single extraordinary elixir, this wasn't a lot. Another 200,000. Said the spiritual medicine villa's representative. Novel, law, although the spiritual medicine villa was famous for their alchemy, they could not produce such perfect extraordinary pills. Therefore, they probably bought them for the same reason as Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hand. They wanted to study them. 3 perfect extraordinary pills. The current price is 3,300,000. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? I'll bid 3,400,000. Xianxia, the vice-sect leader of the Heavenly King sect, did not want to lose to the 3 sects in the west. 3,500,000. The Snow Mountain sect also joined in, and the situation became more complicated. 3,600,000. This time, Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light could not sit still and bid on behalf of Yuehua School. 3,700,000. The Beast King Palace also wanted these 3 extraordinary pills. At this time, the 12 sects, other than those who already had the extraordinary pills, had all bid. Although the price of 3,700,000 was not the same as the price that the mysterious man had paid for the 3 extraordinary pills, it was getting closer and closer. Yunya knew that her strategy had worked. Looking at the competition between these several large sects, most of the lone martial artists were very tactful and did not join in. Firstly, it was because they had no money. Secondly, they did not want to offend the 12 sects. After all, the 12 sects were definitely the strongest in the sacred dynasty. There was no doubt about that. If they offended them, the solo warriors would have to be careful when they went out in the future. In the end, the 3 perfect extraordinary pills were snatched away by the spiritual medicine villa. The price was 4,600,000 low-grade spiritual stones, which was 100,000 more than the previous price of 4,500,000. The spiritual medicine villa was too rich. They were probably the wealthiest among the 12 sects since they made pills and medicine as their profession. Fighting with them? You can't win. Thank you. The leader of the spiritual medicine villa merely smiled at his competitor and bowed. Then, he returned to his seat. Xianxia's face was a little pale. He did not expect that so many people would dare to go against the Heavenly King sect. It seemed that the Heavenly King sect had not shown their power all these years, and many people did not know how scary they were. Vice sect leader, don't be angry. After the martial arts festival, these sects will completely disappear from history. That's right. Xianxia took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his rage. He had to win the next auction. Xianxia, who was in charge of the auction, felt that her heart was about to jump out. This was really an exciting auction. It was more exciting than she had imagined. Next up is the auction for the 3 transcendental pills. The starting price is still 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. Let's begin. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Xianxia was about to call out a price. However, a voice suddenly rang out, raising Xianxia's anger to a higher level. This voice belonged to Ling Xiao. That's right, he intended to ruthlessly slaughter Xianxia. There's nothing wrong with him acting as a shill for me, right? 6 million low-grade spirit stones. His bid was directly the bidding price of the spiritual medicine villa from before. Moreover, his tone was filled with strong confidence and determination to win. Since when is it the younger generation's turn to make decisions in Yuehua school? Xianxia snorted. Senior Xikong, you're wrong. I'm only representing myself and not the sect. This isn't against the rules, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Do you have that many spiritual stones? Xianxia snorted again. Don't snort all the time. It's easy to think of an animal being served on the dining table. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, well, I don't have many spiritual stones with me. However, I got quite a lot during the preliminaries. It's more than enough to buy 3 transcendental pills. Bastard, how dare you call our vice sect leader a pig? Dao Wuming, who was standing at the side, was furious. I didn't say that. You said it yourself. Ling Xiao shrugged. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the auction house erupted in laughter. Although many people were afraid of the Heavenly Kings, it was quite satisfying to see the Heavenly Kings people being humiliated. After all, the Heavenly Kings had been too domineering all these years and had offended many people. Kid, you'll definitely regret what you said today. I bid 7 million. Xianxia wished he could slap Ling Xiao to death on the spot. However, he knew what kind of place he was in and he wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, after this matter, he would definitely find a chance to kill Ling Xiao. There was no way to resolve this grudge. The Heavenly King's Gate's financial resources aren't that great. It's just 7 million and you're already gnashing your teeth. That's too unsightly. I bid 8 million. Ling Xiao said casually as if it wasn't 8 million low-grade spiritual stones, but 8 million low-grade spiritual stones. Once a sect was suspected of having a problem with its financial resources, it would be a huge problem. The establishment of the Sky Dragon Institute definitely couldn't lack money. Spiritual stones were the key to a cultivator's cultivation. Therefore, many people looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. Under these gazes, coupled with Ling Zhao's provocation, Xianxia shouted excitedly, 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. I'll take these 3 transcendental pills. Whoosh, hearing this bid, the auction house went into an uproar. It was like a pot of boiling water. Exclamations could be heard everywhere. 5 million low-grade spiritual stones to buy 3 perfect-grade transcendental pills. The price of one pill had already exceeded 1,600,000. It was a little too crazy. Everything had a limit to its value. No matter how good a perfect-grade transcendental pill was, it was still just a transcendental pill. It wasn't worth it if it exceeded 1,200,000. Unless it was an urgent matter, there was no need for it to exceed 1,500,000. If it exceeded 1,600,000, it would be a waste of money. Clap, clap, clap. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and clapped a few times. Impressive, impressive. The Heavenly King's Gate's alchemists are a little too weak. They actually want Senior Sikong to spend 5 million low-grade spiritual stones to buy these 3 transcendental pills. Should I say that you're rich or stupid? Pfft. Someone below the stage couldn't help but laugh out loud. Damn, this brat is too sneaky. He actually dares to cheat that old man Sikong Xian. Sikong Xian has always cheated others in the past. I didn't expect that this time, the old hunter would be pecked blind by an eagle. What a huge loss. Those sects and martial artists who weren't on good terms with the Heavenly King's Gate were secretly gloating. Looking at Sikong Xian's grief-stricken face, they couldn't help but feel great. Little bastard, how dare you trick me? At this moment, how could Sikong Xian not understand what was going on? This Ling Xiao was obviously a Heaven Pulse martial artist. It was useless for him to want the transcendental pills. From the beginning to the end, this brat was deliberately inflating the price. Ayaya, Senior Sikong, you've misunderstood me. How would I dare to trick you? It's just that your mind hasn't been clear recently. That's why you insist on throwing a lot of money out. Ling Xiao smiled at Sikong Xian as if he was asking for a beating. Ling Xiao's expression angered the Heavenly King Sect's people so much that they wanted to punch him. Sikong Xian took a deep breath and did his best to calm himself down. After that, he said, "Little bastard, you're young and ignorant. You don't understand how great of a disaster you've planted today. Your sect will suffer a great calamity because of you." Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Even if I didn't offend you today, if I refused to join your Sky Dragon Institute, wouldn't my sect still be annihilated by you? What nonsense are you talking about? Sikong Xian's face suddenly changed. You Heavenly King Sect's people know best what I'm talking about. Ling Xiao didn't plan to announce his guest to the public, because it was useless to say it out loud. Who would believe the words of a lowly disciple? Not to mention, he had already hinted at the Sky Dragon Institute's purpose. If the people in charge of those sects had a clear mind, they wouldn't have failed to notice it. It all depended on whether they were willing to listen to his advice. Princess Xianxia, you can continue with the auction. Don't delay your matters because of us. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Xianxia and said with a smile. The conflict with Sikong Xian was just a small interlude. The auction of his extraordinary pills was the key. After it was over, he still had to ask Xianxia for those herbs. When the time came, he would refine the Heaven Pulse pills and promote his strength to the Heaven Pulse realm as soon as possible. At that time, even if he encountered a one-line Sky Realm cultivator, he would be able to put up a fight and not be completely passive. Of course, it would be best if he could break through to the Heaven Realm. Xianxia nodded and smiled at Ling Xiao. At first, she felt that this young man was very interesting, but she didn't expect that this young man would dare to go against that old ghost Sikong Xian. This was very unexpected. Relying on this competition, the 3 extraordinary pills were auctioned for a high price of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. This was a huge surprise for her. The higher the bid for the perfect transcendent pill, not only would the Imperial Auction House earn more commission, they would also be able to win the favor of the mysterious alchemist behind the young man. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Senior Sikong, don't be too angry. 5 million low-grade spirit stones for 3 perfect-grade transcendent pills is not a loss at all. You won't be able to buy them anywhere else. Next up is the last auction of this year's auction. It's still 3 transcendent pills with the same starting price. Let the bidding begin. Although Xianxia's words were meant to comfort Sikong Xian's old face turned even uglier. It could be seen that Xianxia did not seem to have a good relationship with Sikong Xian. In the last auction, the competition became even more intense. The Snow Mountain sect, the Bloodblade sect, the Yuehua School, and the Beast King Palace took turns to bid. The price of the 3 transcendental pills was once again pushed to a high price of 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. This price was already the same as the price offered by the Heavenly King Gate. This made Sikong Xian's expression slightly better. However, even so, the fact that he had made a loss didn't change. Ha ha ha, everyone, I'm sorry. The Bloodblade sect will be taking this item. The last person to bid for the 3 transcendental pills was someone from the Bloodblade sect. As for the Yuehua school, they were stopped by Ling Xiao when the price reached 4,500,000. The item was his, so there was no need to spend such a high price to buy it. Ling Xiao, why did you stop us just now? Heavenly Exalted Master Golden Light asked in a VIP room while the bidding was still going on. Ling Xiao smiled and flipped his hand. 3 perfect grade transcendent pills appeared in his hand. Each of them was round and shiny. They were extremely beautiful. How did you get these things? Heavenly Exalted Master Golden Light asked in surprise. Shoo. To be honest, these transcendental pills were refined by me. How could I not keep them for the Yuehua school? I still have a total of 5 transcendental pills. I'll sell them to the sect at the cost price of 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Ling Xiao didn't want to earn money from the Yuehua school. However, he still wanted to pay for the materials. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. It's not just no problem. I love you to death. Heavenly Exalted Master Golden Light hugged Ling Xiao and kissed Ling Xiao's face with all his might. Have mercy. Ling Xiao hurriedly used his sword soul doppelganger to escape from Heavenly Exalted Master Golden Light's bear hug. In fact, he still had a total of 10 transcendental pills. 5 of them were for the Yuehua school, while the other 5 were for the Divine Sword sect. He treated them equally. Both sides had to pay for the materials. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for these guys to develop the bad habit of reaping without sowing. After all, his things didn't just fall from the sky. Seeing that the auction was about to end, Ling Xiao used the P-escape technique to escape. He found a safe place to change his appearance and changed back into the outfit he wore when he met Xianxia. After deducting the commission, he still had nearly 20 million low-grade spiritual stones left from the auction. Even after deducting the cost, he still had 10 million low-grade spiritual stones left. This was a crazy amount of money. No wonder all the alchemists were so rich. Ling Xiao finally understood why today. Next, as long as he got the herbs to refine the Heaven Pulse pill, he believed that his cultivation would be closer to the celestial stage. The Flame Deity, I know that you've always wanted to kill me. Don't worry, I won't use the power of Senior Brother Wu or the Moon Lady to kill you. I will defeat you fair and square and take back the wisdom of my master, Master Bai Yun. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao quickened his pace. The road of cultivation was full of ups and downs, but this time, crossing the threshold of the transcendent realm and entering the celestial stage should be relatively easy. As long as he had enough strength, he would be able to break through. For him who had the mountain and river martial spirit, he didn't need any epiphany. Before the auction began, Xianxia had shown a portrait of Ling Xiao in disguise to the people below. As long as he appeared, he would be led to the VIP lounge and served well. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that this woman was extremely intelligent. His favorable impression of this woman had also multiplied. Of course, a good impression didn't mean that he liked her. He was just more willing to cooperate with her. Young hero, if you have any orders, please tell us. We will do it. The person who led Ling Xiao into the VIP lounge was a beautiful girl of 15 or 16 years old. She stood there and felt so nervous that she almost fainted. Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. After thinking about it for a while, he roughly understood. Xianxia probably said something ruthless to this person to serve him well. If she was even a little bit unhappy, she would take this person's life or kick this person out. He guessed right. Xianxia was indeed trying to win over Ling Xiao. She was really cautious to the extreme. The reason why she chose this little girl to serve Ling Xiao was naturally because she thought that if Ling Xiao had a need in that regard, what if he was a perverted demon? If he was such a person, it would be easy to win him over. As long as she used her beauty, she wouldn't be afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't take the bait. If Ling Xiao took the bait, then the person behind Ling Xiao would naturally step forward. The thing this young lady was most afraid of was being raped. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's current appearance was simply too ferocious. It was inevitable that she would be nervous. Fortunately, the auction had ended. It didn't take long for Xianxia and her uncle to arrive at the VIP lounge. She was still so charming and moving. She was still so flirtatious. She was still so curvaceous. This Xianxia was simply a born seductress. Young hero, I didn't make you wait long, did I? Her red lips moved slightly, and the breath she exhaled seemed to be fragrant. Ling Xiao sat next to her, and he was also distracted for a moment. However, his soul power was so strong that he instantly calmed down. "No, I just arrived." Seeing that Ling Xiao was only in a trance for a moment in front of her beauty, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be infatuated with her, but he could still remain so calm in the face of her beauty. She was afraid that this person wouldn't be so easy to win over. "By the way, Princess Royal, I just found that the auction has ended. How was the harvest?" "Young hero, don't worry." Xianxia smiled slightly. Her eyes seemed to be able to discharge electricity, making people not dare to look directly at them. That was to say, Ling Xiao's soul power was strong. In the face of such electric eyes, his deep eyes were still calm and self-assured. After deducting the commission and taxes, there are still 15 million low-grade spirit stones left. They are all in this storage ring. Please keep them well. 15 million, Ling Xiao felt that his arithmetic was not bad. How could there be an extra 5 million? Seeing Xianxia's smile, he instantly understood that this woman was trying to win him over. However, it would be a waste if he didn't take the free spirit stones. Moreover, this favor was easy to return. At worst, he could refine a few more elixirs and auction them here. What Xianxia wanted was nothing more than this. "Thank you for your kindness, Princess Royal. If I have something to auction in the future, I will definitely look for you first." Ling Xiao's words could be considered as reassuring to the other party. "Thank you for your kindness, young hero." Xianxia and the white-bearded elder looked at each other and smiled. They had thought that this matter wouldn't be easy, but they didn't expect it to go so smoothly. It seemed that the person behind this young man was easy to talk to. "There's no need for thanks. May I ask your highness the eldest princess, have you found the herbs I asked you to help me find?" Ling Xiao asked casually as he transferred the spirit stones from the storage ring into his own storage ring. Xianxia's charming eyes revealed a bit of joy and pride. She smiled and said, "Young hero, you can rest assured. Our imperial auction house is the largest auction house in the entire Tianlong continent. If we can't handle such a small matter, it would be too embarrassing." After that, she took out a storage ring and took out all the materials that Ling Xiao needed to refine the Heaven Pulse elixir. Ling Xiao took a look and found that there were 20 sets of herbs. That was to say, if he succeeded every time, he could refine 20 Heaven Pulse elixirs. The Imperial Auction House lived up to its reputation as the largest auction house in the Tianlong continent. They could gather 20 sets of such precious herbs in such a short time. If he were to search for them himself, he might not be able to gather them even after a month or two. Amazing, he estimated that 20 pills would be enough for him to become a Heaven Pulse martial artist. If there were any leftovers, he would give them to Long Chen. Long Chen was the only disciple representing the Divine Sword sect. If he could become one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty in the final of the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival, then the sect power of the Sacred Dynasty would have to change its position. The Imperial Auction House is really amazing. Thank you. Ling Xiao put away all the herbs and took out the lower-grade spiritual stones needed for the 20 sets of herbs. These spiritual stones should be enough. Take the rest as a reward for your hard work. Ling Xiao wouldn't be stingy if he spent some lower-grade spiritual stones to get these herbs. Unexpectedly, Xianxia shook her head and said, "Young hero, these herbs are a token of our Imperial Auction House's sincerity. It's not a transaction. If you give us money, then you're looking down on us." "You don't want money?" Ling Xiao frowned and said, "I don't want to owe others a favor." "Young hero, don't worry. We're doing this because we want to cooperate with you more. We don't have any other purpose." Xianxia was really smart. She knew that the most reassuring thing for Ling Xiao at this time was to tell the truth. "In that case, I'll accept your offer." Anyway, Ling Xiao's lower-grade spiritual stones didn't come from nowhere. It was better to keep them than to spend them. If he could cooperate with the Imperial Auction House, the herbs would not be a problem in the future. At most, he would take out a part of the elixirs he made and sell it to the Imperial Auction House. With such a good partner, how could he refuse? After putting away the items, Ling Xiao took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Xianxia. He said, "There are top-grade true elemental pills inside. Although they are not as good as extraordinary pills, they are still low-grade yellow-grade elixirs. All of them are perfect. There are a total of 100 pills. I'll have to trouble you to take them to the auction. Xiao had no use for these top-grade true elemental pills. What Heaven Pulse martial artists needed was Heaven Elemental Energy. Therefore, he should refine a new elixir, Heaven Elemental Pill. Heaven Elemental Pill was used by Heaven Pulse martial artists, Heaven Realm martial artists, and Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. The herbs would probably have to be obtained from here. Since that was the case, it was only right to give the other party some benefits first. Xianxia handed the porcelain bottle to the white-bearded old man. The white-bearded old man put the porcelain bottle under his nose and sniffed it. He was ecstatic. Young hero, you are indeed an extraordinary person. Don't worry. You can come and take the low-grade spiritual stones from the auction at any time. Then I'll have to trouble you. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Xiao was in a hurry to go back and refine the Heaven Pulse elixir. He had no time to chat with the old man. Young hero, please. Xianxia and the white-bearded old man were leading the way for Xiao. Even a holy emperor might not be able to receive such treatment. As soon as Xiao walked out of the VIP hall, he suddenly saw a few people walking toward him. These people were actually well-known figures in the 12 sects. 2 of them were Heavenly Master Golden Light and Lan Yuer. The others were Heavenly Master Miracle Hands, Xikong Xian, Dao Wuming, the Blood Blade Sect Master, and others. They had originally come to the VIP lounge with the intention of asking Xianxia where she had obtained those perfect-grade transcendent pills. Who knew that they would see a scene that would shock them? As the person in charge of the Imperial Auction House, Xianxia was actually smiling at a teenager. She looked like she was trying to curry favor with him. This was simply unbelievable. Although Xianxia was flirtatious and charming, she was definitely not a fickle woman. On the contrary, as the eldest princess, she was very arrogant. Xikong Zun, the leader of the Heavenly King sect, had once invited the eldest princess to his birthday banquet, but she had rejected him. Although she had tactfully given some reasons, she still refused to go. Novel, La, the woman who had dared to reject Xikong Zun's personal invitation was now following a young man's every step. No wonder everyone was surprised. If Xianxia was overflowing with lust and suddenly fell in love with this fierce-looking young man, it would be understandable. After all, it was difficult to guess a woman's thoughts. However, the uncle of Xingdi, the second-ranked alchemist on the Tianlong continent, also showed a fawning smile to the young man. This was really hard to understand. As the second-ranked alchemist on the Tianlong continent, this uncle's status was second only to Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands. In addition, he was a member of the royal family, so his status was extremely honorable. No matter who saw him, they would have to give him some face. Even Xingdi had to respectfully call him uncle in front of this old man. However, such a powerful person actually showed a fawning smile to a young man. This was simply unbelievable. Everyone wondered if they were seeing things, or if they were hallucinating. They rubbed their eyes, but what they saw was still the same scene. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, Xikong Xian, Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands, and the others could not help but look at the young man. They wanted to know who this person was. Could it be that his status was higher than the Holy Sun? However, an even more incomprehensible problem appeared. This young man's cultivation was not high, and he was not good-looking. They had never even seen him before. What was his background? Everyone looked at each other, completely unable to make heads or tails of what was going on. In the end, Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands took a step forward and asked with a somewhat indifferent expression, "Eldest Princess, Fourth Emperor, are you two seeing someone off?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Yes, we are seeing an honorable guest off." She did not deny it. Honorable guest? Xikong Xian sneered and said, "Eldest Princess rejected my brother Xikong Zun's invitation in the past. Could this ordinary-looking young man be more honorable than my brother?" He was in a bad mood. Previously, he had suffered a huge price. Now that he saw this scene, he wanted to vent his anger. "Xikong Xian, you'd better be more polite. Others may be afraid of Xikong Zun, but we're not. Do you really think you're invincible just because you're in the Yin Yang realm? This world is very big. Xianxia said coldly, the nobility of this person is not something you can understand. Hearing this, everyone was even more surprised. What was this? Who exactly was it that could receive more respect from this woman than Zun? Was there really such a person in the Sky Dragon continent, or did this person come from another continent? Senior, are you from Yuehua School? While everyone was still in shock, the ordinary-looking young man opened his mouth. His voice was gentle and filled with a sense of pride. Heavenly Lord Golden Light looked at the young man before him in puzzlement, confirming that he did not know this person. However, he still nodded and said, I am Heavenly Lord Golden Light from Yuehua School. Even the fourth Emperor and Princess Xianxia were respectful to this person. Heavenly Lord Golden Light naturally did not dare to offend him, nor did he want to. The young man smiled and said, Ling Xiao from your sect is not bad. Not long ago, we met in the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range. My master was full of praise for him and even gave him some pills. So those perfect pills in Ling Xiao's hands were given to him by someone else. Heavenly Lord Golden Light suddenly understood. Ling Xiao actually had his reasons for saying that. If people knew that he was the one who refined those pills, it would cause a lot of trouble. They might not necessarily be against him. If someone wanted his help, and this person was someone he knew, he would help them. If he helped one person, there would be a bunch of others. He would not be tired of it and might not even have time to cultivate. If he did not help, it would hurt their relationship. So, he might as well keep a low profile and fabricate a non-existent person to take the blame. It's a pity that Ling Xiao isn't here today. Otherwise, I would definitely have a good chat with him. The young man smiled and felt that it was about time. He turned around and looked at Xianxia and the fourth emperor. He cupped his hands and said, farewell. The two of you still have guests, so there's no need to send me off. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Xianxia to reply. His figure suddenly disappeared. Actually, it was only Ling Xiao's martial soul clone that had come here to collect the spirit stones and medicinal ingredients. As long as he retrieved it, it would naturally disappear. However, the others did not know this. When they saw this godlike performance, they were all dumbfounded and shocked. After Ling Xiao left, Xianxia looked at Heavenly Lord Golden Light excitedly and said, it turns out that this person actually knows your sex, Ling Xiao. This is really great. Heavenly Lord Golden Light was puzzled and asked, what does this young man do? Xianxia said excitedly, the perfect grade pills were refined by this person's master. After knowing him, your Yuehua school will be blessed in the future. What? After hearing this, everyone was shocked and stunned. However, after a short moment, their expressions changed again. Heavenly Lord Golden Light and Lan Yu were overjoyed. On the other hand, Xianxia and the others were jealous and sighing. According to the fourth emperor's words, the alchemist behind that young man might be even more amazing than Heavenly Lord Miraculous Hands. Heavenly Lord Miraculous Hands was already the #1 alchemist in the Tianlong continent. She was loved and respected by all martial artists. This person was even more amazing than Heavenly Lord Miraculous Hands. Once they became friends with him, what would happen? When they thought of this, Xianxia and the others were filled with jealousy and unwillingness. There was no other way. Now that the Yuehua school had obtained the protection of the Imperial Auction House, it would be even more difficult to deal with the Yuehua school. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao had already slipped out of the auction house and went to a relatively remote place in the Holy City. He had returned to his original appearance. What he did just now was just an idea he came up with on the spur of the moment to raise the status of the Yuehua sect. The higher your status, the more allies you had. When others made a move against you, they would have more fear, and you would be safer. After changing back to his original appearance, Ling Xiao quickened his pace and returned to the residence of the Yuehua school. At this moment, there were only a few disciples guarding the residence. The rest had probably gone out for a stroll. After Ling Xiao returned to his room, he set up a restriction outside the room. Only then did he feel at ease and take out the herbs. The lotus flickered with a purple light. There were 5 petals, each of which represented 100 years. This was a 500-year-old violet leaf snow lotus. The cold air within it was oppressive, and one could tell at a glance that it contained an astonishing amount of energy. The heavenful spirit fruit looked like a banana, but it was blood red. It was about 3 inches long, and one could smell a strong smell of blood from far away. Wherever this thing grew, there would be a lifebound beast. Furthermore, the lifebound beast's strength was comparable to a Heaven Pulse martial artist. If one wanted to obtain it, it would be impossible without going through a bitter battle. The most important part of the Heaven Pulse pill was the Heaven Pulse spirit fruit. Furthermore, it had to be a 1,000-year-old fruit. Otherwise, its effect would be greatly reduced. As for the energy-gathering fruit, it was more like a flat peach, but smaller. It contained rich essence chi of heaven and earth. Its function was to seal the heaven essence chi, and it was also an essential ingredient of the Heaven Pulse elixir. The energy-gathering fruit generally had a special luster. The more dazzling the luster, the better the quality. The energy-gathering fruits Ling Xiao brought back from the imperial auction house were obviously top-notch. It seemed that Xianxia had really put in a lot of effort. Finally, the inner elixir of a Heaven Pulse fierce beast, which was equivalent to a Heaven Pulse martial artist's level, contained extremely pure energy, which could help to improve the quality of the Heaven Pulse elixir. Although it was not essential, it could improve the efficacy of the elixir after use. If he wanted to refine a perfect Heaven Pulse elixir, he could not do without it. It was not easy to get one inner elixir of a Heaven Pulse fierce beast, but Xianxia had gotten 20 for Ling Xiao. She was trying her best to curry favor with him. Ling Xiao felt a little embarrassed. At worst, he would see if he had the chance to refine more Heaven Pulse elixirs or Heaven Essence elixirs and sell them at the imperial auction house. The materials were ready, and the restriction outside the door had been set up. Ling Xiao began to prepare to refine the elixir. The process of refining the elixir could not be easily disturbed. Otherwise, it was very likely to fail and waste such good materials. Although the materials could be bought with money, it was definitely not a good thing for Ling Xiao to waste his time. Everything was ready. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and in his palm, a ball of black gold flame surged. The flame rose to a height of more than a foot. At the same time, a hellfire furnace appeared in the center of the room. Ling Xiao threw the black and gold flame into the hellfire furnace. The furnace immediately burned, and the temperature in the room instantly reached a temperature that could melt steel. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had set up a restriction in advance. Otherwise, the whole room would have been burned down. Go! Ling Xiao first picked up the purple leaf snow lotus, and then threw it into the black and gold flame with a special method. The purple leaf snow lotus didn't turn to ash. Instead, it condensed into a snow-white pearl that rolled in the hellfire crucible. The bead emitted a strong chill. Even in such a high temperature, one could still feel the chill. Ling Xiao used his soul force to precisely control the temperature and size of the hell dragon flame. Refining pills wasn't as simple as throwing in the ingredients. Each step required a different flame size and temperature. If the temperature was too high, it would easily destroy the medicinal herbs. If the temperature was too low, the pill refinement would definitely fail. Other than Ling Xiao, who possessed the mountain river martial spirit, there was probably no one else in the world who could achieve such precise control. When all the purple leaf snow lotuses had completely condensed into snow-white pearls, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and threw the Heaven Pulse spirit fruit in. The more materials there were, the more difficult it would be to control the flames. This is because not only do you have to take care of the previous medicinal ingredient, you also have to take care of the medicinal ingredient that has just been thrown in. The liquid shell of the Heaven Pulse spirit fruit wrapped around the snow-white pearls, forming the embryonic form of the Heaven Pulse elixir. However, this was just the beginning. Ling Xiao's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. This process was too difficult. Even he felt great pressure. After all, this was his first time. It might be easier in the future when he had more experience. However, this was his first time doing this, so one could imagine how difficult it would be. Seeing that it was about time, Ling Xiao put the energy-gathering fruit into the hellfire crucible. Then, it was the Heaven Pulse spirit beast's inner elixir. Various medicinal ingredients were calcined over and over again. The embryonic form of the elixir in the hellfire crucible shrank from the size of a peach. In the end, it was only the size of a pea. All the impurities and unwanted ingredients were expelled outside and collected by Ling Xiao in a gourd. The unwanted ingredients were only used in the Heaven Pulse elixir. They could still be used in other elixirs. It would be a pity to throw them away. While Ling Xiao was refining pills, a figure was hovering above the room, watching the young man's every move lovingly. It was the Moon Maiden. Even she was mesmerized by Ling Xiao's nimble movements. She was stunned. She couldn't help but praise him in her heart. She originally stayed here to guard against unforeseen events. After all, although the restrictions set up by Ling Xiao were frightening, they were nothing to an expert. However, she didn't expect to see such a wonderful alchemy show. About 2 hours later, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped pouring the Hell Dragon fire into the Hellfire Crucible. Instead, he opened the lid of the crucible with a slap. A fragrance immediately filled the room. A dazzling red light shot into the sky. It was blocked by the restrictions, then shot back and merged with the elixirs. 20 Heaven Pulse elixirs. They were all successful, every single one of them was round like a pearl, smooth like jade, and extremely beautiful. The medicinal effects had also completely reached the level of perfection. This was Ling Xiao's alchemy skills. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to achieve this. Phew. He let out a long sigh of relief. Ling Xiao put the 20 Heaven Pulse elixirs into the porcelain bottle. The tip of his nose twitched slightly. The strange fragrance entered his nose, instantly making him feel energetic. Without a doubt, the Heaven Pulse elixir he refined this time was more perfect than the one he got from the True Devil Forbidden Zone. However, without the True Devil Forbidden Zone, he wouldn't have known how to refine the Heaven Pulse elixir, let alone be able to refine it now. The Holy Sun's arrogant expression appeared in his mind. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. You have heavenly venerable miraculous hands to refine elixirs for you, but you don't know that his elixirs can't be as perfect as mine. Just you wait, we will meet in the martial arts festival soon. I will let you know that in other people's eyes, the Holy Sun is. In my eyes, you are just a frog in a well who thinks too highly of yourself. After successfully refining the Heaven Pulse elixir, Ling Xiao didn't choose to take it to cultivate immediately. Although time was tight and he couldn't wait, he had consumed a lot of energy after refining the elixir. If he chose to break through in his current state, he was almost certain to fail. In the Heaven Pulse realm, every breakthrough required one to go all out. Their body and mind had to reach a perfect state. In his current state, he definitely couldn't do it. Ling Xiao didn't want to create unnecessary risks for himself. He sat there cross-legged, swallowed an elixir to recover his energy, and began to rest. Originally, the Moon Maiden was worried that Ling Xiao would be anxious and wanted to persuade him. Now, it seemed that her worry was completely unnecessary. Ling Xiao's will was so strong that he could resist the temptation of breaking through to the heaven realm. This determination made her admire this little guy more. She looked at the martial arts festival's arena, which was a floating stage in the air. It was now beautifully decorated. Just you wait, this kid will definitely make all of you dumbstruck. With a smile, the Moon Maiden continued to lie on the white cloud, guarding Ling Xiao. About an hour later, Ling Xiao felt that he had recovered to his peak, both mentally and physically. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the 20 Heaven Pulse elixirs in the porcelain bottle. Then he picked one up and put it into his mouth. Although he felt that he could take 20 pills in one go, he didn't want to take risks because he preferred to take things step by step. It would be easier to digest and absorb them if he took them one by one. Holy City, Yuehua School's residence. A hazy fog completely covered the place. Ordinary warriors couldn't feel anything special about the fog. Only Xikong Zun, the leader of the Heavenly King sect, who was in the Yin-Yang realm, and Holy Emperor could faintly feel the horror of the fog. It blocked the connection between this space and the outside world. Is that guy from Yuehua School breaking through? Xikong Zun asked with a frown. Maybe. But even if he breaks through to the celestial realm, so what? A warrior in the one-line sky realm can't pose a threat to our plan. Holy Emperor said lightly. That's true. Holy Sun Mingkong has broken through to the one-line sky realm 3 months ago. It's just that no one knows about it. Let Mingkong Holy Sun deal with this guy. The Holy Sun was Hai Miankeo. When she went to Yuehua School to seek justice for Chen Nanxing, she was already a warrior in the celestial realm. It was just that she hid her strength with the special magic treasure given by Xikong Zun. That was why Hai Miankeo dared to bet with Ling Xiao that day. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could break through to the celestial realm in such a short time. In Ling Xiao's room, the auspicious qi kept rolling. Ling Xiao put another Heaven Pulse elixir into his mouth. This was the 10th Heaven Pulse elixir he had taken. The magical fragrance filled the whole room, making people drool. When the 10th Heaven Pulse elixir entered his stomach, a warm aura spread out in his abdomen. In an instant, the elixir melted, and abundant and pure energy spread out from his stomach to his body. Ling Xiao's body suddenly shook. Looks like he's about to break through. Under his calm face, Ling Xiao's hands danced as he activated the 12 golden lotus arts and the mysterious art of heavenly yuan. His chest, which had been rising and falling rapidly, gradually calmed down, becoming more rhythmic and stable. The true core strength in his body was like a divine dragon biting onto the pure medicinal efficacy of the Heaven Pulse elixir and began to refine it quickly. In the small room, the aura suddenly became violent. The windows and doors were clearly closed, but a gust of wind was blowing in the room. The gust of wind was actually made of pure energy. Because of the restriction, the energy was unable to escape and was all absorbed into Ling Xiao's body. The true core strength, the heavenly yuan force, and the medicinal efficacy tangled together, trying to destroy each other and leave the strongest one alive. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The crazy battle of energy in his body made him feel as if his internal organs were being torn apart. Fortunately, he had paid great attention to the cultivation of his body when he was in the martial pulse realm. Now, both his internal organs and meridians were extremely strong and tough. Especially the embryonic form of the heavenly pulse, which had just formed, was as tough as a warrior in the celestial realm. Although it was very painful, it did not cause any harm. After a while, the heavenly yuan force, which had the least amount of heavenly yuan force, had the absolute advantage. It wrapped the true core strength and the medicinal efficacy and began to absorb and strengthen itself. The heavenly yuan force in Ling Xiao's body was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moon maiden in the sky was surprised and worried at the same time. She was surprised that Ling Xiao had broken through so fast that he had reached the complete heavenly pulse realm in the blink of an eye. She was worried that such a terrifying increase in strength would put a burden on his body. The refining process continued. When the medicinal efficacy was almost exhausted, Ling Xiao would swallow a heavenly pulse elixir, causing the medicinal efficacy to increase again. At this time, the heavenly yuan force had to continuously strengthen itself in order to absorb the medicinal efficacy. By the time the 15th heavenly pulse elixir entered his stomach, Ling Xiao's body had almost 70% of the heavenly yuan force. This was much more than the heavenly yuan force that he had expected. When the heavenly yuan force was strong, it did not absorb the medicinal efficacy properly. At this time, Ling Xiao swallowed the last 5 heavenly yuan elixirs. The medicinal efficacy increased rapidly, and the heavenly yuan force was almost defeated. It had to resist with all its might. You're already a heavenly pulse realm warrior. How can it be so fast? Ling Xiao, you can't let the energy continue to increase. Otherwise, your body will explode. The Moon Maiden anxiously reminded Ling Xiao through telepathy. Hearing the Moon Maiden's voice, Ling Xiao, who was about to faint from the pain, suddenly felt warmth in his heart. At the most dangerous time, with the woman he loved by his side, even if he died, he would have no regrets. However, he could not die yet. Don't worry, Sister Moon Maiden. I'm going to use this opportunity to break through to the celestial realm and completely condense the heavenly pulse. Ling Xiao was not a reckless person. When he swallowed the 5 heavenly pulse elixirs, he was already prepared to break through. The heavenly pulse realm warrior was the transitional stage of breaking through to the celestial realm. It was also the stage of accumulation. Therefore, even if he broke through, it would not be sudden. Instead, it would be very smooth and would not cause any burden to his body. After all, his body had already adapted to the heavenly yuan force, so there was no need to worry. Good boy, don't worry about breaking through. I'm here. I won't let you die. The Moon Maiden was surprised. She nodded heavily and gave Ling Xiao full assurance. Thank you, Sister Moon Maiden. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao formed a strange hand seal with his hands, which looked like a blooming lotus. That was a special hand seal for practicing the 12 golden lotus arts. He wanted to use this opportunity to improve the realm of the 12 golden lotus arts. Only by improving the realm of the internal force cultivation method could he have a smoother breakthrough in his cultivation. After all, they complemented each other. Although Ling Xiao had never experienced the process of breaking through from the transcendent realm to the celestial realm, his martial soul avatar had demonstrated it hundreds of times in the mountain river world. Ling Xiao was very familiar with the troubles and dangers that he might encounter in the process of breaking through. Therefore, the breakthrough now was completely smooth and easy. There was not the slightest bit of awkwardness or nervousness. It was like a celestial realm martial artist breaking through again. As a six-petaled lotus flower gradually took shape between his hands, the heavenly pulse in Ling Xiao's body gradually turned into the shape of a lotus. The veins in the leaves and roots were connected with Ling Xiao's own meridians, forming a perfect cycle. Quick, use your mysterious method of heavenly vitality to completely transform the last of your true core strength and medicinal efficacy into heavenly vitality. Remember, if you fail, your heavenly pulse elixirs will be wasted, and your cultivation will fall back to the half-step heavenly master realm. After all, the Moon Maiden had been through this before. She was very clear about these things. The warning she gave at the critical moment was very important. Ling Xiao did not reply to the Moon Maiden because he did not have the time to do so. However, he had received the Moon Maiden's reminder. He could only succeed, not fail, this was his only belief. The lotus flower began to condense, becoming more and more real. It was as if he was born with a lotus flower in his body. A large amount of energy surged in. The mysterious Heaven Yuan art circulated with all its might, completely converting the remaining energy into Heaven Yuan energy. Under the guidance of his soul force, everything went smoothly at first. Wind petals, rain petals, thunder petals, lightning petals, and mist petals quickly took shape. However, because the sixth petal was a newly comprehended celestial phenomenon, it was very difficult to condense. Hurry up, decide on the attribute of the sixth petal, or it will be too late. The Moon Maiden urged. In the sky, a bright sun shone on the entire holy city. Even with the restrictions in the room, there was still sunlight shining in from outside. Seeing the rays of sunlight, a smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. It's you, Yang celestial phenomenon. Yang represented brightness, the sunlight that all living things needed to grow. It also represented heat and destruction. Once the decision was made, the condensation of the sixth petal became much easier. Ling Xiao's soul force was too powerful. When condensing Yang's celestial phenomenon, he could actually use his soul force to create a scene of a red sun shining on the earth, speeding up his comprehension. When the sixth petal was successfully condensed, Ling Xiao's veins of heaven was basically fixed. The 12 golden lotus arts had broken through to the 6th level. It's still not enough. The barrier of heaven realm is too hard, you have to break it. The Moon Maiden urged. Ling Xiao could also feel that his strength had completely reached the requirements of the one-line sky realm, but on the road to the one-line sky realm, he had encountered a layer of obstruction. At this point, no matter what it is, it can forget about stopping me from breaking through. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, the image of the ancient hell dragon appeared behind him. All of his soul force fused into the will of destruction as he crashed into the barrier. Quang, quang quang, boom, with his terrifying soul force combined with the will of destruction, even the toughest barrier couldn't stop Ling Xiao from breaking through. Ling Xiao's body suddenly emitted a terrifying rumble. The thick barrier completely collapsed, and his power completely gushed out. Ling Xiao's cultivation had entered a completely new realm. Plop, Ling Xiao simply lay flat on the ground. It was because he was exhausted, and it was also because everything was over. His chest was rapidly rising and falling as he panted heavily. However, his face was brimming with the joyful smile of a victor. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The crazed laughter grew louder and louder. There was bitterness, excitement, and a sense of relief. Ling Xiao tossed a recovery pill into his mouth. After a long while, he felt that his body had recovered to a certain level. Only then did he support his sore arms and sit up. His soul looked inside his body. This was something any transcendent realm cultivator could achieve, but because the strength of their soul force was different, the clarity of this effect was different. His soul force searched the position of his chest. There was a 6-petaled lotus. Its whole body was almost transparent, and it was perfectly integrated with Ling Xiao's body. This lotus was his heaven vein. It produced heavenly yuan qi, and was also the core that stored it. Although this lotus was much smaller than the previous 9 martial veins, perhaps only 1/10 the size, the energy intensity was 10 times that of the previous ones. Heavenly yuan qi and true qi only differed by one word, but in essence, there was a world of difference. The strength of heavenly yuan qi was definitely not something that true qi could compare to. His soul force controlled heavenly yuan qi and began to circulate it through his meridians. At first, there was a bit of a jerk, but after a while, everything became natural. There was no need for guidance, and everything was going smoothly. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. 2 strange lotuses actually appeared in his ink-black eyes, and they didn't disappear for a long time. Is this the cultivation of the heaven realm? Ling Xiao felt that it was inconceivable. This time, he only wanted to break through to the realm of a heaven meridian martial artist during the breakthrough period. That would be enough. But he did not expect that by a freak combination of factors, he broke through the barrier in one go and stepped into the ranks of Deva realm martial artists. This was a super breakthrough. It was completely different from before. From top to bottom, his temperament seemed to have completely changed. Yes, this is the heaven realm. You've succeeded. The Moon Maiden smiled and said, "Kid, you're really crazy. You actually used the most dangerous situation to help yourself break through." Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Sister Moon Maiden, do you like me more? I'm getting closer and closer to you now." During this period, the Moon Maiden's cultivation did not improve much, so the gap in strength between him and the Moon Maiden was rapidly narrowing. Although he was happy that the Moon Maiden could protect him, as a man, he could not always be protected by a woman. He wanted to break through to the Moon Maiden's realm as soon as possible, and then protect his woman with his strength. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. The Moon Maiden smiled sweetly. In the last 2 days before the martial arts festival's finals, Ling Xiao did not go anywhere. He stayed in his residence to consolidate his cultivation. It wasn't easy to consolidate the breakthrough of a super realm. The time it took was also many times more than before. However, he did not find it boring at all. After the origin source energy in his body had been completely converted into heaven essence energy, the power of all his moves had increased by more than 10 times. It was simply terrifying. He could easily kill anyone below the heaven vein realm with one move. The opponent would not have the slightest chance. On the day of the martial arts festival's finals, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. "Brother Ling, why did you come out of seclusion so late? We were worried that you would miss the finals." As soon as he came out of his room, he saw Ling Hao's anxious face. The finals were said to be held at noon. There's still some time before noon. Don't worry. Have the people from the sect gone? Ling Xiao realized that his residence was empty. Yes, they said that there would be a game to test the strength of one's attacks before the finals. They all said that they wanted to go and watch the fun, so they left me here to wait for you. Ling Hao looked a little anxious. After all, he was still a child. It was natural for him to like crowds. Ling Xiao also liked crowds. Hence, he tidied up a little and went to the finals with Ling Hao. Usually, before the finals, there would be some small games, such as testing the strength of one's attacks or strength, etc. It was not forced by the officials. It was just that the warriors found it fun and would try it out. When the two of them arrived near the finals, they saw a huge pillar outside the entrance. There were many people gathered there, and there was a constant clamor. "It can't be, right? My attack only lit up 70 lights? That's a lie. Be content. I only lit up 69 lamps, less than you. Don't doubt it." Although this thing is not a mandatory testing pillar, it is said that it has been here since before the establishment of the sacred dynasty. It is the weapon of a demon king in ancient times. Hearing these people's discussion, Ling Xiao looked up. This was a pillar that was 100 meters tall. Every meter would sense the strength of the attack and then light up. The golden light was very conspicuous. In other words, all 100 lamps were lit up. It seemed that the attack strength of the two people who had just spoken was not bad. "Watch me." Huh. Just as Ling Xiao and Ling Hao were walking inside, another young expert stood in front of the huge bronze pillar. Pong, as his fist slammed into the copper pillar immediately emitted a dazzling light, 79 lamps. This combat strength is really strong. To be able to light up 70 lamps, one must be a heavenly pulse warrior. That's right. Many people think that this copper pillar only tests the strength of one's attack. Actually, that's a mistake. I don't know what kind of array this divine weapon has set up, but after attacking, it tests one's overall battle strength, which includes defense, Xianxia, and attack at the same time. What if someone is hiding their strength? If they hide, of course the test is not real, but is it necessary? Seeing your brother Ling, I'll try. Leng Hao found it interesting and kicked the bronze pillar. 65 lamps, not bad. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Leng Hao's cultivation was not yet at the heavenly pulse warrior realm, so it was very rare for him to light up 65 lamps. Moreover, Ling Xiao could feel that this kid had not used his full strength. Well, it was just for fun. There was no need to show his full strength. I didn't expect the sacred city to have such an interesting thing. Let me try. Hearing the voice, Ling Xiao looked back and found that it was Li Xiefeng, a disciple of the Snow Mountain sect in white. This person was one of the most popular figures in this year's martial arts festival. He was qualified to compete for the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Pong, golden light flashed. My God, it broke the record. 90 lamps. The bronze pillar was only 100 meters tall. Everything below 90 meters lit up with golden light, looking very beautiful. As expected of one of the most sought-after young geniuses. This guy's cultivation has probably reached the level of a complete Heaven Pulse realm martial artist. The Heaven Essence energy in his body has also been condensed to about 90%. Now that Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through, his eyesight was much stronger than before. Coupled with the analysis ability of the Mountain River martial spirit, he could easily determine Li Xiefeng's strength. The Snow Mountain sect should get a good result in the martial arts festival this time. That's right, this divine armament is quite amazing. Cultivators of every realm can test it, but the color of their light is different. The martial vein realm is white, the transcendent realm is golden, the heaven realm is red, and the paradise realm is purple. For the young geniuses of the Martial Path Festival, I estimate that 100 golden lights will be the limit. I wonder if anyone can surpass Li Xiefeng. There were many onlookers and even more people talking. Most of them looked at Li Xiefeng with envy and admiration. Li Xiefeng still looked indifferent, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. This was normal. What's the big deal? Watch me. There were those who were convinced and those who were impressed. Naturally, there were also those who were not. After all, there were more than 200 participants in the martial arts festival. Because of the fast breakthroughs, it was normal for people under the age of 20 to be stronger than them. A young cultivator who did not make it to the top 10 in last year's martial arts festival waved his hand and hit the bronze pillar. The bronze pillar flashed with golden light and reached the 89th meter mark in an instant. Unfortunately, it was only 1 meter away, but it could not go any higher. How is this possible? The young man did not seem to believe it. When he tried again, he directly pulled out his weapon, but the result was still 89 lamps. Although the young man felt very unhappy, there was no one around him who laughed at him. Even Li Xiefeng's expression became serious. 89 lamps. Didn't that mean that his strength was very close to Li Xiefeng's? He would be a strong opponent in the finals. Who's that? You're Ling Xiao, right? That day at the auction house, your words were sharp. I don't know how strong you are. Why don't you try? The one who spoke was a core disciple of the Heavenly King sect. Ling Xiao was not interested in trying. He had the mountains and rivers martial spirit, so he knew how strong he was. However, since the Heavenly King sect's disciple was so arrogant, it would not be good if he did not show his strength. I don't need to show my strength to you. Why don't we have a competition? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. How do we compete? The man asked cautiously. It's very simple. If I light up more lamps than you today, you will kneel down and shout Heavenly King sect is inferior to Yuehua school 3 times. How about that? Ling Xiao replied. What if you lose? The man asked. I'll do what you say. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Okay, if you lose, you will strip naked and run around the streets of the sacred city, shouting Ling Xiao deserves to die, Yuehua school is shameless. The disciple of the Heavenly King sect said after thinking for a while. That's ruthless, but it doesn't matter. Let's start. You first. Ling Xiao made an inviting gesture and said. Did I say that I'll compete with you? The man revealed a treacherous smile and whistled. Dao Wuming walked out of nowhere. I'll compete with you. Dao Wuming had always wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but unfortunately, he couldn't find a chance to do so. Today, he decided to do it on the spur of the moment. Although he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he could humiliate Ling Xiao and Yuehua school. That way, he could vent his anger and not feel too uncomfortable. Shameless. We agreed that he would compete with my senior brother. Leng Hao couldn't help but curse. Junior brother Leng, it's not the first time they've been shameless. Why bother? Ling Xiao stopped Ling Hao, then looked at Dao Wuming and asked, Dao Wuming, if you compete with me, will you be the one kneeling down later? Yes, it will be me. Dao Wuming nodded and said, but don't look forward to it, because you can't beat me. Hee, is that so? You can start now. Ling Xiao thought to himself, I didn't find trouble with you, but you insisted on giving me a slap. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Dao Wuming sneered. After circulating his energy for a moment, he punched the bronze pillar with both fists. Buzz, golden light shone brightly and instantly covered the entire square. 92 lamps. He broke the record again. He's even stronger than Li Xiefeng. I didn't expect the third-ranked core disciple of the Heavenly King sect to be so terrifying. Could it be that the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty will have another Heavenly King sect disciple? He's too strong. Li Xiefeng frowned slightly and thought to himself, Dao Wuming should be weaker than me. If I use all my strength, I can light up 95 lamps. However, this guy is quite strong. Can that Yuehua school's Ling Xiao do it? He looked at Ling Xiao, only to see that Ling Xiao's expression did not change at all. He walked slowly toward the bronze pillar. How many lamps do you think the top core disciple of Yuehua school, Ling Xiao, can light up? I heard that he won first place in the preliminaries. I think he should light up at least 80 lamps. That's about right. The problem is, he just had to make a bet with Dao Wuming from the Heavenly King Gate. He's going to lose for sure. Ling Xiao smiled when he heard everyone's discussion. Then, he walked to the bronze pillar. He did not circulate his energy or take out his weapon. With his current cultivation and strength, his physical strength alone was enough to surpass Dao Wuming. Unfortunately, that idiot still did not know that. Smack, it was just a light slap. Perhaps the crowd was hallucinating, but the bronze pillar seemed to shake for a moment. Then, a golden light rose. Look, it's 93 lamps. It's a draw. No. Look, it's 93.5 lamps. He won by half a lamp. It's half a meter. Ling shouted it on purpose. If the advantage was too big, Dao Wuming might think that it was normal to lose and not be so angry. However, now that he won by half a lamp, Dao Wuming would probably be furious. How can this be? Dao Wuming was completely dumbfounded. He had originally thought that it would be very easy for him to win against Ling Xiao in this aspect, but he had been defeated by the opponent's seemingly light palm strike. Although he did not win by much, it was that half a lamp advantage that made him angry. How terrifying. I heard that this young man angered Dao Wuming on the street. I thought he was courting death, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yeah, he's stronger than Dao Wuming and Li Xiefeng. Yuehua school is really going to rise. The onlookers were astonished. Those who could light up 90 lanterns were all geniuses of the younger generation. Now that the Yuehua school had such a young man, it wouldn't be long before their status in the 12 sects rose significantly. I merely concealed my strength. Do you really think that I'm inferior to the two of them? Li Shuifeng was originally quite calm, but when he saw that Dao Wuming and Ling Xiao had surpassed him, in a fit of anger, he used all his strength to punch the copper pillar. He didn't lie. 95 lanterns. As expected, he is still the best. Listening to other people's discussion, Li Xiefeng's heart finally felt a lot more comfortable. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in competing with him. He looked at Dao Wuming and said with a smile, a disciple of the Heavenly King sect should keep his word. Now, kneel down and shout according to what I just said. So what if I don't kneel? How could Dao Wuming keep his promise in such a matter? The only reason he agreed was because he thought that he could win. Now that he had lost, he would definitely go back on his word. Kneel. Suddenly, a huge ghost eye appeared behind Ling Xiao. Its blood-red gaze shone on Dao Wuming. Dao Wuming didn't have any strength to resist at all. He just knelt on the ground in a daze. Then, he shouted according to Ling Xiao's instructions. The Heavenly King sect is shameless. The Heavenly King sect is inferior to Yuehua school. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They had thought that there would be a huge battle between the two. They hadn't expected Dao Wuming to give in so easily. Ling Xiao's soul power was operating very skillfully now. Others couldn't easily detect it. Even if he didn't want others to see his ghost eye martial soul, others couldn't see it. Therefore, in the eyes of these people, Dao Wuming was completely frightened by Ling Xiao. They were a little baffled. Only Li Xiefeng clenched his teeth. One of his hands was already holding the steel saber at his waist. Good boy, I've really underestimated you. You know how to operate soul power. However, I've cultivated an indestructible saber intent. Your soul power is useless against me. Li Xiefeng took a deep breath, turned around, and walked toward the martial arts altar. Ling Xiao and the others actually arrived early. After they left, some popular young geniuses came one after another to try the bronze pillar. Did you see what happened just now? The abstruse fire sect is indeed the abstruse fire sect. Lu Taiyin's battle strength has reached 98 lights. He's much stronger than Li Xiefeng. Isn't that obvious? Lu Taiyin is one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. They're both disciples of the abstruse fire sect, but Hong Sanmei's performance is more eye-catching than Lu Taiyin's. He actually reached 99 lights. These two are really scary. Last time, the abstruse fire sect occupied 2 seats among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. This time, I'm afraid they'll go one step further. Hearing these discussions, Lu Taiyin and Hong Sanmei smiled. They had been under too much pressure recently. In the face of the constantly emerging young geniuses, their advantage was not as big as it was in the last competition. After they left, a few other popular young geniuses took the test. Each one is more awesome than the other. The Qin Bishui of the Blood Saber sect has also lit 99 lights. It's nothing strange. Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, has also reached 99 lights. Dai Yaoling of the spiritual medicine villa is just a girl, but she's also so strong. It's really admirable. It's really scary. This year's martial arts altar is really full of talents and stars. In the future, these people will definitely become the hope of our Sky Dragon continent. Generally speaking, there's not much difference in strength between those who have lit more than 90 lights. It'll be another terrifying breakthrough if 100 lights are lit. I wonder how the top 3 of the last competition are doing. It's out. Long Chen of the Divine Sword sect has lit 98 lights. Bai Qianjiao has lit 99 lights. Damn, Hongli of the Aquamarine Palace is even scarier. She lit 100 lights with a casual strike. It's impossible. How can Hongli be more powerful than her senior sister, Bai Qianjiao? Nothing is impossible. Mo Wushang also took the test. He also lit 100 lights. They are currently the 2 strongest contestants. Both of them lit 100 lights. I'm afraid Hongli will replace her senior sister this time. What about the Holy Sun? Hasn't the Holy Sun taken the test yet? I haven't heard. The Holy Sun hasn't shown up yet. The competition is about to start. I wonder if there's a chance to see the Holy Sun take the test in advance. He's here. The Holy Sun is here. On the main road, a white horse was slowly approaching. On the back of the horse was the Holy Sun, Hai Miankeo. Beside the Holy Sun was Feng Yarao. The 2 women, one arrogant and cold, the other charming and charming, were both peerless beauties. Anyone who saw them would take a few more glances. After the second round of elimination, the top 50 would receive the title of Earth Spirit, which was equivalent to a Viscount of the Sacred Dynasty. The rewards would be better, and they would get more benefits in the future. In the third round, the 50 Earth Spirits were divided into 2 groups. 10 people from each group would advance to the next round. The top 20 would receive the title of Prodigy, which was equivalent to a Viscount of the Sacred Dynasty. In the fourth round, the 20 prodigies would be ranked according to the points system. The 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty and the winner of the martial arts festival would be determined. The process sounded easy, but because most people were about the same strength, the first 3 rounds of elimination were really cruel. No one wanted to lose, so they had to do their best. In this way, it was not only about the strength of the teenagers, but also about their wisdom. Sometimes, you had to give up the battles you should give up. However, it was not easy to judge what battles you should give up and what battles you should not give up. Okay, the rules have been announced. Please go to the rostrum to receive your group number. After the announcement, the head judge injected his heavenly essence force into the announcement, making all the participating disciples stand up. Everyone lined up and drew their number. 10 groups, I don't know what this means. Ling Xiao looked at his number and said to the participating disciples of the Yuehua school. I'm in the second group. Lan Yuer also drew a number. I'm in the fourth group. I'm in the sixth group. Dai Yuling and Ling Hao's numbers were different from Ling Zhao's. They were lucky that the 4 of them were not in the same group. Long Chen drew the 7th group, which was different from the other people of the Yuehua school. The 5 of them went to report to their respective referees, and they would compete on different stages. Interestingly, Ling Xiao met a familiar person in the 10th group. It was Yan Liehua, who had participated in the preliminaries with him. There was no enmity between the 2 of them. However, Yan Liehua was not convinced by Ling Xiao. During the preliminaries, Yan Liehua didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. This was because he was ranked 51st in the previous preliminaries and had almost entered the top 50. Fine, since we're in the same group, let me see what level you, the number 1 genius of the preliminaries, can reach. Yan Liehua smiled and went to the side to wait. The group matches soon began. Ling Xiao didn't look at the other groups, because the battles at the beginning weren't that interesting. If he wanted to watch a good show, he would have to wait until the top 20 matches. That would be the real excitement. On the side of Group 10, the battle had already begun. The first to step onto the stage were 2 half-step Empyrean martial artists with 90% of their strength. The 2 of them were equal in strength, so it was very difficult for them to fight. The battle lasted for more than 100 moves before it finally ended. One side won by a single move. The first few battles seemed to be like this, but when Yan Liehua appeared, the situation completely changed. One move, just one move, Yan Liehua didn't even use his Crimson Flame Spear. It wasn't that his opponent was too weak, but that he was too strong. Ling Xiao also discovered that Yan Liehua was now completely proficient in using the Crimson Flame Spear. Not only that, but his cultivation had also increased by a lot. Compared to when he was in the true Devil Forbidden Zone, this person's strength was at least twice as strong. Even the referee of Group 10 nodded repeatedly, very satisfied with Yan Liehua. This child was ranked 51st in the previous martial arts festival finals. This time, it seems that he has a chance to go further. Not bad, not bad. Yan Liehua looked proudly at Ling Xiao. However, he discovered that Ling Xiao wasn't paying attention to his situation at all. Instead, he was looking elsewhere. Ling Xiao's position in Group 10 was towards the back, so he took advantage of this opportunity to pay attention to the matches of the few people he paid more attention to. In the Yuehua school, the first to attack was Leng Hao. Leng Hao was now a half-step Empyrean with 80% of his strength, while his opponent was a half-step Empyrean with 90% of his strength. In terms of cultivation, Leng Hao was inferior to his opponent. However, the battle situation was completely different from the cultivation level. Leng Hao also used only one move to knock his opponent out of the arena. His opponent might not even have seen clearly how he attacked. Seeing this, Ling Xiao wasn't surprised, but the referee of Leng Hao's group was a little surprised. The only person who is willing to fight for the Yuehua school is Ling Xiao. I didn't expect Ling Hao to be so good. He actually became the first warrior to easily win since the start of the competition. Nodding with satisfaction, Ling Xiao looked to the other side. Dai Yuling also defeated her opponent easily. Lan Yuer also won easily. Seeing this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was very confident in his strength, but Dai Yuling and Ling Hao's cultivation levels weren't high enough. The contestants in this final were not weak. It was quite good to be able to get off to a good start. Look, it's Dai Yuling from the Spiritual Medicine Villa. She's probably the strongest contestant in the competition so far. That's right. Dai Yuling was ranked in the top 10 in the last martial arts festival. It's a pity that she didn't advance to the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Her opponent isn't weak either. He was ranked 31st in the last martial arts festival. He should be able to hold on for some time. As soon as this person finished speaking, the battle on the arena was already over. Dai Yaoling merely blew a breath of air, and her opponent fell unconscious on the ground. God! Is this the strength of the top 10? She's too strong. She defeated her opponent in one breath. Many of the young disciples who were watching were dumbfounded. The warrior who was ranked 31st in the last martial arts festival was probably at the level of a 90% half-step heavenly venerable. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Dai Yuling. More importantly, Dai Yuling obviously didn't use her full strength. It seems that the top 10 contestants in the last martial arts festival are all terrifying. It's really a tragedy for other warriors to encounter them. Everyone shook their heads. In their opinion, not only were the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, but even the top 10 contestants in the last martial arts festival were much stronger than the rest. It could even be said that they weren't on the same level. Dai Yuling? Dai Yuling. Ling Xiao silently recited this girl's name. He always felt that Dai Yuling had an unbearable past. These two girls' names were so similar, and they looked 60 to 70% similar. He definitely wouldn't believe that they didn't know each other. As for Dai Yuling's strength, he didn't care much about it. His only opponent was the Holy Sun, Hai Miankeo. He didn't put the rest in his eyes at all. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but it was simply bullying to fight a Heaven Vein Realm martial artist with a Heaven Realm cultivation. If he still lost, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Ling Xiao, Wang Xiru, come on. Ling Xiao originally wanted to watch a little longer, but when he heard his name, he went on stage and looked at his opponent. Wang Xiru, a mature Heaven Vein Realm martial artist. She was very strong and ranked 42nd in the last martial arts festival. Her weapon was a crescent blade. Wang Xiru was a mature stage Heaven Pulse martial artist. Lei Lingzhao's current cultivation was only that of a mature stage Heaven Pulse martial artist. Hence, Wang Xiru did not take him seriously at all. Yuehua School. That's the last place sect? My luck is so good, I got this point. Wang Xiru muttered. Suddenly, her feet moved, and she swung her crescent blade towards Ling Zhao's head. The speed of the attack was very fast, and the power was very strong. Although the move wasn't flashy or strange, it was too fast, so it wasn't easy to dodge. The blade flashed like a silver waterfall, and it was terrifying. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. A terrifying killing intent was released along with his sword intent, and it was like a sharp blade piercing into his opponent's heart. No. Wang Xiru's blade was still in the air when she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood on the blade, and she fell heavily to the ground. What a terrifying will. The referee of Group 10 looked at the scene in shock. Since the start of the competition, other than Mo Wushang, only Ling Xiao could defeat his opponent with ease. What a pity. Since she was born, why would Liang be born? With Mo Wushang, this Ling Xiao is destined to not go far on this path. The referee sighed. It was said that in ancient times, Liang and you were evenly matched, but you was inferior to Liang in every aspect. In the end, Liang was angered to death by Zhuge Liang. The referee's words were based on this story. As for whether the story was true or not, it was too long ago, and so it was hard to tell. But the referee said that because he felt that Ling Zhao's talent in the secret arts of the soul could not be compared to Mo Wushang's. Ling Xiao heard the referee's words, but he only smiled faintly, turned around, and walked off the stage. His opponent, Wang Xiru, had already been carried off the stage. In fact, Wang Xiru's injuries were not serious. The key was that she had been frightened by Ling Xiao. She would be fine after a short rest. What is that idiot Wang Xiru doing? Could he have been bribed by Yuehua school? The referee was a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse, so he could see that Ling Xiao had used his soul force. However, most of the martial artists here didn't have such a high cultivation, so they didn't know what Ling Xiao had done. He thought that Wang Xiru had gone easy on him. Even Yan Liehua thought the same. But the referee didn't say anything, so no matter how dissatisfied they were, it was useless. Ling Xiao wins. Next up, Wind Devil Listener and Army Breaker are up. As the referee's voice fell, Group 10's side began to discuss. Many of the audience members even looked over. Ling Xiao recognized Army Breaker. He was indeed very strong. However, the audience's attention did not seem to be on him. Instead, it was on Feng Mo Ting. Wind Devil Listener is finally going up. He was ranked 19th in the previous martial arts festival. He's the strongest in Group 10. That's right. In order to prevent the top 20 from meeting each other too early, each of the 10 groups will have 2 contestants in the top 20. Our 10th group will have Wind Devil Listener, who is ranked 19th, and D1, who is ranked 2nd. These two will probably end up with the highest points in our group. There shouldn't be any surprises. That Army Breaker is said to be a Heavenly Dragon Institute cultivator. I wonder how strong he is. Can he last 10 moves against Wind Devil Listener? It'll be difficult. Army Breaker is just a newcomer. Not to mention 10 moves, he'll be thankful if he can last 4 or 5 moves against Wind Devil Listener. However, the discussion of the crowd made Ling Xiao reveal a hint of a smile. Could a newcomer be looked down on? Although Army Breaker didn't enter the top 6 in the preliminaries, his strength was definitely above Wind Devil Listener's. Ling Xiao was confident. As for Wind Devil Listener, he was dressed like a typical ninja. His appearance was sinister, and there was a black aura lingering between his eyebrows. It was the result of killing innocent people. If he didn't resolve it as soon as possible, his cultivation would go berserk sooner or later. Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of this kind of person. However, his judgment wasn't affected by his emotions. One had to know that Army Breaker wanted to kill him in the true Devil Forbidden Land. He didn't have a good impression of Army Breaker. But in terms of strength, Army Breaker was indeed stronger. There was no doubt about it. This guy actually used a sword, the same sword as Ling Xiao. Standing there, he exuded an aura of destruction. If he didn't guess wrong, this guy should have comprehended the destruction sword intent. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them with interest. On the battle stage, the two of them stood more than 10 meters apart, and their faces were filled with confidence. Army Breaker, since you're a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Institute, take the initiative to admit defeat. Otherwise, it'll be ugly. Wind Devil Listener looked at Army Breaker and said indifferently. His tone was filled with confidence and pride. Ha 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 ha. Army Breaker suddenly laughed wildly. What are you laughing at? Wind Devil Listener frowned. I'm laughing at an idiot like you. You can't even last 3 moves under my hands. As soon as these words came out, it was like a pot of boiling water was poured into the crowd. Not only the participants of the 10th group, but the surrounding audience also snorted at Army Breaker's words. This guy was too boastful. He didn't even enter the top 6 in the preliminaries. His strength shouldn't be comparable to Yan Liehua. Yet, he dared to say such words in front of Wind Devil Listener, who was Wind Devil Listener. He was ranked 20th in the previous batch. Yan Liehua was only ranked 51st. Even in the Heavenly King sect, Wind Devil Listener was ranked 6th among the top 10 core disciples. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't inferior to Mo Wushang, Dao Wuming, and the others. The martial arts he cultivated were all Jade-grade martial arts of the Heavenly King sect. He was definitely one of the top cultivators in this stage. It was just that his reputation wasn't as resounding. What ability did this Army Breaker have to look down on him? Interesting. Wind Devil Listener was so angry at Army Breaker's words that he laughed. I originally thought that we were on the same side, so I didn't want to make a move against you. But you really don't know what's good for you. You said you could defeat me in 3 moves? I'm not that arrogant. I'll definitely make you roll out of the stage in 5 moves. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and make your move. Army Breaker was still holding his breath. In the preliminaries, the reason why he didn't become one of the last 6 wasn't because he was weaker than the other 6. It was because he was tricked by the illusion that appeared at the end. It was a bit embarrassing to say it out loud. He didn't want to mention it again. Right now, he just wanted to show his strength in the finals as soon as possible. He wanted to let those people know that he wasn't a coward. Unfortunately, Wind Devil Listener had become a stepping stone for him to prove himself. As you wish. Wind Devil Listener sneered. His storage ring flashed, and a narrow long sword used by ninjas appeared in his hand. With a light flick of his wrist, the long sword burst out with dozens of bird-shaped lightning sword chi that flew towards Army Breaker. Every saber chi was mixed with terrifying will of thunder and lightning. Although it was not very powerful, it could pose a great threat to warriors below the celestial realm. Eagle soars the sky. That's one of Wind Devil Ting's signature moves, Thunderbird Sword Technique. It's the most powerful. It seems like he's planning to defeat Army Breaker in 1 move. Novel, law, that's right. When the Thunderbird Sword Technique is executed with the special narrow saber in his hand, not only is its power not reduced at all, after he modified it, it has even increased. In addition, the eagle soars the sky will transform into 12 Thunderbirds, and their speed is extremely fast. They will attack the enemy from all directions, making it impossible for the enemy to dodge. Once attacked, they'll face continuous attacks. If they can't find a way to deal with it, they can only be beaten. Listening to the discussions of the warriors, Ling Xiao had a different opinion. Wind Devil Ting wasn't weak. He used the sword technique as a saber technique. The power didn't decrease, but instead increased. But a sword technique was a sword technique. A saber technique was a saber technique. There was always a difference. Ling Xiao felt that Wind Devil Ting was doing something stupid. If he used a sword, this sword technique could be improved to a more terrifying level. But then again, the disciples of the Heavenly King sect were different. They could casually practice this Jade Grade martial technique. And they even comprehended a bit of lightning intent. Of course, it wasn't complete. It probably had something to do with Wind Devil Ting's martial soul. Lose. Wind Devil Ting stood proudly with 1 move. He had absolute confidence in this move. With Army Breaker's strength, it was impossible for him to dodge it. He had already prepared his follow-up moves. Once he unleashed his combo, Army Breaker would definitely be defeated. Seeing this sword, Army Breaker only grinned. He was using a sword. A real sword, not the narrow sword in Wind Devil Ting's hand. Thunderbird Sword Technique? I'll teach you the true essence of this sword technique today. Army Breaker sneered. He waved the sword in his hand, which was entwined with the lightning attribute. Dozens of Thunderbird sword chi burst out. But his sword chi was sharper and more natural. Eagle soars the sky, boom, the same moves collided in the air. The energy caused by the collision forced both of them back. However, Wind Demon was clearly in a more difficult position. How come you also know Thunderbird Sword Technique? Wind Demon could not believe it. This sword technique should be a secret of the Sky King sect. Unless one was a disciple of the Sky King sect, no one could learn it. What was even more incomprehensible to him was that Army Breaker's eagle soars the sky was even more powerful than his own attack. This was unacceptable to him. The audience and martial artists below the stage were also a little confused. However, Ling Xiao understood the reason. The Heavenly Dragon Institute itself was based on the Heavenly King sect, so Army Breaker could also be said to be a disciple of the Heavenly King sect. It was normal for him to learn the Thunderbird sword technique. As for why his moves were stronger than Wind Devil Listener's, it was because Army Breaker used a real sword. This was Ling Xiao's previous judgment. Amazing. This Army Breaker actually broke through Wind Devil Listen's technique. This is really unexpected. This Army Breaker's results in the preliminaries were clearly not that good. How come he's so powerful now? Maybe he hid his strength in the preliminaries. It seems like this martial arts festival's finals will be interesting. Geniuses and monsters are emerging one after another. I wonder what surprises will happen next. Although many people did not understand why Army Breaker could learn the Thunderbird sword technique and how his sword technique could break Wine Devil Listen's sword technique, they still had some eyesight. At the very least, they could see that Army Breaker's strength was not below Wind Devil Listen's. It could even be said that Army Breaker was stronger than Wind Devil Listen. Admit defeat. You're not my match. Army Breaker did not answer Wine Devil Listen's question. Instead, he said domineeringly. Humph. You really think you can beat me like this? Wind Devil Listen snorted coldly, his eyes narrowing into slits. Thunderbird Snake Transformation. After all, he was the 19th ranked expert in the last martial arts festival. He was also the 6th ranked core disciple of the Heavenly King sect. Even if Army Breaker blocked his attack, he would not be defeated instantly. After a moment of panic and uneasiness, he quickly regained his composure. He spun the narrow blade in his hand around his body, and the Thunderbird transformed into a slender snake bird. Then, it twisted its slender body and shot toward Army Breaker. At the same time, a bird made entirely of lightning appeared behind Wind Fiend Listener. That should be his martial soul, the Thunderhawk. Stubborn. Army Breaker sneered. A martial soul appeared behind him. It was also a Thunderhawk. However, it was stronger than Wind Devil Listen's in terms of size and brilliance. Although his opponent's move was very powerful, the angle of the blade chi was very strange. Ordinary strength-type fighters would find it very difficult to block. Dodging was not very possible. They could only defend with all their might. However, Army Breaker was a strength-type fighter. But he was a little different. With the Thunderhawk martial soul, he grasped a small amount of lightning intent. He could make his moves extremely fast in an instant. It was the same move, the same collision. Army Breaker's sword stabbed out at an even stranger angle. Not only did it shatter the snake bird, but it also stabbed Wind Devil Listen's leg. It's over. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. Actually, in his opinion, Army Breaker was stronger than Wind Devil Listen in terms of his martial soul and control over lightning intent. The two of them were actually very close in strength. Victory or defeat depended entirely on their performance in battle. And it was clear that Army Breaker's performance was more outstanding. Just as Ling Xiao said, the battle was over. Army Breaker kicked Wind Devil Listen off the stage. From beginning to end, Wind Devil Listen had been led by the nose by Army Breaker. Of course, the biggest problem was that there was a big problem with his choice of weapon. He should not have chosen to use a blade to display a sword technique. Even if the two were very close, it was still not good. If he liked using a blade, he could have just cultivated a blade technique. After smoothly defeating Wind Demon Listener, Army Breaker instantly became the most popular person in the 10th group, his fame unparalleled. The experts in the other groups also noticed Army Breaker's existence. In the end, he still couldn't hold back. Feng Yarao sighed and said, since Qian Jun was selected to become a disciple of Heavenly Dragon Institute, his potential and strength are extremely astonishing. Although his martial spirit is not an immemorial martial spirit, it is not inferior to an immemorial martial spirit. I guess Army Breaker will emerge from the 10th group. In that group, other than Wind Devil Listen and D1, there are no other experts. That's right. He even defeated Wind Devil Ting. Isn't that a piece of cake? The most miserable ones are the people in the first 5 groups. The top 10 are all in the first 5 groups. Fortunately, there are only 10 people in each group. Otherwise, these people would cry to death. Yeah, didn't you see that in the first few groups, when they encountered experts like Holy Sun and Mo Wushang, they directly chose to forfeit? In any case, losing 1 or 2 matches is nothing. They still have a chance to advance. In the midst of the audience's discussion, the matches continued and ended one after another. Novel, law, the further they went, the faster the battles ended. Because the experts made their moves, sometimes they defeated their opponents in 10 moves. Sometimes they even finished the battle in 1 or 2 moves. Some even went on stage and admitted defeat. Of course, this kind of battle happened when the gap in strength between the two sides was relatively large. It accounted for about 1/3 of all the battles. Most of the battles still needed more than 100 moves to determine the winner. After all, there were still many people with similar strength. After watching the battle between Army Breaker and Wind Demon Ting, Ling Xiao turned his head again to watch the battles of the few people he cared about. Lan Yuer was very stable. So far, the only opponent she met who could last more than 20 moves with her was the guy who ranked in the top 20 in the last martial arts festival. The rest of the people couldn't last more than 20 moves under her hands. She was like a fresh and refined moon goddess. As long as the image of the Moonlight Maiden appeared behind her, her opponent would be completely defeated by her tide-like attacks. Every move of hers contained the concept of moonlight like water, making her opponents retreat before the battle even started. Long Chen's performance was more fierce than hers. So far, no one could last more than 10 moves under Long Chen's hands. He was like a valiant iron blood warrior. His attacks were powerful and his moves were powerful. Every move seemed to contain the majesty and power of the Dragon Clan. Standing in front of him was like standing in front of a huge divine dragon. It wasn't easy for people to stand still under the awe of the dragon might. In front of these two people, they weren't convinced at first and insisted on fighting. But as the competition went on, many people probably realized how terrifying they were. So in those two groups, when facing Lan Yuer and Long Chen, some people began to admit defeat. It was because there was no need to fight with such people. In the end, they wouldn't get any benefits. Instead, it would affect their future battles. When fighting with Lan Yuer, they always felt that their muscles were frozen after the battle. It would affect their performance in the next few battles. And fighting with Long Chen was even more painful. As long as they fought, they would either break bones or break tendons. In any case, after the battle, their whole body would be covered in scars. Moreover, they were all internal injuries, which had a greater impact. On the other hand, the two of them were neither out of breath nor red in the face. They seemed to be fighting very easily. In comparison, Dai Yuling and Leng Hao's battle did not go so smoothly. However, the two of them were ultimately young geniuses. Coupled with their special martial souls, Dai Yuling had only lost one match so far. Furthermore, she had lost to a martial artist who was ranked in the top 10 in the previous tournament. Leng Hao was more unlucky. He lost 2 matches, but his opponents were too strong. One was ranked 9th in the previous tournament, and the other was ranked 10th in the previous tournament. It was already not easy for him to recover as soon as possible after losing. If the difference in strength was not too great, even if the opponent's cultivation was higher than theirs, they would still be able to win the battle. This was the aptitude of a genius. The current Yuehua school had completely surpassed the 3 sects of the South and the 3 sects of the East based on the results of the martial arts festival. 4 people from Yuehua school made it to the finals. Jian Wuji was the only one from the Sword King sect. There was only Ying Wuya in the Beast King Palace. As for the 3 sects of the South, the Gu King sect had 3 people, the Poison King sect had 1, and the Tang sect had 2. None of them had as many people as Yuehua school. Moreover, the 3 sects of the South had lost their top core disciples, Tang Jiao, Bei Duangchang, and Li Yudao, to Ling Xiao. Therefore, although there were still many participants, it was a pity that most of them would be eliminated in the first round. The truly powerful sects were the Heavenly King sect, the Aquamarine Sacred Palace, and the Abstruse Fire sect. The number of participants from these 3 sects had already accounted for more than half of the participants. Of the remaining half, the 3 sects of the West made up the majority. Although the 3 sects of the East have fewer participants in this year's martial arts festival, their quality is not low. The martial artists from the 3 sects of the East were discussing below. That's right. Jian Wuji is one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. In this competition, he has defeated his opponents in 1 move or his opponents have voluntarily surrendered. Ying Wuya is also very strong. He has already fought 4 matches and won all of them easily. Also, the people from Yuehua school have performed very well. Long Chen is also a disciple of the Divine Sword sect in the East. His performance is even more eye-catching. In the stands, Celestial Master Heavenly Eye and Celestial Master Golden Light were also discussing the grand occasion of the competition. Now it seems that the banner of the 3 sects of the East needs to be carried by Yuehua school. Celestial Master Golden Light sighed with emotion. Our Yuehua school has never been so glorious for so many years. Celestial Master Heavenly I nodded and said with a smile, that's right. Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, Ling Hao, and the genius Ling Xiao, our Yuehua school can be said to have multiple layers of insurance. This is a rare heyday for us. I believe that after this martial arts festival, we will definitely become an important sect among the 12 sects. Heavenly Eye, do you think all 4 of them can make it to the next round? Of course. It won't be a problem for the 4 of us to make it to the top 100 and get the title of Outstanding Talent. However, to make it to the top 50, I think the safest choice is Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer. The other 2 will have to depend on luck and performance. Celestial Master Heavenly I thought for a moment and said. I think so too. However, it's a miracle for the 4 disciples to make it to the top 100 and become outstanding talents. Even if it's just a small step forward, it's a new beginning. Celestial Master Golden Light nodded and said. Let's not talk about it. Ling Zhao's match seems to have started again. His opponent seems to be Yan Liehua in the preliminaries. Celestial Master Heavenly I suddenly said. Celestial Master Golden Light nodded. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ling Zhao's arena. In order to let the people in the stands see the battles on all 10 arenas, the venue of the finals was very cleverly designed. No matter from which angle you looked at it, you could see the scene you wanted to see. It was probably a strange formation set up by a formation master. On the 10 arenas, Ling Xiao and Yan Liehua were 10 meters apart from each other. Ling Xiao, your progress really surprised me. However, today, I have completely mastered the Crimson Flame Spear and strengthened my Devil Spear martial spirit. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to win against me. As a disciple of the Profound Fire sect, Yan Liehua didn't want to lose to Ling Xiao easily. Otherwise, it would be a bit too shameful. However, he was obviously afraid of Ling Xiao. When fighting with others, he wouldn't talk nonsense at all. He would just fight directly and win easily. However, when fighting with Ling Xiao, he wanted to use psychological warfare. He wanted to make Ling Xiao fear his Devil Spear martial spirit. In this way, he might have a chance to win. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong target for psychological warfare. Not to mention him, among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, except for the Holy Sun, the rest were not in Ling Zhao's eyes. However, there was no other way. Yan Liehua didn't have the confidence to defeat Ling Xiao, so he could only play this little trick. Yan Liehua, it's your luck that you didn't make things difficult for me in the preliminaries. Admit defeat and I'll give you a chance to retreat. La Ling Xiao looked at Yan Liehua indifferently and said. He wasn't being sarcastic, but he was genuinely being kind. Because once defeated by him, Yan Liehua would definitely be greatly affected. There would definitely be problems in the following battles. You. Yan Liehua was so angry that his face turned red. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Even if I don't win today, I won't let you have an easy time. Prairie Fire Spear Technique. With a roar, Yan Liehua used all the remaining Heavenly Origin energy in his body. The Crimson Heavenly Origin energy condensed on the long spear in his hand, and angry flames constantly burst out. The long spear pierced out, and the flames tumbled. It was like a ferocious beast pouncing on Ling Xiao, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Sai, why do you have to do this? Ling Xiao could tell that Yan Liehua's attack was extremely powerful. It was probably this guy's strongest move at the moment. If it was used against others, it might be effective. However, it was purely a waste to use it against him. He gently raised his hand, and a sword light flashed. A chi sword pierced through the air and turned into a golden light. The crimson flames that filled the sky seemed to have encountered danger and began to rapidly retreat. They were pierced back by the chi sword. Boom, the chi sword pierced through Yan Liehua's protective chi and sent him flying. One move ended. I already said that it would have been better if you had just admitted defeat. Now, not only have you revealed your trump card, but you have also used up a large amount of Zhen Yuan. Even the heavenly essence energy that you worked so hard to gather has been wasted. Ling Xiao glanced indifferently at Yan Liehua below the stage, then turned around and walked off the stage without a speck of dust. Seeing this, the faces of the Profound Fire sect people changed greatly. Although Yan Liehua was not as good as Lu Taiyin and Hong Sanmei, he was still a core disciple of the Profound Fire sect. Facing Ling Xiao, he was defeated in one move. This was truly unexpected to them, and they were somewhat shocked. Thinking back to before entering the true Devil Forbidden Land, Ling Xiao was simply an insignificant person, and very few people knew his name. However, today, Ling Xiao had defeated Yan Liehua so easily. Wasn't this increase in fighting strength a little too terrifying? What was even more terrifying was that just by looking at this battle, one could tell that Ling Xiao had not used his full strength at all. Sigh, it's true that every generation produces new talents. This Ling Xiao is probably at the level of the 6th young master of the Holy Dynasty. The gap between Liehua and him is too big. Lu Taiyin sighed and said, Samadhi, we have another difficult enemy. Ling Xiao wins. Group 10's referee announced the results of the battle, but his face revealed a shocked expression. As a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse, he originally believed that he had seen through Ling Xiao. He believed that Ling Xiao was only a martial artist skilled in soul techniques and was definitely lacking in other aspects. But now, it seemed that the secret soul technique was only one of this kid's skills. This kid's strength was far beyond his expectations. One move? No, strictly speaking, Ling Xiao was just defending, and he defeated Yan Liehua while he was at it. Group 10's referee muttered to himself, now it seems that the battle for first place in Group 10 will be between him and Army Breaker. D1 is still slightly inferior. There were many martial artists who were paying attention to this battle. They originally thought that it would be an evenly matched battle, but in the end, it was completely one-sided. My goodness, this Yuehua School's Ling Xiao is not only bold, but also astonishingly powerful. Yes, now that I think about it, no one can withstand one move in front of him and not be defeated. His attacks are too strange. It's really surprising. I thought that there were no experts in Group 10. Only Feng Ma Ting, D1, and Army Breaker are not bad. Now it seems that Ling Xiao is also one of them. His strength is probably not inferior to Army Breaker. You're right, I completely agree. This person's moves are extremely strange. I can't even see what moves he uses during the battle. I wonder how much strength he used to defeat Yan Liehua. I estimate that it should be at least 60 to 70%. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated. Army Breaker's complexion was ugly as he listened to everyone's discussion. He felt that Ling Xiao had only used half of his strength in that attack. He was truly a strong opponent. Against Ling Xiao, his chances of winning weren't high. If Ling Xiao had used half of his strength to defeat Yan Liehua, then he would have a 50% chance of winning. But if Ling Xiao had used 40% of his strength, then it would be difficult for him to defeat Ling Xiao. No matter how fast this kid grows, it's impossible for him to be so strong. I estimate that he's only using half of his strength. Army Breaker tried his best to comfort himself, telling himself not to panic. Because they were in the same group, he and Ling Xiao would meet sooner or later. It was just that it was uncertain whether they would fight. Perhaps both of them had accumulated enough points to advance to the next round, then there would be no need to fight. Ling Xiao, who had returned to his seat, happened to meet Lan Yuer, who had just finished her battle and was resting. Junior brother Ling, how much strength did you use to defeat Yan Liehua? Lan Yuer asked with interest. This question isn't easy to answer. Let's put it this way. How much strength do you need to use to defeat an ant? Ling Xiao asked back. What? Lan Yuer, Leng Hao, Dai Yuling, and the others were dumbfounded. They knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but they never thought that in Ling Xiao's eyes, Yan Liehua was just an ant. Why would he need to use his strength to defeat an ant? Heavens, that Yan Liehua was the 51st ranked expert of the previous martial arts festival. Taking a deep breath, Lan Yuer and Dai Yuling looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They were constantly getting stronger, but gradually they found that the gap between them and Ling Xiao was getting wider and wider. This guy could really be called a peerless genius. When he broke through, it was simply crazy. Lan Yuer looked at Jian Wuji, then looked at the Holy Sun, Hai Mian-ko, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I really feel sorry for that Jian Wuji and Hai Mian-ko. They thought that they could easily crush junior brother Ling, but they didn't expect that the advantage they had accumulated with so much effort would be destroyed so easily. Long Chen's battle had also smoothly ended. He still finished the battle in 10 moves. Looking at Ling Xiao and the dejected Yan Liehua not far away, he understood everything. As a proud member of the dragon race, he couldn't betray Ling Xiao at all. Because Ling Xiao was too scary. In his heart, Ling Xiao was a complete monster. He had a calmness and composure that didn't match his age. Moreover, he had an extremely terrifying analysis and judgment. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that no matter how hard he worked, no matter how powerful the dragon race's talent was, it wasn't worth mentioning in front of this monster. In fact, Longchen didn't understand. He worked hard, but Ling Xiao worked 10 times harder than him. This was a guy who cultivated crazily and didn't care about his life. With the help of the mountain and river martial spirit, it was normal for him to have today's growth. In the next few battles, Ling Xiao's battles became extremely easy. As soon as he got on the stage, his opponents immediately admitted defeat. After witnessing Ling Xiao's battle, no one was willing to waste their time and energy on him. They had already witnessed Yan Liehua's painful lesson. After the battle with Ling Xiao, Yan Liehua lost 3 battles in a row. Only then did he gradually regain his momentum. Advancing to the next round shouldn't be a problem, but it was too difficult. Seeing this situation, Ling Hao was envious. "Senior brother Ling, you just showed off your strength, and those people were so scared that they didn't dare to fight with you. I can't do it anymore. It's too difficult. If you encounter an opponent that you can't defeat, try to give up. This is a wise move. This is the battle strategy I've formulated for you. If you fight according to this, you will definitely advance to the next round." When Ling Xiao had nothing to do, he came up with an advancement strategy for Ling Hao and Dai Yuling. It was nothing more than fighting to win against whoever you encounter and giving up against whoever you encounter. Lan Yu and Long Chen didn't need it. They were strong enough and could easily advance to the next round. "Thank you so much, senior brother Ling. I've been having a headache because of this." Although Ling Hao's strength wasn't bad and he had a high chance of advancing, it would be too embarrassing if he failed miserably. With Ling Xiao's battle strategy and his strength, he had a 100% chance of advancing to the next round. Ling Hao had never doubted Ling Xiao's judgment. After being together for so long, he knew all too well how good his senior brother's analytical skills were. Go, fight with peace of mind. Don't care about what others are saying. Just advance to the next round, Ling Xiao reminded. After all, Ling Hao was young and impetuous. What he was most afraid of was that he couldn't help but throw the battle strategy aside after hearing the audience's discussion. "Don't worry, senior brother Ling. I'll bet my ears." "Hee. Junior brother Ling, look over there. Ying Wuya seems to be in trouble." Lan Yuer's voice suddenly rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao looked over. Ying Wuya was the only remaining finalist from the Beast King Palace. His journey had been smooth sailing, but this time, he had run into trouble. His opponent was 3rd young Master Bai, who ranked 29th in the last martial arts festival. Both of their martial spirits were giant rocks. However, Ying Wuya's martial spirit was the golden-winged great rock, while 3rd young Master Bai's martial spirit was the snow domain great rock. His martial soul was shining with golden light. The other martial soul was covered in ice and snow. They were all very beautiful. On the battlefield, the two continued to exchange blows. Their shadows flickered, making it difficult for ordinary people to catch sight of them with their naked eyes. Judging from the current situation, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. However, Ling Xiao could see very clearly that this 3rd young Master Bai's strength was much stronger than Ying Wuya's. The reason why there was a situation where they were evenly matched was purely because this 3rd young Master Bai was playing around. Rumor had it that this person loved to toy with his opponents, just like a cat that had caught a mouse. He could obviously slap his opponent to death with his paw, but he insisted on teasing his opponent. "You're almost done with your moves. It's really boring. It doesn't interest me at all. Let's end this boring battle." During the battle, 3rd young Master Bai actually yawned. Then, his attack suddenly became fierce and powerful, completely suppressing Ying Wuya in an instant. Giant rock spreading wings, golden light kill. Ying Wuya's face was filled with anger. He suddenly stretched out his hands, and the golden rock martial soul behind him emitted a dazzling golden light, making many people around him unable to see anything. It was as if a golden sun had fallen on the stage. Insignificant skill. Third young master Bai sneered. His figure suddenly turned into a white light, and he kicked Ing Wuya's chest, kicking him out of the stage. Puff. Ing Wuya spat out blood, and his eyes were blurred. The physical injuries were not serious, but the psychological blow was very serious. Ha ha ha, the disciples of the three Eastern sects are all trash. None of them are decent. Third young master Bai laughed and walked down the stage. Hearing this, Ing Wuya's blurred eyes instantly became clear. Third young master Bai, I'm not your opponent, but there will be people from the three Eastern sects who will take care of you. Ing Wuya thought of Ling Xiao. He had suffered a big blow from Ling Xiao. He had already refined his fragile little heart, and it was not so easy to fall into depravity. Are you talking about Jian Wuji? It's a pity to tell you that Jian Wuji has already left the Sword King sect and is now a disciple of the Sky Dragon Institute. Third young master Bai did not dare to look down on Jian Wuji. Not him, I'm talking about another person. Ing Wuya looked at Ling Xiao. The three Eastern sects' face was all on Ling Xiao. That's the chief core disciple of the Yuehua school. Hee, it's not bad to defeat Yan Liehua, but do you think I'm afraid of him? To tell you the truth, even Diwan and Feng Ma Ting are no match for me now. Third young master Bai sneered. So what? Ing Wuya asked with a smile. What do you mean? Nothing. If you're afraid of Jian Wuji, then you'll lose without a doubt. Ing Wuya smiled faintly and returned to his seat with the help of the Beast King Palace's disciples. Many people below the stage were paying attention to the battle, and all kinds of discussions started again. Third young master Bai's strength is probably stronger than before. Was he 29 or 30 in the last tournament? Anyway, it seems like he's stronger than Feng Mo Ting, who was ranked 19 in the last tournament. That Ing Wuya is not weak, but it's a pity that he met third young master Bai. Are the disciples of the three Eastern sects really short-lived? That Ling Xiao is also one of them? Didn't you hear what Ing Wuya said? Ling Xiao is probably stronger than Jian Wuji. Who doesn't know how to brag? Anyway, you don't have to pay taxes. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you think third young master Bai can make it to the list of Skype rides this time? Probably. There are a total of 20 Skype rides, and the top 10 in the last tournament are too strong. It's impossible for any of them to fall behind. The remaining 10 spots will be contested. Third young master Bai is probably stronger than Feng Mo Ting, but he'll be at the bottom of the list. You're right. There are a lot of new faces in this year's martial arts festival. In addition, there are some people from the previous martial arts festival who have completely matured in this year's competition. It's really too difficult to enter the top 20. Yeah, Holy Sun, Mo Wusheng, Bai Qianjiao, Lu Taiyin, Hong Sanmei, Jian Wuji, Qin Bishue, Li Xiefeng, Dai Yaoling, and Dao Wuming are all on the same level. I don't think anyone can shake their positions. The remaining 10 spots are up for grabs. Hee, I think Hongli from the Jadewater Divine Palace is stronger than her senior sister Bai Qianjiao. She'll be ranked 11th for now. There are 9 people left. Don't forget about Feng Yaolao and Army Pa from the Sky Dragon Institute. They'll definitely occupy 2 spots. In the previous battle strength test, one of them had 98 golden lamps, while the other had 96 golden lamps. What about Longchen from the Divine Sword sect? He has 100 golden lamps. He should be ranked ahead of the other 2, right? These 3 are the 12th, 13th, and 14th. What about the rest? It's hard to say for the rest. We have to wait and see. After all, it's just a group elimination round. The warriors who were not qualified to participate in the competition were bored. They would always find something to do, such as guessing the names of the 20 Skype rides. As long as they could guess more than 10, they would receive a reward. This was also a good entertainment for them. However, the top 10 were generally easier to guess. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. Unless their performance was extremely outstanding, they were not qualified to be ranked in the top 10. The previous combat strength test could only be used as a reference. It could not be used as a complete standard. When everyone was discussing, the competition did not stop. Ling Xiao, Shangguandi, duel. I admit defeat. The baby-faced Shangguandi gave up the duel with Ling Xiao because he knew that he was no match for him. Ling Xiao, Yu Lian, duel. I admit defeat too. Ling Xiao, I admit defeat. Ling Xiao, I admit defeat. Just as Ling Hao envied him, Ling Xiao's next dozen or so opponents all chose to admit defeat. These people were not timid. They were just more rational. They did not want to waste their energy and time in the battle with Ling Xiao. Compared to Ling Xiao, among the remaining disciples of the Eastern sect, only Long Chen had not lost a single duel. After fighting more than 10 duels, Lan Yuer lost 1 duel. She could not be blamed because her opponent was in the top 10 of the previous tournament. Her level was not up to that position. Naturally, she was not a match for them. But even so, she maintained her usual steady fighting style. In the end, she was defeated after 100 moves. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were a little surprised in their hearts. They had included this delicate and pretty unknown female warrior in the list of the 20 Heavens Prides. After Ying Wuyao lost to third young Master Bai, he lost 2 more matches. Both of them were opponents who were on par with third young Master Bai, but even so, he still had no problem advancing. Leng Hao and Dai Yuling were both following Ling Zhao's advancement strategy. They were very restrained. He decisively gave up on the matches that he should have given up. As for the matches that he should have won, he did not lose a single one. At this rate, the two of them would have no problem advancing to the next level. The final battle, Ling Xiao vs. D1. When they met Ling Xiao before, Army Breaker and Wind Demon Listener both chose to admit defeat. It wasn't that the two of them were afraid of Ling Xiao. They simply didn't want to waste their energy on Ling Xiao in the group stage. After all, they had enough points to advance to the next stage. However, this D1 seemed to be someone who was unwilling to admit defeat. He planned to have a fight with Ling Xiao and defeat this Xuehua school disciple who had been bragging about his prowess. Lose. Ling Xiao didn't even look at D1. He directly threw out a chi sword. The chi sword flew through the air and pierced through D1's protective Zhenyuan. Then, it pierced through D1's body and sent her flying off the stage. He didn't even give his opponent a chance to make a move because it was a waste of time. Ling Xiao wins. The referee of Group 10 seemed to have expected this result, so he shouted the result when Ling Xiao made his move. However, what surprised him was that the battle was already over before he finished shouting. Strong. Really strong. Not only is his sword move strange, but it's also extremely fast. I now understand why Army Breaker and Wind Demon Listener admitted defeat. Even if you win against such a person, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Now it seems that this Ling Xiao is at least ranked 19 out of the 20 Skype rides. Too low. I think 15 is more like it. Number 11 is Hongli. There is absolutely no problem. This woman is so strong that even Bai Qianjiao is afraid of her. I even suspect that she can become one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Number 12 should be Long Chen. He is stronger than Feng Yaorao. Because the group stage was basically over, the judgment of each warrior's strength was more accurate. Except for the top 10, the rest of the 20 Skype rides had some changes. Of course, this was just the audience's speculation. It might not be accurate. Number 13 should be Feng Yaorao. Number 14 should be Lan Yuer. Number 15 should be Ling Xiao. Number 16 should be Army Breaker. Number 17 should be third young Master Bai. Number 18 should be Long Xiaoxiao. Number 19 should be Ning Wushuang of the Heavenly King sect. Number 20 should be Gue Suisho of the Blue Water Palace. Of course, such a ranking couldn't be completely accurate. However, based on the performance of the group stage, the order might be wrong, but the people were probably these people. After the first round of elimination, more than 200 people became 100 people. Moreover, these warriors were all given the title of Outstanding Talent. Ha ha ha, this is a miracle of miracles. There are actually 4 disciples from our Yuehua school in the top 100. This is really rare. The 3 clans in the south have been eliminated. In the east, only Ying Wuya of the Beast King Palace, Long Chen of the Divine Sword Sect, and our Yuehua School are left. Heavenly Master Golden Ray was very happy. Of course, he was happy. In the past, the Yuehua School had always been at the bottom of the 12 clans. They couldn't even enter the finals. But this time, not only did they enter the finals, but 4 of them also entered the top 100. This was really an unprecedented grand occasion. It's still too early to be happy. The second round will be even crueler. It will be very difficult to enter the top 50. Heavenly Master Heavenly Eyes had a satisfied smile on his face, but he was still careful with what he said. It's okay. I believe that Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer will definitely enter the top 50. As for Rain Numinous and Ling Hao, just try your best. I won't force them. Heavenly Master Golden Ray was now a little impatient. He was already overjoyed that his disciple, Ling Hao, could enter the top 100. What else could he be dissatisfied with now? After a short break, the second round of the elimination round resumed. According to the rules, the first and last groups would merge. The remaining 5 groups would still have 20 people in each group, and only 10 people would be able to enter the next round. But now, the number of this group was changed to 1. Originally, the first group had the Holy Sun, Haim Mian Ko, and the Demon Eye, Mo Wushang, these 2 killing machines. Of course, the second round of the elimination round was different from the previous round. In this round, each person in each group would fight 10 battles. It was completely random within the group. So, it was still a question whether they would be able to meet Haim Mian Ko or Mo Wushang. Ling Xiao also didn't want to meet them so soon. Firstly, he still needed to observe their battle. Secondly, it was more interesting to leave the exciting battle for the last. That was the best way to maximize the effect. Of course, if he really met them, he would also do his best. But he felt that it was unlikely. The people from the Heavenly King Gate also hoped that he would lose the battle in front of everyone. In other words, the more spectators, the better. Now, there were 5 arenas, but there would only be 1 arena in the final round. Of course, there would be more attention. It would not be a problem for the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty to do something in the drawing of lots. They would arrange for the Holy Sun and Ling Xiao to meet in the final round. Of course, the premise was that Ling Xiao could advance. 10 out of 20 people would advance, which sounded like a lot. After all, there was a 50% chance of advancing. However, in fact, the probability did not mean anything. Those who could stand out in the first round were all talents. They were 1 in 10,000 geniuses in the Sky Dragon continent. A battle between 2 geniuses was too cruel. Most of them had a 50% chance of winning. The real deciding factor was usually a split second. One could be eliminated if there was a slight mistake. This was a little too cruel. There were many experts in the 5th group. In addition to Feng Yamo Ting, Di Wan, Ling Xiao, and Army Breaker, there were also the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, Lu Lan, Feng Renjia, and Liang Xiao, who ranked 21st, 27th, and 30th in the last martial arts festival. Their points in the first group were second only to the Holy Sun and Mo Wushang. There was no doubt about their strength. And they were all disciples of the Heavenly King sect. It showed how powerful the Heavenly King sect was. Among the 100 talents, more than 40 of them were disciples of the Heavenly King sect. The first round, Feng Yamo Ting vs Lu Lan. The second round had just begun and there was already a battle between 2 strong experts. Feng Yamo Ting was the 19th warrior in the last martial arts festival. Lu Lan was 21st. Feng Yamo Ting only lost to Army Breaker in the group competition. Then, he strategically admitted defeat in front of Ling Xiao. Lu Lan only lost to the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Liang Xiao. The first 2 were so strong that she admitted defeat directly. As for Liang Xiao, he was obviously stronger than he was in the last martial arts festival. Lu Lan was defeated by half a move after exchanging more than 100 moves. Clang, Wind Devil Listener didn't seem to have learned his lesson from the group stage. He was still using his narrow sword. The long saber was unsheathed, flickering with a cold light. Then, he took a deep breath, fully prepared. After he lost to Army Breaker, he no longer dared to underestimate any of his opponents. Moreover, this was the second round of the tournament. Most of the people in the top 100 were evenly matched. He absolutely couldn't underestimate his opponents. Lu Lan touched the storage ring on her finger slightly. After a flash of red light, a soft sword appeared in her hand. This was a weapon that female martial artists especially liked to use. It was more flexible and had more strange moves. After all, in terms of strength, women were generally inferior to men. It would be better if they won with moves. The flexible sword looked like a silver snake, flicking its tongue under the sunlight, making people shudder. Please enlighten me. When Lu Lan threw out her soft sword, she didn't stop at all. She launched an attack first. She was so weak that she looked like a willow catkin. In the blink of an eye, the silver sword light was right in front of Wind Devil Listener. The distance of about 10 meters was crossed in an instant. Dang! 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 The soft sword and the narrow saber kept colliding. Dazzling sparks flew in all directions. The magnificent display of martial skills made the audience below the stage cheer unceasingly. The martial arts festival was both a competition and a celebration. Silver snake flicking its tongue. Lu Lan snorted. Suddenly, the flexible sword darted out from behind her and stabbed out at an incredible angle. She was trying to break the balance in the arena. Clang, the airflow caused by the explosion of her true core strength flew up. The sparks on. The arena turned into flames, making the fierce battle even more intense. The audience didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were totally attracted by the fierce battle. Whoosh, the flexible sword, which had been blocked, suddenly slipped. The tip of the sword slid out along the edge of Wind Devil Listener's saber. It seemed that the sword suddenly grew by 3 or 4 inches. The move, which couldn't hurt Lu Lan, became a killing move at this moment. That was why the silver snake flicking its tongue was so terrifying. It could catch you off guard. However, Wind Devil Listener only sneered. A saber appeared in his empty left hand. He stabbed it toward Lu Lan's abdomen directly. Puff, Lu Lan's body protection true core strength was broken. She retreated quickly to avoid the attack. She looked terrified. Good heavens! Wind Devil Listener can also do 2 things at the same time. Lu Lan is going to lose. D1 was sitting next to Ling Xiao. After losing to Ling Xiao, he didn't hate Ling Xiao. Instead, he tried to befriend Ling Xiao. It was he who spoke. Ling Xiao didn't reject people from 1,000 miles away. Brother D, you are wrong. Wind Devil Listener will lose in less than 5 moves. What? D1 looked at Ling Xiao confusedly and asked, it's impossible. Although Wind Devil Listener was at a disadvantage at the beginning, when he took out the second saber, Lu Lan was bound to lose. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I've told others before that Wind Devil Ting's biggest mistake was learning sword moves but using a saber. 1 saber can make up for the flaws, but although 2 sabers make the attack stronger, the flaws also become bigger. He's basically asking for it. There's no saving him. Now that you mention it, you are right. D1 was not stupid. He understood it immediately. Ling Xiao continued, in fact, Wind Devil Listener could have won when he took out the second saber. If it were me, I would have finished the attack even at the risk of being injured. However, in order to avoid being injured, he used extra moves to resist Lu Lan's moves. As a result, he missed the best opportunity to attack. Just as he finished speaking, the situation on the martial arts stage changed. Wind Devil Listener had planned to attack Lu Lan after defeating her. However, Lu Lan took advantage of his flaws and disrupted his attacking rhythm. She regained the upper hand. Both Lu Lan and Wind Devil Listener were disciples of the Heavenly King sect. They often learned from each other. Once Lu Lan took advantage of the opponent's flaws, she would not let go of the opportunity. Lu Lan launched a series of attacks without giving Wind Devil Listener any chance to take a breather. Puff, finally, Wind Devil Listener's body protection genuine essence was broken. Bang, Lu Lan took the opportunity to kick him out of the arena. According to the rules of the competition, there were 2 ways to defeat the opponent. One was to make the opponent admit defeat. The other was to kick the opponent out of the arena. Damn it! I lost again. Wind Devil Listener stood up with a gloomy face. Lu Lan also let out a long sigh of relief. Although she had won this battle, it had not been an easy victory. If they met again, it would be hard to predict who would win. Fortunately, she would not meet Wind Devil Listener in the second round of the competition. This was a good thing. After the two left the arena, another person went up. The competition continued. Diwan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and gave him a thumbs up. Admirable, admirable. Brother Ling's eyesight is really brilliant. Compared to my senior brother Mo Wushang, you're not the least bit inferior. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He benefited from this aspect. The Mountain River martial spirit's analytical ability was too strong. In addition, he had cultivated many martial arts in these years. Although they were a little mixed, because he had cultivated all kinds of martial arts, he was able to see the flaws and advantages of martial arts more accurately. The fifth group's competition continued, and the battle between the strong had not yet started. Holy Sun, Hai Miangko, Demon Eye, Mo Wushang, Army Breaker, Liang Xiao, Feng Renjia, and Diwan all won the victories they deserved. Hai Miangko and Mo Wushang's battle was not much to say, because their opponents directly chose to surrender. Army Breaker's performance was very fierce. His opponent didn't even understand what he was doing, and he was already below the stage. Liang Xiao and Feng Renjia's performance was equally terrifying. They both defeated their opponents in one move. As for Ling Xiao, he also defeated his opponent in one move. However, his performance was not as exaggerated and eye-catching. Although he was also outstanding, compared to Army Breaker, Liang Xiao, and Feng Renjia's battle, it was too unremarkable. Although most of the contestants' strength was equal, there were still such monsters. This was something that could not be helped. Of course, among the contestants, besides Holy Sun and Mo Wushang, the most dazzling one was undoubtedly Army Breaker. Even Liang Xiao and Feng Renjia were secretly praying that they would not meet this madman. Soon, the second round of the competition began. This time, it began with the main event. Ling Xiao, Army Breaker, come on stage. In the fifth group, the most dazzling Army Breaker and the most low-key Ling Xiao met. Although Army Breaker had surrendered when facing Ling Xiao in the previous group matches, that was only a tactical surrender. No one felt that Army Breaker was inferior to Ling Xiao. They just felt that Ling Xiao's luck was good. Compared to Ling Xiao, Army Breaker is lacking in cunning and calmness. His chances of winning aren't high. I'd say he only has a 20 to 30% chance of winning. However, if Ling Xiao wants to defeat him, he'll have to pay a heavy price. Since Mo Wushang had already said so, no one would doubt his words. His view had never been wrong. The others nodded in agreement. Even the Holy Sun, Hai Miangko, heaved a sigh of relief. If Ling Xiao had to pay a price to deal with Army Breaker, then he simply wasn't her opponent. It could even be said that he wasn't even worth mentioning. Army Breaker jumped onto the stage and looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister smile. I admitted defeat just now because I didn't want to scare you. This time, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Really? I thought you knew your limits, so you admitted defeat. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Army Breaker's expression didn't look too good. However, he was filled with questions. He had seen Ling Xiao's previous battles. He was very clear that Ling Xiao was very strong. Even so, he still had a 50% chance of defeating Ling Xiao. But why was Ling Xiao so calm? Could it be that this kid was bluffing, or was he hiding his strength? Humph. Speaking of hiding my strength, I also hid mine. I don't believe that I'll lose to you. At the judges' table, the original group 10 judges and the original group 1 judges sat together. They were the judges for group 5. The group 1 judge smiled and said, Army Breaker is very strong. Moreover, in the group stage, he paid attention to hiding his strength. He chose to admit defeat in front of Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the result would have been difficult to predict. The group 10 judge shook his head and said, I can still see through Army Breaker, but this Ling Xiao is too mysterious. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even use a weapon. I don't know what kind of martial artist he is. Maybe he's a martial artist who fights barehanded. It's not like there aren't such people. The group 1 judge smiled. Who do you think will win? The group 10 judge asked. Ling Xiao. The Group 1 judge hesitated for a moment and said, "This is the result that Mo Wushang saw, so it shouldn't be wrong. However, the battle won't be easy. It's a pity that Ling Xiao doesn't seem to be able to control heaven essence energy. Otherwise, he could even compete for the position of one of the Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters." That's right. Even a Heaven Pulse Realm martial artist might not be able to control heaven essence energy. After all, it's the power of a Heaven Pulse Realm martial artist. It's too mysterious. The Group 10 judge was also very optimistic about Ling Xiao, which was why he was a little disappointed. In fact, he really wanted to see Ling Xiao enter the ranks of the Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters. That way, his face would also shine. After all, he was the one who watched Ling Xiao emerge from the group stages step by step. Of course, he wouldn't force it. After all, it was easy to become a Heaven Pulse Realm martial artist, but it wasn't easy to condense heaven essence energy. This was not only related to one's comprehension ability, but also one's martial spirit and aptitude. Otherwise, no matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be able to control heaven essence energy. Only a trace of heaven essence energy formed naturally was useless. Army Breaker, as a disciple of the Sky Dragon Institute, you can't lose to a nobody. An old man on the viewing platform shouted loudly. Army Breaker's face slightly changed. Losing to one of the Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters, or even to those geniuses from the previous batch, it might not be a big deal. However, Ling Xiao was just a nobody on the Sky Dragon continent. If he lost to him, it would be a huge loss of face. Not only would he lose face, the entire Sky Dragon Institute would lose face along with him. However, facing Ling Xiao, Army Breaker didn't have much of a chance of winning. Without drawing his sword, Ling Xiao looked at Army Breaker indifferently and said, "You don't need to feel so pressured because losing to me isn't shameful at all. Even the Holy Sun will be defeated by me." "Humph, how can the Holy Sun be defeated by a nobody like you?" "Forget it, let me, Army Breaker, end your arrogance today." Army Breaker sucked in a deep breath. There was no way out for him. In this battle, he had to give it his all. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even be able to return to the Sky Dragon Institute. Between preserving his strength and defeating Ling Xiao, he could only choose the latter. Wang, a dim light flickered from his storage ring, and Army Breaker took out his sword, exuding a terrifying destructive aura. An invisible sword chi rushed toward Ling Xiao like a gust of wind. The surrounding air was distorted by the pressure. Good sword. Good momentum. Ling Xiao stood there without any intention of drawing his sword. "You're still not drawing your sword?" Army Breaker was a little annoyed. He knew that Ling Xiao was a cultivator who specialized in using the sword. If he didn't draw his sword, it meant that he was looking down on him. "There's no need for that." Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. Mo Wushang looked at Ling Xiao and shook his head, sighing, "This person is too arrogant. No matter how strong he is, he'll still fail miserably. Just now, I said that he could defeat Army Breaker, but now, I have to draw a question mark." Thunderbird sword art, eagle soars the sky. With a loud shout, Army Breaker's sword pierced out. The moment the sword pierced out, the wind howled, and the sword chi was awe-inspiring. The terrifying feeling of being sliced apart made many people near the stage choose to retreat. "Destroy." Ling Xiao pointed out a finger and the violent sword chi instantly collapsed, completely disappearing into nothingness. How can he be so powerful? Army Breaker's eyes flashed with shock. He had used his strongest sword skill and terrifying sword move. He had defeated many young experts before, but in front of Ling Xiao, it was not even worth mentioning. He could not believe that this was real. "If you only have this little ability, then you have no chance." Ling Xiao's smile was still bright. "Humph, since that's the case, then I'll let you taste the taste of despair." Army Breaker coldly snorted. He was not bluffing. After he had comprehended the destruction sword intent in the true Devil Forbidden Zone, he had integrated it into the powerful Thunder Eagle martial soul. The destructive power that erupted from it was terrifying even to himself. Because this power was too strong and the time was short, he had not fully grasped it. Against an ordinary opponent, he could still practice it. But against Ling Xiao, he did not dare to rashly try it. But now, he had no choice but to use it. Because Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his expectations, unless he used the destruction sword intent, it would be difficult to win. Urging the sword intent, the Thunder Eagle martial soul behind him began to change. The lightning on its body flashed even more violently, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. In the next moment, Army Breaker brandished his sword and stabbed towards Ling Xiao. His body did not move, but the Thunder Eagle phantom behind him turned into a sword chi that broke through the air. A bright light flashed in the air and a loud eagle cry shook the entire arena. The power is not bad, but it's a pity that your sword intent is just a baby eagle in front of me. It has no meaning. Facing Army Breaker, Ling Xiao did not need to use his 3 great wills. He could easily handle it with just his movement skills and moves. The sword chi continued to attack, but it was unable to stab Ling Xiao. This scene caused the audience to cry out in alarm. Every time they saw the sword chi about to stab Ling Xiao, it was always easily dodged by Ling Xiao. It was as if this person could predict everything. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao's battle would only continue if it was a meaningful battle. There was no meaning in fighting Army Breaker. As long as he could win, everything was fine. Originally, he wanted to see if Army Breaker had any other trump cards. That way, he would be able to make some progress under the pressure. But now, it seemed that Army Breaker wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. How disappointing. Army Breaker's expression was very ugly. At this moment, his face was filled with anger and unwillingness. Don't hold back, or you won't have the chance to stay on the stage. Feng Yarao suddenly shouted. Well, I originally planned to use this move to deal with the 6th young master of the Sacred Dynasty. Now, you are qualified for me to use it. Army Breaker took a deep breath, and a terrifying sword intent pervaded his body. The shadow behind him gradually merged into his body, and his body began to change. Martial soul transformation? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. Moreover, it's an 8th form martial soul transformation. My strength will increase by more than 80%, and my sword intent will also become stronger. You don't stand a chance. During the transformation process, Army Breaker was filled with confidence. His anger and unwillingness had disappeared, and it was replaced by incomparably strong confidence. At this moment, he was like a ferocious thunder eagle filled with lightning aura. He stood there, causing people to shudder. I didn't expect that Army Breaker would actually learn martial soul transformation. It seems like my previous judgment was wrong. This time, Ling Xiao is bound to lose. Although Mo Wushang's devil eye could see through the opponent's moves, it couldn't see through the transformation. After all, before the opponent transformed, it was impossible for him to know. Ling Xiao is too arrogant. It's time for him to suffer a little. Holy Sun smiled and nodded. Facing Army Breaker, whose aura suddenly increased, Ling Xiao faintly smiled. You think you're the only one who can use martial soul transformation? To be honest, if he didn't want to wait for Army Breaker to use his trump card, he would have defeated him in one move. Now that his opponent had used his trump card, in order to show his sincerity, he should also show a bit of his strength. He can also use martial soul transformation? Mo Wushang was stunned. Holy Sunhai Myung Ko's smile also froze. Weng, a terrifying sound of air exploding could be heard. In just an instant, Ling Xiao completed his transformation and entered his human dragon form. However, it was only the first form. Against Army Breaker, the first form was enough. A terrifying aura erupted. Ling Xiao's aura was clearly much stronger than before. Under this terrifying aura, Army Breaker's transformation actually trembled. He was like a little bird standing under the feet of a divine dragon, shaking uncontrollably. Army Breaker's heart was filled with fear. Only now did he understand that Ling Xiao's words weren't empty bravado. He was truly powerful. No matter what he did, it was useless. Facing such a terrifying opponent, the only outcome was defeat. I lost. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. Army Breaker didn't make a move either. He collapsed on the ground and cried out 3 words. In the final moment, facing Ling Xiao's terrifying aura, he didn't even have the courage to make a move. He didn't even make a move, Army Breaker was defeated, he was crushed by the powerful aura. In that instant, the audience's jaws dropped. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Ling Xiao was too powerful. He was so powerful that it was suffocating. The martial soul transformation that Army Breaker was so proud of was like a chicken in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. Perhaps some people had expected Ling Xiao to win. However, no one had expected him to win so easily. If Army Breaker was just a nobody, Ling Xiao's victory wouldn't be considered a big deal. However, Army Breaker was a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Institute. He was someone who had easily defeated Feng Mo Ting, who was ranked 19th, and Di Wan, who was ranked 20th. No matter how one looked at it, Army Breaker wasn't a nobody. He was an existence that everyone had high hopes for in this year's martial arts festival. However, such a shocking genius was easily defeated by Ling Xiao. This kind of strong contrast made many people unable to adapt. Hateful, the rise of our Heavenly Dragon Institute has been destroyed by this brat again. The Heavenly Dragon Institute's side couldn't accept Ling Xiao's defeat of Army Breaker. Originally, they had wanted to rely on Army Breaker, Feng Yarao, and Jian Wuji's results to make the Heavenly Dragon Institute shine. The reason they had chosen these three was because they were strong enough. However, they hadn't expected Army Breaker to die before he could achieve victory. He had actually lost to Ling Xiao in the second round. Although they still had a chance to advance. However, they couldn't let go of the fact that they had lost to a nobody. This Ling Xiao is too mysterious and too terrifying. Ranking him 15th out of the 20 geniuses is too low. He should be ranked 3rd, just below Hongli and Long Chen. After this battle, the audience's expectations for Ling Xiao became even stronger. That's right. It's said that Army Breaker is slightly weaker than Feng Yarao. Moreover, he's also one of the top 20 geniuses. Yet, he was defeated so easily. This Ling Xiao is really powerful. You seem to have overlooked a problem. Ling Xiao hasn't drawn his sword yet. According to the information, he should be proficient in sword arts. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He was already so terrifying without using a sword. Once he used a sword, how terrifying would he be? Anyway, I think it's hard to say who the top 20 geniuses are. Even the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty are. Up until now, most of the young giants have been hiding their strength. If they don't use their full strength, it's hard for us to estimate their true position. This is interesting. This is exciting. I like dark horses. What's the point of a competition that hasn't changed at all? Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. I'm really looking forward to seeing who can defeat the Holy Sun, Hai Mian-ko. Perhaps it was because Army Breaker's aura was too powerful. Or perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's aura was too eye-catching. In any case, the battle between Ling Xiao and Army Breaker had attracted a lot of attention. After all, there were only 5 groups and 5 battle stages left. With the help of the formation, it was easy to pay attention to a battle on a battle stage. Army Breaker's martial soul transformation was already shocking enough. However, Ling Xiao's martial soul transformation was even more powerful. What shocked everyone the most was that Army Breaker had lost his courage to fight against Ling Xiao. This was even more worthy of attention. The battle might not have been exciting, but it was full of twists and turns. It was very exciting. In addition, Ling Xiao fit the image of a counterattack in many people's hearts. So, after Ling Xiao defeated Army Breaker, there were a lot of people talking about him. Because of this, Ling Xiao even gained a lot of fans. The judges of Group 10 and Group 1 were stunned for a long time. Then, the judge of Group 10 sighed. This kid really brings surprises. Just when you think you understand him, he surprises you again. I can't see through this kid. The judge of Group 1 nodded and said, he really is a terrifying youth. No wonder even the Holy Sun is afraid of him. The two of them were Grotto Heaven Realm experts. They had seen too many young geniuses. But when those people were compared to Ling Xiao, they were practically ordinary people. Not only was Ling Xiao's martial soul transformation, but he also seemed to have an endless amount of trump cards. A wisp of surprise flashed through Hong Li's eyes. Ling Xiao's performance had piqued her interest. However, judging from Ling Xiao's current performance, it was not enough for her to take him seriously. Even if she was interested in him, how long he would last would depend on his performance. It was still unknown whether he was qualified to be her seasoning before she challenged the 6 princes of the Holy Dynasty. The Holy Sun, Xianxia, regained her composure after a moment of surprise. The strength Ling Xiao had shown so far was not enough to pose any threat to her. If she hadn't had a verbal conflict with Ling Xiao in the Yuehua school, she wouldn't have taken him seriously. Army breaker, that trash, lost to a nobody. How embarrassing. The blood-blade sex Qin Bishue didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In his eyes, it wasn't that Ling Xiao was too strong, but that army breaker was too useless. Mo Wushang activated his demon eye again to observe Ling Xiao. A moment later, he said coldly, his strength isn't bad. It shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 20. But if he wants to enter the top 10, then he's dreaming. It's even more impossible for him to become one of the 6 princes. Feng Yaorao, who was standing to the side, smiled sweetly. Mo Wushang, you're taking your demon eye too seriously. Underestimating Ling Xiao will only make you suffer. She had seen Ling Xiao in action with her own eyes. That scene was still deeply engraved in her mind and could not be erased. If possible, she really didn't want to fight with Ling Xiao. Although Mo Wushang's demon eye was terrifying, it was still just an inheritance. It wasn't an invincible existence. How could it see through a person? On the stage, Ling Xiao looked at Army Breaker and said, "You're very smart." Then, he turned around and walked down the stage. If Army Breaker had dared to fight, then he wouldn't have to continue participating in the next round. There wouldn't be any more chances. Army Breaker felt sad in his heart. Only by standing on the stage could he truly feel how terrifying Ling Xiao was. The spectators couldn't understand. Ling Xiao's strength wasn't limited to one point. He was strong as a whole. He was an existence that was close to perfection. Martial skills, cultivation power, judgment, martial spirit, sword intent, everything was far superior to him. Moreover, he could feel that Ling Xiao's strength was far from this. There should be something else that he hadn't used yet. Army Breaker also walked down the stage. Enduring the anger of the Sky Dragon Institute's temporary supervisor, he sat down and began to reflect on the battle earlier. Trash, do you still have the qualifications to continue sitting here? The Sky Dragon Institute's temporary supervisor was furious. Why don't I have the qualifications? Because I lost to Ling Xiao? What a joke. Are your eyes used to vent your anger? He's as strong as the Holy Sun. What's wrong with losing to him? Army Breaker didn't feel discouraged because he finally understood how strong Ling Xiao was. Trash is trash. Why are you still looking for excuses? The temporary supervisor roared in anger. However, Army Breaker ignored him. A mere Heaven Realm temporary supervisor didn't dare to do anything to him. His master was much stronger than this guy. I didn't expect the demon eye to make a mistake. We've overestimated Mo Wushang. In the same group, Liang Xiao said to Feng Renjie. That's right. The demon eye doesn't seem to be that scary. However, this Ling Xiao actually defeated Army Breaker. I'm afraid the two of us aren't his opponent. Feng Renjie frowned. Then let's use the soul fusion technique. Liang Xiao suddenly said. Soul fusion technique. Feng Renjie said in surprise, the soul fusion technique is the fusion of 2 martial artists' martial spirits into one. This is a secret technique. After using it, one of the martial artists will temporarily lose his martial spirit and all of his strength, becoming an ordinary person, while the other will become incomparably powerful. That's right. The Holy Sun said that we'll create some trouble for Ling Xiao. It's up to you now. Liang Xiao nodded and said. You should go. Regardless of cultivation technique or battle experience, you're more experienced than me. I'll just forfeit. Feng Renjie shook his head and said. Fine. With the two of us combined, even the top 10 cultivators would have to be wary of us, not to mention Ling Xiao. I'll definitely defeat him. Liang Xiao nodded and said. Subsequently, the two of them walked to a secluded place and began the soul fusion technique. The competition continued. After a while, Liang Xiao and Feng Renjie appeared on the stage. Feng Renjie announced his forfeit on the spot, causing the audience to be confused. Feng Renjie and Liang Zhao's situation didn't escape Ling Zhao's eyes. Feng Renjie's and Liang Zhao's martial souls had merged. Liang Zhao's aura was several times stronger than Army Breaker's. She definitely had the right to challenge the top 10. This wasn't against the rules, as the rules didn't prohibit the use of such a secret technique. Liang Xiao went up and faced D1. Logically speaking, their battle should be evenly matched and should be very interesting to watch. But in reality, Liang Xiao defeated D1 with a single palm. Sigh, this has become an internal battle of the Heavenly King sect. The number of talented disciples in the Heavenly King sect is terrifying. Among the other sects, other than the Aquamarine Sacred Palace and the Abstruse Fire sect, who have 17 to 18 people in the second round, the rest only have 1 or 2 or even 3 or 4 people. But the Heavenly King sect has taken up almost half the number of people. Having more people isn't scary. What's scary is having more people and experts. So far, the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Dao Wuming are all undefeated. Yeah, the Holy Sun and Mo Wushang. I'm afraid no one can stop them. Maybe the Qin Bishue from the Crimson Blade sect can give it a try. Hongli from the Aquamarine Sacred Palace isn't weak either. Yeah, it seems like the battle for first place this time will be between the 4 of them. What a joke. Have you forgotten about Longchen? Even Dai Yaoling from the Spiritual Medicine Villa lost to him. Do you dare to underestimate him? Although everyone felt that Liang Zhao's performance was shocking, Ling Zhao's performance was even more shocking. So, they were no longer talking about Liang Xiao, but the overall strength of the Heavenly King sect. Everyone had their own opinions about the battle for first place. But until now, no one saw Ling Xiao as a strong contender for the top 10. They even felt that he wasn't as good as Long Chen. Brother Ling, these people are blind. Don't mind them. Long Chen stood beside Ling Xiao. He had just defeated Dai Yaoling from the Spiritual Medicine Villa and took the time to come over. Haha, how can that be? From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao didn't take those people's comments seriously. He only had one target now, Hai Mian KO. As for the others, he didn't care at all. Lan Yuer sighed with emotion. It's true that there are talented people in every generation. Each generation is stronger than the previous one. Back in the true Devil Forbidden Land, those who were ranked in the top 100 were so high-spirited. But now, they were either killed or eliminated. Only a few of them managed to enter the top 100. That's right. The competition is too fierce. The new generation replaces the old. If those people hadn't been eliminated, there wouldn't have been Rain Spirit, Leng Hao, Senior Sister Lan, Long Chen, and newcomers like me. Ling Xiao also smiled and said, currently, the 3 sects of the south have completely declined. Not a single person has entered the top 100. On the other hand, the sects of the east are even more prosperous than before. Although that coward Jian Wuji has joined the Sky Dragon Institute, our Yuehua school is rising rapidly. In addition to Long Chen and Ying Wuya, we have a total of 6 people who have entered the top 100. This is a very rare thing. Alright, it's my turn now. Lan Yuer was in high spirits. The more she fought, the braver she became. During the battle, her comprehension of the lunar scripture became more and more skillful. Ling Xiao believed that if Lan Yuer was given more time, she would definitely be able to enter the ranks of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. But now, entering the top 20 shouldn't be a big problem. All she needed was some guidance. It might be difficult to enter the top 10, but he might be able to help. Senior Sister Lan, wait a moment. Ling Xiao pointed his finger at Lan Yuer's forehead and injected his soul force into her. He pointed out the weaknesses that Lan Yuer had exposed in the previous battle and also suggested a way to modify them. In a short time, this was all Ling Xiao could do. Thank you, junior brother. Lan Yuer's face revealed a surprised and joyful expression. She knew that there was a flaw in her understanding of the lunar scripture, but she wasn't particularly clear about where it was. But now, she understood. In the next battle, Lan Yuer didn't let the battle end quickly. Instead, she tried to modify the weaknesses that Ling Xiao pointed out. She completely transformed these things into her own. After nearly 200 moves, she smiled and knocked her opponent out of the stage with a palm strike, easily winning. At this time, she was obviously stronger than before. She wasn't the only one who could feel it. The people who were fighting her could also clearly feel it. Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He then retracted his gaze and focused on his group's battle. As for Leng Hao and Dai Yuling, they could only resign themselves to fate. The gap in strength made their chances of entering the top 50 very low. No matter how much Ling Xiao helped them, it wouldn't be of much help. They could only rely on themselves. The battle continued. Ling Xiao's opponents learned their lesson and admitted defeat one after another. Until he met Liang Xiao. During this period, Liang Xiao had been winning continuously. Not only that, but he also defeated Di Wan, Feng Mo Ting, Lu Lan, and Army Breaker. His momentum was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Therefore, when facing Ling Xiao, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. The battle hadn't started yet, but everyone could feel that it was going to be a very exciting battle. Therefore, everyone was a little excited. They didn't care what happened to Liang Xiao at all. What they were concerned about now was who would win and who would lose in the battle between the two. Both of them had an unstoppable winning streak, but they were lucky that they didn't meet Mo Wusheng or the Holy Sun, Haim Mian Ko. Only insiders knew that all of this was deliberately arranged. Some people didn't want Ling Xiao to meet the Holy Sun and Mo Wusheng too early. They wanted to use Liang Xiao to test Ling Xiao's true strength. On the battle stage, Liang Xiao displayed his fused martial soul. Not only did it temporarily give him all of Feng Renjia's skills, but it also gave him a special ability, levitation. This wasn't flying, but levitation for a long time. It allowed him to deal with enemies in midair. There was a formation set up on the battle stage, but the height limit was 30 meters. For Liang Xiao, levitation was very easy. Although he had obtained Feng Renjia's skills, his strength was much stronger than before, and he could easily defeat Army Breaker. But facing Ling Xiao, he still didn't dare to underestimate him. Stepping on a strange airflow, Liang Xiao looked down at Ling Xiao from above. In his view, after increasing the distance, Ling Xiao's moves would be easier to block. Levitation was a huge advantage in itself. Moreover, his levitation technique combined with his movement technique made his speed very fast. Even if Ling Xiao suddenly shot an arrow, he could dodge it at such a distance. A distance of 30 meters was the basis of his chances of winning. Ling Xiao shouldn't be able to do anything now. I didn't expect Liang Xiao to be able to fly. Although it's not true flight, it's definitely enough on this small battle stage. The audience's eyes lit up. The audience was looking forward to what kind of method Ling Xiao would use to solve this problem. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao could also fly, and it was true flight. Although facing Liang Xiao, he didn't need to use the golden light dragon wings. Ling Xiao wanted to use the method that Liang Xiao was best at to defeat him. This way, it would be more advantageous to defeat the Heavenly King Sect and Sky Dragon Academy. In any case, the conflict between him and the Heavenly King Sect and Sky Dragon Academy was already very deep. If he could increase the intensity of the attack, he definitely wouldn't be soft-hearted. Sky Feather Storm. Liang Xiao didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking, and he didn't need to know. After fusing with Feng Renjia's power, he could finally easily use his killing move. As the hazy martial soul behind him flickered, white light actually filled the sky. One by one, the feathers turned into sharp blades and shot toward Ling Xiao. Each feather could easily break the defense of a half-step Empyrean. Even a heaven-vein martial artist had to be cautious when facing these feathers. However, the sky was filled with white feathers. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge at all. It really seemed like a terrifying storm was sweeping over. Boom! Suddenly, black and gold flames emerged from Ling Xiao's body. A surge of raging flames rushed toward the feathers that filled the sky. The storm formed by the feathers actually instantly turned into a flaming storm. However, the target of this flaming storm also became Liang Xiao. What? Liang Xiao turned pale with fright and hurriedly used his movement technique to dodge. Boom! The violent flaming storm collided with the protective wall of the array, giving off a black and gold light. The entire battle stage shook. Cold sweat already seeped out of Liang Xiao's forehead. What the hell was this? What was Ling Xiao's martial soul? How could it release such terrifying flames? In that instant, he simply felt like he was going to be burned to ashes. I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Wings of Extinction. Compared to the sky feather storm, the Wings of Extinction was even more terrifying. Those countless feathers condensed into a pair of huge wings of death. Then, wrapped in a terrifying energy storm, it slapped toward Ling Xiao. The aura of destroying heaven and earth, an outburst of indomitable will. If Ling Xiao showed the slightest flaw or was distracted by Liang Zhao's attack, he would be severely injured. How is Ling Xiao going to block it? Can he block it? Countless people voiced their doubts. Ling Xiao just smiled and used his actions to tell them the answer. It was a beam of golden light that broke through the sky. It pierced through the wings of death and arrived in front of Liang Xiao in an instant. Do you think you're the only one who can fly? A mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he kicked Liang Xiao in the chest. This kick was infused with the thunder and lightning celestial phenomena. It directly broke through Liang Xiao's protective Jinyuan. Liang Xiao did not have the slightest ability to resist, and fell to the ground like a meteorite. What's going on? This kick seemed to be supported by the concepts of thunder and lightning, and what was that behind his back? Since when can transcendence fly? Many people in the stand stood up excitedly. Especially on the side of the Heavenly King sect, many elders stood up and exclaimed. From the beginning of the battle, Ling Xiao would show something new every time he encountered a strong opponent. Secret Soul Technique. Chi Sword. Flight. Thunder and Lightning Concept. It was as if he was showing off his terrifying strength every time. That's not the thunder and lightning concept. Si Kongzun shook his head and said, concept is different from will, but they are both very difficult to master. What he has mastered should only be a part of the power of thunder and lightning. He is far from mastering the thunder and lightning concept. You should know that even Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators have not been able to comprehend the concept. Even so, his power is not inferior to the thunder and lightning concept in terms of destructive power. It should be a special cultivation technique. And he can actually fly? This kid must have had a fortuitous encounter. Humph, what a smug guy. Let's see how he can win after he uses all his trump cards. Si Kongxian snorted coldly. Whether you like him or not, he is a real monster. No wonder even Ming Kong is afraid of him. I thought it was groundless fear, but now it seems that it is not the case. Holy Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and narrowed his eyes. Ling Zhao's victory over Liang Xiao did not surprise the two referees of Group 5. However, the process of this battle once again gave them a huge shock. They really wanted to know how long Ling Zhao's winning streak would last, and what would happen when he encountered Mo Wushang or the Holy Sun. This is so exciting. I want to see Ling Xiao fight now. This guy gives us new expectations every time he fights. That's right. This guy is amazing. I feel like every battle has become a stage for him to show off. Not only that, I'm afraid his identity is also what we are looking forward to. After all, the feeling of a nameless person defeating a famous expert is really exciting for us spectators. When the crowd heard this, they agreed with it. Among all the contestants, Yuehua School was the most insignificant, and Ling Xiao was not even worth mentioning. Even Long Chen was more famous than him. After all, when Long Chen arrived at the Holy City, he gave countless geniuses a show of strength and made everyone remember his name. The rise of an insignificant person often attracted the attention of others, and Ling Xiao was such a case. In addition, he had many tricks up his sleeves, so naturally, many people were looking forward to his performance. Liang Xiao got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was extremely pale. There was a bitter smile on his face. He had obtained all of Feng Renjia's skills and the help of Feng Renjia's martial soul. In the end, the two of them still lost to Ling Xiao in the soul combination technique. I'm sorry, brother. I lost. He looked at Feng Renjia, who was walking over, and sighed. It's not your fault. He is too strong. We are all a little worried about him. Feng Renjia shook his head. They thought that they would be able to defeat Ling Xiao by working together, but reality told them that Ling Xiao was definitely more powerful than they thought. Ling Xiao retracted his golden dragon wings and returned to his seat, waiting for the end of this round of competition. His points were enough to advance to the next round, so it was impossible for him to meet the Holy Sun or Mo Wushang in the second round. Well, he did not want to meet those two so early. It would be more interesting to leave the main event for the last. In these battles, the reason why he displayed a different fighting style each time was not to show off, but to adapt to his current cultivation level. It was worth noting that he was now a celestial realm expert. Those moves he used in the past had to be repracticed in actual combat and modified. Otherwise, problems could happen in a life and death battle. Ling Xiao's 9 Meridians Aura Sword had mutated due to the birth of the Heavenly Veins, becoming the Heavenly Veins Aura Sword. Although there wasn't much difference in the way it was performed, its lethality had increased by a lot. Not only that, but the Heavenly Veins Aura Sword also made it easier to communicate with the Heavenly Yuan Qi and perform even more terrifying moves. The problem was that up until now, there hadn't been an opponent that could force him to use this move. Almost all of his battles ended with ordinary attacks. The increase in power brought to him by the first stage of the Sky Realm was really terrifying. The second round of the competition ended in a cruel competition. Ling Xiao didn't care about the others, but there were also people from the Yuehua school who were eliminated. Leng Hao felt very sullen, but there was nothing he could do. After all, his strength was limited, and in the end, he didn't become one of the 50 Earth Spirits. Dai Yuling, on the other hand, was lucky. She was the last in her group to advance. This was probably his limit. Lan Yu'er and Long Chen advanced easily. Ling Xiao naturally didn't need to be mentioned, but Ying Wuya from the Beast King Palace was more miserable. Although he advanced, his situation was similar to Dai Yuling's. This was probably his limit. The 50 Earth Spirits' strength was even closer, and the chances of encountering the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty had also increased. After resting for a full 2 hours, the competition resumed. This time, the 50 Earth Spirits were divided into 2 groups, and the top 10 in each group advanced to the Heaven's Pride rankings. This time, the groups were divided according to the previous results, so the strength of the 2 groups was basically the same. Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun weren't in the same group, but he was in the same group as Mo Wushang. There were too many people in this group that were worth paying attention to, and Ling Xiao wasn't interested in screening them one by one. However, there was one person in the group who glared at Ling Xiao, full of killing intent. This person was none other than Jian Wuji, ranked 6th among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. He was originally the chief core disciple of the Sword King sect. Now, he was a core disciple of the Sky Dragon Institute. As soon as the third round of the competition began, Jian Wuji showed his amazing strength and defeated Lan Yu'er with ease. He was in the limelight for a while. When this guy was fighting with Lan Yu'er, it was clear that he was deliberately ruthless in an attempt to make Lan Yu'er unable to continue fighting. Fortunately, Lan Yu'er was no longer the same as before. Even if she faced Jian Wuji, she could guarantee that she could escape unscathed. It wasn't bad that he had lost, but it wasn't an ugly defeat, and he wasn't injured either. However, Jian Wuji defeating Lan Yu'er in 10 moves still caused a sensation. Sure enough, when it comes to strength, it all depends on the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Those geniuses from before were no match for the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. In the following battles, Jian Wuji seemed to want to prove his strength. Facing opponents who were not weak, he defeated all of them in 1 move. His opponents did not even have the time to say the word surrender. He wanted to give Ling Xiao a huge pressure and let Ling Xiao know that no matter how he jumped, he would never be able to compete with him. Ling Xiao also completed his battle smoothly. Although he didn't take Jian Wuji seriously. However, Jian Wuji's vicious attack on Lan Yu'er made him very uncomfortable. Since this guy wanted to be the first young master to lose, Ling Xiao would fulfill his wish. The other group's battle was also very exciting. After defeating Dai Yaoling in the second round, Long Chen defeated Li Xiefeng after a bitter fight. Li Xiefeng was very strong, and Long Chen fought very hard. However, with the terrifying defensive power of the dragon race, Long Chen's skill was a notch higher and he obtained another precious victory. This guy's formidable defensive power gave the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty a headache. They were thinking about how to deal with him. After that, the battles between the 2 groups became more and more exciting, with each battle becoming more and more exciting. In the first group, Liang Xiao, who defeated Army Breaker by using soul fusion technique, lost again. However, he did not lose unjustly because his opponent was Qin Bishue of the Bloodblade sect. That crazy swordsman only used one move to send Liang Xiao out of the stage. When he unsheathed his blood blade, the entire stage seemed to have fallen into a terrifying blood pool purgatory. Liang Xiao could not even move, let alone use levitation technique. Dai Yaoling also suffered her second defeat. She lost to the third young master of the Sacred Dynasty, Bai Qianjiao. The first group had three young masters, Haim Miankeo, Bai Qianjiao, and Hong Samadhi. The second group also had three young masters, Mo Wusheng, Lu Taiyin, and Jian Wuji. So far, each young master has maintained a winning streak. In addition to their strength, there were also people who deliberately made arrangements to prevent the six young masters from meeting each other too early. When Bai Qianjiao defeated Dai Yaoling, Mo Wusheng also defeated Dao Wuming. They were both disciples of the Heavenly King sect, but Mo Wusheng did not show any mercy. Therefore, Dao Wuming lost without a fight. In that instant, Mo Wusheng's demonic eye flashed. Dao Wuming held and fell to the ground, no longer able to fight. In the second group, Lu Taiyin's opponent was the 13th young master of the previous martial arts festival. However, against Lu Taiyin, he was defeated in one move. The difference was too great. Lu Taiyin's terrifying Yin fire made his opponent feel as if he had fallen into hell. Hong Samadhi's opponent was the 12th young master of the previous martial arts festival. Her martial soul was one of the 12 sacred fires, the true Samadhi fire. This woman's attacks were extremely domineering. Her opponent's weapon and arm were completely melted by her flames. These battles were simply brilliant beyond compare. The spectators were also shouting and wrangling as they watched. In the first and second round, many warriors would admit defeat when they met the six young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. However, they would not do so now. This was because once they admitted defeat, they would be eliminated. Moreover, at the 50th Earth Spirit stage, every warrior had a strong will to fight. Admitting defeat was not something they would do easily. Second group, Jian Wuji against Ling Xiao. After a round of battle, the two fated people stood on the stage. As the referee's voice fell, the audience was suddenly filled with a fiery aura. The rules of the 50th to 20 were different from before. Everyone had to fight with others and advance according to the number of wins. If the number of wins was the same, it would depend on who lost less. After all, there were special situations like draws. If it was still the same, then the warriors with the same number of wins could only fight. However, this kind of situation was usually rare. In short, since Ling Xiao was in the same group as Jian Wuji, it was only a matter of time before he met Jian Wuji. Is Ling Xiao, the dark horse, stronger, or is Jian Wuji, one of the six young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, stronger? This battle will reveal the result. Yes, I'm really excited. Up until now, the six young masters have not lost. Will Ling Xiao be the first to defeat the six young masters? In any case, we'll know when we watch. Both of them have maintained their winning streaks up until now. If this battle ends in a draw, both of their winning streaks will be broken. If one side wins, then the other side's record will be broken. Jian Wuji has a higher chance of winning. He's still too strong. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao might still have some moves that he hasn't used yet. The audience was always the most excited group of people. No matter how calm the cultivators on the stage were, the audience would still feel excited. It was as if the one standing on the stage was not someone else, but them. On the Sky Dragon Institute's side, the person in charge coldly looked at Army Breaker and said, "You trash, take a good look at how Jian Wuji defeats that Ling Xiao." I don't think so. Army Breaker had fought with Jian Wuji before and naturally lost. However, the pressure that Jian Wuji gave him was far less than Ling Xiao. He didn't believe that Jian Wuji could defeat Ling Xiao. Jian Wuji slowly pulled out his sword and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. Originally, I thought that you were just an insignificant character, so I didn't fight with you in the Sword King sect. Now, I'll let you understand that no matter how much a trash jumps around, he will never surpass a genius. Ling Xiao yawned and smiled. That day in the Sword King sect, you escaped a calamity and avoided a battle with me. Today, you will become the first young master to be defeated. All your glory will become my stepping stone. Shameless boasting. Do you know that my cultivation realm has reached the breakthrough stage of Heaven Vein realm? My heavenly essence energy has reached 90%, and my sword intent has reached 50%. What do you have to compete with me? Jian Wuji was unmoved by Ling Zhao's words. Heavenly essence energy above 90%? And he has reached the breakthrough stage of Heaven Vein realm? He has even cultivated his sword intent to 50%. This Jian Wuji's strength is completely different from the previous generation. He can compete with the Holy Sun. Terrifying. As expected of one of the Holy Dynasty's 6 young masters. If it's like this, how can Ling Xiao be his opponent? Jian Wuji has been hiding his strength all this time. For Transcendent Realm cultivators, the more heavenly essence energy they had, the stronger their strength would be. However, it was too difficult to condense heaven essence energy. Most people who could condense 10% of heaven essence energy in the Heaven Pulse martial artist realm would find it extremely difficult. Jian Wuji had actually condensed 90% of his heaven's yuan qi. Among Transcendent Realm cultivators, this was simply a crushing existence. Even if he encountered an ordinary Heaven Realm cultivator, he would still be able to put up a fight. 90% Heaven Elemental energy. This Jian Wuji has hidden his strength well. Qin Bishue of the Bloodblade sect sneered. He originally thought that he was the only one who had condensed more than 90% of his heavenly essence energy, and was preparing to use it to defeat the Holy Dynasty's 6 young masters. He didn't expect Jian Wuji to have reached this level. It seems that none of the Holy Dynasty's 6 young masters are easy to bully. Emma Wushang looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, against Jian Wuji, if he were to admit defeat, he would be able to keep his face and might even be able to continue fighting. However, it seems like he has no intention of admitting defeat. How foolish. Is that person Ling Xiao? Bai Qianjiao gently lifted the hair on her forehead and looked at it carefully for a while before smiling. Mo Wushang, you seem to be blinded by hatred. He should be the one who killed Ye Qianshui. Others may not know, but I do. Ye Qianshui is your exclusive property. Everything about him was taught by you. This person killed Ye Qianshui, and you hate him to the bone, so your judgment is impaired. What do you mean? Do you think he can beat Jian Wuji? Mo Wushang frowned. Having his thoughts exposed, Mo Wushang was a little angry, but what Bai Qianjiao said was the truth, so he couldn't refute it. I don't know. Bai Qianjiao shook her head and said, after all, I still don't know Ling Zhao's specific strength, so it's too early to say who will win or lose. I think he will lose. Mo Wushang's eyes flickered, full of hatred. On the other side, Feng Yarao smiled at Holy Sun and said, aren't you going to stop Jian Wuji? Once Ling Xiao loses, your battle with him will be meaningless. If even Jian Wuji can't win, he doesn't have the qualifications to fight with me. Among all of you, only Mo Wushang can pose a threat to me. When the time comes, I will remind Mo Wushang to admit defeat. Holy Sun snorted and looked at the battle stage of Group 2. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at Jian Wuji indifferently and said, what you said is meaningless. After the battle, we will know who's stronger and who's weaker. Moreover, cultivation doesn't equate to strength. To have that level of cultivation, you still need to know how to use it. I can crush you with just my heavenly yuan qi. Do I need to know how to use it? Jian Wuji snorted. How could he accept Ling Zhao's judgment? Whoosh, he brandished his sword and pointed it at Ling Xiao. Under the influence of his heavenly yuan qi, the astonishing sword intent became extremely bright. Behind him, the shadow of a sword king appeared. Not bad, not bad. The Sword King scripture actually allowed you to cultivate to the 7th level. It's not wrong to say that you are a genius. Ling Xiao sighed and said, no wonder senior sister Lan can't beat you. Her lunar scripture is still too weak. Cut the crap and draw your sword. Don't look for excuses when you lose. Jian Wuji didn't rush to attack, but shouted at Ling Xiao. I don't need to draw my sword to deal with you. Although you are strong, you have missed the best opportunity to defeat me. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, come, I hope your hard work won't disappoint me. As a Celestial Realm martial artist, even if he didn't use the battle strength of a Celestial Realm martial artist, He still had the eyesight and strength of a celestial realm martial artist. He didn't put Jian Wuji in his eyes, not because he was arrogant, but because it was the truth. That Ling Xiao is a little too arrogant. His opponent is Jian Wuji, and he is so arrogant. Yeah, he didn't draw his sword. Isn't he just looking for a loss? He must be looking for an excuse to lose. Anyway, whether he draws his sword or not, the end result will be the same. The Heavenly King sect's disciples criticized Ling Xiao. Anyway, Ling Xiao's image in the eyes of the Heavenly Kings was terrible. Other than a few disciples, there was probably no one who liked him. You're courting death. Jian Wuji was furious. He was one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? His opponent didn't even want to draw his sword, since that was the case, he would end the battle with a single strike. Sword King Scripture, Soaring Sword Qi. On the sword, heavenly elemental energy was condensed to the extreme. Jian Wuji suddenly drew his sword. A bright sword qi pierced through the air. It was so fast that it crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant and appeared in front of Ling Xiao's heart. Boom, Jian Wuji's sword was extremely ruthless, like a flood dragon coming out of its cave, or like lava breaking through the sky, vowing to pierce through Ling Xiao's heart. Ha! Ling Xiao did not make a move, but only opened his mouth and roared. Boom, at that moment, the terrifying sword qi completely collapsed, turning into fragments of light, unable to even pierce through Ling Xiao's heaven elemental shield. However, the power of Ling Xiao's dragon roar art had not dissipated, and still rushed towards Jian Wuji. Immortal guides the way. Jian Wuji's sword did not work, so he was naturally surprised. Facing the incoming attack, his body blankly retreated, and then he slashed backwards with his sword. This sword attack was launched in the process of turning back. Not only was it powerful, but it was also very sudden. The terrifying sword qi was only a few millimeters away from Ling Xiao. In the eyes of the onlookers, Ling Xiao could not resist this sword attack. Besides being injured and defeated, there seemed to be no other outcome. Cloud Dragon Divine Journey, Illusion Array. At that moment, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, and the whole martial arts stage seemed to have fallen into an illusion, and the whole space seemed to be distorted. Peng, Ling Xiao's disappeared figure reappeared, but this time he slapped at Jian Wuji's chest. However, Jian Wuji was not to be trifled with. He instantly condensed a sword body, and his defensive power suddenly increased several times. His whole body was like a sword without an edge. After receiving Ling Xiao's attack, Jian Wuji took the opportunity to stab at Ling Xiao's throat. This was no longer a duel on the martial arts stage, but a battle of life and death. Ling Xiao's performance was even more astonishing. His right hand flashed with a dark golden light, and with just 2 fingers, he caught Jian Wuji's sword, stopping this attack. Sword Shadow Mystifying Track Art. Jian Wuji's countermeasure was not weak. As one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, it was impossible for him to not have some ability. Not to mention, he had also inherited the Sword King Sutra. This holy codex was a collection of movement techniques, inner strength, martial arts, defensive cultivation methods, and many other martial arts. Among them, the Sword Shadow Mystifying Track technique was a profound movement technique. Like a shadow following the body, as sharp as a sword. This set of movement techniques combined with sword techniques allowed him to attack and defend at will. It was simply extremely powerful. If it were any other opponent, Jian Wuji would have been defeated in an instant. When he was dealing with Lan Yu'er, Jian Wuji didn't even bother to use this agility technique. He originally intended to use this agility technique to deal with Hai Mian KO. However, he had no choice but to deal with Ling Xiao first. Using his movement skill, Jian Wuji easily got rid of Ling Xiao's shackles. Jian Wuji's figure turned into a series of afterimages that could not be seen with the naked eye. No, my eyes can't keep up with him. Is this Jian Wuji's real strength? When he was dealing with Lan Yu'er, he didn't even use his real strength. He's too powerful. He can make such a reaction in such a short time. He deserves to be one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. But that Ling Xiao is also very powerful. Until now, he still hasn't used any martial techniques. Does he really intend to defeat Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, with ordinary attacks? It's hard to say. Those who were cursing Ling Xiao for overestimating himself and being extremely arrogant were now a little confused. Jian Wuji's performance was indeed eye-catching, but he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao. This was enough to show how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Go to hell, the future belongs to me, not you. Suddenly, Jian Wuji's figure, which was moving at high speed, suddenly approached Ling Xiao. At that moment, his explosive power had reached its peak. His whole body and the sword in his hand were almost integrated into one. Sword King Scripture's strongest skill, Sword King's wrath. It was as if the Sword King was really angry. The terrifying sword chi cut the surrounding onlookers, making their faces hurt and their hearts cold. Is this your strongest skill? I'm so disappointed. Ling Xiao stood there without any intention to move. So far, he didn't even use 10% of his strength. The reason why he let Jian Wuji be so active was because he wanted to learn from him. As the saying goes, there is always someone to learn from. Ling Xiao didn't look down on people who were weaker than him because he felt that everyone had some advantages that were worth learning from. Jian Wuji was no exception. Now that he had learned everything he needed to learn, Jian Wuji didn't need to stay any longer. It had to be said that Jian Wuji was really strong. Being able to defeat Lan Yuer proved this point. If it was anyone who wasn't a match for the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, Jian Wuji would have the upper hand and even won the competition. It was a pity that he met Ling Xiao. The gap between their cultivation and skills couldn't be made up. From the beginning, he was doomed to a tragedy. He still didn't use his sword, but Ling Xiao planned to give Jian Wuji a glorious ending. He slowly gathered his heavenly yuan qi, and a huge hell dragon sword condensed in his hand. He tried his best to suppress his heavenly yuan qi, only using 10% of his heavenly yuan qi, and then combined it with the terrifying destruction sword intent. Heavenly Pulse Qi Sword, Hell Dragon Sword. Facing this attack, Jian Wuji's face suddenly changed. Fear was completely exposed on his face. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Ling Xiao didn't use his sword not because he looked down on him, but because he was too weak. The gap between him and Ling Xiao was like heaven and earth. By the time he tried to react and block the sword, he couldn't do anything. Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon Sword was like a roaring flood. And he was just a small baby in the flood. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the terrifying impact. Boom, it didn't look like a sword at all. It was too big, almost occupying the entire width of the stage. And I still didn't control it well. Ling Xiao frowned. The power output was a little too much. In fact, it wasn't necessary. It seems that my control of heavenly yuan qi is still not enough. I'm not as skilled as my true qi. Just as he was sighing, a figure flew out of the stage. Bright red blood dyed the stage red. It was very eye-catching. Half of Jian Wuji's body was almost cut off. This was the result of him using all his strength to block. Of course, he wouldn't die. When one's cultivation reached the heavenly pulse realm, as long as their brain and heart weren't destroyed, they would be able to survive. It was just that he would have to be transformed into a half-puppet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move at all. He would only be a cripple. What was going on? Why was he so strong? Jian Wuji's eyes didn't reveal anger, but despair. He was completely disheartened and had nothing left to live for. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. I only wanted to take one of your arms. Who knew that I would destroy your lower body? Ling Xiao wasn't being sarcastic. It was a genuine apology. There was no deep hatred between him and Jian Wuji. After all, he had already avenged his brothers. After such a long time, he didn't hate Jian Wuji as much. Even when Jian Wuji tried to injure Lan Yuer, Ling Xiao only wanted to take one of Jian Wuji's arms as revenge. However, he used too much strength and ended up in this situation. In the rules of the martial arts festival, there was only a rule about not killing the opponent, but not seriously injuring the opponent. Therefore, what he did was not against the rules. Why? Why? How can I not even block one sword strike from this trash? How can he be so strong? Jian Wuji didn't seem to be listening to Ling Xiao's words. He was now full of confusion. He didn't understand. He really couldn't understand. In the past, Ling Xiao was just a nobody in front of him that he could kill at any time. During the martial arts competition of the three sects, he didn't even bother to fight with Ling Xiao. But now, he couldn't even block one sword strike from him. This huge contrast made him feel extremely painful in his heart. It was even more terrible than the pain in his body. He finally understood why the Holy Sun was so afraid of Ling Xiao. This person must not be allowed to live. When you thought he was insignificant and not worth mentioning, you didn't kill him. But it won't be long before you realize that you've suddenly become that pitiful ant. You weren't serious at all in the previous battles? Jian Wuji roared. You can say that. Ling Xiao nodded. At this time, there was no need to lie. There were many people like him who had preserved their strength. Basically, the warriors who had the possibility of entering the top 10 would preserve their strength. It was just a matter of how much strength they preserved. He knew Jian Wuji's mood at this moment. It was really a kind of despair and fear. To be honest, he was extremely disdainful of this kind of mood. If he was Jian Wuji, as long as he was alive, there was still a chance for revenge. He would never give up. This was the difference between people's personalities. The referees of Group 2 were collectively dumbfounded. The head judge was also dumbfounded. They had some expectations for Ling Xiao. After all, he was a dark horse. As a referee, he liked it when a dark horse came to disturb the game. Otherwise, the game would be too boring. However, in their opinion, Ling Xiao should have no problem becoming one of the top 20 geniuses. If he wanted to enter the top 10, it would be more difficult. It was basically impossible for him to go any higher. They didn't think that Ling Xiao was qualified to compete with the top 10 young giants, let alone kill Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. They even wondered if they were hallucinating. Could it be that some terrifying evil sect expert had purposely created this situation? The referee of the original Group 10 sucked in a breath of cold air and said to the referee of the original Group 1, I misjudged him. I completely misjudged him. How can this kid be so strong? That's right. Defeating one of the 6 young masters, Jian Wuji, with a single sword strike. I'm afraid only a few of the 6 young masters are capable of such a feat, head judge. Do you think this is his full strength? Perhaps he felt that his eyesight was too poor, so he looked at the head judge and asked. Maybe he's still hiding his strength. After all, he didn't use his sword until he defeated Jian Wuji. The head judge was a Yinyang realm expert after all. Although he couldn't completely see through Ling Xiao, he felt that Ling Xiao still had a trump card. That's impossible. If he still has a trump card, then wouldn't he be able to compete with the strongest 2 of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty? Why not? You've underestimated him from the beginning. Since the first battle, he has been creating miracles. In every battle, he reveals a little bit of his strength, but he always hides it. Who can guarantee that he won't hide it this time? The head judge said with a smile, Our sacred dynasty is blessed to have such a strange genius. It seems to be true. The following matches are going to be interesting. There are still 2 of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty in the second group, Mo Wushang and Lu Taiyin. I wonder if he will defeat them all. The referees had an inexplicable sense of expectation for Ling Xiao. Even the referees were so surprised, let alone the ordinary onlookers. None of the cultivators present who were paying attention to this battle were not surprised. None of them were not absent-minded. Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, couldn't even withstand one move from Ling Xiao. This was beyond everyone's imagination. If it was Mo Wushang, Lu Taiyin, or even Qin Bishui who defeated Jian Wuji, they wouldn't be too surprised. After all, Mo Wushang and Lu Taiyin were both 6 young masters. And Qin Bishui was one of the strongest of the new generation. But Ling Xiao was nothing. He was just a newcomer in the martial arts festival and a disciple of the Yuehua school, the weakest of the 12 sects. His previous performance was even worse than Long Chen of the Divine Sword sect. But such a newcomer defeated Jian Wuji so easily. How could they not be surprised? How could they not lose their minds? In the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao's consecutive victories were nothing. After all, his opponents weren't that strong. Ling Xiao easily forced Army Breaker to admit defeat was still acceptable. Even if he had defeated Liang Xiao after using the soul combination technique, it was still within an acceptable range. But this time, no matter what, it was unacceptable. Who was Ling Xiao's opponent? He was one of the 6 most outstanding young people in the entire Sky Dragon continent, and he was defeated with one move. Damn, I bet Ling Xiao is definitely qualified to compete for the position of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Damn, aren't you talking nonsense? He already defeated Jian Wuji. Who dares to say that he's not qualified to compete for the position of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty? That person must have a hole in his head. This guy is really low-key. I didn't see him that strong before, but this battle has completely shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. He has completely erupted. This is called pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. What the hell, he hid so deeply. When I heard that this kid wanted to challenge the Holy Sun, I treated it as a joke. But now, it seems like it might not be a joke. That's right, after this battle, no one will look down on this kid anymore. On the side of the stage, Army Breaker revealed an expression of admiration. In fact, from the moment he lost to Ling Xiao, he already understood that Ling Xiao was much stronger than him. It was a pity that no matter what he said, no one believed him. They felt that he was looking for an excuse to justify his defeat. But now, Ling Xiao defeated Jian Wuji. This ironclad fact had proven his inference. He turned around and looked at the Sky Dragon Institute's temporary supervisor. He sneered, "Keep bragging. Didn't Jian Wuji defeat Ling Xiao? What did you say just now? What about now?" The Sky Dragon Institute's temporary supervisor was completely dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's sword strike made him feel a sense of danger. He was a Heaven Realm cultivator, although he was only in the one-line Sky Realm. But this was still too ridiculous. In the second group, who can stop Ling Xiao? Emma Wushang or Lu Taiyin? I'm afraid no one else is qualified. Emma Wushang's expression didn't look too good. He had just mocked Ling Xiao for losing to Jian Wuji, but now the tables had turned. Facing Ling Xiao, his demonic eye had been wrong more than once. It was as though he was slapping himself in the face. Bai Qianjiao, your eyes are indeed sharp. You can actually see through Ling Xiao's strength. Emma Wushang looked at Bai Qianjiao and said. Bai Qianjiao shook her head and said, "See through him? That's impossible. He's too scary. He's so low-key that even I feel scared. Other than the Holy Sun, I've never felt this kind of fear from anyone else. Isn't that too exaggerated?" Emma Wushang said unhappily. Bai Qianjiao ignored Emma Wushang's words. She was completely focused on Ling Xiao. Although she had heard of this person before, she had never paid attention to him. She didn't know what kind of person he was. Today, she finally understood. Other than the word monster, there was no other word that could describe this person. An unfathomable expert, an unknown strength, this was the most terrifying thing. Whoosh, suddenly, the Qin Bishui unsheathed his blood-red saber. His eyes were burning with passion. He liked the strong. He liked the feeling of exchanging blows with the strong. Originally, he looked down on Ling Xiao and didn't think much of Ling Xiao. But now, he was so excited that he wanted to fight Ling Xiao. "Baby, don't worry. When the finals come, I'll let you drink a mouthful of that kid's blood." The Qin Bishui stroked his treasured saber with a ferocious look on his face. "How dare you defeat the 6th young master of the Sacred Dynasty before me? You've already offended me." Some people had weird tempers. Ling Xiao didn't have any grudges against the Qin Bishui, but because he defeated Jian Wuji, the Qin Bishui hated him so much. Many people noticed the situation at the Qin Bishui and were shocked. It was said that Qin Bishui was the closest person to the Holy Sun, Xianxia. Now, even Qin Bishui was paying attention to Ling Xiao. This was enough to show how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Feng Yarao turned her head to look at the Holy Sun and found that Xianxia's eyes were closed as if she didn't care about the outside world. However, she noticed that the Holy Sun's aura was a little chaotic. The rise of Ling Xiao had brought some pressure to the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao wins. When the judges recovered from their shock, they finally announced the result of the match. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Wuji lying on the ground being carried away. His heart was still as water in an ancient well. Although he was a little heavy-handed, it was all because of Jian Wuji's hatred. Ling Xiao had never lost control like this in the face of so many people before. When he walked down the stage, Ling Xiao looked at the Qin Bishue with interest. This person was no doubt a powerhouse second only to the Holy Sun. Even Mo Wushang was inferior to him. Hongli of the Aquamarine Shrine was hard to say. After all, she hadn't used her full strength yet. Well, I'll treat you as an appetizer before the Holy Sun. Let's see how you perform. Ling Xiao smiled. He believed that he would gain something from this battle with the Qin Bishue. Wow, you're not afraid of my murderous aura. The Qin Bishue was stunned when he saw Ling Xiao smile. When he unsheathed his blood saber, his murderous aura was directed at Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. Interesting, this is so interesting. The Qin Bishue wasn't afraid. Instead, he was even more excited. When Ling Xiao walked down from the stage, many of the female disciples with extraordinary looks secretly threw flirtatious glances at him. Each and every one of them revealed a rare bashful expression. Some of them even went to the Yuehua school to ask about Ling Xiao. But this was normal. Ling Xiao was handsome and strong, but he was also cold and low-key. He was very mysterious. This kind of mysterious temperament was actually the most attractive to girls with strong curiosity. Even female warriors were no exception. The shock caused by Ling Xiao had to pass. The matches still had to go on. However, the following matches made people feel a little listless. Time flew. Ling Xiao met another opponent, and this opponent wasn't weak. He was the swordsman from the Snow Mountain sect, Li Xiefeng, who was thought to be strong enough to compete with the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. After Li Xiefeng went on stage, he said 3 words. I surrender. If Li Xiefeng had surrendered before Ling Xiao defeated Jian Wuji, many people would have mocked him and thought that he wasn't confident enough. But now, no one mocked him. They even felt that it was normal for him to surrender when facing Ling Xiao. The judge nodded to show his approval. With his strength and Jian Wuji's miserable state, no one would be willing to fight with a monster like Ling Xiao if they didn't have absolute confidence in themselves. After all, he was too cruel. They might as well save their energy for other matches. Even if Li Xiefeng lost to Ling Xiao, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance. His strength was among the top in Group 2. While Group 2's battle was in full swing, Group 1 finally ushered in a battle between 2 strong opponents. Qin Bishue vs Hong Samadhi. This was another battle between the new generation and the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. In the previous battle, only Ling Xiao defeated Jian Wuji. The rest of the martial artists lost to the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. In this battle, the battle between Qin Bishue and Hong Samadhi attracted a lot of attention. Because Qin Bishue was considered the strongest in the new generation, followed by Hongli, Ling Xiao, and then Long Chen. It was possible for him to defeat Hong Samadhi, so this battle attracted a lot of attention. At this time, all the spectators in the stands were looking at the stage of Group 1. The 2 sides of the battle were top young masters. It would be very exciting. Hong Samadhi, a core disciple of the abstruse fire sect, ranked 5th among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Naturally, he was one of the most popular candidates for the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Qin Bishue, a core disciple of the Bloodblade sect, ranked top 10 in the last martial arts festival. However, he was still young then. Now, his strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. Who do you think will win this battle? Some people in the stands began to discuss. I think it will be Hong Samadhi. You know, one Ling Xiao is enough in this world. The 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty are not so easy to defeat. It's too difficult to surpass them. Humph, that's not necessarily true. Qin Bishue's strength is beyond your imagination. In the last martial arts festival, he was still very young, but he had already shown amazing talent. In my opinion, he should have a great chance of defeating Hong Samadhi. That's true. It's been several years since the last martial arts festival. There must be a big difference. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if Qin Bixue can show the same amazing talent as Ling Xiao. That's right. There's no point in talking nonsense here. Let's just watch the battle. The winner will be revealed soon. In the midst of the crowd's discussion, Qin Bixue and Hong Samadhi appeared on the fighting ring at the same time. Both of them exuded a strong domineering aura. Both of them were hot-tempered. Both of them were murderous. I haven't seen you for a few years. You seem to have improved. Hong Samadhi looked at Qin Bixue and sneered. She did not have any weapons. Her weapons were her hands. Together with the true Samadhi fire martial soul, she could create countless miracles. Qin Bixue sneered and said, "You're outdated. Your appearance is just to set off my strength. Youngsters nowadays are really arrogant. Since that's the case, let's fight." Hong Samadhi wanted to protect the glory of abstruse fire sect and her own glory. She knew Qin Bixue was not easy to deal with, but she had to defeat Qin Bixue. She could not lose like Jian Wuji. Striking first to gain the upper hand had always been Hong Samadhi's style. Her figure flashed and she suddenly punched out when she was more than 10 meters away from Qin Bixue. This punch condensed into a huge hand of true Samadhi fire and covered Qin Bixue. It gave people the feeling that this was not true inner force or heavenly inner force, but the real true Samadhi fire. It was a terrifying sacred fire that could melt everything. Qin Bixue sneered and stood there motionless. When the huge hand of true Samadhi fire came closer, she suddenly slashed out with her saber and the huge hand was instantly reduced to ashes. Sparks flew all over the sky and it no longer had any lethality. Hong Samadhi's attack was not weak. The terrifying true Samadhi fire was easily destroyed by Qin Bixue. It was enough to show how terrifying Qin Bixue's saber was. Amazing. Is this Qin Bixue's blade chi? I heard that he cultivates the Bloodblade sect's Bloodblade sacred scripture, which is in no way inferior to the Sword King's sacred scripture. Furthermore, his level of cultivation is higher than anyone in the Bloodblade sect. The blade did not even touch the true Samadhi fire. Just the fiendish aura on the blade was enough to disperse the flames. Dai Yaoling, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, laughed. This girl was indeed related to Dai Yuling. Lass. She came here to look for Dai Yuling. But now, she was pestering Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao ignored her, she didn't seem to care at all. Qin Bixue. Is Qin Bixue? Is. On the battle stage, Samadhi Hong paused and his expression became extremely solemn. She had felt that Qin Bixue was not easy to deal with. After the collision, she understood that Qin Bixue was much stronger than she had expected. But he could not lose. In an instant, a figure formed from flames appeared behind him. Although it was blurry and could not be seen clearly, the high temperature made everyone who was near him feel very uncomfortable. True Samadhi fire and heavenly essence force merged into her fists. At this moment, her fists were red as if they could explode at any time. Take this. True Samadhi fire 9 heavens. Hong Sanmei seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. She let out a roar and leaped into the air. The entire fighting ring was enveloped in crimson flames. Then, her terrifying red fists came crashing down one after another. Qin Bixue stood still. He had no intention of dodging. His saber was not completely unsheathed. Only about a foot of it left the scabbard. 1 punch, 2 punches, 8 punches, 9 punches, true Samadhi fire 9 heavens. 9 consecutive punches landed on the ground. But what was surprising was that Qin Bixue did not move from her position. There was no trace of smoke or fire on her body. Hong Samadhi's attacks did not cause any effect. This Qin Bixue is too strong. I'm afraid she's even stronger than you, Brother Ling, Dai Yaoling said. It's not over yet. Lan Yuer shook her head and said, True Samadhi fire 9 heavens is not 9 punches. If some people think there are only 9 punches, then they are not far from death. Maybe Hong Samadhi is too strong. When she fights with an opponent of equal strength, 9 punches can solve the problem. But today, she will probably use her final attack. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Samadhi's final attack came. 9 returned to 1, divine fire descends. Let's see how you can take it. Suddenly, the sky turned crimson. After 9 palms, a huge hand that blotted out the sky came crashing down from the sky. This hand was completely red, and it was burning with flames. As long as it slammed down, the entire martial arts stage would be covered by it. Qin Bixue could not avoid it. It's over now. Qin Bixue sneered. She finally unsheathed her saber. A red light suddenly came out of her body. A terrifying saber shadow. Break! The saber slashed out. The huge hand was cut in half by the saber. Not only that, but the remaining power of the saber fell on Hong Samadhi's head. Although Hong Samadhi tried his best to resist, he was still blasted out. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He was in a terrible condition. 1 slash. Oh my god, 1 slash killed Hong Samadhi, who was ranked 5th among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Qin Bishua's strength is indeed stronger than Ling Xiao. That's right. These two are really terrifying. I didn't expect this to happen in this year's martial arts festival final. If Ling Xiao had not defeated Jian Wuji, perhaps Qin Bishua's victory over Hong Samadhi would have been more shocking. Of course, it was not bad now. Everyone understood the terrifying strength of the Bloodblade sect's young master. He was indeed the number one of the new generation. I didn't expect Qin Bixue to give us another surprise. He defeated Hong Samadhi with 1 slash. This year's new generation is really fierce. Yes. Maybe the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty will have to change. So far, the top 10 of the 2 groups have been decided. Some people lost too many times and were eliminated early. Therefore, the remaining battles will probably be held in the final. That's right. The most exciting part is the final. I'm looking forward to it. The top 20 of 50 was already exciting enough. The rise of Ling Xiao and Qin Bixue made everyone excited. In that case, what would happen to the top 20? It really made one's blood boil. It's a pity that I didn't get to fight Ling Xiao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cared so much and would have made a fool of him. Mo Wushang's eyes flickered. He was not satisfied that he didn't get to fight Ling Xiao. Lu Taiyin, on the other hand, was relieved. He wasn't confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. If he continued, he was afraid that he would lose. TSK, I haven't even had the chance to challenge the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Let's just let them be happy. Hongli of the first group was not happy. Her strength was not inferior to Qin Bixue. Therefore, she also wanted to defeat one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty to show her strength to the world. Unfortunately, the opportunity did not come. There was a hidden rule in this competition. If a warrior lost 4 battles in a row, he would be eliminated. Therefore, many people who were supposed to fight against each other didn't get to meet each other. Alright, Hongli, isn't there still a ranking competition? Everyone will definitely meet each other. You will have a chance to eliminate anyone you want. Bai Qianjiao smiled at her junior sister. She was well aware of how terrifying her junior sister's strength was. This time, it was indeed a bit of a pity. In the end, the first group was made up of the Holy Sun, Haim Miankeo, Bai Qianjiao, Qin Bixue, Hongli, Hong Samadhi, Long Chen, Feng Yaorao, Liang Xiao, Soul Combination Technique, Army Breaker, and Gue Suishou. The second group was made up of Demon Imo Wushang, Lu Taiyin, Ling Xiao, Lan Yuer, Dai Yaoling, Li Xiefeng, Dao Wuming, Jian Wuji, Half Puppet, Lu Lan, and Fire Devil Supremacy. It was a pity that Dai Yuling and Ying Wuya were eliminated in the top 20. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Their strength was limited. Unless a miracle happened, it was impossible for them to advance any further. Among the top 20, Gue Suishou and Fire Devil Supremacy were 2 low-key existences. Gue Suishou was a disciple of the Blue Water Palace. Fire Devil Supremacy was a disciple of the Abstruse Fire sect. For some reason, Ling Xiao could sense the flame deity's aura on him. However, the flame deity was clearly in the Yuehua school. Why would he be here? This puzzled him no matter how hard. He thought about it. Next, we will rest for a day. I need all of you to fight with all your strength in tomorrow's finals. The top 20 Skype rides will get 9 cauldrons of luck. You will understand tomorrow. Just as Ling Xiao was puzzled, the head judge announced a break. After all, many people were seriously injured in today's battles. For example, although Jian Wuji was temporarily turned into a half-puppet, it was not perfect. One day was enough for him to be resurrected. That night, Ling Xiao was resting in the Yuehua school's encampment. Suddenly, someone came to report that the sage emperor had invited him to the palace. Ling Xiao was stunned. He really was rather surprised. With his current strength and status, why would a saint emperor care about him even though he was one of the best among the younger generation? Could it be because of the Moon Lady? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt relieved. He walked out of the room and saw a person. It was Xianxia, the head of the royal auction house and also the princess royal of the sacred dynasty. "Hello, young Master Ling." "Greetings, Princess Xianxia." Ling Xiao asked with a smile, "I wonder why Princess Xianxia came to see me in the middle of the night." Xianxia also had a gentle smile on her face. This kind of smile had once made countless men crazy. It was really charming to the extreme. "Mr. Ling, I am not the one looking for you. His Majesty the Sage Emperor has invited you. Originally, I was worried that I would disturb your rest. I did not expect you to be unscathed in today's battle." Yunya's face was a little surprised. She did not go to the scene, but she knew that Ling Xiao had defeated Jian Wuji. In her opinion, even if he had really defeated Jian Wuji, he should have been injured at the very least. However, Ling Xiao's body was obviously unscathed. Even his internal energy did not seem to be used much. This was really too surprising. "Can you tell me why His Majesty the Sage Emperor has invited me to the palace?" Ling Xiao was really puzzled. If it was for the Moon Lady, he should have invited her directly. Why did he invite him instead? Forgive me for not knowing. Who can guess His Majesty's intentions? However, he is the Sage Emperor after all. You can't go against his decree, right? Yunya was clearly reminding Ling Xiao. She also had good intentions because she knew that Ling Xiao was stubborn. He could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would offend the Sage Emperor. Well, I have to give face to the Sage Emperor. Ling Xiao thought about it. He had the alchemy formation stone for escaping. Even if the Sage Emperor really wanted to harm him, he could totally escape. However, it should not be that serious. Even if the Sage Emperor did not like him, he should not use such a despicable method to deal with a nobody like him. There were many ways to kill him. They might be even more sinister and despicable than this. If possible, please come with me. With me around, it will be easier to enter and leave the palace, Princess Xianxia said with a smile. In fact, the Sage Emperor's decree only asked Ling Xiao to go to the palace. Moreover, he sent a eunuch who gave the decree, not Princess Xianxia. However, after Princess Xianxia found out about this, she wanted to curry favor with the mysterious alchemist who had a good relationship with Yuehua school, so she came in person. At the same time, she could protect Ling Xiao along the way. Of course. Since he had agreed to go, there was no need to hesitate. In fact, he also wanted to know why the Sage Emperor ordered him to go to the palace. After tomorrow, it would be the ranking competition of the martial arts festival. The 20 genius boys and girls would compete on the battle stage. Looking for him at this time must have something to do with the martial arts festival. Of course, this was just a guess. It might not be true. Ling Xiao first went to inform Heavenly Lord Golden Light and Heavenly Lord Heavenly Eye. He also told them that if he did not come back before dawn, they would immediately retreat. There is no need for that. If they harm you, I will destroy the sacred dynasty even if I have to risk my life. The Moon Maiden's cold voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. It was really reassuring. Sky Dragon Continent, Sacred Dynasty Palace. This was an absolutely sacred place. Under the suppression of the 9 cauldrons, the luck was very prosperous. Even if the luck was not as good as before, it was still much stronger than any place on the Sky Dragon Continent. At the entrance of the palace, there was a row of large statues. It was said that these people were once the chosen ones. They had been leading the fleet for many years. Back then, these boys and girls had saved the sacred dynasty from a crisis and destroyed the conspiracy of the Sea Clan. They could definitely be called heroes of the sacred dynasty. Among them, there was a man and a woman who looked like they had just gotten married. The two of them snuggled together and looked very happy. Who are these two people? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. These are the two people I admire the most. One is the younger brother of the current Holy Emperor, and the other is a peerless beauty of the Soul Clan. If it weren't for the Sacred Dynasty and the Sky Dragon Continent, this couple would have been the common masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Princess Xianxia's face showed an expression of admiration and continued, the younger brother of the Holy Emperor is called Ji Furing. At that time, he was definitely the strongest of the younger generation on the Sky Dragon Continent. Ji Furing's wife is called Xianxia. They are both first-class figures. Speaking of this, Xianxia suddenly paused. Then, she looked at Ling Zhao's face in surprise and said, Young Master Ling, have you noticed that you look a bit similar to Xianxia? Princess Xianxia must be joking. I am just a little beggar. How could I have anything to do with the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty? Although Ling Xiao said so, his eyes involuntarily looked at Xianxia. To be honest, Xianxia really resembled Ling Xiao. Or rather, he resembled Xianxia. What the hell is going on, he didn't quite understand. Could it be? No, that's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. The two of them walked past the sculptures and arrived in front of a beautifully decorated passageway. Xianxia smiled and said, The Saint Emperor only invited you and a few other young talents. I'm not among them, so I can only part ways with you here. After she finished speaking, she left gracefully. Ling Xiao looked at the palace in front of him and could indeed feel several very familiar auras in the palace. These auras were probably the opponents he encountered in the martial arts festival today. It seemed that the Holy Emperor didn't invite only him, but many people. In that case, he didn't have to worry too much. Ling Xiao had already reached the entrance of the palace. He almost stepped in, but at this moment, a figure forcefully bumped into him, trying to push him aside. Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. Facing such an unruly person who bumped into him, there was naturally no way he would give in. The person bumped into Ling Xiao and found that he didn't push him aside. He couldn't help but get angry. He pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and scolded, Get out of my way. How dare you block my way? You're courting death. Ling Xiao frowned. He had met arrogant and domineering people before, but it was the first time he met someone in the palace who blamed him when he was clearly in the wrong first. He turned his head and glanced at the person. He was handsome and his face was as white as a woman's. The fabric of the clothes he was wearing was clearly of high quality. Ordinary people couldn't afford to wear them at all. At this moment, this person was staring at him like a proud rooster with a bit of hatred in his eyes. Ling Xiao didn't know this person because this person wasn't a contestant in the martial arts festival finals. Idiot. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with such an idiot. After all, this was the palace. He didn't want to get into trouble because of such a small matter. Therefore, he walked back into the palace and treated the idiot as heir. Bastard, I told you to scram. Are you deaf? The young man with a jade-like face was really on fire. In this palace, even the Holy Sun had to show him some respect. Who was this person in front of him? How dare he ignore him? Today, he had received an imperial edict to reward the geniuses of the martial arts festival. How dare this arrogant guy not make way for him? Not only was he looking down on him, but he was also looking down on the Saint Emperor. Not only did this young man loudly berate Ling Xiao, he even made a move. That white hand suddenly turned into an eagle's claw and grabbed at Ling Xiao's shoulder blade. Her fingertips were filled with a terrifying amount of heavenly elemental energy. Who would have thought that this pretty boy was actually also a Heaven Pulse martial artist, however? Ling Xiao only glanced back at him, his eyes revealing a cold killing intent, which made the young man take several steps back before he could stand firm. Terrifying. Just his will alone was so terrifying. Who was this person? The young man looked at Ling Xiao in horror, his body trembling. At this moment, Ling Xiao stood there like a demonic sword that could be unsheathed at any time. The young man didn't dare to provoke this demonic sword at all. This is the palace, so you can keep your life. If you treat a stronger martial artist like this in the Jianghu, you'll only die. In the future, before you do anything, take a piss and look at yourself first. Ling Xiao shouted coldly and turned to enter the palace. The young man was stunned at first. After a long while, he came to his senses. He dared to lecture me? Looking at his age, he's younger than me. How dare he talk to me like that? Even my father wouldn't dare to reprimand me like that. The young man's expression became incomparably ugly. As the Saint Emperor's favorite, he had never suffered such humiliation. Bastard, what's your name? The young man roared and rushed into the palace. At this moment, Ling Xiao completely treated this ungrateful youth as heir. He was indeed enduring it. It was naturally not good to kill people in the palace. Even if he hurt people, it was also not good. Therefore, he did not want to cause trouble. He was not an impulsive person. On the contrary, he was very observant. The palace was magnificent. Ling Xiao had never seen such a luxurious place. It was really made of gold and jade. Even the cups and jugs used for tea and wine were made of top-grade spirit stones. It was simply a work of art. In the center of the hall, several women in thin clothes were dancing gracefully. Every frown and smile was so beautiful. There were too many people who came earlier than Ling Xiao. Except for Lan Yuer, who was in seclusion to heal her injuries, the rest of the 20 geniuses had already arrived. Jian Wuji's half-puppet body had obviously been modified. It was tougher and more technologically advanced than it was during the day. Ling Xiao didn't look at him, but Jian Wuji's eyes were filled with hatred. He couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. The commotion outside had actually alarmed the people in the hall. They originally wanted to send someone out to check, but they didn't expect Ling Xiao to come in. Seeing Ling Xiao, some people smiled, some looked indifferent, and some looked at him mockingly. Naturally, there were also people who looked at him with hatred. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and bowed. "Humph, you still don't kneel when you see His Majesty?" Sitting there, Mo Wushang coldly said. "The sacred dynasty has long stipulated that the geniuses don't have to kneel when they see the Saint Emperor." "Mo Wushang, are your knees weak and you insist on kneeling?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. All right, let's not be calculative over such a small matter. Ling Xiao, come over and sit beside this emperor." The Holy Emperor said to Ling Xiao with a smile on his face. Ling Xiao was puzzled. Why was the Saint Emperor so polite to him today? Was it really because of his outstanding performance in the martial arts festival? He shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well not think about it. He didn't stand on ceremony. After all, there were 2 empty seats beside the Saint Emperor. There was nothing wrong with sitting down. However, at this moment, the young man who had been scared away by Ling Xiao also rushed in. His entire body was burning with rage, and his violent aura directly pounced on Ling Xiao. In front of the Saint Emperor and the 20 geniuses, he didn't hold back at all. It seemed like his status wasn't low. Among the crowd, there were a few who were gloating. Ling Xiao actually dared to offend the Saint Emperor. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Even the Holy Sun had to be polite to him. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao couldn't tolerate repeated provocations. He suddenly stretched out his hand and condensed an energy sword at the tip of his finger. "Ling Xiao, have mercy." The Saint Emperor's voice rang out. "Huayu, you stop too. Ling Xiao is a guest invited by this emperor. Don't be rude." On the surface, he didn't side with anyone. But in reality, he had saved Huayu's life. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's energy sword would have killed her. Ling Xiao withdrew his energy sword and walked back to his seat coldly. "La Huayu didn't dare to be presumptuous." Although the Holy Emperor favored him, he knew that if he didn't give the Holy Emperor face, no one would be able to save him. This is young hero Ling Xiao. He is the chief core disciple of the Yuehua school, who shone in the martial arts festival today. He defeated Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. In the hall, in addition to the 20 prodigies, there were also the Holy Emperor's children, the princes of the sacred dynasty, and several ministers of the sacred dynasty. So, he naturally had to introduce Ling Xiao. Aside from the people who already knew about this, there were a few other people who were shocked by the sage emperor's words. They didn't go to the martial arts festival final for various reasons. They only knew that Jian Wuji was defeated, but they didn't know who defeated Jian Wuji. They didn't expect it to be Ling Xiao. the disciple of the Yuehua school that had declined to the point of no return. Many people immediately stopped looking down on Ling Xiao and the Yuehua school. Being able to defeat Jian Wuji meant that this boy was very talented. At the very least, as long as he could survive, he would definitely become a giant on the Heavenly Dragon continent in the future. It was better not to offend such a person. Some people even suspected that the Holy Emperor was so close to Ling Xiao because he wanted to win over Ling Xiao. Humph, he's just a transcendent. He was lucky enough to defeat Jian Wuji. The Holy Emperor thinks too highly of him. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. Ling Xiao didn't know this person and didn't know how he had offended him, so he frowned slightly. General Sikong is right. He only defeated Jian Wuji, and he dares to be so arrogant. He doesn't put the heroes of the world in his eyes. Those who don't know him would think that he is the #1 master on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Huayu chimed in with a smile. General Sikong? When Ling Xiao heard this surname, he understood a little. This person should be related to the Heavenly King sect. General, you should be in your 60s, right? You're only a complete Heaven Pulse martial artist. Should I call you a piece of trash? Ling Xiao sneered. You. General Sikong's face suddenly flushed red. Although Ling Xiao's words were unpleasant, they were the truth. Ha ha ha, young hero Ling, you don't have to take it to heart. General Sikong and Huayu are both straightforward people. You don't have to take their words to heart. It's just that they are not convinced by your limitless glory. The Sage Emperor came out to be the mediator again. However, in Ling Xiao's opinion, the Saint Emperor seemed to be intentionally allowing General Sikong and Huayu to provoke him. Although he didn't know what the Sage Emperor's goal was, Ling Xiao's impression of him wasn't as good as it had been at the start. As you wish. Ling Xiao had the mentality of trying peaceful means before resorting to force. He had to give the Sage Emperor some face first. After all, he didn't want to offend the Sage Emperor because once he did, the Moon Lady would have to step in to settle it. With the Moon Lady's strength, even if she could defeat the Sage Emperor, she would definitely be injured. Ling Xiao didn't want the Moon Lady to be injured. Come. Let's not talk about unhappy things. Raise the wine glasses on the table. There's no other purpose for this banquet except to entertain the future hope of the sacred dynasty, the 20 prodigies. At this moment, the Sage Emperor laughed and raised his wine glass. Ling Xiao looked at the wine glass on the table. The wine was amber in color. This was a rare amber wine. It was said that a large number of rare materials were needed to brew it. It could only be enjoyed in the sacred dynasty's palace. It wasn't sold to the public. He raised the glass and sniffed it gently. This wine was indeed good. Just the aroma alone was enough to intoxicate people. There was something wrong with the wine. Ling Xiao was a little shocked. The Sage Emperor actually used such a despicable method to deal with him. Was this necessary? He was a little puzzled, so he used his Mountain River martial soul to analyze the wine in the glass. After that, he understood everything. The medicine in the wine wasn't poison because it wouldn't poison people to death. It would only slowly dissipate the martial artist's cultivation. The degree of slowness was so slow that it couldn't be felt at all. It would only accelerate during the battle. It could be seen that someone didn't want him to continue winning in the martial arts festival. That was why they used such a despicable method. Was it the Sage Emperor, or was it someone else? Ling Xiao couldn't be sure. However, he still had to drink the wine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be giving the Sage Emperor face. The result would be more troublesome. Fortunately, he was immune to poison. A mere medicine that dissipated cultivation couldn't do anything to him. Thinking of this, he finished the wine in one gulp. After all, the poison in the wine was limited. He quickly cleaned it up. However, just as he was about to find an excuse to leave, General Sikong stood up. Young hero Ling, I apologize for offending you just now. Consider this a toast from me. His attitude suddenly became more intimate. However, Ling Xiao knew that this guy probably felt that the poison in the wine wasn't enough. He wanted Ling Xiao to drink a few more glasses before he stopped. It seemed that there was something wrong with the wine. It was definitely related to General Sikong. A toast to me? You're not worthy. Ling Xiao glanced at General Sikong indifferently. He didn't pick up the wine that General Sikong handed over. His voice was cold and indifferent. He didn't give General Sikong any face at all. Although I, Ling Xiao, am only a small disciple of the Yuehua school, I'm still better than a parasite of the sacred dynasty like you. His words were very harsh to the ears. And they weren't nonsense. Ever since he heard this guy's surname, he remembered that Lindsay had once told him that there was a wine and meat general in the sacred dynasty. His surname was Sikong, and his name was Sikong Zue. This person had never had any military achievements. He spent all his time drinking and debauchery, but his career had been smooth sailing. His current status was much higher than Lindsay's. He had done all sorts of things, such as kidnapping women, colluding with foreigners, and framing loyal people. In history, he had done all sorts of things that a treacherous official could do. By relying on his elder brothers, Sikong Zun and Sikong Xian, he had basically offended everyone in the sacred city except for the people from the royal family. Ling Xiao felt nauseous at the thought of this. Even if the wine wasn't poisoned, he didn't intend to drink a toast to this kind of person. Sikong Zue's expression was very ugly. He had previously mocked Ling Xiao for being a small disciple of the Yuehua school. Now that he was toasting to this young disciple, he was saying that he wasn't worthy. Didn't that mean that Sikong Zue, a general of the imperial court, was inferior to a small disciple of the Yuehua school in terms of status? That was a great humiliation. Many people in the hall had mocking looks on their faces. It had nothing to do with them anyway. They just wanted to watch the show. Of course, people like Longchen broke out in a cold sweat on Ling Zhao's behalf. His big brother Ling was really arrogant to say such things about a general in front of the sacred emperor. But he liked it. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao had no choice but to do so. The poison in the wine was too strong. 1 cup of wine would consume a large amount of heavenly essence energy to dissolve it. If he drank another cup, he would really be poisoned. Under such circumstances, Ling Xiao had no other choice but to confront Sikong Zue directly. Your Majesty Saint Emperor, I originally intended to bury the hatchet with Ling Xiao, but he doesn't know what's good for him and refuses to give me face. Please don't blame me for being rude to him. Sikong Zue looked at the sage emperor and spoke respectfully. It's a great shame for the sacred dynasty to have a general like you. I'd like to see how you're going to treat me impolitely. Ling Xiao already had a plan to escape anyway. If he really offended the sage emperor, he would just run away. Even if he couldn't win, running away was no problem. Sikong Zue's face was ashen and even a little ferocious. He looked like a demon from hell who wanted nothing more than to skin Ling Xiao alive. Alright, let's all take a step back. Apart from the banquet, I have something to announce to the public. The sage emperor put down his wine cup and smiled. Ming Kong, why aren't you making your preparations? Half of the purpose of today's banquet is for you. Yes, Imperial Father. Hai Miankeo nodded and then left the hall. No one knew what she was going to do. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the side door of the main hall was opened. A eunuch walked in front, and the one following behind him was actually a woman. She was such a beautiful woman. She was wearing a pink dress and her hair was soft and glossy. Just by casually draping her shoulders, she attracted everyone's attention. Her graceful figure swayed as she walked. It was as if she could suck in everyone's hearts. Peerless beauty! Many people exclaimed. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This woman's beauty was comparable to the Moon Maiden and Ling Yishua's. However, there was a heroic and luxurious aura in her beauty. Her exquisite facial features looked as if they had been specially sculpted by the heavens. No one could find any flaws in her beauty. She was like a blooming peony flower, rich and graceful. His Highness the Holy Sun? Ling Xiao was the first to recognize this woman's identity. That's right, she was the Holy Sun, Hai Miankeo. She had returned to her female form, but her domineering aura and arrogance had not changed. It really is the Holy Sun. Everyone stood up and saluted Hai Miankeo. Even their voices became softer. The young geniuses even tidied up their appearance, as if they wanted to leave a good impression on Hai Miankeo. To win the favor of Hai Miankeo. Although there had been rumors that the Holy Sun was actually a girl, it was just a rumor and had not been confirmed. They didn't expect that Ji Mingkong would actually reveal her true identity today, and it instantly caused all the young geniuses present to drool with desire. They wished for nothing more than to immediately embrace this beauty and enjoy the joy of having multiple lovers. This Hai Miankeo was not only beautiful, but also had a prominent status. Furthermore, she was very strong. A woman like her was hard to find even if one were to carry a lantern. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at her briefly before looking away. It wasn't that he was indifferent to beauty, but it was really difficult to like this woman after knowing her true nature. Moreover, his moon maiden was clearly superior to this woman. I'm sure everyone has recognized her. This is the Holy Sun. She was originally a girl, but for the sake of convenience, she often disguises herself as a man. The Holy Emperor smiled and said, "Today, I've allowed Mingkong to return to her female form for only one purpose. Now that the Tianlong continent is in troubled times, there are many young geniuses among the 20 geniuses present. I wonder if any of you are willing to marry into the royal family and become my son-in-law?" "Father, what are you talking about?" Hai Miankeo actually revealed a rare look of a girl. "Ha ha ha, Mingkong, although you're strong, you're still a girl. You'll have to get married eventually. It's not a bad thing if you can take advantage of the martial arts festival to find your ideal husband." The Holy Emperor laughed and said, "That's the second purpose of today's banquet. I hope that all the young geniuses present can be more enthusiastic and not let Mingkong waste her time in the bedroom. Sister Mingkong is so beautiful. She's like a fairy from the heavens. She's so charming. Even I, who don't like women, can't help but be a little tempted." Huayu was one of the Holy Emperor's people. She was really casual with her words. She didn't care about the rules at all. "Your Majesty, I wonder who you think is more qualified to be your son-in-law?" Huayu glanced at the Holy Emperor and asked with a smile. "Huayu, that's a good question. Naturally, I have someone in mind. However, this time, it depends on the results of the martial arts festival. Whoever obtains the title of the chosen one will be the Emperor's son-in-law," the Holy Emperor said with a smile. Huayu naturally knows that. "However, you've been praising Ling Xiao. Could it be that you've decided that he'll be the Holy Sun's husband?" Huayu was obviously trying to lead the blame to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is indeed outstanding. It's not a bad idea for the Holy Sun to marry him. The Holy Emperor didn't deny it. At that moment, all the men among the 20 lords of heaven, except for Long Chen, looked at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. There was even killing intent. "Father, I don't want to marry that trash." The Holy Sun didn't have a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Naturally, she was unhappy when she heard this. Other than Long Chen, the rest of the people revealed a gloating expression. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Your Majesty, please choose someone else. My woman is 1,000 times better than Hai Miankeo. Why would I want her?" Ling Xiao didn't want to say such hurtful words. However, Hai Miankeo was the one who started it. She couldn't blame him. "What did you say?" Hai Miankeo was furious. "You're not deaf. Can't you hear me? Do you really want me to say it again?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. "How dare you?" Jian Wuji slammed the table and stood up. "You actually dare to be so rude to His Highness Holy Sun. Today, you used a despicable move to win against me in the martial arts festival. Today, I'll take revenge for His Highness Holy Sun." Jian Wuji's strength had increased a lot after he obtained the half-puppet body. He wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao. Now that he heard that Ling Xiao dared to slander his goddess, how could he stand it? If he could defeat or even kill Ling Xiao in front of the Holy Emperor, he believed that he could win the favor of the Holy Emperor and the Holy Sun. Ha ha ha, Jian Wuji is right. Since it's a martial arts festival, how can there be dancing? It's better to liven things up with martial arts. It's more beautiful. Xikong Zue also stood up and said with a laugh. He couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to be killed because he knew that Ling Xiao had been poisoned. The sooner the poison acted up, the better. When Xikong Zue said this, many people present nodded in agreement. After all, the mystic world was a world where martial arts were respected. There was nothing more exciting than a martial arts competition. How could the people present not know that Xikong Zue wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao? That was why he made such a request. Emperor Sheng looked at Ling Xiao. He didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him. In fact, he seemed to be interested. Ling Xiao thought to himself, everyone here, except for Long Chen, wants to see me fight. After all, the finals will continue tomorrow. They must want to know what other trump cards I have. Ling Xiao had never been interested in a meaningless battle. He cupped his hands at Emperor Sheng and said, Your Majesty, I'm a little dizzy from the alcohol. I can't take it anymore. Moreover, the path of martial arts wasn't for show. He wasn't interested at all. Hearing this, many people showed disdain and contempt. They felt that Ling Xiao was afraid. Although Ling Xiao did defeat Jian Wuji in the martial arts festival's finals, the battle ended too quickly. Many people didn't see what happened clearly. They felt that there was something fishy going on. Now, it seemed that it was true. Otherwise, why would Ling Xiao reject Jian Wuji's challenge in the name of being drunk? Could it be that this guy was a fake? Did he use all his strength in the previous battle? The Holy Sun, Hai Mian Ko, also looked at Ling Xiao and smiled sarcastically. So this is the boldness of a warrior from Yuehua school. I've finally seen it. Humph, as timid as a mouse. What a joke. Hua Yu also snorted coldly. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Yu indifferently and said, Do you really want to see me make a move so badly? Fine, I want you to fight with me now. What do you think? Hua Yu was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly target him. The scene outside the palace made him afraid. Did he really want to fight with Ling Xiao? Hua Yu couldn't stand Ling Xiao's teasing gaze and stood up to fight. However, Ling Xiao didn't mind adding, I don't care about the severity of my attacks. Before the battle, we'd better sign a life and death contract so as to avoid killing you. That would be troublesome. You. Hearing this, Hua Yu's body turned cold. If it was just a spar, he would just embarrass himself if he lost. In any case, he had long been shameless, so it wasn't a big deal. But right now, Ling Xiao's intention was clearly to have a life and death battle. If he were to lose, he would lose his life. How could he dare to do that? What? Are you scared? Didn't you say I was as timid as a mouse? There are so many people here today. Even if you die, you will die for the Holy Sun and the Holy Emperor. I think it will be a glorious death. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed an even stronger sense of ridicule and disdain. Hua Yu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His face was so red that it was about to bleed. However, he was still afraid of death. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, Since you're afraid of death and don't want to fight, then shut your stinky mouth. There's no need for people to fart here. Ling Xiao, don't point your spear at others. I'm the one who's challenging you. Don't. Try to change the topic. Jian Wuji said coldly. His words were full of sarcasm and anger. Hua Yu seemed to have found an opportunity to fight back. He hurriedly said, That's right. You didn't accept Jian Wuji's challenge but provoked me. You're clearly as timid as a mouse. You're just trying to confuse me. I almost fell for your trick. If you want to fight with me, accept Jian Wuji's challenge first. Is that so? You mean you'll be willing to fight with me if I defeat him? Ling Xiao's face turned cold. He felt that he had tolerated Hua Yu enough today. However, Hua Yu didn't know what was good for him. He probably had a hand in poisoning the wine. After all, the wine was the imperial family's wine. It would be difficult for Sikong Zue to poison it. However, Hua Yu was different. He was one of the Holy Emperor's people. If he wanted to poison it, it would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's killing intent towards Hua Yu intensified. Hua Yu was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he had already poisoned the wine. As long as Ling Xiao and Jian Wuji fought, the poison would definitely take effect regardless of who won. At that time, even if he wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent, he would be able to defeat Ling Xiao easily. Moreover, wouldn't he be in the limelight at that time? Hua Yu would be able to defeat someone that even the 6 young masters of the Holy Dynasty couldn't defeat. This kind of glory was rare. Thinking of this, Hua Yu nodded and said, No problem. As long as you can defeat Jian Wuji, I'll fight with you. It'll be a battle of life and death. We have to sign a life and death contract. He already had plans to kill Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't really offend him. He had only poisoned Huayu at the beginning because he had received a large number of spiritual stones from Xikong Zue. As the saying went, one had to take the money and eliminate the disaster. However, he really wanted Ling Xiao dead now. There was no other reason other than the fact that he hated Ling Xiao. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao. Most of them were jealous and gloating. The Holy Emperor had actually said that he would marry the Holy Son to this kid. How could they be convinced? Long Chen was a little worried. He wasn't worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to defeat Jian Wuji. However, if he killed someone in the palace, it would be a big problem. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at Jian Wuji. Since you've recovered your strength and have a perfect half-puppet body, you should cherish it. You're courting death by challenging me, Your Majesty. I request to have a battle of life and death with Jian Wuji. Life and death are predestined. He had spared Jian Wuji's life during the martial arts festival because the hatred in his heart had faded. However, he didn't expect Jian Wuji to be so stubborn. He actually challenged him again and even tried to kill him. What was the point of keeping such a person alive? Was he going to keep provoking him? He didn't want to kill anyone, but since someone was courting death, he wouldn't be merciful. The Holy Emperor glanced at Jian Wuji as if asking for Jian Wuji's opinion. I agree. Jian Wuji's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. Since he chose to challenge Ling Xiao this time, he was confident. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be so impulsive. Alright, then let's have a battle of life and death. Let me and everyone here witness it. The Holy Emperor nodded. Where will we fight? Ling Xiao asked calmly. His voice was cold and filled with a strong killing intent. It was like a sword stained with blood. Jian Wuji smiled and said, "This place is protected by a formation and it's very big. There's no need to go anywhere else." No problem. Ling Xiao nodded. It didn't matter where they fought because he was fearless. However, Xikong Zue, Huayu, and the Holy Son, Haim Miangkeo, looked at him with a mocking and gloating expression. Jian Wuji didn't choose to fight here because it was convenient. It was because the formation set up here resonated with his half-puppet body, allowing him to absorb a steady stream of spirit energy from the outside world, doubling his strength. Apart from the other advantages. More importantly, with the help of the palace's array, Jian Wuji's true inner force would be endless. Ling Xiao actually agreed to fight here. Wasn't he courting death? However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao had already seen through the mysteries of the array. The reason why he didn't suggest it was because he was confident that he could kill Jian Wuji. At this moment, many people present felt a little regretful. How could they let Jian Wuji seize the initiative? Ling Xiao was so stupid. He didn't know the concept of time and place. He thought that the battle would be the same anywhere. He didn't know that today's banquet was targeted at him. Emma Wushang sighed. It's a pity. If I had taken action, I could have used the array here to increase the power of the demonic eye. Taking down Ling Xiao would have been a piece of cake. Yeah, Ling Xiao didn't know the situation here at all. He just accepted the invitation and came here. He didn't even know why he was the last to arrive. Idiot. But why is the Sage Emperor targeting Ling Xiao? It seems that Ling Xiao isn't a threat to the Sage Emperor. This conversation was already considered a private conversation. After all, it involved some secrets. It said that Ling Xiao looks a lot like Yu Xianyue. Yu Xianyue is Ji Furing's wife, so the Sage Emperor suspects that Ling Xiao is related to Ji Furing. What kind of joke is this? Back then, Ji Furing passed the throne to the Saint Emperor. Even if Ling Xiao was really Ji Furing's son, the Saint Emperor should still protect him. Why is he targeting him? You don't understand. It said that the Sage Emperor also liked Yu Xianyue. It's a pity that Yu Xianyue only liked Ji Furing. It was a beautiful story back then. How do you know? I heard it from the elders of the sect. I can only say that Ling Xiao deserves it. Who asked him to look so much like Yu Xianyue? Complicated. All the discussions were carried out via voice transmission, so Ling Xiao didn't know that he was now facing Jian Wuji. His expression had already returned to normal. Jian Wuji also looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking sneer. Ling Xiao, I know that you are stronger than me, but do you know why I still dare to challenge you? I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I don't want to know. You don't want to know? Hee, I'm afraid you think I won't tell you. Don't worry, this time I'll let you die knowing the truth. Jian Wuji smiled and explained the relationship between the Imperial Palace's formation and his half-puppet body. Then he continued, if that's all you think, then you're completely wrong. Before you came to the Holy City, you should have heard of the 9 cauldrons luck, right? What does that have to do with the 9 cauldrons? Ling Xiao was really confused. What does it have to do with it? Jian Wuji sneered. Suddenly, a strong aura erupted. Then, not only did the Sword King Martial Soul appear behind him, but there were also 3 huge bronze cauldron shadows behind him. To tell you the truth, only 20 geniuses can obtain the 9 cauldrons luck. I was one of the 6 young masters in the previous martial arts festival, so I obtained 3 cauldrons of luck. It's a pity that the martial arts festival has a rule that I can't use the 9 cauldrons luck before the geniuses battle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to you today. I see. No wonder the Holy Emperor values the 20 geniuses so much. These 20 geniuses must have gathered the 9 cauldrons luck. It represents not only strength, but also the future. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I understand. The luck can be stolen from each other, right? That's right. As long as you show the 9 cauldrons luck, once you lose in the competition, the luck will be transferred to the winner. You will see in the geniuses. Battle the day after tomorrow. Jian Wuji smiled. There's no need to wait until the day after tomorrow. I want to see what the 9 cauldrons luck represents tonight. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're too arrogant. I've told you so much, but you still don't understand? Jian Wuji continued, you have no chance of winning this battle because the luck is on my side. So, I only have one request for you. Cripple your lower body like me, then apologize to me and swear that you will never covet the Holy Sun. Then, I'll let you live. Are you going to let me live? Haha, I didn't have the heart to kill a crippled guy like you, but now I realize that I'm too kind. Ling Zhao's killing intent was completely set. Jian Wuji must die. Humph, I'm being merciful by not killing you. Since you don't want to submit, then don't blame me. After saying that, Jian Wuji waved the long sword in his hand. Immediately, several sword winds broke through the air. The 2 of them were only a few feet apart. The fierce sword winds instantly blasted Ling Zhao's body. Let's see if you can still survive. Of course, Jian Wuji didn't expect the sword winds to kill Ling Xiao. So, he immediately stabbed with his sword, not intending to give Ling Xiao any chance to fight back. Kill me? You're not qualified. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice came out from the fierce sword wind. Ling Zhao's body suddenly burst out a strong murderous aura, which directly filled the whole palace hall. Boom, the sword winds collapsed, and Jian Wuji was also forced to retreat. Ling Xiao walked out from the sword winds and slowly walked toward Jian Wuji. He was like an invincible demon god on the battlefield, causing people to tremble in fear. At that moment, Haim Myung-ko actually went into a trance for a moment. The others were also shocked. Just now, Ling Xiao had looked like an ordinary person. There was nothing eye-catching about him. But in that instant, Ling Xiao was like a sword wind that could destroy everything. Sharp and terrifying, every step that Ling Xiao took was like a huge boulder slamming into everyone's hearts. Aside from Saint Emperors, all the people present felt their hearts violently shake. Luck is only effective for the strong. To the weak, luck is just a burden, just like the wealth of an ordinary person. Ling Xiao said calmly as he walked. What? How can he be so strong? Jian Wuji had already overestimated Ling Xiao. He thought that with his strength doubled, even if he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be as tragic as he was during the day. But now, he actually had a feeling of wanting to flee in defeat. His opponent still hadn't made a move. Die. With a roar, Jian Wuji wanted to use this roar to alleviate his fear. The sword in his hand stabbed out once more. A sword energy thicker than the one during the day tore through the air, tearing the space apart. It was as if he could hear the miserable cries of the elements. His target was Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still continued to walk forward, and he didn't even have any intention of attacking. Black and gold dragon scales were forming on his body, covering his entire body. Perhaps it had been too long, and many people had forgotten that Ling Xiao's defense wasn't inferior to the dragon clan's. Jian Wuji's sword qi hit the dragon scale and turned into countless light spots, completely shattering. Ling Xiao was still walking forward, and the spirit qi in the surrounding air began to gather around his body. Behind him, a black divine dragon appeared, and terrifying black and gold flames kept raging. Boom! The flames suddenly turned into the shape of a divine dragon and pounced on Jian Wuji. It was extremely fast and powerful. Jian Wuji hurriedly blocked it, but he was still swallowed by the fire dragon, and a burnt smell came from all over his body. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. What kind of person was he? He could actually mobilize the surrounding elements to work for him, and he could make Jian Wuji so embarrassed without any luck. His fighting spirit was boiling. His killing intent was spreading. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a living devil, standing there, invincible and insufferably arrogant. Jian Wuji panicked. His face became extremely ugly again. He did not expect that he would be so vulnerable in front of Ling Xiao even with the help of the luck of the 9 cauldrons and the array formation of the palace. Looking at Jian Wuji, Ling Xiao said indifferently, "You had a chance to live just now. I didn't fight with you, not because I was afraid of you, but because I thought you were not worthy. However, you don't know your own limits. Since that's the case, I will completely destroy you." Ling Xiao looked very slow. He was walking so slowly, but in Jian Wuji's eyes, he was astonishingly fast. It was as if no matter how he retreated, he could not escape from Ling Xiao's lock. "Die, go to hell and accompany your master." The cold voice floated in the palace, and at that moment, many people mistakenly thought that a dozen Ling Xiao had suddenly appeared. That was because Ling Xiao was too fast. He did not use the sword soul doppelganger, but his speed was too fast, so it felt like his original body was still in the same place, but he left a dozen afterimages along the way. In Jian Wuji's eyes, Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent was like an invincible demon god. He didn't even have the courage to escape. A ferocious sword qi invaded his body and began to wreak havoc on his body. He could feel that his body was falling apart. The first to shatter was the veins of heaven that had already formed. It's not fear, it's disdain. He thinks that Jian Wuji is not worthy. When the spectators saw the figure that had been completely torn apart by the sword qi, they suddenly thought of what Ling Xiao had said before. At this moment, Ling Xiao was even more powerful than he was during the day. He was even more mysterious and frightening. There were even some martial artists who felt a strong sense of powerlessness, as if no matter how hard they tried, they would never be able to surpass this young man. To deal with Jian Wuji, Ling Xiao had used a martial skill during the day. From the beginning to the end, he had not used any martial skill. He had only summoned his martial soul and used his terrifying sword intent and sword qi to completely kill Jian Wuji. Otherwise, why would he not die if he did not do it? Jian Wuji had dug his own grave. Originally, tonight's banquet had nothing to do with him, but he had to stand out and provoke Ling Xiao. This was no different from digging his own grave. This guy is too scary. Li Xiefeng's body trembled. Fortunately, I did not offend him. Yeah, I'm afraid only the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Qin Bishui have a chance of fighting him. Dai Yaoling's body was also trembling. Thinking about how she had pestered Ling Xiao during the day, she felt a strong lingering fear in her heart. Mo Wushang's heart twitched. He had just said that Jian Wuji had an advantage in fighting Ling Xiao, but now he realized that it was not an advantage, but a death wish. He did not know if he could win against Ling Xiao now. He had originally thought that he had a 90% chance of winning, but now he only had a 70% chance. Huayu's face was filled with fear. Looking at Jian Wuji, who had completely disappeared, he felt as if he had seen his own death. Ling Xiao had really killed Jian Wuji, and so easily. Wasn't this guy poisoned? What was going on? Did he not drink? No, that's impossible. Was he not afraid of the poison? Or was the effect too slow? No matter what the reason was, Huayu felt that he was doomed. His body was trembling like a sieve, and his whole body was cold. Ling Xiao was about to fight him. How could he defeat Ling Xiao? 3 bronze cauldrons slowly condensed behind Ling Xiao's back. He could clearly feel that his heavenly elemental energy had become much smoother. Perhaps this was the most direct effect of the 9 cauldrons luck. Rumor had it that as long as one had a cauldron's luck, there would be many benefits. For example, one would not have to worry about going berserk during cultivation. Ling Xiao, you're too bold. This is the palace. His Majesty the Sage Emperor is here, and there's also the Holy Sun. You actually dared to kill Jian Wuji? You're slapping the Sage Emperor in the face. Huayu did not dare to fight Ling Xiao, so he could only say this. He hoped that the Sage Emperor would sentence Ling Xiao to death because of this. That way, he would not have to send himself to his death. Looking at Huayu, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Are you afraid? Otherwise, why would you say something so shameless? The Sage Emperor had agreed to the life and death battle. Now, Huayu was using this against Ling Xiao. Not only was he shameless, he was also brainless. How am I shameless? You're extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. Not only did you cripple Jian Wuji, you even wanted to kill him. Isn't this the truth? Huayu shouted loudly. Ling Xiao was not angry. He smiled, and it was a very bright smile. That's right. I'm extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. Originally, I thought that since you're one of the Sage Emperor's people, you should know what etiquette and shame are. I didn't intend to pursue the previous agreement between us. Now, I've changed my mind. You just said that as long as I defeat Jian Wuji, you'll agree to fight with me, right? Ling Xiao's face showed a mocking sneer. Huayu's body trembled violently. He secretly scolded himself for being nosy. How could this be? It would have been better if he did not speak just now. But now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Compete with you? Why should I fight with you? You're just a disciple of the Yuehua school. I'm one of the Sage Emperor's people. What right do you have to fight with me? What? Are you afraid now? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Huayu with a mocking expression. He said, you want to challenge me, so I'll challenge you. You don't want to fight me, so I won't fight you. What do you take me, Ling Xiao, for? Is he a slave that you order around? Even though the Sage Emperor was present, Ling Xiao did not want to let Huayu go. Not only was he vicious, but he had also provoked him time and time again. If he did not cripple him, Ling Xiao would probably be plotted against by him again. You're just a slave. Dog slave. Your Majesty, he wants to kill me. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Huayu hugged the Sage Emperor's arm in an extremely flattering manner. This was AF * King Man, but he looked like AB * TCH. It was disgusting. Your Majesty, what do you think? Ling Xiao didn't make a move immediately. He still had to give the Sage Emperor some face, so he threw this hot potato to him. Sigh, I have spoiled Huayu too much. He has offended young hero Ling time and time again. It's indeed wrong, but it doesn't warrant death. I hope young hero Ling can show mercy. The Sage Emperor sighed. It seemed like he was going to protect Huayu today. What if I say that the wine is poisoned? And the person who poisoned it is Huayu. Does your Majesty still think that he doesn't deserve death? Ling Xiao raised the cup of wine that he hadn't drunk and said coldly. Summon heavenly venerable miraculous hands. The Sage Emperor frowned and summoned the imperial physician, heavenly venerable miraculous hands, to test the wine. Your Majesty, this wine is indeed poisoned. Although it's not enough to kill, it can completely dissipate a warrior's cultivation. It's too vicious. Heavenly venerable miraculous hands didn't know what had happened, so he naturally had to speak the truth. Your Majesty, did you hear that? Ling Xiao asked. Even if there's poison in the wine, it can't prove that I poisoned it. Huayu hurriedly shouted. Ling Xiao sneered and said, I believe that your Majesty has thousands of ways to make a person speak the truth. The Sage Emperor frowned again. After a long while, he sighed and said, Huayu was indeed wrong to poison him. I will thoroughly investigate this matter and give you a satisfactory answer. In the end, the Sage Emperor was still protecting Huayu. Actually, it was normal. Perhaps he knew that Huayu had poisoned him and didn't stop him. Thoroughly investigate? I think that's too troublesome. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward. His speed was so fast that it shocked everyone present. Huayu was really frightened. He never expected that Ling Xiao would dare to attack him in front of the Sage Emperor. You bastard! Stop! The Holy Emperor finally revealed his true face and slammed his palm at Ling Xiao, who was pouncing over. He was a Yin-Yang realm warrior. Although he was not as strong as Moon Lady, killing Ling Xiao was as easy as killing a rabbit. As the Saint Emperor, not only are you siding with a criminal, you even shamelessly attacked a junior. I think you, the Saint Emperor, are really muddle-headed. No wonder the sacred dynasty is getting worse day by day. At this moment, an even more powerful force blocked the Saint Emperor's palm strike, forcing him back into his seat. The dragon throne instantly collapsed. I'll spare your dog life, but I'll cripple your cultivation. Ling Xiao had already thought of a way to escape when the Holy Emperor attacked, but the Moon Lady was too fast. He gave up on escaping and continued to chase after her. His palm landed on Huayu's body. He did not kill Huayu. After all, Huayu was only the Sage Emperor's exclusive property. He only needed to cripple his cultivation. The palm energy wreaked havoc in Huayu's body. Huayu could clearly feel her cultivation rapidly depleting. You actually crippled me. Huayu's face was ashen as her body trembled. It was impossible to become the Sage Emperor's exclusive property without cultivation. How could the Sage Emperor, who had special interests, want a pet without cultivation? Once she lost her cultivation, she would have no place in front of the Sage Emperor. Bastard, Huayu, will definitely kill you. Kill you. You slave. Dog slave. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also exterminate your entire family and slaughter your Yuehua school. Huayu began to roar like a mad dog. Ling Xiao, who had already held back, had a murderous look on his face when he heard this. I wanted to spare your life, but it seems like you don't want to live anymore. Ling Xiao's cold words made Huayu's body tremble. When he saw the energy sword in Ling Xiao's hand take shape, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He regretted it. He regretted that he had to say those harsh words. Although those were his heartfelt words, and he really did think that way, why did he have to say it out loud? If he didn't say it, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Pfft! A loud sound rang out in the palace hall. Huayu's head had already been removed. This time, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate at all. He couldn't keep someone who was always thinking about how to kill him and how to deal with him. Moreover, Huayu had a lot of power in the sacred dynasty. If he really targeted him, it would be very troublesome. The violent energy sword completely shattered Huayu's heavenly vein that hadn't been fully formed. Ah! A shrill scream came out of Huayu's mouth. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. It wasn't because Ling Xiao was powerful, but because Ling Xiao was a madman. He really attacked without any scruples. Even the people of the Sage Emperor could be killed at will. No one was willing to provoke such a madman. This was because such a person had no scruples. The soft were afraid of the hard were afraid of the fearless, and the fearless were afraid of the madman. Kind people were bullied, and kind horses were ridden. Kind people were always bullied and humiliated by these self-righteous experts. However, once these experts met someone who was even more ruthless than them, they would also feel fear and apprehension. After killing Huayu, Ling Xiao turned to look at the Sage Emperor. At this moment, the Sage Emperor's face was livid. He was the Sage Emperor, but he was humiliated in front of so many people. How could he bear such humiliation? Your Majesty, you have to fight for your dignity. If you respect me, I'll respect you 10 times over. Do you think that I, Ling Xiao, am so stupid? Do you think that I can't see that the formation in the palace hall has been temporarily changed? Do you think that you want to kill me? Do you think that I don't know that Sikon Zue was involved in Huayu's poisoning and that you acquiesced to it? Do you think that I don't know that you are courteous to me on the surface, but you deliberately said that you wanted to betroth the Holy Sun to me and make me the target of public criticism? As the Sage Emperor, you are so narrow-minded. You make me, a citizen of the sacred dynasty, feel ashamed. Originally, he didn't want to expose these things. After all, if he did, it would be equivalent to going against the Sage Emperor. But now, it seemed that no matter how much he tolerated it, it was meaningless. If someone wanted to deal with you, they wouldn't give up just because you tolerated it. Instead, they would be even more unscrupulous. The sage emperor looked at Ling Xiao as if he saw the old Ji Furing standing there. He was even angrier and his face was even more livid. When Ji Furing was born, he was surrounded by 9 cauldrons. He was an auspicious sign for an emperor. When he was born, he was surrounded by 5 cauldrons. Although he had more cauldrons than the average imperial family member, he was inferior to Ji Furing. During the bloodline test, Ji Furing had awakened more than 90% of his human ruler bloodline. Although he had awakened 70%, he was still inferior to Ji Furing. The most infuriating thing was that Ji Furing had gained the recognition of the 9 cauldrons. He had inherited the 9 cauldrons and obtained the 9 cauldrons martial soul. This was an existence that was second only to the mountain river martial soul. Compared to the 9 primordial dragon souls, it was even superior. This was because the 9 primordial dragon souls were comparable to the 9 cauldrons martial soul. He hated Ji Furing because he was jealous. Although Ji Furing gave in to him, he didn't give Xianxia to him. This made him hate Ji Furing even more. Ling Xiao looked like Xianxia. In his opinion, even if he wasn't Ji Furing's child, he should still die with his appearance. He was willing to be cut into pieces to drag the sage emperor off his horse. Ling Xiao had no other choice. He could only defend himself in the face of the sage emperor's aggression. Seeing the sage emperor's gloomy expression, Ling Xiao flicked his sleeves and said, "Sister Moon Lady, let's go." The Moon Lady followed Ling Xiao. The sage emperor was livid, but he didn't make a move. He didn't understand how Ji Furing could gain Xianxua's favor. How could this Ling Xiao gain the favor of such an amazing woman like the Moon Lady? Could this Ling Xiao really be Ji Furing's son? No, that shouldn't be possible. Ji Furing's son had already died in an assassination attempt, and the sage emperor had confirmed it himself. Maybe he just looked like Xianxua and had a personality like Ji Furing. There were still people like that. The holy emperor took a deep breath as he watched Ling Xiao and the Moon Lady leave. Suddenly, he slammed his palm onto the floor, and the floor tiles that were a foot thick were smashed to pieces. In the prodigy battle the day after tomorrow, if a man defeats Ling Xiao, he will be able to marry Ming Kong. If a woman defeats Ling Xiao, she will be conferred the title of Princess of the Sacred Dynasty. After he finished speaking, his eyes revealed a cold killing intent. Defeating Ling Xiao was just the first step. Next, he would humiliate this kid who dared to disrespect him. 1 day and 2 nights was really short. Ling Xiao was worried that the sage emperor would harm the Yuehua school students, so he created a large number of secret scrolls that could teleport them back to the Yuehua school. Of course, he could only teleport them back to the Yuehua school. He couldn't go anywhere else because this secret scroll borrowed the power of the Moonlight Pagoda. However, the sage emperor didn't do anything the next day. On the 3rd day, the prodigy battle officially began, but the sage emperor still didn't do anything. Ling Xiao couldn't guess what the sage emperor was thinking, but he definitely had to participate in the prodigy battle. Anyway, he was prepared to escape, so he wasn't afraid of the sage emperor playing any tricks. Dawn. The sky had just turned white, but the competition grounds were already packed with people. Moreover, the sound waves were monstrous. Today's audience was much larger than usual. Furthermore, the original 10 battle stages had been merged together to form an even larger battle stage with a length and width of 100 meters. Outside the square battling platform, there were 10 defensive formations that could defend against even more powerful attacks. After all, today's 20 prodigies were the most outstanding ones under the age of 20 in the Sky Dragon continent. Their strength could break through at any time. If a battle between 2 celestial realm cultivators occurred, ordinary arrays would not be able to defend against it. When they arrived, Ling Xiao felt that the atmosphere was completely different. There seemed to be a thirst in the eyes of the geniuses who had already arrived. It was a thirst for victory. It was also a desire to defeat him. Apart from Long Chen's eyes that were filled with worry, the others' eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. "What's going on, junior brother Ling? These people seem to have a grudge against you?" Lan Yuer asked in confusion. It's probably because of what happened at the banquet that day. I don't know what the Holy Emperor said, but these people have decided to target me. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. In the face of these people's coercion, he was not afraid at all. The flames of war in his heart, which were originally calm, were now burning fiercely. You want to deal with me, but I also want to take away your 9 cauldrons of providence. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Ling Xiao's face was filled with joy. After he had obtained Jian Wuji's 3 cauldrons of providence, he realized that the providence could not only improve one's luck and make it easier to circulate the heavenly origin energy in one's body, but it could also constantly nourish one's body and soul, constantly improving one's entire being. That feeling was simply wonderful. Of course, the rest of the geniuses probably had the same idea. Although they regarded Ling Xiao as their greatest enemy, they were also very vigilant against each other. No one was willing to lose to anyone. This was the battle between the last 20 geniuses. It was the most intense and exciting battle. Whoever could obtain the 9 cauldrons of providence would become the chosen one and receive the blessings of the entire Sky Dragon continent. When that time came, the situation would be completely different. After the Yuehua school's people arrived, all the judges arrived about 15 minutes later. The head judge began to announce the rules of the Sky Pride battle in front of everyone. The Sky Pride battle would be carried out in the marketplace. The battle would be carried out in a fighting ring. There would be a total of 20 rounds of battle, and each round would have one opponent. There was no elimination rule for consecutive defeats. In other words, no matter what, every genius would get a chance to fight with another genius. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be revealed very soon. Moreover, every genius would receive the 9 cauldrons of providence. The only difference was the amount of providence. If one lost the battle, the providence would decrease. If one won the battle, the providence would increase. Therefore, if one admitted defeat, the loss would be very serious. The 20 rounds of battle would be carried out day and night. A certain amount of rest time would be arranged between each round until the end of the battle. Such a rule was not a big deal. After all, a transcendent realm cultivator would not die if he did not sleep or eat for several days. Moreover, there was rest time in between rounds. He would recover after meditating for a while. In addition, because Jian Wuji was killed, Feng Yamo Ting, who was originally ranked 21st, was lucky enough to be among the top 20 geniuses. Many people had doubts about Jian Wuji's death. However, the people who were there that night kept their mouths shut. Therefore, it was almost impossible to find out anything. Lastly, we will add one more rule. We will choose 6 seeded contestants based on the previous performances. These 6 seeded contestants will not meet in the previous rounds to ensure the excitement of the battle. The head judge continued. Although some people were not satisfied with this rule, they had nothing to say in front of the head judge. They could only accept it. Moreover, this would ensure the fairness of the battle, so the audience was very supportive of it. Who do you think will be among the 6 seeded contestants? Isn't that obvious? His Highness Holy Sun will definitely be among them. Don't forget about Mo Wushang. In the last competition, His Highness Holy Sun personally said that Mo Wushang was the most difficult opponent to deal with. Bai Qianjiao will definitely be one of them. That's 3 already. There's also Lu Taiyin and Hong Sanmei. Lu Taiyin is okay, but Hong Sanmei lost to Qin Bixue. There's no hope. That's right. That's 4. The 5th one will definitely be Qin Bixue. He defeated Hong Sanmei, so it would be unreasonable if he wasn't a seeded contestant. Then there's only one left. Who do you think we should choose? Ling Xiao. After all, he defeated Jian Wuji. I think Long Chen is not worse than him. Have you forgotten Hong Li? TSK, the last one is really difficult to choose. Not only did the audience find it difficult to choose the last seeded contestant, but the judges were also frowning for the last seeded contestant. There are exactly 10 judges and 1 head judge. Why don't we just vote? Whoever has the most votes will be chosen. What do you think? Someone suggested. That's a good suggestion. The head judge nodded in agreement since it was inappropriate for him to act arbitrarily. Okay, I choose Long Chen. His defense is amazing. Until now, no one has been able to break through his defense. I choose Hong Li. She's stronger than Bai Qianjiao. It's a pity that she didn't have the chance to fight with the 6 young masters. Otherwise, her result would be as good as Qin Bishua's. I still choose Ling Xiao. He defeated Jian Wuji. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. After a round of voting, 3 out of the 10 judges voted for Long Chen. 4 voted for Hong Li. 3 voted for Ling Xiao. Judging from the current situation, Red Carp had the most votes. However, the head judge, who was the most important one, hadn't voted yet. The head judge's cultivation level and eyesight are better than ours. His vote should count as at least 2 votes, right? That's right. Then it's settled. The head judge didn't refuse. After a moment of silence, he voted for Ling Xiao. This guy is unfathomable. In this way, the 6 seeded contestants had been chosen. Han Miankeo, Mo Wusheng, Bai Qianjiao, Qin Bishue, Lu Taiyin, and Ling Xiao. Most people didn't have any objections to this result. After all, the strength and eyesight of the 10 judges and the head judge were recognized by everyone. Their judgment was unlikely to be wrong. Of course, there were still people who had objections. For example, Red Carp and Red Samadhi, the 2 of them were not convinced. Hong Li thought that she was stronger than her senior sister, but now she wasn't even a seeded contestant. She felt that it was a great humiliation and she was very unhappy. As for Hong Samadhi, she felt that although she had lost to Qin Bishue, she might not lose to her senior brother Lu Taiyin, let alone to Ling Xiao. Why was she not selected as a seeded player? Both of them were thinking about how to slap the referees' faces. Ling Xiao may have defeated Jian Wuji, but our Hong Sanmei can do the same. How dare they let a small Yuehua school ride on our Xuanhua sect's head? The upper echelons of the abstruse fire sect were very unhappy with this result. It was mainly because they felt that they had lost face. After all, Hong Sanmei was one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty in the previous tournament. Now that he was kicked out of the seeded contestants, it was a huge blow to the abstruse fire sect's reputation. However, even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only grumble behind their backs. The 10 judges were all Grotto Heaven Realm experts. They were no weaker than the sect leader of the abstruse fire sect. The head judge was a Yinyang Realm expert. They couldn't afford to offend him. Only someone with a brain would criticize the referee. The result would definitely be very tragic. Forget it. As long as Hong Sanmei works hard and defeats Ling Xiao, our abstruse fire sect won't lose face. The sect leader of the abstruse fire sect was calm. Of course, there was nothing he could do. After all, things had come to this point. Even if he was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I would have let Hong Sanmei use his trump card and defeat Qin Bishue. Then things wouldn't have turned out like this. That's not good. It's very disadvantageous for him to expose his trump card too early. Anyway, don't worry. Other than a few opponents, the rest are not likely to be a match for Hong Sanmei. That's true. The people of the abstruse fire sect knew very well that Hong Sanmei was stronger than Lu Taiyin. They believed that Hong Sanmei would definitely be able to enter the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Junior sister, don't be so angry. As long as you have the strength, even if you're not a seeded player, you can still enter the top 6. Lu Taiyin knew his junior sister's strength. He believed that as long as his junior sister was willing, it was not impossible for her to enter the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty and obtain the glory of the previous competition. Got it, senior brother. Red Samadhi nodded and calmed himself down. As the competition had not yet started, the audience had their own opinions about the 6 seeded players. Hong Li and Long Chen didn't make it. That shouldn't be the case. Both of them are stronger than most people. I think they're stronger than Ling Xiao. Come on. Can your judgment be better than the judges? Anyway, Ling Xiao defeated Jian Wuji and added a lot of points for him. Otherwise, he might not be able to enter the seeded players. These people who were discussing did not know what happened the night before. Otherwise, they would not have said so. The competition has started. Let's stop chatting. After the rules were announced, the seeded players were selected. The head judge soon announced the start of the competition. This was the most exciting moment of all. The selection of seeded players was not a big deal. The key was still to see the performance of the players in the competition. If the seeded players were defeated quickly, it would be even more embarrassing. Everyone's eyes were focused on the fighting ring. Two martial artists stood on the square martial arts stage. One was Fire Demon Supremacy from Abstruse Fire Sect and the other was Wind Demon Ting from Heavenly King Sect. Wind Demon Ting was replaced because Jian Wuji had died. He was definitely not as strong as Fire Demon Supremacy. However, he did not intend to admit defeat. It was not easy for him to become one of the top 20 Skype rides and obtain the Providence. He did not want to give up so soon. However, before everyone's eyes, he was still weaker and lost to Huaymo Zun. After Wind Demon Ting lost, the aura from the bronze cauldron on his back kept flowing into Fire Demon Supremacy's bronze cauldron. After some time, Wind Demon Ting's bronze cauldron became very blurry and almost could not be seen. However, the bronze cauldron on Fire Demon Supremacy's back became clearer. A cauldron of providence was basically formed. Interesting. As he had received 3 cauldrons of providence from Jian Wuji last night, Ling Xiao was familiar with this scene. However, he still found it interesting and exciting every time he saw it. The competition continued. The second person to go up was Long Chen. Ling Xiao had high hopes for Long Chen. The Providence of Divine Sword sect was something that Long Chen had to fight for. Long Chen's opponent was Li Xiefeng, whom he had defeated before. Hence, there was basically no suspense in this battle. Long Chen won easily. Li Xiefeng was stronger and so was his sect. Hence, he received more providence from the 9 cauldrons. He received 2 cauldrons from the start. After Long Chen defeated him, the original 1 cauldron became 2 cauldrons while Li Xiefeng received 1 cauldron. From this, it could be seen that the more providence one had, the greater the loss would be after a defeat. After Wind Demon Ting lost, the providence he lost was less than 1 cauldron while Li Xiefeng lost 1 cauldron of providence. In fact, this was easy to understand. To put it simply, those with less providence would receive more when they defeated those with more providence. On the other hand, they would lose less if they lost. Those with more providence would receive less when they defeated those with less providence. On the other hand, they would lose more if they lost. Of course, it wasn't easy for those with less luck to defeat those with more luck. After Long Chen, the competition continued. The ones who appeared one after another were actually by Qianjiao and Mo Wushong. They defeated their opponents easily, but just as Ling Xiao had guessed before, their 7 cauldrons had reached 7 cauldrons. Even if they defeated their opponents, the amount of luck they obtained was very little, so there was basically no change in their luck. After that, more and more martial artists appeared. It had to be said that the battles were quite exciting, but the audience was more eager for this kind of competition to end quickly. What they hoped for was the final showdown between the top experts. That would be even more exciting. Of course, some people would cause a sensation when they appeared, but this was an exception. For example, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's opponent was actually Feng Yaorao. If there was no Ling Xiao, Feng Yaorao would definitely be first place in the True Devil Forbidden Zones test. This woman was not only powerful, but also very smart and good at reading people's expressions. She could be considered a very good leader among women. However, today, in front of Ling Xiao, Feng Yaorao was like a baby who had just learned to walk. Thinking about what happened the night before, Feng Yaorao still felt a lingering fear. However, this woman's acting was very good. She was very afraid in her heart, but on the surface, she looked very calm. But no matter how calm she was, when facing Ling Xiao, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Thinking back, before she entered the True Devil Forbidden Zone, she simply regarded Ling Xiao as an ant that could be crushed at any time. She even threatened to kill Ling Xiao. But now, standing in front of this person, she almost lost the courage to fight. Taking a deep breath, she smiled bitterly and said, "How about letting me lose a little better?" She didn't expect to win against Ling Xiao at all. She just didn't want to lose too badly. Otherwise, a woman like her would be very sad. "You're very smart. I can let you lose a little better." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He had almost killed Feng Yaorao before. But this woman Feng Yaorao is different from Jian Wuji. Jian Wuji completely overestimated his own capabilities and didn't put others in his eyes. That's why he died miserably. After Feng Yaorao realized how powerful Ling Xiao was, she didn't provoke Ling Xiao again. She even protected Ling Xiao most of the time. This woman was very smart. Generally speaking, smart women tended to live longer. Whoosh, Feng Yaorao wasn't holding any weapon. Because she knew that using weapons was meaningless. Her body turned into a blur as she pounced towards Ling Xiao, aiming for Ling Xiao's vital points. Although she knew that she was no match for Ling Xiao, she still used nearly 90% of her strength because she wanted to see how big the gap was between her and Ling Xiao. The raging true essence tore through the air, as if it wanted to tear apart Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. He did not even condense his chi sword. He only took a light step forward, then appeared behind Feng Yaorao. There was a trace of blood on his fingertip. There was a scratch on Feng Yaorao's neck. It was a very shallow mark, almost no wound could be seen. However, Feng Yaorao herself knew that if Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, he only needed one move to do so. How did he become so strong? Feng Yaorao looked miserably at the 2 cauldrons on her back flying towards Ling Xiao and pouring into the 3 cauldrons on Ling Xiao's back. Finally, the 4th cauldron on Ling Xiao's back appeared a vague image. Although it was not complete, it was already in its embryonic form. Many thanks. Feng Yaorao walked over to Ling Xiao's side and said with a bitter smile, "You're really an unfathomable guy." Ling Xiao did not say anything and only smiled faintly. Perhaps he was the only one who knew the depth of his own strength among the people present. With the gathering of his qi, he found that his one-line sky early-stage cultivation was showing signs of a breakthrough. With just a little more qi, he might be able to break through to the one-line sky middle stage. This qi was really magical. This was a breakthrough in the heaven realm, which was much more difficult than the transcendent realm. But even so, Ling Xiao did not even cultivate. He just relied on the gathering of his qi and showed signs of a breakthrough. This was really terrifying. After leaving the stage, Ling Xiao looked at the stage while feeling the mysteries of his qi. This time, the Holy Sun, Xianxia, was on the stage. And her opponent was the 3rd young Master Bai, whose strength was not ordinary. Although there was only 1 cauldron of qi behind the 3rd young Master Bai, it was very condensed. The 2nd cauldron also had a vague image. This proud young man did not admit defeat. Because he felt that he could try to challenge the Holy Sun. But the result was very tragic. He lost, and there was no suspense. He didn't even know how he lost. The Holy Sun only made a palm strike, and he was defeated before it even touched him. After receiving part of the 3rd young Master Bai's qi, the 9th cauldron's qi appeared behind Xianxia. This girl was too strong. Among all the sky prides, only she had 8 cauldrons of qi, and now the 9th cauldron's qi had already appeared. At this rate, as long as he did not lose, it was not impossible for him to successfully obtain 9 cauldrons of qi. After leaving the stage, Xianxia glanced at Ling Xiao and sent a message to him. "Ling Xiao, I hope you don't lose before you lose to me. I will absorb your qi." Ling Xiao smiled slightly and did not say anything. The battle between him and Xianxia was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Before meeting Xianxia, he felt that the possibility of him losing was very low. "It's my turn, junior brother Ling, pray for me." Xianxia left the stage, and Lan Yuer stood up. "Senior sister Lan, your opponent is Lan Xiaoxiao. That girl is not easy to deal with. But don't be nervous. As long as you perform well, you will be stronger than her." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Thank you for your auspicious words." Lan Yuer trusted Ling Xiao very much. Since Ling Xiao said that she could win, she would definitely win. Lan Xiaoxiao was not a sky prize in the last martial arts festival, but she had made great progress in the past few years. Like the 3rd young Master Bai, she defeated several seniors and successfully advanced to the battle of the 20 sky prides. Both of them had 1 cauldron of qi. Whoever won would be able to condense the 2nd cauldron of qi. After 50 rounds of battle, the 2 of them seemed to be evenly matched. However, after 100 rounds, Lan Yuer's advantage became more obvious. The magical effect of the lunar scripture allowed her to have a longer battle. Her whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of moonlight, which made her look dreamy. However, one should not think that this layer of moonlight was just a facade. If one thought that way, one would not be far from being unlucky. This layer of moonlight was the perfect combination of heavenly primary force and external energy. Not only did it have a terrifying defense, but it was also extremely cold. If it hit the enemy, it could even freeze the enemy's true origin or heavenly primary force. Obviously, as time passed, Xianxia was gradually losing. In the beginning, Xianxia wanted to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed. Instead, she wasted a lot of true yuan. In the end, she was defeated by Lan Yu on the 200th move. Lan Yu, who won, absorbed Xiaoxiao's 9 cauldrons of luck. The second cauldron had already appeared. It wasn't far from being formed. This woman is a bit interesting. It's not bad to bring her back as a concubine. Hee hee. Should I go easy on her? Qin Bixue sneered. He likes strong women. Obviously, he was interested in Lan Yu. Unfortunately, this guy doesn't care about feelings. He only wants slaves. Reckless thing. Long Chen cursed after hearing Qin Bixue's words. Lan Yu isn't much. She's very lucky to be able to enter the top 20. But you dare to make a move on Lan Yu? Aren't you afraid of offending Ling Xiao? In Long Chen's view, the only one who can threaten Ling Xiao is the Holy Sun Xianxia. The others are not on the same level as Ling Xiao. There were no surprises in the first round. Those who should have won were all won. Those who should have lost were all defeated. There were no surprises in the second round. Ling Xiao's opponent was Feng Yamoting. Feng Yamoting didn't even fight and admitted defeat. As a result, his 9 cauldrons of luck didn't increase. After all, Feng Yamoting lost 2 rounds in a row. In the third round, Ling Xiao's opponent was still relatively weak. It was Army Breaker, who he met before. His opponent also lost without a fight. Therefore, after 3 rounds, his luck was still at 3 cauldrons. The 4th cauldron was just a prototype. It should be said that Long Chen's luck was relatively good. This guy's opponents weren't weak. Moreover, his opponent's luck was also very strong. Until now, he had already reached 3 cauldrons of luck. He was basically catching up with Ling Xiao. In the 4th round, Ling Xiao's opponent was still very weak. In fact, if one observed carefully, it wasn't difficult to notice that the 6-seeded contestants' opponents weren't strong. This was probably deliberately arranged. Even though it was said to be a random draw, it was still very easy for a Yin-Yang realm expert to do something. At the end of the 4th round, although Ling Xiao had won 4 consecutive rounds, his providence was still slightly more than 3 cauldrons. Long Chen had already surpassed him and reached 4 cauldrons of providence. Hong Li was even more outstanding. She actually already had 5 cauldrons of fate. This woman's strength was already very strong, so it was not exaggerated at all. Hong Samadhi was also terrifying. She originally had 3 cauldrons of providence, and now she had 5 cauldrons of providence. Lan Yu had benefited a lot from the battle with Long Xiaoxiao. She had broken through again while resting. Originally, Ling Xiao had thought that it would be difficult for her to make it into the top 10. But now, he felt that his senior sister should be able to enter the top 10 very easily. After 4 rounds, she only lost to Xianxia, and won the rest. However, losing to Xianxia was not shameful. With Lan Yu's strength, losing to 6-seeded players was not shameful. Lan Yu's providence was still at less than 2 cauldrons. In the 5th round, Ling Xiao finally met a relatively strong opponent. This person was Fire Demon Supremacy, whom Ling Xiao had never faced before. Fire Demon Supremacy did not reveal his strength, and he only ranked 50th in the previous martial arts festival. No one took him seriously, but what was strange was that he had actually made it into the top 10 in this year's martial arts festival and successfully became one of the top 20 geniuses. Not only that, but Fire Demon Supremacy had also not lost in the previous 4 rounds. Now that he had 3 cauldrons of providence, he could be said to be a dark horse. Others may be afraid of you, but I, Fire Demon Supremacy, am not. Fire Demon Supremacy did not admit defeat to Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter if you are afraid or not. I just want to ask you one thing. What is your relationship with the flame deity from Yuehua school? Ling Xiao had always been puzzled. This was because he could clearly sense the flame deity's aura from Fire Demon Supremacy. Nothing. Fire Demon Supremacy's eyes flashed with shock, but he returned to normal after a while and denied it directly. Not telling the truth? Then I'll beat you up until you tell the truth. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take my ultimate move, Volcanic Purgatory. Fire Demon Supremacy roared furiously. Then, he leaped into the air and smashed his hands at Ling Xiao. The ferocious flames condensed into a mountain range and smashed towards Ling Xiao. Bang! Ling Xiao pointed his finger gently, and the heavenly pulse energy sword pierced through the air. The seemingly ferocious mountain range collapsed on the spot, and the ferocious attack was also killed. Good fellow, you are indeed strong. Fire Demon Supremacy was shocked. The most terrifying thing about his volcanic purgatory was not the initial attack, but the terrifying flames that would continuously surge towards the opponent after the successful attack. Not only was each level stronger than the previous, but it was also mixed with the dark flames of death, making it impossible for the opponent to guard against. However, it was defeated by Ling Xiao right from the start, and its subsequent power could not be unleashed at all. He really couldn't understand how Ling Xiao was able to see through the flaws and problems in his move. You are indeed related to the flame deity. Those who possess the dark flames of death are either the flame deity's disciple or the flame deity's doppelganger. You can't be the original body. Otherwise, you would have been discovered. Ling Xiao had seen the flame deity's doppelganger in the Moonlight Pagoda before, and he could control the bodies of other martial artists. Now, he was basically certain that Fire Demon Supremacy was being controlled by the flame deity's doppelganger. So what if I'm discovered? Anyway, there are people who can't wait for you to die. But don't worry, I won't let you die now. It won't be too late to let you die after I obtain the fate of the 9 cauldrons. I'll consider this battle my loss. Fire Demon Supremacy sneered. He actually admitted defeat and left the fighting ring. A portion of his fate was absorbed by Ling Xiao. Fire Demon Supremacy's fate was strong to begin with. Hence, Ling Xiao absorbed a lot of it. In an instant, his fate rose to more than 4 cauldrons, nearing the state of 5 cauldrons. He was faintly catching up to Hong Samadhi and Hong Li. Interesting. The more fate there is, the more it helps one's essence, qi, and spirit. As the fate continued to increase, Ling Xiao gradually realized that although there was no change in its effects, it was getting stronger. At this moment, his cultivation had finally broken through again, reaching the middle stage of One-Line Sky. Not only that, the heavenly essence energy and physical strength that he had expended previously were instantly replenished. The so-called essence, qi, and spirit referred to physical strength, internal strength, and soul power. These 3 were too important to a martial artist. No matter what he did, he would consume them. When 2 evenly matched opponents were fighting, the strength of the essence, qi, and spirit would determine the strength of the battle. If one underestimated these 3 things, they would be at a disadvantage. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao could use fate to cultivate. After physical strength, internal strength, and soul power increased, one's cultivation would naturally increase. This was because the increase of one's cultivation would increase these 3 things. It could be said that it was appropriate. In the 6th round of the competition, Ling Xiao met an even stronger opponent, Hong Samadhi. The people of Abstruse Fire Sect had always felt that Ling Xiao from Yuehua School was not worthy of being one of the 6 seeded contestants. They felt that this qualification should belong to Hong Samadhi. Therefore, they were not very friendly to Ling Xiao. Even Hong Samadhi was anxious to defeat Ling Xiao and prove that the judge's judgment was wrong. Ling Xiao was low-key and reserved, while Hong Samadhi, as a girl, was domineering. The 2 of them stood in stark contrast on the stage. Ling Xiao, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you defeated Jian Wuji. You did surprise me that night, but I must defeat you. Defeating Ling Xiao would not only clear her name, but also make her the Holy Emperor's goddaughter and the princess of the sacred dynasty. No matter what, Hong Samadhi felt that she had to defeat Ling Xiao. There was no other choice. Make your move. I like your true Samadhi fire very much. Although Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon fire was superior to the dark flame of death, they were flames of the same attribute. It was not suitable for refining many elixirs. This also hindered Ling Xiao's improvement in alchemy. Not only that, but there were also many restrictions in martial arts and formations. Therefore, Ling Xiao had always been looking forward to collecting all 12 sacred flames. This way, he could use different flames according to the elixirs he did not know. This was the best way. He did not need to snatch Hong Samadhi's true Samadhi fire martial soul. He only needed to get the seed of the true flame. He could cultivate it himself anyway. Hong Samadhi snorted and said, "It's useless to like it. The true Samadhi fire will recognize its master. It only likes the strong. Take this." With a shout, Hong Samadhi stretched her body and crossed hundreds of meters in an instant. She was in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Then, she struck out with her palm. This palm condensed the powerful true Samadhi fire, which actually made Ling Xiao feel as if he was about to be melted. It was Red Samadhi's signature move, the true fire Mahamudra. Interesting, I'll give it a try too. Ling Xiao smiled. It was not easy to meet an opponent like Hong Samadhi. He did not want to end the battle so quickly. The image of the archaic hellish dragon appeared behind him, and he actually struck out with his palm. Dragon fire palm. Compared to the true Samadhi fire, the Hell's dragon fire was clearly more powerful. With a loud bang, the two of them retreated. However, even though Ling Xiao had concealed most of his strength, he still managed to push Hong Samadhi back by more than 10 steps. However, he had only taken 3 steps back. Fire cloud steps. Hong Sanmei was not going to give up so easily. She did not manage to get any battle merits from her attack. She immediately used her Jade Grade entry movement skill. She turned around and turned into a cloud of fire that covered the entire arena. He couldn't see where she was. He couldn't see what she was going to do. Bam 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 bam, taking advantage of this opportunity, Hong Sanmei continuously struck out with her palms, all of which landed on Ling Xiao's Heaven's Shield. The power is not bad. It's a pity that it's not enough to deal with me. Ling Xiao's Heaven's Shield was as strong as Vajra. It was not damaged at all. Hong Sanmei's attacks were all blocked outside, and did not cause any damage to him. Use whatever other moves you have. Otherwise, once I make my move, you'll lose without a doubt. Ling Xiao had only exchanged blows with Hong Sanmei because he wanted to snatch her true fire seed. It could not be considered as a real attack. Otherwise, he would not have just attacked. Alright, then I'll let you see my trump card, True Samadhi Fire Force, Revered Furnace. It wasn't wrong to say that it was his trump card. Hong Sanmei's True Samadhi Fire Force was very special. It was a dual cultivation technique that combined both defense and attack. Of course, the attack was not as strong as the defense. The power of this move was that it could constantly smelt the energy emitted by both sides during the attack, and then add it to the attack. As long as the defense was successful, the power would become very terrifying. I didn't expect to use this martial art to deal with Ling Xiao. It seems that this Ling Xiao is really not easy to deal with. But once Hong Sanmei uses True Samadhi Fire Force, as long as Ling Xiao can't finish the battle quickly, he will lose. This martial art is more powerful as it goes on. Yeah, I don't know how Ling Xiao will deal with it. Ling Xiao did not plan to deal with it at all. Instead, he deliberately controlled his power, as if he wanted to cooperate with Hong Sanmei to raise the True Samadhi Fire Force to the extreme. This was his desire to hunt. He was not interested in Hong Sanmei, but he was very interested in the True Samadhi Fire Force. It was not that he wanted to practice it, but he had never seen this martial art before. He wanted to take this opportunity to try it out and see if he could deal with such a powerful attack calmly. After attacking for dozens of times, Hong Sanmei was retreating. When he retreated to the edge of the battle stage, Hong Sanmei had no way to retreat. Suddenly, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Ling Xiao, take this, the fury of divine fire. As one of the 12 sacred fires, the True Samadhi fire was very powerful. Although sometimes it was used to refine pills, it was quite gentle. But once the divine fire was angry, it could explode even the best alchemy furnace. At this moment, the True Samadhi fire was really angry. The momentum was so great that it was terrifying. It was as if the entire battle stage was going to be completely burned by this raging fire. It was completely unstoppable. Oh? This is your strongest attack? It is indeed powerful. Facing this fierce attack, Ling Xiao's face showed a surprised smile. Whoosh, a gigantic hellfire crucible appeared behind him. The lid of the crucible opened, and a black gold flame shot out from within, transforming into a gigantic divine dragon. It actually opened its mouth and swallowed the raging true samadhi fire. The flames that filled the sky suddenly disappeared. It gave people a very discordant feeling. It was as if the thunder of the end of the world did not fall in the end. Suddenly, the clouds broke and the sky cleared. It was too sudden. Others just felt bad. But Hong Sanmei was so uncomfortable that she wanted to vomit blood. How is this possible? How is this possible? Are you a human or a ghost? Hong Sanmei could not believe that this was real. Even when she lost so easily in the battle with Qin Bixue, she was not so desperate. Because she knew that she still had a trump card that she had not used yet. But today, she was really desperate. Her opponent was too strong, so strong that she did not feel the slightest bit of hope. Oh my god, this Ling Xiao is really scary. Could it be that he has been pretending all this time? At the last moment, he suddenly turned the situation around and deliberately played with Hong Sanmei? Whether or not he is playing with her, this person is too scary and unfathomable. Even if Hong Sanmei lost to Qin Bixue, she is so weak against Ling Xiao. This is also something I did not expect. It seems like the judges are quite accurate. Hong Sanmei is indeed not as good as Ling Xiao. That much can be confirmed. Over at Abstruse Fire Sect's side, everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect such an outcome. Red Samadhi had not only lost, but he had also lost after using his trump card. This was simply unacceptable. Yuehua School is really rising. I can't help but be impressed. The sect leader of Abstruse Fire Sect let out a long sigh. At this moment, he was really helpless. The younger generation was the future of the sect. Although the old guys were stronger than the young ones, the problem was that they no longer had any potential to tap into. However, the young ones still had great potential. In addition, the cultivation environment of the Sky Dragon continent was much better than before. The future of these young ones would definitely be more exciting than theirs. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao smiled and clasped his fist at Hong Sanmei before turning around to leave the stage. This time, not only did he obtain the true Samadhi Fire Seed, but he also improved his luck to 6 cauldrons, becoming the most eye-catching one among the new generation. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Although Hong Sanmei lost, she lost in a baffling manner. How could she accept it? Hee, of course, I'll keep you company. After all, he got some good stuff from others. It was not a big deal to practice with others. Time passed, and so did the battles. Hai Miang Kos luck was still a little more than 8 cauldrons. It was too difficult to condense the 9th cauldron. Next up were Mo Wusheng and Bai Qianjiao. Both of them were condensing the 8th cauldron. After these two, Lu Taiyin should have been next. However, he was now surpassed by Qin Bixue, Ling Xiao, and Hong Li. The 3 of them had 6 cauldrons of luck and were condensing the 7th cauldron. However, their speed would be greatly reduced. Lu Taiyin could only be ranked 7th with 5 cauldrons of luck. Ling Xiao did not care much about the rest. He only paid special attention to Long Chen and Lan Yuer. Currently, Long Chen's luck was exactly the same as Lu Taiyin's. Lan Yuer only had 2 cauldrons, but that was already quite good. Su Jing won 15 out of 18 battles, and her dragon-shaped shadow was more than 4 zhang long. At this time, the sky had already darkened, but with the huge light gathering array, the battle stage was still as bright as day. At the end of the 8th round, everyone was given a long break to eat and rest for a while. About half an hour later, the audience took the opportunity to meditate and rest for a while. In any case, the weakest among the audience was a half-step Empyrean. To them, a quarter of an hour of meditation was comparable to a night's sleep for an ordinary person. After the break, the competition resumed under the anticipation of the crowd. The 9th round, Ling Xiao successfully defeated his opponent. His luck increased again, and the seventh cauldron was almost condensed. He believed that as long as he met a slightly stronger opponent, he would be able to condense the seventh cauldron. Just in terms of luck, he was already very close to Mo Wuxiang and Bai Qianjiao. However, Qin Bixue and Hong Li's situation was not worse than his. The three of them were just below the Holy Sun, Mo Wuxiang, and Bai Qianjiao. Moreover, there was a feeling that they were evenly matched. Fire Devil supremacy was still lukewarm. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement, but the opponents he met were not too strong except for Ling Xiao. Therefore, although he had a winning streak, his luck was not as good as Lu Taiyin, Long Chen, and Hong Samadhi. The first match of the 10th round, Ling Xiao vs. Gue Suishou. Gue Suishou was not strong, but he was a dark horse. However, he was a disciple of the Blue Water Divine Palace, and no one dared to underestimate him. Moreover, his performance was not bad. In the past 9 rounds, the opponents he lost to were all seeded contestants. Facing opponents who were not seeded contestants, he was able to remain undefeated. However, there were more draws. This guy's defense was too terrifying. In any case, several people could not break through his defense. To be honest, Gue Suishou was really unwilling to meet Ling Xiao. However, today's ranking battle was unavoidable. It was only a matter of time before he met him. All he could do was to try his best to get a point. 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and no points for a loss. As long as he could maintain his previous battle state, he was not afraid. Taking a deep breath, Gue Suishou raised his defense to the maximum. A huge tortoiseshell appeared in front of him, completely enveloping him. It was this layer of tortoiseshell that allowed him to remain undefeated even when facing powerful enemies. Although it felt a little shameless, it was also a part of his strength. Heavenly Pulse Chi Sword, Hell Dragon Sword. Facing Gue Suishou, Ling Xiao did not intend to waste time. He directly used the strongest move of the Heavenly Pulse Chi Sword. The huge Hell Dragon Sword seemed to be condensed by raging flames. It split the void and rushed towards Gue Suishou. In the void, raging flames burned the sky. It was simply a scene of scorching hell. Huge pillars of fire rose from the stage. It was clear that after Ling Xiao's strength had risen, the might of the Hell Dragon Sword had risen as well. Gue Suishou, who had already used all his heavenly elemental energy and true elemental energy on his defense, was still shocked in the face of this attack. In just an instant, his so-called invincible defense was completely shattered. His whole body fell into an intense pain as if he was being burned by flames. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had shown mercy and retracted the Hell's Dragon Fire after breaking through Gue Wuji's defense. Otherwise, Gue Wuji would have been burned to ashes. After the battle, Ling Xiao absorbed Gue Suishou's 9 cauldrons of luck. His luck finally reached the level of 7 cauldrons. Even the 8th cauldron showed signs of blurring. It was obvious that he was closer to Bai Qianjiao and Mo Wuxiang. 7 huge cauldrons spun in the void. The lights on them flickered repeatedly, and they rang like the morning bell. As if sensing the threat, Haim Miangkeo, Mo Wuxiang, and Bai Qianjiao's bronze cauldrons of luck also rang. For a moment, the whole stage seemed to have started a sonata of the cauldrons. Damn, the heavenly veins in my body seem to be stirring. Am I going to level up again? Ling Xiao was suddenly filled with emotions. No wonder everyone wanted to fight for the luck. It was definitely more precious than any elixir. 9 was an extreme number. That meant that there was only one person present who could obtain all 9 cauldrons of luck. Just like Ji Furing in the past. What kind of special situation would happen if one obtained all 9 cauldrons of luck? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little excited. The 10th round of the competition proceeded in an orderly manner. The later the battles, the longer it took for them to end. Except for a few battles that could end quickly, most of the battles would take at least 200 moves to end. The 10th round finally ended when the sun was about to rise. At this time, there were still 9 rounds before the end of the competition. The head judge announced a pause. At this time, someone took the time to analyze. Don't you think it's interesting? I just calculated. Other than the 6 seeded contestants who didn't fight, Hong Li and Long Chen also didn't fight with the other 6 seeded contestants. That's right. Hong Sanmei and Fire Demon Ancestor only lost to Ling Xiao. They didn't fight with the other seeded contestants. They didn't even fight with Hong Li and Long Chen. This is interesting. That's right. There are only 9 rounds left. They have already fought with the rest of the contestants. In other words, the following battles will be between the strong. That's right. The following battles will be even more exciting. At the end of the break, everyone stopped making noise and quietly waited for the 11th round of the competition to begin. Although the possibility of the experts fighting in the last 9 rounds increased, there would still be some matches. For example, the first match of the 11th round was between Army Breaker and Liang Xiao. In the previous elimination round, Army Breaker lost to Liang Xiao after using Soul Combination technique. However, he won this time. Even though he used 200 moves to win. It could be seen that the Soul Combination technique that Liang Xiao used was just an unorthodox technique. It didn't help to increase one's strength. On the other hand, Army Breaker's strength was steadily increasing after his battle with Ling Xiao. Although it wasn't an explosive increase, he had enough strength to defeat Liang Xiao. The second match was quite exciting. However, it still wasn't the top 10 match in everyone's mind. Therefore, the audience couldn't help but be disappointed. However, the more it was so, the more they looked forward to the match between the strong. The third match was still not a match between the strong. When the audience's depressed mood was about to reach its limit, the fourth match finally had 2 young giants. One was Long Chen and the other was Lu Taiyin. Long Chen knew that he was a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. However, very few people knew about him. Therefore, many people felt that he was very mysterious. Long Chen's advantage was his terrifying physical strength and defense. He fought all the way and his battle results were very impressive. Therefore, he almost became a seeded contestant. Even now, Long Chen was considered a supernova on par with Ling Xiao. After all, Qin Bishui had participated in the martial arts festival, so it could only be considered half new. Of course, his opponent, Lu Taiyin, was even more famous. He was the first core disciple of the Profound Fire sect and was ranked 4th among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. More importantly, he was a seeded player. The battle between the two was hailed as a battle between a supernova and a genius of the older generation. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless people. Many people wanted to know whether Lu Taiyin's flames were more powerful or Long Chen's power was more shocking. Please enlighten me. In the end, Long Chen was the descendant of the Golden Dragon. He could be considered the descendant of the Dragon Emperor in the Land of Dragons. This etiquette was very thorough and could be considered refined and courteous. Lu Taiyin said with a wry smile, "You new stars are too brilliant. You're almost burning half the sky red. Although I admit that I may not be your opponent, the glory of the older generation still needs to be protected. Please attack." Long Chen made an inviting gesture. Alright, then let me test the strength of a supernova. Without using his martial soul, Lu Taiyin condensed his heavenly core force into a fist and blasted it directly at Long Chen. The terrifying punch was like a thunderbolt that could pierce through everything. Boom, Long Chen did not use his martial soul. He did not even use his true core force. He only relied on the strength of his body to meet Lu Taiyin head-on. In this battle, Long Chen was slightly at a disadvantage. However, it was not a big deal. It was not possible to suppress Lu Taiyin with the body of a dragon. Although Lu Taiyin's strength was not as strong as Hong Sanmei, his experience was there. In order to defeat him, Long Chen had to think of more ways. Very well, you are qualified to make me use my true strength. I want to see how much stronger your defense is compared to that Gue Suisho. After saying that, Lu Taiyin really started to attack. 32 hands 9 fire sword. Before this, Lu Taiyin had never used a sword. Obviously, he felt that Long Chen was qualified to make him use a sword. Swoosh 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 swoosh. 32 hands 9 fire sword was Lu Taiyin's ultimate move that he had modified by combining his martial soul and a precious jade grade sword technique. Each move was not only gorgeous but also powerful. The key was that this was a set of consecutive moves. Unless one's technique was much better than Lu Taiyin's, it was possible to break the chain of attacks and win. Unfortunately, Long Chen could not do that. However, there was another way to break the chain of attacks. That was to meet force with force and use a stronger force to break down the sword technique one by one. To Long Chen, this was not a difficult task at all. Lu Taiyin's sword technique was getting faster and faster. Its power was also getting more and more overbearing. His moves were getting smoother and there was almost no flaw to be found. In comparison, most of the swordsman's moves were not even worth mentioning. Even Snow Mountain Sect's Li Xiefeng's sword technique could not be compared to Lu Taiyin's. Everyone from Abstruse Fire Sect smiled with satisfaction. Because they heard the applause and praises from the audience. Most of the audience praised Lu Taiyin's sword technique. As expected of the sixth young master of the Sacred Dynasty. It looks like it won't be that easy to win. In his eyes, the streaks of sword light were simply like long rivers of waterfalls that were charging straight at him. It was truly difficult to resist and disintegrate. If this continued, his defense would really be broken. Thinking of this, Long Chen directly entered the human dragon form. He was originally from the dragon clan. After entering the human dragon form, he was in the complete 10th form. Suddenly, his strength and momentum increased sharply. That's the martial soul transformation. That's right. I didn't expect Long Chen to not use this before. Otherwise, he would definitely be a seeded player. It doesn't matter if he's a seeded player or not. Anyway, he hasn't encountered many strong opponents before. What's next is the key. The 30th move. Lu Taiyin's sword pierced out. The void was immediately torn apart and the elements wailed continuously. Bang! Facing this attack, Long Chen felt the blood in his body begin to churn. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He did not expect Lu Taiyin's sword technique to become stronger and stronger. Originally, after entering the human dragon form, he thought he could easily win. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated this sword technique. Could it be that he had to enter the golden dragon form? Long Chen could not help but worry. Once he entered the golden dragon form, he would definitely win. However, when that time came, his identity would be exposed. Grit your teeth and hold on. I don't believe I can't stop this guy. Long Chen was also a hot-blooded man. Although he was only a child, after experiencing the tragedy of his parents' tragic death, he was much more mature than many children. La 31 sword. The terrifying roar of flames rang out. Lu Taiyin's sword almost made Long Chen feel as if he was falling. It was simply too difficult. Gotcha! At this moment, Long Chen's protective vital energy was completely shattered. His defense had been disintegrated by half. I won't lose. Long Chen roared. The surface of his entire body was suffused with a golden color. The damaged scales were constantly repairing. 32 sword. This was Lu Taiyin's last sword. Its power was so fierce that it directly sent Long Chen flying. Is Long Chen okay? Leng Hao looked at Ling Xiao nervously and asked. He also knew that Long Chen was Ling Xiao's friend. Don't worry, Lu Taiyin lost. Although Long Chen looks miserable, he still blocked Lu Taiyin's strongest attack in the end. Moreover, he didn't reveal his final trump card. He won beautifully. Ling Xiao smiled and said. His eyesight was sharp. Long Chen's defense had reached its limit. Even the scales on his body had been completely shattered. His entire body was covered in blood. However, this injury only looked terrifying. In fact, it was not that exaggerated. For the Dragon Clan, it was just some superficial wounds. It would not take too long to recover. However, Lu Taiyin's last sword had already used up all his strength. After the sword pierced out, his entire body was almost exhausted. He had no more strength to fight at all. Senior brother Ling, do you mean that Long Chen blocked it? Leng Hao asked in surprise. Even if he didn't defend himself, he was still in a precarious situation in the end. There was a fine line between victory and defeat. However, this kid's essence, qi, and spirit had all improved at that time. This was something Lu Taiyin didn't expect. If they fought again, Lu Taiyin probably wouldn't be able to use the 32nd sword. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was also a little emotional. Long Chen was indeed a descendant of the Golden Dragon clan. This talent was so amazing that even he was a little envious. Long Chen, who was bathed in blood, slowly stood up from the ground. His broken scales were healing continuously. He said excitedly, "Brother Liu is indeed one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Your attack power is indeed powerful. If I hadn't used all my strength on defense, I wouldn't have been able to stop you." Lu Taiyin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could no longer stand, so he could only sit on the ground and say, "You're too modest. I've already used my trump card, but I still can't defeat you. You've already won." Long Chen chuckled and the bronze cauldron behind him began to spin. The golden inscriptions flickered and a portion of Lu Taiyin's luck was sucked over. In the blink of an eye, the number of cauldrons behind him rose to 7, and the phantom of 8 cauldrons appeared. After all, Lu Taiyin's luck was very strong, so his improvement this time was too great. The terrifying Long Chen is indeed formidable. Yeah, I even suspect that he might be stronger than Ling Xiao now. Another young master has been defeated. I wonder which of the previous young masters will be able to defend their honor in the end. There are only 3 left who haven't been defeated, the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Bai Qianjiao. Long Chen was sent away by Lin Bei and the other members of the Divine Sword sect to treat his injuries. Anyway, they had the healing medicine given by Ling Xiao, so those superficial wounds were nothing. In addition, the dragon race was born with a terrifying recovery ability, so there was nothing to be afraid of. After the battle between Lu Taiyin and Long Chen ended, the competition continued. The next round, Bai Qianjiao versus Hong Li. Another important battle had begun. Bai Qianjiao was the 3rd young master of the previous competition, while Hong Li was the new young master of the current competition. She was even considered to be stronger than Bai Qianjiao. In addition, there were only 4 females in the current top 10 rankings. They were Hai Miangkeo, Bai Qianjiao, Hong Li, and Hong Samadhi. The audience did not know that Hai Miangkeo was a female disguised as a male. Hong Samadhi could not be compared to the top 3 in terms of strength or appearance. Because she had lost to Qin Bixue and Ling Xiao consecutively, her reputation had been lowered. Therefore, the battle between Bai Qianjiao and Hong Li could be said to be a battle between the 2 beauties. Moreover, they were both from the Aquamarine Palace, the most mysterious sect among the 12 sects. They might not be as strong as the Heavenly King sect, but they were much more mysterious. Bai Qianjiao was always calm and composed, as if she had no desires. She looked like an otherworldly fairy. Even if others said that she was not as good as Hong Li, she never refuted. She just calmly followed her own steps to win one match after another. Perhaps many people did not realize that she was the most talked about woman. Hong Li's personality was completely different from Bai Qianjiao's. Although they were equally beautiful, Hong Li's personality was more like a man's. She was very domineering and had a domineering aura. Their strength had reached the level of a young powerhouse, and their appearance was outstanding. They caused a huge commotion as soon as they appeared. Bai Qianjiao can definitely be considered a veteran powerhouse. She is ranked 3rd among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Although Hong Li can't be considered a rising star of the new generation, she really rose to prominence in this year's martial arts festival. Who do you think will be better? They are the 2 beautiful sisters of the Aquamarine Palace. To be honest, I can't bear to see them kill each other. Why don't we just let them each get 3 points? Yes, the disciples of the Aquamarine Palace are not only women, but each one is more beautiful than the other. If I can marry one of them, my life will be worth it. Look at you. With your level, they won't take a fancy to you. It's a pity that their aptitude can't compare to that woman. You're not talking about that Princess Xianxia, are you? That's her. Xianxia and Ji Furing are geniuses of the heavenly dragon continent that are hard to come by in 100,000 years. Even the human king from 100,000 years ago might not be much better than them. Tisk tsk, I heard that Xianxia is not only a rare genius in the heavenly dragon continent, but even in the entire profound world. Her beauty is also known as one of the top beauties in the 13 portraits of beauty in the entire profound world. It's a pity that these are just legends. We have never seen Xianxia's true face. I saw her once from afar. That woman's smile is absolutely gorgeous. I almost fainted. Is it that exaggerated? Believe it or not, I won't say any more. The competition is about to start. Since you haven't seen a woman of Xianxia's level, it's not bad to see these two little beauties. Perhaps the cultivators in small places had never heard of Xianxia. But once they got out of the corners and talked about geniuses, most people would mention Xianxia or Ji Furing. It was as if only these two were true geniuses. Whoosh, Hongli scuttled onto the martial arts stage. Her red dress fluttered in the wind. She actually had the heroic spirit and might of a female hero. Bai Qianjiao, on the other hand, calmly walked onto the stage. She didn't even use any movement techniques. Just like her personality, she was so calm that she almost didn't exist. Senior sister, I'm sorry. I must defeat you today. Jade Water Scripture, Dragon Gate Leap. Seeing Bai Qianjiao on the stage, Hongli couldn't help it. Because Ling Xiao and Qin Bixue both defeated young masters. She felt that if she couldn't defeat a young master, she couldn't be compared with those two. So she was anxious. She attacked as soon as she got on the stage. On the stage, a huge dragon gate appeared out of thin air. Then, Hongli threw out a punch. When the punch was at the dragon gate, it was only the size of an ordinary fist. But after leaping through the dragon gate, the fist instantly transformed into a divine dragon that was dozens of times larger. Its might had also increased by several times. Boom! When the huge divine dragon fist was 3 or 4 meters away from Bai Qianjiao, it suddenly collapsed and turned into water droplets. Weak water, only one scoop. Bai Qianjiao's expression was still as tranquil as an ancient well. Her body swayed slightly forward, and her hands made a strange gesture. Then, strange ripples of water began to appear around her. The water flow turned into a huge water dipper and headed toward the red carp on the dragon gate's side. Boom, the huge water dipper exploded completely. Hongli jumped up and punched again. This time, the power of the punch was even greater than before. It turned into 2 divine dragons and destroyed the water dipper. After that, her attacks continued. Her body was also gradually changing. Some strange scales began to grow on her body. They were not dragon scales, but fish scales. The fish scales shining with red light made Hong Li's combat strength soar. There was a saber in her hand. It was a long and wide saber. It was a celestial-grade treasure. Generally speaking, women rarely used such a domineering weapon. But Hong Li did, and she used it very skillfully. Jade Water Scripture, Drawing Blade to Break Water. A huge saber chi pierced through the air. After passing through the dragon gate, the saber chi became even more terrifying. It even enveloped the entire martial arts arena. It was impossible for Bai Qianjiao to dodge. But at this moment, she didn't seem to have any intention of dodging this attack. Her expression was still as indifferent as ever. She gently pulled out a sword with her slender hand and stabbed it towards the huge saber chi. The water around her merged into the huge sword aura and destroyed the saber aura in one go. Although the saber chi was powerful, it had flaws. Bai Qianjiao's strength was indeed not as good as Hong Li's, but her judgment was very accurate. She seemed to be able to hit the nail on the head every time. Senior brother, why do I feel like I'm seeing a female version of you? Leng Hao stuck out his tongue and said. She's not as good as Ling Xiao. Lan Yuer shook her head and said, but this woman is still powerful. Although she's not as good as Ling Xiao, she's much better than most people in terms of attacking weak points. The moment the attack ended, it seemed that the surrounding space suddenly shook. Hong Li's body in the air could not stabilize. This is the Jade Water Domain, the martial arts of the Jade Water Holy Palace, second only to the Jade Water Scripture. I didn't expect this girl to learn it. No wonder she's so powerful. Ling Xiao remembered seeing this description in the materials of the Yuehua school. The Jade Water Domain was more difficult to cultivate than the Jade Water Scripture. It could only be cultivated by someone who had the selfless conception. Once cultivated, one's strength would become extremely terrifying. Facing the Jade Water Domain, Hong Li obviously didn't dare to be careless. But she didn't seem to be afraid. Jade Water Scripture, Deep Sea Crack. Like other scriptures, the Jade Water Scripture was a perfect set of inheritances. However, each holy scripture had its own specialties. For example, the Sword King Scripture was better at attacking. The Moonlight Scripture was better at sustained battles. And the most terrifying part of the Jade Water scripture was that it greatly enhanced water martial arts. The Deep Sea Crack was a very powerful saber technique of the Jade Water Holy Palace. It was currently one of the strongest attacks Hongli could use. Boom, with a slash of the saber, it was as if the whole ground suddenly split open. Endless seawater gushed out, easily breaking through the Jade Water domain. Not only that, but the huge saber energy seeped out of the ground and kept condensing. The seawater gathered again and again, forming a wave more than 10 meters high. But this wave was more like a saber, a terrifying saber. Facing this move, no one dared to underestimate it. Bai Qianjiao naturally didn't dare to. But you still couldn't see the slightest nervousness or panic on her face. This person seemed to never have those kinds of emotions. She was born with only one kind of expression. She slowly stretched out her white hands. The surrounding waves surged again. The Jade Water domain became even more powerful and fierce. Crack, 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 under the tearing of the Jade Water domain, the huge water saber began to distort and deform. It was about to collapse. At this moment, Hongli frowned. She gathered her vital essence again and prepared to take advantage of the situation to attack again. She wanted to defeat her senior sister and clear her name. Break, Hongli, you're too impatient. Bai Qianjiao's voice was very indifferent. At this moment, the heavenly vital essence in her body was circulating crazily. More of it was injected into the Jade Water domain. The huge water saber finally collapsed and turned into water droplets that filled the sky. None of your business. Hongli snorted and waved the saber in her hand again. She had already used an even stronger move. This was the deep sea disaster that was even more terrifying than the deep sea crack. She had never used this move before. This time, facing her senior sister, she was obviously anxious because she couldn't defeat her senior sister. Is that so? Bai Qianjiao frowned. Then her aura suddenly changed. The originally calm aura instantly became incomparably fierce. Jade Water Maelstrom, destroy everything for me. As Hongli's senior sister, Bai Qianjiao understood her junior sister too well. Her talent was indeed outstanding, even better than hers. Whether it was cultivation or other aspects, she was stronger than her. The only thing was that her temper was too impatient and she was unwilling to listen to advice. Perhaps this was a common problem among geniuses. They were too arrogant and felt that others were inferior to them. How could they listen to others' advice? Therefore, Bai Qianjiao decided to teach Hongli a lesson. Her strength was not as good as her opponent's, but the difference was not that great. Moreover, she had more experience than Hongli. The Jade Water Maelstrom blasted out and hit the deep sea disaster's biggest flaw. Its power was not as great as her opponent's, but it gained the upper hand in an instant and firmly suppressed the terrifying saber chi. Boom, the terrifying saber chi was finally swallowed by the huge maelstrom and disappeared without a trace. Hongli's body was also sent flying by the terrifying rebounding force and fell off the stage. Hongli steadied herself and realized that she had landed outside the arena. Her face was filled with shock and confusion. Senior sister, you're not as good as me. Why did I lose? Bai Qianjiao said calmly, I've already told you the reason. You're too eager and impatient. All your moves are overbearing and you don't care about your weaknesses. Normal opponents might not be able to do anything to you, but you'll definitely lose if you meet an opponent who's good at attacking your weaknesses. After speaking, Bai Qianjiao walked down from the arena. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate this female young master's strength. She was one of the 6 young masters from the previous batch, and she had finally defended her honor. It seems like cultivation isn't always a good reference. Everyone below the arena nodded in agreement. However, Hongli wasn't convinced. She had always been like this, using her overbearing moves to defeat one opponent after another. She had never lost. What right did Bai Qianjiao have to teach her a lesson? She wasn't convinced, she was just unlucky. It was a pity that Hongli wasn't willing to accept Bai Qianjiao's good intentions. However, not many people paid attention to her as she was a loser. This was because in this round, the 5 heavyweights, Haim Myung Ko, Mo Wushang, Qin Bishue, Ling Xiao, and Fire Demon Eminence, had yet to make their moves. Their strength was unfathomable, and everyone was looking forward to it. Emma Wushang vs. Fire Demon Eminence. Hearing the referee's voice, the spectators burst into cheers in an instant. Emma Wushang was ranked second among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. He was invincible when it came to soul secret techniques. Even the Holy Sun, Xianxia, was wary of him. Up until now, Emma Wushang had maintained his undefeated record. Any opponent who encountered him couldn't escape defeat in one move. However, after this round, his opponents would be much stronger. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how long Emma Wushang's undefeated record would last. As for the Fire Demon Ancestor, he was a dark horse that had emerged from the Skypride battle. Before the Battle of Heaven's Favorites, his performance was average. He had a hard time getting into the Battle of Heaven's Favorites. Many people thought that he was just here to take a walk in the Xianxia battle. However, what he didn't expect was that up until now, he had only lost one match to Ling Xiao. Against other opponents, he hadn't tasted defeat either. Of course, this also had something to do with the fact that he hadn't encountered any of the top few powerful fellows. Whether or not he was lucky, or whether or not he was the real deal, would depend on this battle. One was a disciple of the Heavenly King sect while the other was a disciple of the Abstruse Fire sect. They were both disciples of the top sects among the 12 sects. The battle between the two was not only a battle of personal honor, but also a battle of the sect's honor. Ever since Lu Taiyin and Hong Sanmei lost the battle, the morale of the people of Abstruse Fire sect had been low. This time, they seemed to have seen some hope. Everyone's eyes widened, afraid that they would miss the exciting battle. Emma Wushang looked at the Fire Demon Ancestor and said coldly, "You are not the Fire Demon Ancestor. I don't want to ask who you are, but you will lose today." If it weren't for the Holy Sun, Xianxia, Emma Wushang would undoubtedly be the overlord of the younger generation. He was so powerful that no one below the celestial realm could be his match. Even if he faced a martial artist who had just entered the celestial realm, his terrifying secret soul technique could kill him. This wasn't an estimate, nor was it a boast. It had been a real case. Hee, then I'll have to give it a try. The Fire Demon Ancestor smirked and said, "To tell you the truth, my only opponent in today's martial arts festival is Ling Xiao. He is my target to defeat." "But you didn't defeat him." "That's because his luck isn't good enough." "I'll wait until his luck is good enough to defeat him and make him sink into oblivion," the Fire Demon Ancestor said coldly. "I don't care what grudges you have with him. He's not as good as me, and you're not as good as me. Cut the crap and make your move. I'll give you a chance. After 2 moves, I'll take the initiative to attack," Emma Wushang said coldly and confidently. "You're courting death." Boom, the Fire Demon Ancestor's aura suddenly rose. He stood there like a king in a world of death. With every step he took, countless living beings would wail and wail. Even the ground was trembling slightly. Violent death chi covered the sky, as if the entire world was filled with the concept of death. Emma Wushang still had an indifferent expression, as if the Fire Demon Ancestor's strength wasn't worth mentioning in front of him. In the demonic eye, blood-red light flickered. Indeed, he had no intention of making his move. He said that he would let his opponent have 2 moves, so he would let his opponent have 2 moves. Whoosh, the Fire Demon Ancestor didn't care about that. Since his opponent was courting death, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He waved his hands and a huge white bone hand suddenly appeared, grabbing at Emma Wushang. Demonic Eye, Annihilation. Emma Wushang said that he wouldn't attack, but he still had to defend. Otherwise, not to mention the Fire Demon Ancestor, even ordinary martial artists could hurt him. A strange annihilation word appeared in his demonic eye. Then, the huge white bone hand was instantly destroyed by the red light, scattering on the ground. However, the white bone hand didn't disappear. The shattered bone hand reformed and continued to grab at Emma Wushang. It's indeed the dark flames of death. This is the true hellfire. Although it's not as strong as the hellfire, it can revive the dead. This is the most terrifying part of the dark flames of death. Each of the 12 sacred flames has its own unique characteristics. They're indeed extraordinary. Below the stage, Ling Xiao further confirmed the martial art that the Fire Demon Ancestor had used. It was indeed related to the flame deity. However, it wasn't a doppelganger possession. It wasn't the flame deity himself either. It was the possession of the dark flames of death. He didn't expect the flame deity to have raised his martial soul to such an extent that he could control the bodies of other martial artists. He must be nearby. Ling Xiao instantly released his soul power, enveloping the entire competition ground within it. There really was Empyrean demon flame in the crowd. However, the flame deity wasn't alone. He was actually with the palace master of the Aquamarine Shrine, and they seemed to be very close. This is troublesome. With the protection of the Aquamarine Shrine, even the Moon Lady might not be able to kill him. Ling Xiao was very clear that behind the Jade Water Divine Palace was most likely the Oceanic race, the Storm Legion. The Yin-Yang Demon King of the Storm Legion was definitely stronger than the Moon Lady. If I can't kill you, I'll take your martial soul first. Ling Xiao had been looking forward to obtaining the complete dark flames of death for a long time. Gathering the 9 primordial dragon souls, the 9 demon king martial souls, and the 12 sacred flames was one of his wishes. These things were very useful to him. The 9 dragon souls were for the complete awakening of the immemorial golden dragon, allowing him to fully inherit the immemorial golden dragon's combat strength. The 9 demon king martial souls were for the complete inheritance of the true demon emperor, as well as for the 9 demon divine technique to evolve. The 12 Saint Flame martial souls were for the sake of refining stronger pills. As his cultivation increased in the future, without a suitable flame, he would not be able to refine higher-grade pills. He was a greedy martial artist, and he could not deny this fact. Since he had the chance to obtain the Death Dark Flame martial soul today, he would not miss it. He had already obtained the true Samadhi Flame seed. If he could obtain the Death Dark Flame martial soul, he would have 2 of the 12 Saint Flames. Although he was still far from gathering all of them, it was not something that he could not look forward to. It's actually one of the 12 Saint Flames, the Death Dark Flame. No wonder you suddenly became so strong. But so what, Demon Eye, Inextinguishable Dark Flame? The Inextinguishable Dark Flame was a variant of the Death Dark Flame. One could say that they were father and son. Of course, to a certain extent, the Inextinguishable Dark Flame was not as strong as the Death Dark Flame. However, when used together with the Demon Eye, the Inextinguishable Dark Flame's power would not lose to the Death Dark Flame at all. The most terrifying thing was that this flame could burn continuously. As long as it was formed, it would continue to burn without stopping unless a special method was used. It did not require any materials or air. The black flame that covered the sky and the earth intertwined with the Death Dark Flame martial soul's skeletal hand. As time passed, it was obvious that the Death Dark Flame martial soul was at a disadvantage. Or was it because the fire demon ancestor's body was too weak that the Death Dark Flame martial soul could not unleash its full strength? Many of the young powerhouses below the stage frowned. They had heard of Mo Wushang's strength before, but they had never seen it before. Now that they had seen it, it was too shocking. One could figure out the strength of others, but Mo Wushang's strength was unfathomable. That demon eye was too mysterious. The fire demon ancestor's expression was ugly. The flame deity, who was secretly controlling the fire demon ancestor, had an even uglier expression. Originally, he thought that with his Death Dark Flame martial soul controlling the fire demon ancestor's body, he could easily defeat all the other martial soul except the Holy Sun Hai Mian Ko. But now, it seemed like he had underestimated these young people. Especially this Mo Wushang. Right now, Mo Wushang was merely defending, and he was already at his wit's end. If Mo Wushang were to really attack, would he be able to win? The flame deity's eyes flashed, and the aura of the fire demon venerable on the stage rose again. White Bone Life Exterminating Saber. A white bone saber appeared in the hands of fire demon Reverend. It was a demonic saber that was formed entirely from the chi of death and souls of the dead. Although it didn't actually exist, its power didn't lose to any real treasured saber. Once the saber was unleashed, it would kill all life and emotions. The demon venerable would completely turn into a cold devil, losing all emotions. His only goal was to kill everything in front of him, destroy everything in front of him. It's useless. In front of my demonic eye, everything is just a facade. Mo Wushang still had no intention of attacking. Instead, he chose to defend himself. After all, he had said that he would let his opponent have 2 moves first. This was only the second move. Demon Eye, Annihilation. Magic Eye, Illusion. He used 2 moves in a row. The first move destroyed all the power except for the white bone life exterminating blade. The second move caused the entire stage to fall into a strange illusion. On the stage, Wood Demon Venerable suddenly stopped moving. Instead, he let out a miserable shriek. Not good. Wood Demon Venerable has fallen into Mo Wushang's illusion. There's nothing to see now. He's definitely going to lose. Someone exclaimed from below the stage. This person had seen Mo Wushang's illusion before. His opponents would often be defeated by him without them knowing. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao shook his head. Wood Demon Venerable is a little special. Special? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Qin Bishui couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He couldn't tell what was special about Wood Demon Venerable. However, in the next moment, just as Mo Wushang was about to win, a blurry human figure formed from the dark flames of death appeared behind Wood Demon Venerable. This human figure of flames pounced towards Mo Wushang at lightning speed. Ah! Someone exclaimed. A martial soul could actually take the initiative to attack when one's body was in an illusion. This was unheard of. Ling Xiao snorted. This was indeed unheard of. However, this martial soul didn't belong to Wood Demon Venerable. Hence, it was normal for it to attack Mo Wushang. In the face of a sudden attack, Mo Wushang was indeed surprised. However, the most shocking thing happened. The martial soul's attack actually penetrated Mo Wushang's body, but it didn't hurt him. What's going on? It's not a physical body? This time, the audience was even more shocked. The Mo Wushang on the stage wasn't a physical body, then where was the real Mo Wushang? Junior brother Ling, what do you think? Lan Yuer asked doubtfully. His demonic eye might be connected to another space. His real body is in there, and the one outside is just an illusion. Ling Xiao explained. What? Doesn't that make him invincible? Dai Yuling asked in shock. Not necessarily. An illusion can't attack. It can only defend. Ling Xiao replied. Although Mo Wushang's demonic eye was strange, it couldn't escape the analysis of Ling Xiao's martial soul. I see. If that's the case, then his illusion should have lost its effect, right? Lan Yuer nodded and asked again. That's right. Look, Wood Demon Venerable has returned to normal. Ha ha ha, Mo Wushang, you're really strong. It seems like I've underestimated you guys. Forget it. What's the harm in losing to you? I admit defeat. Wood Demon Venerable laughed and gave up the battle. He took the initiative to admit defeat. Of course, this was the Flame Deity's decision. The Flame Deity knew that he didn't need to reveal his full strength so quickly. It would be enough if he defeated the last martial artist with close to 9 cauldrons of luck. Perhaps it would be the Holy Sun, Xianxia. Or perhaps it would be Ling Xiao. Of course, it could also be Mo Wushang. Although there might not be a chance to fight on the stage, there would be plenty of opportunities after the competition. Fish had to be fattened up before eating. Anyway, he knew that there would be a huge change after the martial arts festival. At that time, it would be his chance. After absorbing Wood Demon Venerable's 9 cauldrons of luck, Mo Wushang finally completed his 8th cauldron. He was getting closer and closer to Xianxia. What's the meaning of this? All bark and no bite. Why did Wood Demon Venerable admit defeat in the end? I think Mo Wushang is too strong. That's why Wood Demon Venerable knew that he couldn't win. Impossible. His martial soul can be separated from his body. This is the best way to counter soul secret arts. Then I don't understand. Maybe the two of them know each other? Forget it. Let's stop guessing. The battle is over. Let's watch the competition. Although there were some people in the audience with good eyesight, they didn't have Ling Xiao's Mountain River martial soul. It was really hard for them to figure out why Fire Demon Ancestor suddenly admitted defeat. It was indeed a little strange. In the next few matches, there were no big shots fighting each other. Lan Yuer, who Ling Xiao paid the most attention to, had a draw with Gue Suisho. It couldn't be helped. She couldn't break through Gue Suisho's defense. After Lan Yuer and the others, Ling Xiao also fought a match. However, his opponent was too weak and didn't cause much of a stir. Perhaps it was mainly because he had fought Fire Demon Ancestor and Hong Samadhi before, so his opponent this round was relatively weak. However, after Ling Xiao, the Holy Son, Haim Myung Ko, who was known as the strongest among the younger generation, finally appeared again. Haim Myung Ko was still very young in the previous martial arts festival. Even so, she had firmly suppressed Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, Lu Taiyin, and the others with her absolutely terrifying strength. Finally, she took the throne. At that time, almost everyone was amazed by this little guy. In this year's martial arts festival, Haim Myung Ko was much older and more mature. Naturally, her strength had improved. No one doubted her strength. Her opponent was also quite strong. It was the Qin Bishue of the Bloodblade sect, who was regarded as the most likely to take the throne. The Qin Bishue was very arrogant. Also very powerful. He defeated Hong Samadhi with one move, which established his position as a seeded contestant. In the following matches, he didn't disappoint the audience. This time, he encountered Haim Myung Ko. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was a little excited. In fact, when he was below the stage, he was a little worried. He was worried that Ling Xiao would defeat Haim Myung Ko first. If that happened, his limelight would be stolen. Now that God had given him a chance to challenge Haim Myung Ko, he was so excited that his whole body was trembling. There were too many benefits to being the chosen one. Naturally, there were many martial artists eyeing it. If Haim Myung Ko wanted to keep his position as the first young master and successfully become the chosen one, he had to defeat one challenger after another. In the previous battles, she really did not meet any decent opponents. But this time, the Qin Bishue appeared. This was the first person who wanted to challenge her. When the referee announced the result of this duel, it was as if a shocking ultimate move had been thrown into the arena. The entire arena was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were on the battle stage. Ling Xiao was no exception. He had come here to defeat Ji Mingkong. In that case, he naturally wanted to take a good look at this battle. He had to find out just how powerful Ji Mingkong was. Ha ha ha, it's finally here. The battle between the Holy Sun and the Qin Bishue. The Qin Bishue's performance is more eye-catching than the twin stars, Ling Xiao and Lan Chen's. That's right. Even if the Qin Bishue is not a match for the Holy Sun, he should be able to force the Holy Sun to use more than half of his strength. This will be interesting. That's right. The Holy Sun's previous battles were boring. Everyone was no match for him. It was so boring. Qin Bishue, oh Qin Bishue, you have to work harder. Even if you can't defeat the Holy Sun, you have to give us a good fight. Don't embarrass us too much. The moment the Qin Bishue heard the name of his opponent, his fighting spirit and murderous aura surged out instantly. His entire body was like a blade that directly slashed onto the martial arts stage. Standing around him, everyone was shocked by this fierce killing intent that made their entire body turn cold. The Holy Sun, Haim Myung Ko, just smiled and walked slowly into the ring. She looked so calm, as if she did not care about the Qin Bishue at all. Today, she had changed into men's clothes. She looked very handsome, but she did not seem to have any fighting spirit. Maybe it was because her opponent could not arouse her fighting spirit. The two young giants, the two seated fighters, clashed fiercely. Gulp, everyone could not help but swallow their saliva. They were extremely nervous. Your Highness the Holy Sun, if you had not met me, you might have been able to perform until the end. But now, you have no chance. The Qin Bishue's aura continued to increase. He looked like a peerless demon's sword that had been unsheathed. I will defeat you and marry you. I will become the most successful man in the Sky Dragon continent. Haim Myung Ko smiled and brushed the dust off her clothes. Then she said, there are many people who want to marry me. Unfortunately, you don't have the luck. If it were junior brother Wushang, I would be interested in fighting with him. But you are not. Ha 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 ha. Cut the crap. Soon, you will know the real strength of the Qin Bishue. The Qin Bishue laughed wildly. Then he suddenly stopped laughing. The blood-red saber in his hand emitted a terrifying murderous aura. He slashed it directly. The blade of the saber glowed a strange red, as if there were blood-red thunderbolts twining around it. Book of Bloody Saber, 4 Directions Slaughter. With a slash of the saber, blood-red lightning danced wildly and then condensed on the blood saber, causing the blood saber to suddenly expand several times. The thunderbolts in the air seemed to have been activated and helped the saber. I said it's useless. The Xianxia smiled faintly. A divine dragon shadow appeared behind her. It was the dragon soul of the immemorial nature dragon. One of the 9 dragon souls. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel the immemorial hell dragon sleeping in the mountain river realm suddenly roaring. It seemed to want to come out and fight the immemorial nature dragon. Although they were both dragons. And one of the 9 immemorial dragon kings. But the immemorial hell dragon did not have a good relationship with the immemorial nature dragon. Don't worry. There will be a time when you come out. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He and Xianxia would definitely have a battle. At that time, the immemorial hell dragon would have to fight the immemorial nature dragon. Ling Xiao looked at the arena again. The Qin Bishua's murderous move was easily blocked. Xianxia's slender hand was infused with the power of the nature dragon soul. She just stretched out her hand to block, and the saber chi shattered. It was as if a volcano had been instantly extinguished. However, the Qin Bishua's move was clearly not the only move. The so-called killing in all directions meant that one saber strike would cause all directions to tremble. Now, all the saber chi was attacking Xianxia. The first saber strike was blocked, but the second, third, and fourth saber strikes arrived in quick succession. The blood-red lightning was even more terrifying. This saber strike was even more ferocious than the previous one. Many of the young heavyweights were trembling inside. If they had been in her place, they would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, the entire arena seemed to have become a world of blood-red lightning. Each bolt of lightning was filled with murderous intent and the stench of blood. Just how many people had the Qin Bishua killed? This move is not bad, but it's a pity that it's against me. Sacred Ancestor's Long Fist. The Sacred Ancestor's Long Fist was a set of fist techniques created by the human king. The name didn't sound very conspicuous, but it was considered a secret technique of the Sacred Dynasty's imperial family. Although the Holy Ancestor's Long Fist was created by the human king, it had been passed down for almost 100,000 years and was severely damaged. It was supposed to be a peerless technique, but now it was only a top-tier gold-grade martial art. It wasn't even a jade-grade martial art. However, this kind of fist technique still depended on who was using it. Ling Xiao had witnessed Xianxia's power today. She had only used a top-tier gold-grade martial art with one punch, but she had broken Qin Bishua's overbearing technique in an instant. The terrifying blood-red blade aura shattered one after another, as if it had met the most terrifying resistance in the world. It couldn't move an inch forward. A strange look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Although he did not like this holy son, he had to admit that this person's strength was indeed top-notch. Not only was his cultivation base strong, but his mastery of martial arts had reached the acme of perfection. Her holy ancestor's long fist had clearly been cultivated to the perfection level. Its power was no less than a jade-grade martial art. Moreover, she had the help of the natural dragon soul, which gave her an endless supply of power. Qin Bishua was like a challenger trying to break through the towering waves. No matter how strong the challenger was, he couldn't overcome the power of the sea. Holy Book of Bloody Blade, blood war in all directions. If killing in all directions didn't work, then he would fight in all directions. Qin Bishua's technique had been neutralized, but his confidence hadn't. In the face of such a strong opponent, his competitive spirit had been aroused. All the heavenly essence in his body condensed on the blood blade in his hand. With one slash, 8 blade shadows appeared, each one stronger than the previous one. The faces of the young martial artists who were closer to the martial arts stage instantly turned pale. This was because this move could draw in a martial artist's blood and chi, causing them to feel uncomfortable as their blood and chi churned. Its power was terrifying, causing these young martial artists to suffer a huge psychological trauma. Xianxia, who had been fighting with a smile on her face, frowned slightly. However, that was all. She slowly took a deep breath, and then the natural dragon soul behind her let out a loud dragon roar. Her entire being seemed to have fused with the dragon soul. Then, he threw out a punch that turned into an extremely powerful divine dragon. It seemed like he was going to swallow the Qin Bishui in one gulp. Natural Dragon Fist. Just like its name, the moves of this punch were not flashy or complicated, but the power of the punch was enough to stupefy anyone who saw it. In that instant, the entire space of the martial arts stage seemed to have completely fused into this punch. With the will of nature, it blasted toward the Qin Bishui. It was unstoppable. There was no way to stop it. The void began to tear apart. Space began to distort. Most of the audience could no longer see the situation on the stage, especially the figure of the Qin Bishui who was enveloped by the natural dragon fist. Ji Mingkong just stood there. From the beginning to the end, her feet didn't move from her position. He was like a king between heaven and earth, dominating heaven and earth. Even the leader of the Heavenly King sect, Zun, and the Holy Emperor could not help but nod in approval. Although Mingkong is a girl, she is outstanding. Although she is not as good as Xianxia, she is definitely one of the best in this generation. I am relieved to pass the throne to her. The Holy Emperor was very satisfied. Yes, as long as the Heavenly Dragon Academy and the Sacred Dynasty unite, we will not only control the present, but also the future. The Sacred Dynasty will only become stronger and more invincible. Zun nodded slowly and said, if anyone refuses to unite, they must die. The Sacred Dynasty does not need people with different opinions. Boom, at this moment, a loud noise came from the martial arts stage. The two of them hurriedly looked up. On the martial arts stage, cracks had already appeared on the original array, as if it could collapse at any time. Qin Bishui, on the other hand, was lying flat on the ground. Her breathing was ragged, and her face had turned completely red. Looks like the outcome has been decided. The Holy Sun is still too strong. In front of him, Qin Bishui, Ling Xiao, and Long Chen are nothing. Yes, as expected of the Holy Sun. I'm afraid it's just as he said. Only Mo Wusheng can pose a threat to him. The natural dragon fist, the dragon fist technique. It really complements the Holy Sun's background. But I also admire Qin Bishui. He can actually force the Holy Sun to use the natural dragon fist. This kid's strength is really impressive. That's right. It's not that Qin Bishui is weak, it's that the Holy Sun is too strong. He's not on the same level as the rest. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, just when most people thought the battle was over and Qin Bishui had lost, a maniacal laugh suddenly sounded in the martial arts stage. Qin Bishui suddenly stood up. His whole body was covered in a blood-red color. I didn't want to use this move, but I have to in order to defeat you, Bloody Thunder Dance of the Holy Book of the Bloody Blade. Qin Bishui's voice sounded again. At that moment, the entire martial arts stage turned blood-red. Quick, let's work together to repair the defensive array. Otherwise, it'll be dangerous. The chief judge could see clearly that Qin Bishui's move was extremely powerful. It could definitely shatter the already cracked defensive array. Therefore, he shouted and jumped out. Together with the rest of the judges, they began to repair the defensive array. The two people in the martial arts stage were obviously not affected by the outside world. The blood-red lightning was wreaking havoc. Every bolt of lightning was a blood-red blade. In the past, people had said that it was impossible for blades to fall from the sky. However, at this moment, blades were falling from the sky in the martial arts stage. Moreover, every blade was extremely terrifying. All of the blood-red blades were charging toward Hai Miankeo. They were so fast that they looked like streaks of lightning. Hai Miankeo looked surprised. She did not expect Qin Bishui to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. At that moment, her entire body was enveloped by the blood-red lightning. It was impossible to see what was happening to her. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Cracks started to appear on the martial arts stage. The defensive array was not damaged because the chief judge and the rest of the judges were doing their best to maintain it. However, this scene was enough to shock the audience. Qin Bishui has such a powerful move. Is Holy Sun going to lose? Many of Holy Sun's loyal fans in the audience were anxious. They were anxious because they could see how terrifying Qin Bishua's move was. They were all martial artists in the celestial realm. Naturally, they could see that Qin Bishua's bloody thunder dance could even kill a celestial realm martial artist in the one-line sky realm. Of course, it was only an ordinary martial artist in the one-line sky realm. If it was a genius martial artist, it would be impossible. However, the problem was that Xianxia was only a celestial realm martial artist. He had not even reached the celestial realm. Did that mean that he was doomed? Boom! An incomparably powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky from the martial arts stage. It directly broke through the protective barrier and gushed out from the crack. Novel, law, when this aura collided with the countless blood blade wild lightning, it easily dissolved the blood blade wild lightning. This is the aura of the celestial being realm. My God, the Holy Sun has already reached the celestial being realm. It's the early stage of yin and yang heaven. How can we fight him? That's right. In the face of such a terrifying Holy Sun, who is qualified to fight him? Xianxia appeared on the stage again. Her hair was draped over her shoulders, revealing the appearance of a girl. The Holy Sun is really a woman. Damn, even a girl is so strong. We men can't live anymore. That's right, the Holy Sun is a woman. Since you all know, then I might as well announce on the spot that whoever obtains the title of Heaven's Chosen One can marry the Holy Sun and become my son-in-law. When the sage emperor saw that the Holy Sun had been exposed as a woman, he decided not to hide it anymore. In order to make the atmosphere of the competition even more exciting, and also to stimulate the fighting spirit of the genius cultivators, he announced this matter in public. What? Oh, I should have tried my best to enter the Heavenly Legends battle. The Holy Sun is so beautiful and powerful. If I marry her, I won't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. Well, don't think too much. The Holy Sun may not even want you as a slave. That's right. On the stage, Qin Bishua was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect the gap between us to be so big. I thought you were just a warrior who had just reached the celestial being realm. But I didn't expect you to have reached the early stage of yin and yang heaven, the second stage of the celestial being realm. That's really shocking. I admit defeat. You know what's good for you. Xianxia said indifferently, but since you can force out my cultivation, you can be considered a great expert. When I become the Heaven's Chosen, I'll give you a position. Thank you, Your Highness, Holy Sun. Qin Bishua was pleasantly surprised. She cupped her hands in greeting before turning around and walking down the stage. Xianxia looked towards the audience. That was where Ling Xiao was. She really wanted to see Ling Xiao's expression. From her point of view, Ling Xiao was either shocked or frightened at this moment. The cauldron meeting would be very fun. But when she really turned her head, what she saw was an indifferent smiling face. This smiling face was filled with confidence, without the slightest hint of panic or fear. Humph, how pretentious. Xianxia coldly snorted and walked down the stage. After absorbing Qin Bishua's luck, her ninth cauldron was getting clearer and clearer. The celestial being realm is at the early stage of yin and yang heaven. The Holy Sun's cultivation has an overwhelming advantage. Even Qin Bishua can't defeat her. Who else is qualified to fight her? If the result is so obvious, it will be too boring. Yeah, I really hope that a dark horse will emerge. Is it possible for Mo Wushang? Impossible. The Holy Sun and Mo Wushang are too close. Although Mo Wushang is the biggest threat to the Holy Sun, he is the one who has the least chance of defeating the Holy Sun. What about Long Chen or Ling Xiao? In the battle between Long Chen and Lu Taiyin, Long Chen has already given it his all. I don't think he'll be a match for the Son of Saint. As for Ling Xiao, we'll have to wait and see. After all, the opponents he defeated were much weaker than the Son of Saint. That's right. When he defeats Qin Bishua, he may be qualified to fight the Holy Sun. Yes, but we won't be able to watch this round. We have to wait for the next round. I'm really looking forward to it. The later rounds, the fiercer the battles will be. Before, it was a competition of heroes, but now it's the Holy Sun's turn to dominate. It's somewhat disappointing. In the midst of the discussion, the 11th round of the competition came to an end. According to the rules, there was an hour's break between each round. On the one hand, it was to ensure that the warriors were in their best condition, so that the battles could be more exciting. On the other hand, it was naturally to ensure that the injured warriors could recover quickly. After an hour, the 12th round of the competition officially began. The first few rounds of the competition made the audience feel a little depressed. The battles were not between the top 10, although they were still exciting. However, for the audience who were eager to see who could challenge the Holy Sun, they were not convinced. But soon, the most exciting battle that they had been waiting for began. This battle was between Qin Bixue and Mo Wushang. Qin Bixue was defeated by the Holy Sun, Haim Myung-ko. Would he be defeated by Mo Wushang? The audience was a little nervous. Facing Qin Bixue, Mo Wushang did not dare to be careless. This was because he had seen the battle between Qin Bixue and Haim Myung-ko. He believed that he would not be able to withstand Qin Bixue's last move, Blood Thunder Dance. Therefore, he had to defeat Qin Bixue before he used that move. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. His Highness the Holy Sun said that you are stronger than me. But I don't believe that. Come, let me see just how powerful your soul secret technique is. Although Qin Bixue lost to Haim Myung-ko, he did not lose his confidence. After all, Haim Myung-ko's cultivation was much higher than his. Even if he lost, it would not be embarrassing. Then I'll let you try, Demon Eye, Annihilation. Mo Wushang had used a move with terrifying lethality right from the start. Out of all the skills of the demonic eye, Annihilation was one of the most lethal. But the problem was that it was meaningless if it could not hit the target. Blood battle in all directions. Qin Bixue did not dare to underestimate Mo Wushang. Instead of dodging, he chose to meet force with force. He used his blood saber, and 8 saber shadows rushed toward Mo Wushang. A biting cold murderous aura pervaded the entire martial arts stage. Boom, the two attacks collided midway. The blood-red saber shadows collided with the blood-red soul energy. After a moment of stalemate, they exploded with a loud bang. In this first clash, they were actually evenly matched. Good, you do have some skills. But the Holy Sun's words were exaggerated. You are not as strong as I thought you were. Blood saber cannon, ambush from all sides. Mo Wushang used an even stronger saber technique. The entire arena seemed to have quieted down. The cold saber shadows moved in the blood-red viscous air. Their speed was shockingly fast. This was a move that Qin Bixue had not used before. Mo Wushang knew how terrifying this move was, so he did not dare to underestimate it. Demon Eye, Illusion. Demon Eye, Inextinguishable Dark Flame. Mo Wushang used the inextinguishable dark flame at the same time as he used his illusion. He was prepared to defeat Qin Bixue in this round. Otherwise, by the time Qin Bixue condensed that terrifying blood lightning dance, he would have no chance at all. Ha ha ha, idiot. My killing intent is boundless. Do you think your demon eye can trap me with your demon eye? Qin Bixue was not affected by Mo Wushang's illusion. His saber continued to slash out without stopping. Kaboom, it was a terrifying blow and a terrifying saber aura. Mo Wushang's inextinguishable dark flame was completely destroyed. There was even a scar on his forehead, right next to the demonic eye. He had almost been hit. How dare you injure my demonic eye? So what? Your strength is no match for the Holy Sun's. You're too biased. The secret soul technique is indeed powerful, but once it's countered by someone, there's no other way. The Qin Bixue sneered. Is that so? Then I'll show you a move that I've never used before, Demonic Eye, Demon King Transformation. As Mo Wushang's cold voice rang out, his body began to change rapidly. A pair of terrifying demonic horns grew from his head and a pair of black wings sprouted from his back. The muscles on his body were also as tough as iron. The most terrifying thing was that his body had actually grown by more than 10 times. His huge body stood there, looking down at Qin Bixue, just like a demon king. TSK. So it's related to Xianxia. Xianxia's transformation is very similar to Mo Wushang's. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. After transforming, Mo Wushang's demonic eye was not only more powerful, but his defense and strength were also greatly enhanced. He could even fly for a short period of time. He had originally planned to use this huge advantage to deal with Xianxia, but now he had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat the Qin Bixue. Oh, transformation? Not bad. But do you think you're the only one who can do it? The Qin Bixue revealed a strange smile. Blood Saber transformation, Demon King of Slaughter. In an instant, the Qin Bixue's body also changed. His body did not grow bigger, but there was a strange layer of armor on his body. The blood saber in his hand was gone, and the armor was filled with sharp blades. His body did not grow bigger, but his speed and lethality had increased by leaps and bounds. Alright, let's see whose transformation is stronger. The huge body clashed with the steel body. Amidst the chaos on the stage, only Mo Wushang's silhouette could be seen. From time to time, a blood-red light would shoot out from his devil eye. The Qin Bixue was so fast that it was almost impossible to see her. After dozens of rounds, the two of them separated again. You lost. Qin Bixue smiled. The blade on his body was covered in blood, but it wasn't his. Why didn't you use this move against the Holy Sun? Mo Wushang had returned to his original state. His face was pale as he knelt on the ground with one knee. It was obvious that he had suffered some serious injuries. It's simple. This is my strongest move. Unfortunately, it's meaningless in the face of the Holy Sun, whose cultivation has reached the early stage of Yin and Yang heaven. So it's better to use it to deal with you. Qin Bixue smiled. You're right, I did lose. Mo Wushang's expression was somewhat gloomy. He had thought that he was the only one who was qualified to challenge the Holy Sun. But now, it seemed that he could not even defeat the Qin Bixue. How could he defeat the Holy Sun? After all, the Holy Sun had easily defeated the Qin Bixue. I didn't expect the Qin Bixue to have such a killer move. Alas, Mo Wushang has lost to him. Our last hope has been destroyed. It seems that there won't be any surprises. I'm looking forward to seeing Ling Xiao and Long Chen. Ling Xiao has not shown his true strength yet. Long Chen's strength has obviously increased greatly after his fight with Lu Taiyin. It's possible. Bai Qianjiao is also a possibility. Don't underestimate that woman. Did any of you think that she could defeat Hongli? Speaking of Hongli, it's a pity that she lost to Bai Qianjiao. It seems that she has not shown her full strength yet. It's useless to say anything now. Let's continue watching the competition. Perhaps we'll know the answer soon. The martial artists in the spectator stands were both anxious and disappointed. What made him anxious was that up until now, no one had been able to show that they were qualified to challenge the saint. They hoped that Ling Xiao, Long Chen, Bai Qianjiao, and Hongli could show their true strength as soon as possible. As for the disappointment, it was purely because the Holy Sun was too strong. There was no suspense in the competition. Who would like to watch a competition without suspense? Of course, they would be unhappy. The Qin Bixue had absorbed Mo Wushang's luck. The luck that it had lost to Xianxia was completely recovered. Not only that, but it had also increased by a lot. It had reached the level of 8 cauldrons, which had surpassed Ling Zhao's. Mo Wushang, who had walked down from the stage, was a little dazed. Losing to the Qin Bixue was a big blow to him. He had thought that the only person he could not defeat was Xianxia. He did not expect that the Qin Bixue would make him taste his first defeat. Bai Qianjiao and Ling Xiao, whom he had not fought yet, could be a threat to him. Was he going to lose again? Before this match, he had never had such a thought. The 12th round of the competition continued. Soon, there was a confrontation between two strong warriors. The ones standing on the battle stage were actually Ling Xiao and Long Chen. Although I knew there would be a battle like this, I still think it's a little too early. Long Chen knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao, but he did not want to admit defeat. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and his big brother Ling go all out. Your golden dragon form can actually be used by disguising yourself as a martial soul. That way, you will have your full strength. Even if you meet Mo Wushang, you won't lose. Ling Xiao also wanted to spar with Long Chen in a battle like this. A normal spar would not be as exciting as a battle like this. Moreover, if he wanted to hide his relationship with the Divine Sword sect, he had to fight with Long Chen. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to see through him. Got it, big brother Ling. I won't go easy on you. Long Chen took a deep breath and entered the 10th form of the humanoid dragon form. In his normal form, he would be looking down on Ling Xiao. He did not have the qualifications to spar with Ling Xiao. Golden Dragon Fist Art. Long Chen had originally learned how to use a sword from Ling Xiao, but he was corrected by Ling Xiao. The Dragon Clan had strong defensive abilities. If they were to use a sword, it would be a waste. Only fist arts and physical fighting methods were more suitable for the Dragon Clan. One must know that the sharp claws and teeth of the Dragon Clan were not inferior to divine weapons at all. In Long Chen's heart, Ling Xiao was stronger than the Holy Sun. Therefore, he did not dare to go easy on him. There was no need to go easy on him because he knew that no matter how he attacked, it was impossible to hurt Ling Xiao. The terrifying golden dragon fist punched out one after another. It was as if the surrounding space was shaking. The cracks on the battle stage were getting bigger and bigger. At this time, his fighting strength had obviously surpassed the time when he fought with Lu Taiyin. The young people of this generation are really strong. This battle stage has been used for so many years. It was destroyed once when Ji Fuling fought with Xianxia. I didn't expect that it would be destroyed again in this generation. That's right. To think that Long Chen can continue to improve in the midst of battle. Right now, his cultivation base and strength must have increased in all aspects. I reckon that Ling Xiao will have no choice but to unleash his true strength. Otherwise, he won't be a match for Long Chen. End of chapter 812. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.